Fortunately, your mother will make a full recovery. The injury to her hip wasn't as severe as you may have thought," spoke a doctor with a smooth and calming voice known as Dr. Cheney. The daughter of an elderly woman sighed in relief as she patted her mother's hand and placed her own on her chest. "Thank you so much for your work, doctor. You don't have to thank me. It's my pleasure." He smiled, showing off his pearly white teeth. He adjusted the clipboard in his hands, taking note of how the woman watched him closely. "There were also the matters of your mother's dementia I would like to discuss. We're going to do a change in medication." As the two talked, the 25-year-old nurse who was busy taking a blood sample from the elderly woman listened to their conversation and had to fight off the urge to roll her eyes. Dr. Cheney wasn't being so subtle with his usual flirting. Every time she glanced up, he was a step closer to her patient's daughter and giving her his award-winning smile that all the women seemed to fall for. At least the women who liked arrogant, selfish doctors. To say he was being unprofessional was an understatement, since taking the acetylcholinesterase inhibitors seemed to be ineffective. "I'm going to prescribe Memantine instead to help with her memory." Dr. Cheney spoke efficiently. "We'll see how it works for her and go from there." He pulled out a document to put his signature on and turned to his medical assistant to give her that same smile that held no effect on her. She's seen it a million times before. "Ms. L/N, would you mind finishing up here for me while I have a chat with Ms. Jameson?" "Oh, please. Ms. Jameson is my mother. You can call me Ash. Already on it." Y/N muttered as she placed a bandage on her patient's arm, while Dr. Cheney took the daughter's hand to lead her out of the room. They wouldn't have heard her anyway. Once they were out the door, Y/N couldn't wait to get to her fellow nurses and spill the news about the doctor's newest victim. But first, she had a patient. She finished placing the bandage down and smiled down at the elderly woman who laid in her hospital bed quietly and a bit spaced out from the medications to help with the pain. The poor woman had a nasty fall that fractured her hip, but luckily it wasn't too severe. Y/N took the bottle of Ms. Jameson's medication and looked over the label with the big and bright Satellite Pharmaceuticals logo on it. She frowned a bit since they've been getting a lot of the corporation's drugs and supplies lately. Apparently, it was a partnership her hospital was involved with, and from what she's heard from her fellow nurses, it was being backed by the government. It seemed a bit extreme since no mentions of the government were on the partnership deal. But to be fair, she was only a nurse and not one of the bigwigs running the place. Nevertheless, she helped Ms. Jameson finish up her routine medication before putting the bottle away. "All done. We'll just need to run a few tests to make sure everything is in order, Ms. Jameson. Did you have any questions?" Y/N asked in her usual nursing voice, but she received no response. Ms. Jameson remained quiet, silently staring at the door ahead. Maybe once the medication wore off she'll become more talkative. So Y/N made sure the elderly woman was comfortable in her bed before she took her leave and pushed the cart that carried the blood sample and medication with her. As she entered the hall, she heard the giggles of the woman named Ash and Dr. Cheney's alluring voice near the end of the hall where the two flirted. He had her hand in his as he softly massaged her knuckles and whispered things to her that Y/N hoped she never heard. She had to fight off the urge to gag as she pushed the cart and neared the nurse's station where her fellow nurses worked. Y/N couldn't hold back the gossip she had to spill. Del, a nurse around her age, looked up from her computer when Y/N called her in rushed whispers. "Yeah." Y/N got closer to the counter and leaned over it to whisper so no one else heard. "There's fresh meat. Dr. Cheney is at it again." "What?" came the shocked voice of a male nurse, Remy, who overheard them. Both women shushed him before he came over to join the gossip circle. "I was doing Ms. Jameson's blood work when it happened. It's like he doesn't care anymore," Y/N exclaimed. Del shook her head as an annoyed look came over her face. "He's disgusting. He's married for fuck's sake. A pig will always be a pig." Remy groaned as all three of them glanced down the hall where they can see Ash slip her hand near Cheney's pocket and him smirking at her. All three gagged in unison. "Her poor soul. We lost another one." Dell sighed as she went back to her computer. Y/N crossed her arms and leaned against her cart. You think his wife knows? I mean, he hasn't been subtle with his cheating at all. If she does, she's probably only sticking around for the money. That man is rich. Dell pushed her dark curly hair to the side as she spoke. Why not let him run wild as long as she's benefiting? Remy placed some files down as he had a slight grimace on his face at the thought of being married to Cheney of all people. He may be the handsome, charming doctor to outsiders, but they knew who he really was. Would you really stick around that man for his money? Both? Y/N? And Dell thought about it before they immediately replied with a no. Cheney could be a billionaire and not even that could hide how weird he was. I gotta get these to the lab. Y/N turned back to her cart and got to pushing it again. This gossip becoming too distracting. If I hear any more details, I'll let you guys know. Please do. Remy called, which made her chuckle. This was just another average day working as a nurse at Kellaway General Hospital. Surrounding herself with sick and injured patients every day, getting to hear different stories that ranged from good to bad, and having to be the unfortunate medical assistant to the Dr. Cheney. Kellaway's residential heartthrob and massive creep. What did his wife see in him? But it wasn't all too bad. Y/N got to do what she loved each day, which was helping people. No matter how tiring and depressing the job could get, it made it all worth it seeing the people she helps get the care they need. It was rewarding for her. And it's not like she was here alone. She had her college friends, Dell and Remy, working alongside her. If her job did become draining, she can always go to them to help herself feel better. She pushed the cart down some halls and approached a lab room where Ms. Jameson's blood can be tested. This was a routine thing Y/N did for patients, so she was a bit in autopilot mode as she stopped the cart outside the door and reached for the automatic door button. But as two individuals turned the corner, one didn't see her and mistakenly shoved her shoulder. She stumbled back a bit and caught herself with the cart as she glanced up at who shoved her. It was two guys. One being an older man with a graying brown beard and short, neatly cut hair. The other was the guy who shoved her, looking to be her age with tannish skin and long dark curly hair that was pulled back into a low bun. The older guy was so busy talking that he didn't notice what his partner did. His partner glanced back at her, obviously noticing what, but turned back to continue walking without apologizing as if he didn't seem to care. Y/N glared at their backs. They were wearing black suits and looked like they didn't belong at a hospital. Excuse you. The guy who shoved her without apologizing only turned his head to give her a cocky smirk before going back to his conversation with the older man. She wasn't his concern. Was this guy serious? She thought as she huffed out a frustrated breath and decided to let it go, resuming back with her job. Probably just another rude visitor she'll only have the misfortune to meet once. The two men continued walking together as the older one reached for a hidden radio on his shoulder and spoke in a low voice. This is Rose. The bee has taken the pollen. Good work. Now head out. Came a voice that buzzed through the tiny earpiece in his ear. The older man signaled off and went back to his normal posture. He turned to his younger colleague, who kept glancing his hazel eyes around the hospital hall. Come on, let's head out. You think this whole scheme will work? Said the younger man, keeping his voice down as they passed a few people. We'll see in a few months, and if it doesn't, at least we'll get paid. The older man's voice grunted as the two proceeded to the exit. And it's not a scheme. Like they said, it's for the betterment of humanity. 3 months later, Y/N yawned as she stepped out of her car and hit the lock button on her key twice. Another day, another 12-hour shift. She already missed her off days. As she walked up to the employee entrance of the hospital, her eyes fell onto two unfamiliar trucks that she hasn't seen before. They looked military in nature, but with a big satellite company logo painted on the side. She sipped her coffee as she observed the trucks before she continued walking through the entrance. Immediately she was met with Remy, who had been waiting at the door for her. He came up alongside her and lowered down to her ear to risk not being overheard. Did you see the trucks outside? They got here the day your break period started. What's satellite doing here? Y/N questioned. Did it have anything to do with the partnership her hospital had? They say they're representatives, but that's it. They're just here to watch, or whatever that means, he stated. His brown eyes began looking around once they entered the main floor of the hospital, and once he saw one of the representatives in question, he subtly pointed them out. There. See. Y/N. Followed his finger and noticed a couple of people in suits talking with each other. They seemed to be having a light-hearted conversation but were settled away from other people. When she looked closer, she noticed that the suits seemed familiar, like the ones those two guys she bumped into months ago wore. Oh great, there's more of them. Y/N sighed, which made Remy look at her. They entered an elevator together to take them both to the floor they mainly worked on. She fixed her F/C scrubs and watched the numbers on the wall go up. I ran into two of them 3 months ago. One of them shoved my arm and didn't apologize. 3 months ago? Why are they showing up now? Her friend wondered. Satellite was one of those corporations that didn't have much media or general attention drawn to it. Nor did they look for it themselves. But they were one of, if not, the biggest pharmaceutical corporations in the country. You couldn't go to a single store without seeing their products on shelves. The whole partnership with her hospital and several others throughout the country was a bit surprising since they'd never partnered with anyone before. Nevertheless, multiple hospitals. But maybe it's just a campaign to knock out competitors and nothing more. Y/N didn't think too much of it. But that didn't stop Remy from developing conspiracy theories, nor did it stop Dell, who immediately greeted them with theories of her own once the elevator doors opened. After spending about 15 minutes theorizing with the two, Y/N took her clipboard and went off to go find Dr. Cheney to start her day. Her eyes skimmed over the list of patients she had and frowned once she saw Ms. Jameson on the list. The elderly woman was dispatched just a week after being admitted. Why was she back again? A low whistle was heard to her left, and she glanced over to see two of Satellite's representatives leaning against a wall with one smirking at her. The dark curly hair pulled back into a low bun. That rude smirk that started to irritate her. Hey nurse, I think I need some help. I can't breathe. The guy dramatically inhaled and exhaled for air while his buddy tried not to laugh. Y/N huffed out a breath and went over to the two. She can tell he was faking it, but her job required her to check on him anyway. What's the problem? Nothing. He straightened up and leaned over her closely, making her take a step back. Just wanted you to come over. He was a tall guy and his suit mainly covered his built body underneath. He had suntanned skin, hazel eyes that racked over her, and of course, his long dark curly hair that was messily pulled back into a low bun with some strands falling around his eyes. When Y/N looked down at his suit, she saw the name tag say Blackwell. So he was just wasting her time then? She appeared annoyed as she leaned away from him and pushed him back with her fingers. Unless there's an actual need for me, don't call me over. I'm busy. Who says I didn't need you? He chuckled as she turned her back to him to leave. I just wanted to apologize. She stopped and narrowed her eyes at him. He didn't sound sincere in the slightest. For what? For bumping into you. I hope I didn't hurt that little shoulder of yours. Despite his tone being flirtatious and clearly poking some fun at her, she glared at him and continued to leave. She wasn't going to entertain some rude representatives. I don't think she likes you. She heard his buddy chuckle. He was equally as tall and built, with short messy ginger hair and freckles that littered his skin. There were even hints of a tattoo on his neck that the collar of the suit covered. His name tag held the name Woodrow on it. I don't care. Blackwell muttered as the two went back to their previous conversation they were having before he recognized Y/N as the nurse he had bumped into months ago. Asshole. Y/N cursed in her thoughts, already receiving a bad impression on the Satellite representatives thanks to him. She hoped the rest of them weren't as rude as he was. She approached the room where Ms. Jameson was being kept again and walked inside to greet the elder woman and her daughter, who had an upset look on her face. Good morning, ladies. What seems to be the problem? Ash wiped away the faint tears in her eyes and tried to seem composed. Y/N could tell that Dr. Cheney had his fun and was probably on to the next unfortunate woman. My mother's hip isn't getting better. She's still having trouble walking. Ms. Jameson was a senior, which meant healing would take longer than someone who was younger. But she should be able to walk about now with the help of a walker. Ash had stated before that her mother had no trouble getting around for her age. We'll have to do a checkup and likely an x-ray to see if there are any problems. Y/N wrote everything down on her clipboard. I'll have Dr. Cheney dash. Not him. Ash cut in, her tone holding some resentment in it. I want another doctor. There are no other doctors on call at the moment. I wouldn't want to keep your mother waiting for treatment. Yep, he broke her heart. Usually, Y/N didn't care what Cheney did with their patients, as long as it didn't affect them getting the treatment they needed. But she can tell this grudge Ash was having wasn't going to benefit her mother. I don't care. I want another doctor, Ash demanded, crossing her arms and sitting firm on her stance. The nurse held her clipboard to her chest and reluctantly nodded. I'll do what I can. She turned to leave and could hear Ash cursing Cheney under her breath. At least this was more material to tell her gossip circle later. For most of the day until her break hit, she was able to find another doctor available to tend to Ms. Jameson fortunately, but it did take almost 2 hours to do so. When Y/N eventually got to work assisting the cheating doctor with their other patients, she had to hold back her disdain for him in order to stay professional. If he had to cheat, at least keep it out of the hospital to prevent situations like earlier from happening. But throughout her shift, she saw the same satellite representatives traversing throughout the hospital and speaking with doctors and even some patients at times. If they weren't important people, they would have been asked to leave. This only brought more questions for Y/N than answers. She walked down the hall to the elevator, planning to hit up the food court to get a quick lunch and drink. She pushed her H/C hair out of her face and allowed her eyes to travel across the halls of the hospital. Before she could reach the elevator, she heard a commotion going on in one of the rooms. Glancing over, she saw 2 security guards enter the room and a doctor clutching his side as he's being escorted out by a nurse. The nurse asked if he was all right, to which he nodded. Yeah, just got jabbed in the gut. Jabbed? Y/N furrowed her eyes as the security began dragging an older man out of the room. He looked like he was homeless and trying to get another hit into the guards who held his arms. As they passed, Y/N, the homeless guy noticed her and snapped his teeth at her like some animal before the guards yanked him back and proceeded to drag him out. Probably some drug-addicted lunatic. The doctor grumbled. They should call the police. The nurse spoke as well as the 2 left. Y/N looked between them and the security dragging the homeless man away. Her elevator arrived and she stepped on, still wondering what that was all about. Before the doors could close, an arm shot in and stopped them quickly. She looked up from her clipboard and almost groaned when it was that same rude representative again. He didn't notice her at first as he was facing his partner and nodded his head in the direction the homeless man was dragged off in. Go check that out. On it. The Woodrow guy nodded and hurried off. Blackwell finally entered the elevator and looked surprised to see her again once he turned around. She merely tried to ignore him and focus on her clipboard. Ah, it's you again. He had to hold back his chuckle and saw that the floor he was heading to was the same as hers. I hope this doesn't become a habit between us. L/N. When he called her by her last name, she wondered how he knew it until she remembered her ID on her shirt with her name on it. Likewise, Blackwell. He leaned against the elevator wall and smirked as he pulled out his phone. You're not my boss. Call me Drake. Her eyes fell to his phone to see him sending a message to someone. He didn't seem as flirty as earlier. More so like his mind was occupied by something. Okay, Drake. She spoke, crossing her arms with her clipboard pressed against her chest. I assume you work for Satellite. Why are you guys here? Classified. He answered as he focused on his phone. She was caught off guard by his quick answer. But aren't you here about the partnership? Yes, but it's classified. He peeked up at the floor numbers on the wall before going back to his phone. Then what's the deal with the military trucks if you're only representatives? She questioned some more. You ask a lot of questions, don't you? Drake grunted. The elevator dinged to their floor and opened up. He didn't waste a second getting up and heading out the door. But Y/N wanted the answers he wasn't giving her. So you can't tell me anything? She pestered, following him out. Not even what this partnership is for? He clenched his jaw since he had somewhere to be right now. He didn't have time to spend talking to a nurse. Precisely. The representative then turned and went to leave. Y/N wanted to try weaseling another question out of him, but her eyes noticed something on his waist. She saw that it was a holster, with a gun inside. Her eyes widened and she quickly stopped. His suit jacket covered the gun back like it was never there, almost like it was meant to be hidden. He didn't notice her seeing his gun as he left. His fingers went to a number on his phone and proceeded to call it as he went back to his serious demeanor. Y/N quickly went in the other direction and gave up on asking him more after seeing the weapon. Was he a cop? Or some type of enforcement? Did the other representatives have guns? Why was the hospital allowing him to carry a gun? Did they know he had a gun? She thought to herself, both her curiosity and suspicion beginning to gnaw at her brain. She needed to find Dell and Remy. They need to hear this. He has a what? Remy was quickly hushed by both Y/N and Dell. Keep your voice down, Y/N whispered as she looked around the food court to make sure nobody heard them. He pushed their hands away to speak again but kept his voice down this time. I'm sorry, but you can't just tell me that there are people walking around with guns and not expect me to react. You think they have clearance to carry in the hospital? Dell asked, worry in her tone. Not even the security guards here can openly carry handguns. The most they have are tasers and batons. Y/N glanced around the food court for any representative in the area. If they even are representatives as they claim. Maybe they're cops? Remy wondered, taking a bite out of his sandwich. Only people I know who can carry firearms here are cops. If they were cops, they would be in uniform. These guys are wearing suits. Dell shook her head. An idea seemed to form in Remy's head. He snapped his fingers as if his idea was an obvious answer. Then they're agents. Secret agents pretending to work for Satellite. The two women thought it over and it did make some sense. It would explain the suits, the hidden guns, and the whole classified thing. But the whole partnership with hospitals across the country and Satellite's products becoming the go-to here are still left unanswered. If they are secret agents, then why are they here? There aren't any politicians or bureaucrats admitted here. It was becoming unbearable for Y/N to not know the answer. Not even the details about the partnership were clear. It would be strange considering we're in the mountains. Dell hummed, tapping a finger against her chin. So we agree on secret agents using Satellite as a cover? Remy asked as he looked between his friends. Their discussion was becoming more lighthearted to help ease their suspicions. But Y/N wasn't entirely convinced by that hypothesis. For now, sure. But there's more to it. There has to be. The three finished their lunches and spent the rest of their breaks getting as much time to relax as they can. They still had many hours left before they got to go home and plenty of work still left to do. As Y/N left them at the nurse's station, she went to find Dr. Cheney, who had already turned the corner when he saw her. Ah, Ms. L/N. Right on time. Did you need me? She asked as she approached him. He gave her a smile and nodded. I did, in fact. I need help assisting Ms. Jameson. Once she heard the name, she felt her heart jump. This wasn't going to be good. Before Cheney could turn in the direction of the room, Y/N quickly held out her hand to stop him. I already got another doctor to attend to her. It was her daughter's request. Cheney seemed annoyed at the mention of their patient's daughter. He pinched the bridge of his nose with his fingers. And you didn't consult this with me? Y/N fought the urge to roll her eyes again. She was very adamant about changing doctors, sir. Christ! He grunted. Soon he straightened up and motioned for her to follow. Come on. Was he still planning to attend to Ms. Jameson? Y/N could smell a possible argument brewing. As she walked alongside him, he stole a few glances at her, while she went over the information on other patients they had. Cheney was a man in his mid-30s, so he had plenty of experience in the medical field already. Y/N was still pretty new, however. Only really have 2 years of experience, and most of it was training. She had been assigned as his assistant earlier this year, and while he's never really tried pursuing her because of her tendency to get annoyed quickly and how serious she can be about her job, that didn't stop him from at least admiring how beautiful she was. Maybe if she wasn't frowning so much, he would consider taking her to dinner. You know, you should smile more. He cut her off mid-sentence as she was going over the results of a patient's test. She looked puzzled at the comment as she turned to him. I'm sorry. You should smile more. He repeated, not seeing how offensive his comment was. You're still a beautiful young lady. You shouldn't be so serious all the time. Y/N. S eyes widened. Where was this coming from? She didn't think she was a serious person, nor does she need to smile if she doesn't want to. Sir, I'm just doing my job. I don't need to smile. But you're a nurse. He counters with his same charming smile as if to explain her job to her. There's no need for nurses to look so negative. You have to make your patients comfortable. She stopped walking to glare at him, but he was already at Ms. Jameson's door and grabbing onto the handle. Just think about what I said. If they weren't currently at work and not in a professional setting, Y/N wouldn't have a problem telling him off. She didn't need his sexist advice, nor did she ask for it. While she may not be the most cheerful nurse here, she does show her patients care and respect and hasn't received any complaints yet. Now she understands why Ash wanted a new doctor. Y/N wanted a new one too. As she entered the room behind Cheney, Ash was sitting in a chair next to her elderly mother's bed. She was talking on her phone when she saw the two come in and hung up with an irritated look. I thought I said dash. We're just checking up on Ms. Jameson here. Dr. Cheney cut her off as he smiled smugly at her before turning to her sleeping mother. Ash immediately turned to Y/N, who only shook her head and went over to the computer that was in the room. She sat in the desk chair and did her best to zone out of anything to do with the tension between the doctor and her patient's daughter. It was like the two tried to stay on topic about Ms. Jameson, but slide comments would be thrown here and there that only seemed to anger Ash by the second. Ms. L/N, could you please schedule an X-ray for Ms. Jameson here? I would like to get some scans done on her hip to make sure there are no inner problems. Cheney carefully felt the older woman's injured hip that hasn't been healing correctly. Good to see you actually doing your job, Ash remarked as she kept her eyes on him. He glanced up at her and smirked. Hopefully I'm not disappointing you, Mississippi. Well, you already did. She wasn't referring to the current job at hand. That was clear. Y/N bit her lips to prevent herself from grinning at the comment. She didn't know she needed to hear Cheney getting some due resistance until now. He wasn't so charming after all. May I have a chat with you in the hall? Ash stated as she stood up, not giving Cheney a second to answer. I don't want to wake my mother up. The doctor sighed as nodded. He glanced at Y/N, who pretended to be focused on the computer, but really she was paying close attention to them. Nurse, can you take over for a second? HM? Oh sure. Y/N nodded and turned to stand as Ash left the room with the doctor. She looked serious, the kind of woman Cheney didn't like. Before she left with him, Y/N showed her support, mouthing "get him," to which Ash nodded with a flip of her hair. If only Y/N could be the one telling that creep off. It would be so satisfying. She sighed and went over to Ms. Jameson, who slept quietly on the bed. The nurse did her usual checking of her temperature and used a stethoscope to listen to her heartbeat. The older woman did feel a little colder than normal, and her heartbeat was a few paces weak. Was she ill? Ms. Jameson, Y/N gently spoke to try to wake her patient up. Ms. Jameson, poor thing must be tired. She'll have to run some tests to make sure she hasn't caught any flu. So Y/N turned back to the clipboard in her hand and proceeded to write the information down. The room grew quiet, with only the sounds of the nurse's pen scribbling across the paper and the hustle and bustle of the halls outside. As she wrote, She could hear the faint breathing of the older woman that started to pick up a little. Y/N checked and saw she was still asleep. The nurse moved to lean against the bed and check the monitors hooked up that displayed her patient's vitals. She was so focused on jotting down the information that she didn't see Ms. Jameson's eyes opening up slightly in a yellowy milky color. Her frail head slowly turned to the young nurse who stood beside her, and her breathing grew deeper. As Y/N read over the machines, she heard a shout come from outside in the halls. She immediately looked in the direction of the saw and could see security guards posted on the floor begin to run in that direction. Many others in the halls turned to the shout as well as murmurs began to spread. But just as Y/N turned back to the machine, she noticed her patient grabbing the railing of the hospital bed with an uncharacteristic strength that an old woman shouldn't have. Y/N immediately became concerned as she turned to her. Ms. Grahhhh. Y/N screamed and fell back when the old woman suddenly pounced at her. The two fell to the ground with Ms. Jameson on top of her, who bared her teeth and slammed her arms against the stunned and terrified nurse. Y/N tried to hold her back, grabbing her skinny wrist and using her strength to push her off, but Ms. Jameson managed to pull her wrist away and grab onto Y/N roughly before sinking her teeth into her arm. The nurse screamed in pain as she could feel the old teeth break through her skin. Her fight or flight kicked in and she pushed against the old woman's chest to shove her off. Security immediately came into the room upon hearing the nurse's distress. They looked confused to see her backing away from the old patient who was recovering from the shove. Ms. Johnson grunted and shakily pushed herself up and creaked her head toward Y/N like a rabid animal. Before Ms. Johnson could pounce again, security quickly grabbed her and held her back. She struggled in their grip but ultimately couldn't put up a fight against the two guards. More! I need more! Her old scratchy voice shouted. Calm down, ma'am. You're going to hurt yourself, the security tried to say. Y/N was breathing heavily as she backed away against a cart that her back bumped into. A medication bottle fell next to her that she looked down at. Satellite Pharmaceuticals was written across the label. After attempts at calming the old woman down were futile, doctors immediately came in and gave her a shot of anesthesia. In an instant, the old woman grew tired and fell limp in the security guard's arms. This is the third attack today. One doctor spoke. What is going on? Y/N shakily stood up as her eyes remained on the old woman. The doctors finally noticed her and her bleeding arm and quickly rushed to her aid. Someone get this nurse checked out. She bit me. Y/N muttered, still in shock from it all. The nurse was quickly ushered into the hall and led to a different room to get her arm looked at. When others saw her, she heard their gasps and concerns. How could an elderly woman be able to do such a thing? Drake and his partner both stood off to the side as they observed the whole situation. They can see the worry begin to spread as the hospital began to pick up on the attacks happening. The first one was deemed as just some drug-induced homeless man. The second was a middle-aged guy who became aggressive out of nowhere, but now some frail old woman? Drake's eyes followed Y/N as she glanced down at her bleeding bite mark before she was taken into an empty room to get it checked out. We need to radio, Rose. His partner spoke in a hushed voice. I think something's happening. Yeah. Drake nodded as the two turned to leave. Y/N flinched when the alcohol wipe touched her wound. She was in a room with two doctors. Dr. Motley, a man in his 70s, and a younger doctor in her early 30s, Dr. Yearling. While Motley was cleaning and disinfecting her wound, she was on the phone talking with security about the recent attacks. There's been 3 attacks in one day. The last one bit one of our nurses, she exclaimed, a disturbed look on her face. Are there any correlations? Y/N heard the security's voice on the phone. So far, no. It's just been totally random. Yearling sighed. A homeless, a middle-aged father, and an elderly woman? What kind of correlation could be made there? None of them had any history together nor share similar backgrounds before coming to the hospital. It was puzzling how 3 different people throughout the day could just attack the staff without warning. While the first two were stopped before they could seriously injure someone, Ms. Jameson was the first to actually draw blood. Y/N's wound wasn't too serious, the bite mark only being surface deep. Dr. Motley only needed to clean it and wrap it up so there wasn't any infection. There. He secured the bandages and gave her shoulder a gentle pat. How do you feel? Her eyes glanced down at her arm and she felt the firm bandages he had placed. I'm still a little shocked. It happened so fast. Motley placed his hands on his hips as he nodded. I've been in this field for over 50 years and this is the first I've seen of something like this. An elderly woman no less. Y/N thought back to Ms. Jameson's ravenous eyes, the way she yelled when she was restrained, and how she easily overpowered Y/N. Despite being a frail old woman, that wasn't normal, or possible even. Let me know if your arm gives you trouble, Motley said as he gave the young nurse a reassuring smile. He had some patients to get to. Y/N nodded and moved off of the stool she was sitting on. She took her sleeve and tried to cover her injury as best as she could. Dr. Yearling hung up the phone and went to go speak with Dr. Motley. So Y/N took her leave and left the room. Her eyes landed on Ms. Jameson's door and a few doors down and a cold chill went up her spine. Y/N. Two voices called. She turned to see Dell and Remy rushing over. Concern etched all over their faces. We heard what happened. Are you all right? Dell rushed as she approached Y/N and inspected her for injuries. Ms. Jameson bit you? Word of the attack got around pretty fast due to Y/N's injury. The first two were passed off since the doctors who were attacked got away unscathed. But this one started to shed some light on the situation. Everyone was a bit on edge. She bit me on my arm. Y/N lifted up her sleeve to show. Both her friends had questioning looks. But how? She can barely walk on her own. Remy pondered. Sudden rush of adrenaline maybe? Dell shrugged. But even then, someone her age shouldn't have the strength to bite someone hard. They were all confused. The situation didn't feel normal but none could put together why. Y/N glanced back at Ms. Jameson's door. She felt weary even standing near it, but she was also worried about her patient. Has she woken up yet? They had to give her anesthesia to calm her down. The three walked over to the room. The door was slightly cracked open, so they can hear the voices of other doctors, including Dr. Cheney, surrounding the bed where the old woman lay. The three nurses peeked inside to see that they had to restrain Ms. Jameson to the bed to prevent her from attacking anyone else. She snapped her old teeth at each doctor and kept hissing out the words, "More! I need more!" Her daughter, Ash, stood to the side of the room in shock from seeing her mother act like this. It was clear that this behavior was new. Ms. Jameson never acted like this. The doctors mentioned doing some brain scans to see if any neurological problems are causing this. Ms. Jameson was diagnosed with dementia, but maybe there was something else as well. Or the diagnosis was wrong. They had to restrain her to the bed. Dell muttered. Has it really got that serious? What does she mean by more? Y/N muttered as well. The old woman had a certain look on her face. One that looked addicted. Guys? Remy whispered, subtly tapping their shoulders to get their attention. They both turned to him, and when they noticed what he had noticed, they all fell quiet. 4 of the representatives were standing by, with another soon joining. The 3 nurses all tried to act like they weren't watching, but they can see 2 of the representatives start a conversation but would glance over at the room every now and then. One paced back and forth with a phone in their hands. Another began talking to the janitor but was facing the direction of the room, while the last joined the first 2's conversation but whispered something to them. Remy quickly nodded his head to the side to have his friends follow so they can get away from this. But they all shared the same thoughts. These weren't representatives. As they left, Y/N couldn't help but feel multiple eyes on her, like she was being watched closely after her attack. It made her feel relieved once they got away from the representatives, but as they approached the nurses' station, they can see everyone present watching a news broadcast. The headline read, "Multiple attacks across hospitals. with interviews of reporters talking to different staff at a neighboring hospital. They all recounted the same thing that was happening here. Sudden attacks from patients toward the staff while showing some video footage taken of some attacks caught on camera. Even the police had to get involved for the more serious ones. It's not just us, Del questioned. Remy crossed his arms. He felt very off by this. Maybe something is going around. A virus. But what virus could make people act violent? Del sighed. They would have been informed of any such virus going around. Y/N fell quiet as she watched the broadcast. Her hand moved to gently hold her injury and caress it with her thumb. She watched as the broadcast went to commercial and immediately an ad for Satellite Pharmaceuticals came up. It was a bit eerie seeing the smiling faces of the people in the commercial, holding up products developed by the corporation and marketing them out to the country. Suddenly a loud crash happened in one of the halls. Multiple people came running out in a panic as a large patient stumbled out behind them, growling like an animal and throwing their fists at everything object they passed. Remy immediately grabbed his friend's arms to pull them back from the scene as security had to once again rush out to incapacitate a patient. The look on the large patient's face was similar to Ms. Jameson's. Angry and addicted. From the sidelines stood two representatives who watched the large patient fight against the security guards who were having trouble getting him under control. It wasn't until anesthesia had to be given that the large patient finally fell unconscious. Drake clenched his teeth as he watched the patient closely. He looked over to his older colleague who had a similar feeling. One that knew this wasn't good. You think it's the drugs, sir? The older man crossed his arms with a hand stroking his beard as he tried to think. Possibly. I'm gonna have to make a call to headquarters. This is getting out of hand. On his suit was a name tag that said Rose on it. But he held a different air than all the other representatives. Out of hand is an understatement. Other places are experiencing the same thing. Drake sked. This wasn't what they said will happen. Just stand by until I can get some orders. Rose spoke as he turned to him. For now, don't intervene. Keep up the cover. Right? Drake sighed, watching the security drag the unconscious patient away from the terrified individuals. He then noticed Y/N across the room with her two friends. They all looked equally frightened and he couldn't blame them. He heard about the nurse's attack and could see her bandaged arm that poked out from underneath her sleeve. She kept a hand over it as she left with the other two nurses and he couldn't help but linger on the wound. The fact that it was a bite made him feel unsure. Rose left to go find somewhere secluded to make the call to headquarters. They needed to know what to do about all of this. It was only growing by the second. Violence warning warning. The situation wasn't getting any better. It was becoming worse by the day. The attacks grew as more patients would suddenly become violent out of nowhere. It wasn't just staff getting attacked but other normal patients and visitors as well. As the days went on, more cases arose. Security was doing all that they could to control the violent individuals that police had to be involved. Y/N wasn't able to go on her break period since the hospital needed all hands on deck for this. She had seen the squad cars pull up and the cops rush out during her shift. Some even had to stay behind to confront a discharged patient who had suddenly lost consciousness before getting back up in a rage. With more attacks happening, more people were getting injured. Visitors began to leave and discharge their loved ones for fear of their safety even if they were advised not to by staff and police. Many of the doctors and nurses had to focus on trying to help control the situation and prevent any more attacks from happening as much as possible. Y/N dodged past and maneuvered around staff who filled the halls, trying to get to and from rooms to help the growing number of injured and violent individuals. She carried a box of supplies and bandages in her hands that she took from storage. She had received a call that a doctor got severely injured and they needed help. She gasped as she ducked away from two officers and a security guard who were holding a door shut to keep a rampaging patient from coming out. She can hear their fists beating against the door and snarling at the officers through the small glass window. The box in her hands shook as she quickly ran past them and toward the room she needed to go to. "I'm here," she quickly called, pushing the door open with her back and entering the room with three doctors trying to help the injured one out. One looked relieved as they waved her over. Quickly. Over here. She took the box over to them and set it on the table. Now being closer, she was able to see who the injured doctor was, and it was Dr. Cheney. She gasped as her eyes went to his neck, which had a bite mark in it that was deep and bleeding everywhere. He was trying to steady his breathing and hold still so the doctors can help him, but the pain on his face was evident. What happened? She questioned. Got bit. Cheney tried to say, but was quickly cut off by one of the doctors helping him. Don't talk. We were out in the halls when someone came up behind him and bit his neck. The doctor rushed to say. We didn't realize what happened until Cheney began choking on his blood. Y/N's eyes widened. How could someone cause such a bite? Hers wasn't even that deep. Give us some room. See if anyone else needs help. Another doctor told her before thanking her for the supplies. She slowly nodded and backed away as her unease grew. Turning to the door, the nurse quickly left the room and entered the halls. A construction man on a gurney who was battered and bruised was quickly wheeled past her that she had to step out of the way. She questioned his uniform before looking to see more new patients who were being attended to. Their injuries ranged from bad to severe. Forcing herself to stay focused, she quickly scoured the halls for anyone who could need her assistance, occasionally stopping to assist a patient or a fellow colleague before hurrying off to the next. She's never experienced a hospital rush before, and it was quickly overwhelming her. After helping a nurse stabilize a patient, she decided to head to the nearest nurse's station to get an analysis of the situation. She pushed past the doors leading to a waiting area where the station was. The room was filled with less severe people waiting impatiently to get treated. The attacks must be happening outside of the hospitals too. Y/N saw Dell at her usual spot, taking calls and trying to settle down patients at the same time. She was the only one there as other nurses were busy at the moment. If you're not high risk, you need to sit down, she argued as a man who clutched his sprained arm with bruises on his face yelled at her. My arm is sprained. Some asshole came out and attacked me and bit me on my shoulder. I demand to see a doctor, he snapped while grimacing at the pain in his arm. Dell was ready to tell him off once again, but Y/N quickly stepped in to help ease the tension. Hey, we understand you need treatment, but there are others with more life-threatening injuries at the moment, so please take a seat. Once a doctor is available, they'll take a look at your arm. The man glared down at her and sked before turning to leave, calling the staff incompetent in the process. He stumbled a bit from suddenly getting lightheaded but continued on to his seat. Dell sighed in relief and went to her calls. Thank you. There's so much going on. I can't keep track. Where's Remy? Y/N asked, looking around for her friend. He went to go help someone. It's just me holding this room down. Dell spoke as she answered an incoming call. Y/N waited until she was done before speaking again. Do you know what's going on outside? All these people here. I think it's not just hospitals experiencing attacks. Calls are coming from everywhere. My uncle had to leave work because someone got killed at his job. Dell revealed, which made Y/N's heart sink. His description of the attacker was similar to the ones here. The person just fainted before waking up in a violent rage. Did you hear anything that might be causing this? There had to be something. This wasn't a coincidence anymore. Something was causing people to become these violent individuals. I'm starting to think Remy was right. Maybe this is a virus. But wouldn't we have it? I feel fine, do you? Dell looked up from her phone to Y/N. Yeah. Y/N nodded but rolled her arm a bit. It has gotten sore lately, but other than that, she felt normal. I'm gonna go find Remy. See if he needs dash. A wave of gasps occurred behind them and they both turned to see someone drop to the ground in a faint. It was the guy from earlier with the sprained arm. Y/N immediately ran over as others backed away. She dropped to her knees and rolled the guy onto his back. Her hand patted his face and checked his forehead, feeling how cold he felt. Sir? Sir. He grunted and moved his head slightly. Y/N watched his eyes slowly open with a milky yellow color forming in them. They settled onto her as a low raspy groan escaped his shaky lips. When she saw his eyes, similar to Ms. Jameson's, she quickly backed away before his hand could grab her. Others around began to rush away from him in a panic. He kicked and shoved chairs away in his attempts at getting up and kept throwing his hands toward Y/N, who pushed herself off the ground to get away from him. "Sir, calm down," he yelled at her before charging after her. Screams filled the room and Y/N quickly ran for a set of doors. Dell quickly got up and wanted to help her friends but was blocked by those who ran in fear in the opposite direction. Y/N. The nurse can hear the guys pounding feet behind her as she ran. As she turned a corner, others in the hall looked up in surprise at her sudden entrance. She quickly warned them, "Run! Get away!" It didn't take long to see why. The man hit the corner and tumbled to the ground from trying to change direction so quickly. The other people immediately knew and started desperately trying to get away. The guy quickly recovered and went back to chasing Y/N, while yelling like a rabid animal. She made the mistake of glancing back for a second, not seeing a doctor who was exiting a room, causing her to run straight into them. They both fell to the ground. Y/N tumbled to the side and hit her back on a gurney. She gritted her teeth in pain and used her arms to push herself up when she began to hear the man catch up and start taking his rage out on the doctor. He yelled in their face as the doctor tried to pull themselves away but received a punch in the chest before they were pushed down to the floor as more punches came. Y/N eyes widened as she witnessed the attack. The poor doctor being beaten to a pulp before the guy wrenched his mouth open and sunk his teeth into their shoulder. It wouldn't be long before the guy came after her again. She rushed to her feet and turned to run when she ran into someone's chest and was quickly pushed behind them. The guy looked up with bloody teeth and snarled with a ravenous look. He got up and was about to charge again when a gunshot rang out and a bullet went through his skull. Y/N jumped back in fright and watched the guy go down. Blood seeped from the hole in his head and the doctor he had attacked groaned in pain, clenching their bleeding shoulder in their hand and struggling to get up. Y/N recognized the suit of the second person she ran into and the gun in his hand he had used to kill the rampaging man. Drake had a grimace on his face as he looked to the injured doctor next. His eyes settled on the bleeding bite in their shoulder. A sigh escaped him as he lifted his gun again. What are you doing?" Y/N shouted but was too late. He pulled the trigger and shot the doctor right between the eyes. She yelped and began to shake once she looked back up to see the demise of the doctor. Drake lowered his gun and made sure neither of the people he had shot were moving before he turned back to her. It wasn't just his gun being used. Other gunshots sounded from other parts of the hospital. Screams and angry yells followed, but mostly the sound of guns being used. Y/N glanced behind her to where the shots were coming from before she turned back to see Drake now aiming his gun at her. She froze. It felt like her heart stopped beating and dropped to the lowest part of her stomach. Her eyes trained on the gun instantly and could see the muscles in his hand flexing to pull the trigger. "It's not personal," he uttered as she took steps back. 1 second she was standing, could feel the air enter and exit her lungs, her heart beating in her chest, and her brain telling her to turn around and run. But once the shot rang out, her vision turned dark and her body stilled. She collapsed to the ground once the bullet entered her head. Blood splattered out from the wound and soon trickled down her face when her head rolled to the side. She died. Drake lowered his gun. His gaze fell onto her bandaged shoulder. The radio on his shoulder piped up and he answered, having to pull his eyes away from the dead nurse in front of him. "This is Rose. What's your status?" his captain asked. In the background were more of the shots. "I'm on the west end, 3rd floor. Just took out 3. He glanced back at the first 2 he killed before turning back to Y/N. "Do we just continue this?" Orders were to terminate all targets and those presumed to be infected. "We need to prevent the drug from spreading as much as possible." Rose huffed. He didn't like this either, especially having to kill the people who haven't turned yet. But those were the orders from headquarters. "Make your way toward us. And don't get bit, soldier." "On it," Drake muttered as the radio call dropped. He reloaded his gun while his eyes fell onto Y/N. Her bite wound, and her bullet wound. He shook off the guilt he had for killing innocents like her and started to head off, leaving her body to continue with his orders. Once he was gone, the hall was empty with only the distant screams and gunshots filling the space. As a few seconds passed, a constricting gory sound came from her body. The bullet wound in her head began to move and twist. The bleeding stopped before a pool of blood could form under her once something was pushed out. A small metal bullet fell onto the tiled floor next to her and rolled to the side, leaving a trail of blood in its path. Blood and gore. Warning. Nighttime fell upon the hospital. The chaos from earlier has since settled. Y/N. S body lay cold as hours passed. No one else entered the hall as the skies grew dark, but the fluorescent lights above still shined and flickered on her. But suddenly her chest began to rise slowly. It lifted up until she quickly inhaled a ton of air and shot up from the floor, a gasp escaping her dry throat. She hunched over herself as her vision blurred and a sharp spike of pain filled her head. She coughed and spit out the old blood, feeling like she just woke up from the worst sleep of her life. Her entire head was on fire. She placed a hand against her forehead as she moved to her knees. What happened? As her hand felt her forehead, she felt something that wasn't there before. A fresh scar that stung when she placed her fingers on it. She flinched and pulled her hand away. How did she end up on the floor? She recognized the hall she was in and gasped when she saw the two bodies on the ground. Seeing the guy who had attacked her brought back some memories. He snapped and chased her. But then he started attacking that doctor. But something killed them. A gun. Her brain still felt fuzzy and half awake. It hurt to even think. It was like someone shoved a rod in her brain. But once she saw the bullet holes between their eyes was when her mind flashes to a barrel of a gun. Then the hand holding it and finally the man who pulled the trigger. Drake. He shot her. Her hands shook as she grabbed onto a toppled-over chair to help herself up. She stumbled a bit, but was able to get to her feet and stand. Her brain has to remember how to do basic things again. How did she live? Did the bullet miss her? She glanced down when she stepped in something wet and looked down to see a puddle of blood next to where she was laying. And near that puddle was a small bullet covered in blood. Her blood. She felt weak again seeing and had to support herself against the wall. How is she alive? He shot her in the head. How could she survive that? She swallowed back the lump in her throat and looked around the quiet hall. There weren't any screams or any more gunshots. Just dead silence besides her deep breathing. There had to be someone around. She groaned as she pushed herself carefully from the wall and tried walking on her own. It took a couple of tries while stumbling, but she was soon able to get her bearings and trudge down the hall. Her pounding head wasn't things easier. Once she reached a set of doors, she pushed them open with her arm and almost slipped on something wet. Her hands grabbed onto the door to save herself in time as her eyes widened at the scene before her. Bodies. So many bodies littered the floor. Both staff and patients had gunshots to the head, but also deep bite marks that had torn flesh and muscle. The smell of blood filled the air and her nose, and seeing the gory sight made her stomach turn as she quickly turned to a corner and emptied her stomach onto the floor. She wiped away the tears in her eyes and didn't want to look up again. Her hand covered her nose to keep herself from smelling the cruel stench. Who did this? She slowly stood up and turned back to the site, whimpering at the sight of her colleagues and patients. Drake. Those representatives. Everything was fine before they showed up. No, everything was fine before Satellite's partnership. Things didn't start taking a turn for the worse until that deal was made. As she did her best to get through the hall without looking at the bodies, this realization only grew more. Satellite caused this. Whatever they did resulted in the lives of her colleagues and innocent people being taken. She couldn't bear the thought of it. Y/N was able to get through the hall without trouble and approached a window when she noticed a light outside. She peeked out and saw the public parking lot below that was in disarray. Cars and wrecks against one another. Bodies laid out on the grounds. Even a semi-truck that was crashed against the brick wall and burned away from the engine's fire. Down the hall, she heard a commotion that brought her attention away from the window. It sounded like voices. She moved away from the window and did her best to traverse the hall in search of the voices. She needed to know someone other than her was alive. It was hard trying to pinpoint which direction the voices were coming from. She would often have to stop and listen just to make sure she was going in the right direction. But the clearer the voices became, the more hope she had. But as soon as she turned a corner, she was met with bright light that blinded her sensitive eyes. She winced and stumbled back, covering her eyes with her arms and trying to see past the lights. "Hands where I can see them," came a masculine voice that was rough. She heard the cocking sound of a gun and that made her heart start to race. "I said hands where I can see them," the voice repeated, and she quickly listened, lifting her hands in the air as her eyes squeezed shut. She didn't want to die again. What if she didn't wake up the second time? The lights were lowered down and the owner of the voice approached her. They grabbed her chin so that she was facing them and opened her eye to shine a light into them. She flinched at the brightness, but they were able to see that her eyes were normal and not that milky yellow color. The light was pulled away again and she quickly rubbed her now sore eyes. "Have you been bit? Where did you come from?" The man questioned, but it was so fast that her mind couldn't keep up. What?" she stuttered out, her voice dry and raspy. She opened her eyes and finally saw the man. He was older and had a full graying brown beard and matching brown eyes with wrinkles. He had a serious look as he questioned her again, but soon, he took in the trail of dried blood running down her face from the scar in her forehead. "What the?" A new voice interrupted them. Y/N glanced past the older man and settled her sights on someone else approaching them. They raised a rifle at her and she quickly backed away in fear before the older man stepped in. "Hey, guns down," he ordered with authority, but the person with the rifle still held it up. "How are you alive? You're supposed to be dead." That voice. She looked past the gun and recognized those hazel eyes of Drake. He looked confused, astonished even that she was alive. But she had been bitten. It was a risk keeping her alive. "What are you talking about, soldier?" "I said put the gun down," the older man ordered once more, stepping in front of a terrified Y/N to grab the rifle himself. But Drake refused. "Sir, she was bit. Look at her arm." Y/N flinched as her hand went to where her bandages were. The older guy furrowed his eyes before turning to her and grabbing her arm. He lifted up her sleeve and found the bandages. But when he ripped them off, instead of the infected bite he expected to see, there was a healer one instead. She had a few scars, but that was it. Even she looked confused at how the bite mark was already healed. "How long ago was this?" the guy questioned. A few days," she quickly answered. "A few days," he muttered. "She would have turned by now." Drake's eyes went from the bite mark to the scar on her head. It was like the bullet didn't even hit her. He watched her go down. He watched her body go still. "Sir, I shot her in the head. She's supposed to be dead." "Well, she ain't." The older guy spoke before he came to a decision. "Bring her inside. Get Wesley to check on her." "What?" Drake exclaimed as he watched him take Y/N S arm gently this time and lead her toward where their camp was. "Sir, she's infected. She would have turned," the older man repeated. "Obviously something is up if you shot her in the head and she's still walking." There was no changing his mind, and Y/N felt relief that Drake was forced to lower his gun. But these were satellite people. She didn't know if sticking near them was a good idea. But the older man tried to calm her down. He can see how tense and disoriented she was. It was a risk to bring her to their camp, but something was obviously different about her. "Don't worry, miss. You're safe with us." Y/N didn't say anything as she allowed him to lead her through the doors of the south wing of the hospital. She glanced back at Drake, who reluctantly followed, carrying a duffel bag with him that was filled. When their eyes met, they both glared at each other. Both are filled with obvious distrust and hate for the other. Y/N was led through the doors and immediately noticed two other representatives guarding the doors with similar rifles in their hands like Drake's. They closed and locked the door behind them, and the older man began taking her over to one of the rooms on the wing. "My name is Easton Rose. I'm the captain of my squad here. He introduced himself, hoping to ease Y/N's worry. Most of the people here were representatives who guarded the exits and elevator of the wing, while others went about helping the handful of survivors they had. Patients and civilians who got caught in the chaos were obviously traumatized and injured. We tried helping as many as we could. But with the number of fiends growing, I had to put my squad first. Rose sighed, disappointed that he couldn't help more. We sealed off this wing and tried to kill as many fiends as we could. Fiends? Y/N questioned the name. The infected. Drake answered for his captain, still keeping his cautious eyes on her. Like you. Blackwell. Rose warned before he turned back to Y/N. He noticed her F/C scrubs that she wore that were slightly bloody. You're a doctor, miss? No. I'm a nurse. She answered. Her eyes looked up to see the room they were approaching. Rose opened it for her and motioned for her to head inside. Good either way. We have injured and Wesley could use the help. They entered the room, which turned out to be one of the labs. Computers and other equipment were taken off the tables to rest the injured on. Most were the survivors they managed to save, while there were 2 were representatives who had minor injuries in comparison. Wes, Rose called. He took Y/N over to an empty table and helped her sit on it. Drake exhaled a frustrated breath and went to go take the duffel bag somewhere. He couldn't believe what his captain was doing. When Rose called the name again, a head of ginger hair quickly rushed over. It was Guy around her age. He wore one of the lab tech coats and gloves that were bloody after just getting done with one of the survivors. Y/N thought he looked familiar and remembered he was the guy Drake was always with, Woodrow. Sir. Wes addressed his captain, looking exhausted from all the work he was under. We found someone I believe you should take a look at. What's your name, miss? When Wes saw her, he recognized her as well. It was like he had seen a ghost. But Drake said, yes, we know. Rose sighed, not wanting to start this debate again. Your name, miss. She looked between them, feeling like she shouldn't even be here. Y/N. Just after she finished speaking, a pain shot through her head and blood started trickling out her nose. She grimaced and Wes quickly pulled a rag out of his pocket and placed it against her nose while leaning her head up. He was beyond puzzled. Drake told him that she was dead. She was bit after all. How did you live? He pondered. Her eyes didn't show signs of the infection, nor did her behavior. When Wes took notice of the dried blood running down her face and led to the scar on her head, he knew that was where the bullet shot her, but it was healed. As if coming to a conclusion, his green eyes widened in shock. It worked? What? Y/N grabbed the cloth and held it herself so he can pull his hands away. Rose narrowed his eyes, not catching on to what he meant. What do you mean it worked? Tap. It worked, Wes exclaimed as a grin broke on his face. She got bit but didn't turn. Drake shot her in the head but she's still alive. That means it worked. Realization came over the captain, but Y/N was still left in the dark. What are you talking about? I can't believe it actually worked. Wes didn't hear her question as he was too excited about this. How do you feel? Can you tell me what you're experiencing? She could only stare at him in disbelief before turning to the captain for help. The older man shook his head. The Advancement Project, or TAP for short, it's a drug satellite, was developing to help further the human physiology. It backfired. A drug. Y/N tried to understand as Wes was busy examining her bite mark like a mad scientist. A drug caused this? It was supposed to make humans more durable and resistant to most diseases and bacteria. The ginger man quickly spoke, taking note of how fast she healed. Even make the body more resistant to damage. Not even a bullet to the head can kill you. This is amazing. Woodrow, Rose huffed, not wanting to make the already uncomfortable nurse more uncomfortable. I apologize about him. He's one of our scientists. But Y/N wasn't concerned about Wes' excitement. She was concerned about everything she had just been told. When thinking back to the partnership, the excessive amount of satellite drugs and products being pushed on them, even the representatives who monitored them so closely. She began to realize what this was. You used people to test your drug? Horror filled her tone. All those pill bottles and medicine with their logo on it were just filled with this tap drug? Well, not completely, Wes answered, not seeing the distasteful look she had. We did test runs before manufacturing the drug out. The test runs were successful, so we were confident that the drug was ready to reach the general population. But something must have happened in between manufacturing and shipping. So you don't know? Her voice raised and he quickly shook his head, finally hearing how angry her voice had gotten. Rose held up his hands to help ease the tension. Look, we're all confused here. This wasn't how the process was supposed to pan out. How was it supposed to pan out? People are dead, the nurse exclaimed. You illegally pushed a drug out on people without their consent. Wes quickly held up a finger to interject again. Not illegal. The government backed us. That didn't change Y/N's stance. It only made it worse. He brought his finger down and defeatedly turned away. Yeah, that might sound bad. Rose shook his head before turning to Y/N. I understand your anger, but I promise you none of this was our intention. The drug worked in the trials, but something happened that made it defective. We're doing all that we can to fix things. I can't believe this. How could she believe this? Sounded so bad that it was unreal. But the fact that she survived being shot in the head was enough to tell her that the drug worked. But how could it go from this to turning people into monsters? Or fiends, as the captain calls them. Her nose had stopped bleeding, so she pulled the bloody cloth away. Her brain still felt like it was on fire. She grimaced at the pain, and Wes came back over with a water bottle and some aspirin in his hands. He held them out to her with an apologetic smile. For the brain. Because, you were Dash. She glared at him but took the items anyway. And never mind. You're probably still healing, so get some rest. He quickly finished and walked off to avoid any more of her glares. The captain sighed and knew that the situation looked bad. It was bad. Satellite was the root cause of all of this, and by proxy, him and his squad. He was determined to help fix this as much as he could. So whether she liked them or not didn't matter, he just needed her to get better so she can help out the injured. Once you're feeling okay, I could really use your help with the survivors. Wes can't take care of them all by himself. He spoke, a hint of desperation in his voice that Y/N's glare softened at. We can talk later if you want. She was still angry but sighed and nodded. Just from looking around the room, she could see the people who needed help, and Wes already looked pushed to his limit. He must have been the only one here with medical knowledge. Rose thanked her before he turned to leave for other matters. She looked down at the water and aspirin in her hands. The first bottle of pills she's seen that didn't have the Satellite Pharmaceuticals logo on it. So opening the water and the pill bottle, she took 2 aspirins to help her aching head. She couldn't believe this. How could a drug do this type of harm? Turn regular people into raging monsters and even keep her from getting killed by a bullet to the head. Y/N's breath was shaky as she patched up the wounds of the survivors the satellite people were able to save. She couldn't just rest while others were in pain. It went against every code she agreed to. Unfortunately, none of them were her friends. She hasn't seen Del or Remy since everything to shit. Wes was around, of course, helping the survivors as well, but every few seconds he would glance at her as if she was going to pop at any moment. With her being an unexpectedly successful case, his mind was filled with questions. Why didn't she turn? Why did the drug work for her and not the many others it infected? As Y/N placed her gloves away, having finished helping the last survivor and allowing them to rest, she turned to throw the gloves away when her I/C eyes glanced up to meet Drake's. He was across the lab room, leaning against a wall next to a table where medical supplies were gathered. He had his arms crossed and watched her closely with a glare. Just like Wes, he was expecting her to pop. She narrowed her eyes at him and turned away to head back to her table. The aspirin was able to take the pain away from her head, but it left her head feeling a little numb at the same time. Excuse me? She turned to her left to see the scientist hesitantly approaching. Wes had a nervous grin that he was trying to keep up. Do you mind if I take a sample of your blood? What? Y/N took a few steps back. Why would she give her blood to people like them? I do mind. No. But it could us understand your case. Wes quickly spoke as he followed her back to her table. The tap drug had to have been contaminated by something before it was distributed. If I can understand why you didn't turn into a fiend, then maybe we can stop this. She crossed her arms and stopped to glare at him. You shouldn't have created that drug in the first place. I know. Wes sighed. Despite wanting the drug to succeed, he was regretful of the outcome it led to. All I need is one sample. Then I'll leave you alone. Y/N didn't trust these people. One of them tried to kill her for crying out loud. But if they were actually trying to fix things and she was an answer to them, she didn't feel right just saying no. So hesitantly, she nodded. Just one sample. That's it. Great. Wes smiled in relief and let her follow him over to where his equipment was. Some of the tools had been taken from the hospital. She stood next to the table with stuff and watched him grab a fresh syringe from a supply box from the hospital. Luckily, with her knowledge from being a nurse, she can tell if he tries anything suspicious. But there was a burning feeling of eyes still on her, and she didn't want to look up to her shooter still watching her. Her eyes furrowed and she leaned her side against the table. What's his problem? Who? Wes looked up at her as he finished prepping the syringe. She nodded toward Drake, and Wes could tell that his friend wasn't so trusting at the moment. Oh, him. He's cool. He shot me, she exclaimed. What was so cool about that? Well, he didn't know you weren't infected. We were ordered to take out any fiends and those at risk of becoming ones. Ordered? Ordered by who? Satellite? The government? Since when do representatives get ordered to kill? She asked, but felt her uneasiness toward these people grows more. That. Wes shook his head as he chuckled a bit and started feeling her arm for a vein. We're not actually representatives. That was just a front. He found a vein and took an elastic band to tie around her upper arm. The others on the team are military. They were brought in by the government to help with this project. They're a part of Satellite's enforcement. She knew it. These people weren't representatives and only made the corporation more sneakier than ever. She and her friend's original guess wasn't too far off. But he regarded the rest of his team as the others when revealing the truth. What about him? As if understanding her questioning look toward him, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a badge with the Satellite logo on it. I'm just a scientist. I got hired 2 years ago, so I missed a lot of TAP's development. He took the syringe and carefully inserted it into her arm where her vein was. Her blood was slowly drawn in as he pulled the plunger up, and she had to turn her eyes away. She couldn't exactly handle the sight of blood after the horror scene she stumbled across earlier. Once he had enough, he pulled it away and went to go grab a bandage, but the tiny spot on her arm had quickly healed up. It was as if the needle never touched her. Amazing, he whispered before turning away to get started analyzing the sample. Y/N. S thumb caressed the spot, a look of concern etching onto her face. Come on, zombie girl, came a grumble. She glanced up and met the hazel eyes of Drake, who had walked over to the two. What did you just call me? She questioned, her voice becoming stern just from his presence. Did that offend you? He didn't take her tone seriously, however. His hands were in his pockets, but he kept one situated close to his holstered pistol, just in case. He looked over to Wes, who was already face-deep in his analyses. Captain called. Said he needs to talk with us. Wes quickly waved him off. Tell him I'm busy. We'll talk later. Drake didn't try to ask again, knowing how focused his friend can get that nobody can pull him out of it. He then reached an arm out toward Y/N to push her ahead of him. She smacked his arms away immediately. Don't touch me. Please, if it were up to me, you wouldn't be here. He pointed toward the door to get her to start walking. He had to keep his eyes on her as if she'll try to bite someone's neck off. Go. That's an order. I don't work for you, asshole. She sneered but stomped for the door anyway. Well, lucky you. He rolled his eyes and followed her out. He led to a small waiting area down the hall from the lab room. Captain Rose was there and stood next to a military-grade radio. Other soldiers were there as well, and Drake posted himself up in the doorway. Y/N moved to stand awkwardly in the back since a few soldiers gave her suspecting glances. Rose must have been talking about her. I managed to get through to HQ. The older man began. Not such a good look was on his face. I won't try to sugarcoat it. The fiend situation has been spreading like wildfire. Martial law has already been declared several hours ago. Y/N. S eyes widened in shock. Is that bad out there? But I informed them of our case with the nurse, and we were given orders to keep her safe until they can send out a team to pick her up and bring her to the nearest research facility for investigation. If there's a way they can come up with a cure or any form of resistance against TAP, they'll need to see why it hasn't infected her. Multiple eyes glanced back at her and she took a step back in fear. What kind of investigation are they going to do? Tests? Experiments? She didn't want to become some lab rat to the very corporation responsible for this mess. For now, I want this wing secured. Nothing gets in or out without my say-so. The pickup will be in 3 days, and I intend to keep the package secure until they arrive. Am I clear, soldiers? Rose stated, his eyes glancing over his loyal squad who showed their support for the plans. But Y/N didn't. She was just called the package. They were just going to hand her off to some other people. Rose soon dismissed everyone to get back to their jobs. He rubbed his eyes in exhaustion, but he had a lot more to do before he could rest. Drake had turned to leave but stopped when his captain called his name. Blackwell, I have a specific order for you. Y/N stepped back as all the soldiers left. She crossed her arms closer around her chest and was beginning to feel stressed out about this. She saw Drake head over to Rose and stand before him. Sir. Drake wondered what this order was since Rose doesn't often give him specific tasks. Rose took a step forward and gestured a finger toward Y/N, who watched them both closely. I need someone to keep their eyes on her at all times, both for her protection and ours. Immediately, both Drake and Y/N spoke in unison. What? The captain held his hand up to quiet them, having not finished talking. Until we can hand her over, I'm assuming you to be her guard. Any harm that comes her way, I need you to stop it. You're putting me in charge of her? Drake spoke in both disbelief and anger. I have bigger issues to worry about than some infected nurse. She scoffed at him. It's not like she wanted to be put under his protection either. Out of all people the captain could have chosen, why him? You're my most capable soldier, and if she's the answer to this mess we created, then I don't want a single finger touching a strand of her hair. Am I understood, Sergeant? Rose ordered, displaying his status as the captain, and wasn't going to argue about his orders with those under him. His strict and commanding voice made even Y/N feel like she needs to follow them, and she wasn't even a part of his squad. But wait. Did he just call him Sergeant? Drake was forced to bite back his tongue. His captain's tone didn't keep him from physically showing his distaste for this decision. Understood, sir. Good. Rose sighed before turning his attention to Y/N. I'll have a room cleared out for you as a part of your protection. If anything arises, you can depend on Sergeant Blackwell to keep you safe. Can he? She grunted. Both her and her new bodyguard sending glares to one another. Rose rubbed his temple, already sensing the possibilities this arrangement could bring. He won't do anything to you. If he does, I'll straighten him out. Oh, I'll surely bring it up with you the next time he puts a bullet in my head. She grunted before she walked off. Drake watched her go, already fed up with his captain's decision. The two shared a look before Rose dismissed him. The sergeant exhaled a frustrated breath before heading in Y/N's direction. Hey! He called once he found her, grabbing her arm to get her to stop. Don't walk off. Says who? She snapped, pulling her arm out of his hold. Do you always get so touchy? Only for women who don't give me problems, he stated. She scoffed and turned to leave again but could hear him following her. "For now on, you're to stick by me at all times until the pickup comes. So no leaving my sight or storming off when you don't like something." "Yeah. And that something is you, Sergeant." She said his rank in a mocking tone, making him more agitated than he already was. "I am ordered to keep you alive. I don't need you making my job difficult." "Or what?" she challenged, stopping in her tracks and turning around to face him. He stopped too, his face turning to one of disbelief at her challenging words. "Or what?" She placed her hands on her hips, waiting for whatever he was going to say. As the captain said, if Drake gave her any problems she can go straight to him. If the sergeant thinks he can just order her around after what he did, then he has another thing coming. The silence between them was heavy. The distaste for one another was very clear. If the situation wasn't what it was, then the two most likely would be at each other's throats by now. But Drake soon sked before grabbing her shoulder and pushing her up against the nearest wall. She gasped and tried to shove him away, but she couldn't move someone who had the body of an experienced soldier. "Or what is that I can just let you get eaten up by fiends and wait until you're picked apart like a buffet before stepping in to save your ass?" His voice was low and threatening, not willing to take her shit. "If Wes is right, then you'll just get back up. No problem. But tap doesn't make you immune to deep agonizing pain. Is that what you want?" She glared into his hazel eyes and so desperately wanted to punch them. She wasn't a violent individual, but punching him wouldn't match up to him literally shooting her. "You wouldn't dare," she sneered, her voice close to a whisper due to how close they were. "I wouldn't. But for you, I'll make an exception." He smirked. "It's not like she'll die." After a few seconds, he finally pulled away and gave her some air. She still kept her eyes on him and didn't move off the wall even if he moved a few steps back. He checked the time on his watch, seeing that it was already well past 3 a.m. These next 3 days were going to be long ones, and he wasn't looking forward to spending any of them with this woman. "Let's go. I'm taking you to your room," he ordered, waving the rifle he carried in the direction he wanted her to walk. "Asshole," she grumbled and turned to walk. Finally seeing her cooperation, he smirked. "I've been called worse." Y/N paced around the room she was given and couldn't help but listen to one of the radios a soldier had out in the halls. It was staticky and couldn't pick up on the signal fully, but the news broadcast that was being played was still decipherable. "Currently in a national emergency. We're being advised to stay indoors and lock up until further notice. We'll do our best to keep you all updated on the current emergency." At least it sounds like the world hasn't gone completely to shit yet. Most of the orders given over the radio were general safety tips that coincided with martial law, and the military was doing all that it could to handle the situation. Occasionally, Y/N would hear gunshots outside of the hospital or yells that came from fiends on other floors. She wondered if there were more survivors in the hospital. There had to be. In any chance, among those survivors could be her friends. She didn't want to consider the worst outcome and only hoped that Dell and Remy were safe. Y/N took a seat on the bed and let her eyes wander over to the single window showing a view of the distant town down the mountain. Her hospital was higher up in the mountains than most buildings and sat directly between the roads from the local town and the nearest major city just a couple of miles away. Most patients come from the town while a handful are from the city. But once the fiends started to rise up, many city folks rushed to her hospital in hopes that it wouldn't be as packed as the city ones. First response sites are currently being erected as we speak. When instructor, ucted to D. Also by officials, evac- the radio signal began to turn into static. Y/N heard the soldier try smacking the small boxy device to fix the reception, but it ultimately just remained static. First response sites? This filled her with uncertainty. The way the hospital quickly fell made her think other places could be subjected to the same fate. But if the military was protecting the sites, then maybe they'll stand a chance. Maybe if she can make her way to one of them, she can avoid getting used like a guinea pig by satellite. The door to her room opened and in came Drake carrying 2 brown plastic pouches. He tossed one to her that she quickly had to catch and looked to see it read Murray. "Ready to eat. Eat up." Only one you're getting for hours, he said as he pulled his open. She narrowed her eyes and looked down at hers. She opened it up, following the way he did it, and was hit with a stale smell that wafted from the pouch. Inside was broth mixed with what looked like sliced vegetables and noodles that could have been sitting around for who knows how long. What is this? She grimaced, holding the pouch away from her face. Chicken noodle soup. Drake smirked a bit, seeing her disgusted look. He couldn't expect her to ever have used MREs before. It tastes better than it smells. The nurse wasn't really hungry considering she hasn't eaten anything since yesterday. But she pulled off the spork that was attached to the pouch and scooped some of the soup into her mouth. It tasted like chicken noodle soup but without much flavor. But it wasn't too bad. Captain's sending down another survey team to gather more supplies from storage. Drake spoke, sitting against a table and poking his spork at the food in his pouch. Problem is, it's locked. They need a keycard to access the room. Do you have one on you? The team had been sending out small groups every few hours to retrieve needed supplies and equipment from the hospital. The furthest they've gone had been the floor just below theirs, but they only reached halfway before encountering fiends. Drake had been a part of the last one and spotted the storage room but saw that it was locked. That room could hold much needed supplies that the team was lacking. Y/N sighed and reached into her back pocket to retrieve her card. It's not like she'll be using it anytime soon. She pulled it out and tossed it to the sergeant, who took a look at it. Her keycard happened to double as her hospital ID too. An old picture of her from when she first got the ID showed a difference in her appearance. Her hair was a different, more upkeep style and some slight makeup on her face. She even smiled for the picture. What happened to that woman, he wondered. L/N. Y/N. 25. Born 00/00/2013. Assistant nurse. You're older than you look, he said through his half-filled mouth. He thought she would be a little younger just based on her appearance. Y/N rolled her eyes, not really taking offense to that. People often got her age wrong. And how old are you? 40? He smirked at her attempt at a jab. 40 years old, wish they look like me. I'm 27. As a way to prove his youth, he lifted one of his arms and flexed his muscles. The white fabric of the dress shirt he wore stretched around his bicep from his movement. Y/N watched with a straight face before glancing back at him. Was that necessary? Don't act you didn't like it. He dismissed her with a chuckle. I didn't. Was he always so self-centered? Y/N has seen way more muscles than his. Both under the skin and out. The sergeant could see the annoyance she had. He wasn't her most favorite person, which he could care less. He wasn't assigned to make friends. His job was to make sure the little zombie nurse doesn't get a single finger laid on her. But even then, he thought her spite toward him was becoming ridiculous at this point. You're still mad about the shooting? What do you think? She huffed and turned herself away from him, going back to looking out the window. I did what I had to do. How was I supposed to know you'll get back up? He stated, tossing his empty MRE pouch into a trash can. So you're fine with shooting people in the head then? Would he have even felt regret if she died? Does he even feel regret for what the corporation he works for has done? Drake was becoming irritated with her. You were bit. I had all the reasons to believe you were a fiend. Don't twist my words. I'm not twisting your words. I'm stating them, she angrily said. You're all walking around as if you aren't the sole reason people are dead. I haven't seen my friends in hours due to the mess you created. Does Satellite even care about that? She didn't know how stable the world outside of the hospital was. The radios and news broadcasts showed that this was happening everywhere and not just here. The nurse could only hope that the fiend problem could be solved soon, or else they may be in for a worse fate than what she's been seeing. But Drake was fed up now, not appreciating how much she was downplaying his captain's efforts toward helping the survivors they managed to save and ensuring that she was protected until the pickup comes. They didn't have to bring her into their camp and out of the fiends-infested halls. Yeah, she wouldn't die if they got to her, but they're keeping her from the horror that those things can cause. Of course we care. If we didn't, you still would have been out in those halls with the rest of the survivors getting slaughtered like animals, he argued. That doesn't excuse you from the blame. The fiends wouldn't exist if it wasn't for your people. Then what do you want us to do? Sit on our asses and do nothing? We're trying here. Well, for starters, apologize, she snapped, stomping her feet on the ground as she stood up with balled fists and approached him, getting so close that they can bump chests. He'd sked as he looked down at her. Apologize for what? It's not gonna fix things. For shooting me in the fucking head. Her voice seethed through her teeth and was louder as she felt her anger build. Even some soldiers out in the halls started to hear their argument and glanced at each other. I'm not apologizing for doing my job, Drake simply stated. All those who get bit turn into fiends. His team had to eliminate the problem before it could happen. If they took the time to look at every bitten person they came across to see if they turn out like her, they'll all be dead. So why should he apologize for not knowing the tap drug would affect her differently? Why should he apologize for trying to eliminate the fiend threat in the hospital as much as possible? But the nurse couldn't believe what she was hearing. Did he really expect her to be cooperative after what he did? This man doesn't even have the decency to feel bad about shooting her. Nevertheless, apologize. He was just passing off something so serious and traumatizing as another part of his job. Was this really the man in charge of her well-being? Do you even hear yourself? Perfectly. I'm not apologizing for doing my damn job, he repeated, standing firm by what he said. No matter how much she tried to put it, he believed that he was in the right. He wouldn't have shot her if he knew she wasn't a fiend. Your job is full of shit, and so are yo dash. The radio in the hall cut on after minutes of staying on a glitchy broadcast. But instead of the news that it was previously on, a soft melody began to play, and once it reached Y/N's ear, she instantly felt a sense of calmness wash over her. Her fists loosened their grip, her heart began to beat steadily, and the angered expression she adorned on her face soon relaxed into an easy one. Drake noticed this change and watched in confusion. It was like a complete 180. Damn radio! The soldier who owned the radio grumbled and went to go change the station back to where it once was. What's wrong with it? Another soldier asked. The first soldier turned the dials, which caused the music to stop and that sense of calmness fade away from Y/N. She looked disoriented, like her emotions were hijacked from her. Damn thing keeps tuning into the satellite. It's the default station on these radios. The soldier explained, having acquired the radio from the company themselves. Hate when it does this. Drake looked between the confused and slightly disoriented nurse and the door leading to the hall where the two soldiers and the radio were. He got up and went out, taking the radio into his hands and turning to head back into the room. Hey, that's mine, the owner of the radio exclaimed. But Drake ignored them. They had other radios. I'll get you another one. Y/N watched him suspiciously as he came back and turned the dials back onto the station with the music. It spurred and whirred around a bit until the signal finally became clear. She glared at him and felt the radio get shoved into her hands. Take this and calm down. His hazel eyes narrowed at her E/C ones. Before you bite someone's throat out. I'll gladly make you my first victim. She sneered but took the radio anyway. The music that played was giving her a sense of peace that she wondered why it was the case. Maybe she'll ask that scientist guy Wes. He seems to know more about the tap drug than anyone else here. And at least he didn't seem as insufferable as the sergeant. After giving her the radio to get her to calm her anger, Drake pulled back and turned to leave her alone in this room. But not really. He just went to stand out in the hall since his orders were to watch after her, to his utter discontent. He didn't get put on this team to be a babysitter, especially for such a woman like her. How could she just deny the efforts his team were trying to make to correct the situation? He's sure that Satellite never meant for the drug to backfire like this, or they wouldn't be so willing to retrieve her in order to understand why TAP worked for her and not so many others. Not to mention how much work Captain Rose was putting in non-stop since the Fiends. Drake hasn't seen the older man take a break in days. Just some angry nurse. He thought to himself as the soft melodies of the radio reached the hall. After a while after their argument, he decided to check on her. He peeked into the room to see if she was still breathing or not. His eyes landed on her laying back in the hospital bed. The radio held close to her chest and her arms wrapped around it securely. For the first time since coming here, she looked relaxed. Like nothing she has experienced ever happened. She actually looked like a nice young lady when she wasn't glaring at him as if he was the root cause of evil. Her eyes were closed and she softly breathed as the slow music filled her space. Drake didn't realize he was staring a bit until a fellow soldier entered the hall and he immediately pulled away from the door. He couldn't lie, she was pretty, but a real piece of work as well. It was pretty hard getting any sleep. Y/N spent the rest of the night tossing and turning in the hospital bed while listening to the calming music emitted from the radio. But after an hour of the broadcast playing, it just turned off on its own. The channel was replaced by static and she began to miss her source of peace in the circumstances she was in. So throughout the night, the nurse was mostly in her head. Particularly about her condition. Satellite wanted to learn why she was different. Why the tap drug didn't turn her into a fiend. She began to want to know herself after all this thinking. Felt like she was supposed to be dead. 1 second she was staring down the barrel of a gun. The next she was waking up in a pool of blood with a scar on her head. Her hand moved up to touch the scar and felt that it was almost completely gone. Why? If the tap drug was supposed to advance human physiology, is this what's it's supposed to be like? She pricked her finger while doing stitches on a soldier and the wound was completely gone before she could look at it. It didn't feel natural. None of what Satellite has done was natural. She laid in her bed as sunlight poked through the blinds in her room. Having gone the entire night with no sleep. Tap, the radio, the pickup. There has to be more than what she was told. And who else could answer her questions better than the only scientist here? Drake was posted up outside of her room cleaning his gun. He just recently sent out a team to go recover supplies from the storage room he found and wished he could have joined them, ensuring that they make it back alive. But instead, he's here, playing bodyguard for a nurse. This felt like an insult to his rank as sergeant. But alas, it's the captain's orders. Drake had to follow them whether he wants to or not. He looked up when the woman of the hour appeared out of her room and walked right past him. Well, good morning, zombie girl. Where are you going? She rolled her eyes and kept, not waiting for him to join her. The lab. I want to talk to Wes. He noticed she had the radio in her hands still. It was still on and set to the station the satellite was on, except the volume was turned down so the static didn't fill up the space. The sergeant sighed and got off the wall to follow her. What do you need him for? Why do you care? She questioned him back. Because he's my friend and he's Drake started but then shook his head. He's not the easiest to understand sometimes. Y/N glanced up at him, hearing how his tone became more still compared to his usual blunt one. What do you mean? If Drake was feeling something, he didn't show it. Just kept up his pace behind her and let his rifle rest over of his shoulder. If he's in one of his moods, you'll see. That didn't really give her much to go off of, but she didn't question further. They made their way to the lab room and Y/N began looking around for a head of ginger hair. She went off to go find the scientist while Drake stayed by the door. He leaned against a table and glanced around as well before noticing that some of the survivors were in a group toward the back corner of the lab. While it didn't seem odd since many of the survivors chose to stay in the lab room for their recoveries, he noticed that once he made his presence in the room, the survivors quickly went silent. Drake pretended like he didn't see and focused on something else, but he knew when he was being watched. His training taught him so. Y/N scoured the lab for the scientist. She went over to his table that contained all of his equipment for research, but he wasn't there. Her eyes glanced around the room before she decided to approach Wes' table. Despite how much he had on his table, it was all pretty organized. Papers were stacked neatly on one side of the table while tools and other equipment lined up on the other side. Wes even managed to make room in the center for anything he has to do. Her eyes glanced to the papers that were recently printed, and a lot of it was research and wording she couldn't really understand. Most of the top page was about the tap drug and fiends, like logs of sorts. There were a lot of variables and calculations when describing different events of the drug that Y/N couldn't make sense of it all. She wasn't the best at math this advanced. She went to see the next page underneath the first, becoming more curious about the logs. Don't touch that. Y/N jumped in fright and quickly pulled her hand back. She looked up to see Wes with a coffee in his hands and eye bags under his eyes. He stepped in front of Y/N, as if blocking her from his table and looking over everything before seeing nothing out of place. He sighed in relief and took a long sip of his coffee. Did he not get any sleep? The bags under his eyes weren't there before and he seemed jittery, the coffee being his only source of energy. She can tell that he was sleep-deprived. The symptoms were clear. Are you okay? Okay? I'm fine. Okay? He quickly spoke. Just need to run another test, compare samples, new hypothesis, log the information, organize the information dash. He continued, his voice quiet and fast while seeming like he was mainly talking to himself. Not once did he stop to take a breath, but when he did, it was only to take another sip of his coffee before continuing to speak his thoughts. Y/N couldn't help but feel a little worried since he seemed disoriented and spoke with quite of an obsession over his research. He didn't even react to her placing her hand against his forehead to see if he was running a fever. But his temperature was fine. In an instant, however, Wes remembered that she was here and quickly glanced over at her. May I have another sample of your blood? What? She pulled her hand back, which he still didn't notice was touching his head. His question came out of nowhere after the rambling he just did. Wait, no, we agreed on one sample. Never mind. He turned away again, leaving the nurse confused. Was this what Drake meant by Wes being hard to understand sometimes? But she was here to get some answers. He was the only person on their team who can help her with them. Do you have a moment? Yes. He turned his head toward her and let his green eyes fall on her, breaking his attention away from his research. I just wanted to ask a few things about Tap Dash. Tap. The scientist cut her off. Speaking of Tap, I've been meaning to talk to you about the blood sample I took. The tests have come back entirely the same as our test trials. I could do more if we were back at the facility with the rest of the scientists and lab equipment, but from what I gathered here, the drug was entirely successful. Once again, he began to ramble, going on about what he gathered from her blood, the tests he managed to do, and even being close to spotting an abnormality within the sample in comparison to the test trials. She could barely cling on to each overly scientific and complicated word. He sputtered that Drake from where he stood noticed his friend's manic mood. He came over and placed a hand on Wes' shoulder, having to speak over him just to get him to stop. Dude, chill. Wes immediately stopped, his lips pursing as he realized what he was doing. Right. I'll stop. He went to drink more of his coffee, but Drake took it away with a shake of his head. Stop drinking this. Go lay down. I can't. I have to dash. You can do it later. Just go lay down. You're tired. Y/N stepped back as she watched the two. Wes looked conflicted about taking a break. There was so much to do and so much to fix that he couldn't possibly take a break. But Drake remained stern in his words, tossing the coffee into the nearest trash bin and pointing over to an empty chair next to a desk for his friend to take a seat in. Wes still looked hesitant but soon gave in and nodded. Maybe I do need a break. You need sleep, Drake stated, despite how stern he was being. Y/N could hear concern as well. It's like they have been in this situation before. Y/N watched the scientist sit down over in a chair and rest his head against the desk tiredly. The nurse in her wanted to check on him. He was sleep-deprived, but there was something else as well. Drake sighed before he turned back to face the nurse. What were you trying to ask him? I just wanted to know. Is he okay? She whispered, changing her question toward Wes. He's fine. Stress is probably getting to him, Drake muttered, sneaking a glance over at his friend who had his arms tucked underneath his head, but his hand tapping against his ginger hair. Just let him get some rest. He's overworking himself again. Again. Has this happened before? It explains why Drake stepped in so quickly. OCD, he stated, but wasn't going to say more about his friend. Just enough so that she can understand. What were you going to ask him? It was noted how Drake changed the topic. But Y/N started to understand Wes' behavior now. It did seem like the stress was getting to him coupled with the lack of sleep. Y/N couldn't help but start to worry. Wes was the only scientist on the team and has been putting much of his focus into understanding her condition and what went wrong with the fiends. She decided not to bother Wes for now, seeing that he clearly needed the rest. So she began to ask her questions to her bodyguard instead. "Do you know anything about the radio?" "The radio?" He seemed confused before he glanced down at the one he gave her in her hands, realizing what she meant. "It's from the satellite." "Satellites?" "Satellite." Now saying it out loud, it was pretty confusing. "It's a lot to explain. You can ask Wes about it later." He sighed. He was just an enforcer. The technical side of satellites work was always Wes' expertise. But since Drake wanted his friend to get some rest, he did his best to answer for him. But it's to help control TAP users' emotions. The government planned to give the drug to the military to help with soldiers' effectiveness, but because there have been unpredictable spikes in emotions from taking the drug, as a way to regulate them, they sent up the satellite. Plays music made for calming TAP users down. Y/N looked completely shocked and looked down at the radio in her hands. The channel was still static but set to the same station as the satellite. Was that why she felt so calm before? Because of some engineered music? "The more I learn about you guys, the more fucked up you seem," she muttered. From her perspective, she would obviously feel that way. From his, he was just a soldier doing his job. Even if he disagreed with it sometimes. "The more you know, I guess." He spoke, his tone low. He turned away and went over to check on the ginger scientist. Y/N looked from them back down to the radio in her hands. Even on low volume, the static it emitted whirred and filled the air around her. It sounded unnerving. But then in a quick second, it cut back to the music again. The static disappearing and being replaced by melodic chords and compositions began to fill the nurse with that sense of peace again. But it didn't seem so peaceful now, knowing it was just a means to control. "Get the doors open." Several soldiers rushed across the wing floor and surrounded the only doors that they left accessible. Gunshots could be heard from the other side of the door, as well as the radio on Captain Rose's shoulder. "Get into position. Once those doors open, fire at any fiend you see." He ordered his squad, who all got into their respective positions and aimed their guns at the doors. Once they were pushed open, in came the team that was sent out earlier carrying 2 injured with them. One is a part of the team, the other is someone new. Right behind them were multiple fiends who rushed for the doors, snarling and baring their bloody teeth like wild animals. "Fire!" Rose ordered. Bullets flew through the air and landed against the fiends before they could reach the doors. They held back as many as they could so the rest of the team can get inside. Some fiends were shot dead from bullets to the head while others kept pushing, driven by hunger and insanity. Once the last of the team got inside, the doors were quickly pulled shut and locked back. The fiends on the other side slammed their fists and yelled at the people on the other side. It was a close call. The team barely made it back in time. They all just came out of nowhere. A tired member huffed, hunching over to catch their breath. "One of those things saw us and started yelling. It got the others' attention. Before we knew it, a group of them were on top of us." Another explained. Captain Rose listened and glanced at the door that shook from the banging fists of fiends. They tried to clear out as many as they could before he ordered everyone to take refuge in this wing. While they managed to remove many of the fiends, the hospital still must be full of them in other parts. "Get that soldier and the injured to the lab room. And keep those doors shut," Rose ordered. Y/N was called not too long after to the lab room to help with the 2 injured individuals. When she got there with Drake not too far behind her, she saw Wes already bandaging the soldier who had a nasty-looking cut on their side. They grimaced as Wes had applied some pressure to the wound, and he quickly apologized after seeing the soldier's glare. The scientist looked much better after Drake basically forced him to get some rest. His eye bags were still present, but he wasn't as jittery and on the verge of collapse like before. Since Wes had the soldier covered, Y/N walked past them and to the other table where the injured individual the team found was resting. Drake chose to stay back at the door as per usual and was glad that no one else on the team came back with injuries. There aren't any life-threatening injuries I could find on her. Wes spoke to the nurse. She's just unconscious. Exhaustion probably? Y/N nodded and approached the unconscious woman who was lying on her side. As the nurse took a quick once-over of her, she noticed the woman's familiar dark curly hair, pale skin, and small moles that littered her body and made Y/N S heart drop. She moved the woman onto her back who was still wearing her dark blue scrubs that had spots of blood and tears in them. The nurse began to panic. It felt like it was too long since she last saw her friend when it has only been 2 days. Del, Y/N shook her shoulders lightly and patted her cheek in an attempt to awaken her. Drake looked up when he heard her. Wes finished bandaging the soldier and glanced over at the nurse. He tossed his gloves away and went over to the table with Y/N. She placed a finger against Del's neck to check for a pulse and was relieved that there was one. There were a couple of scratches on her arms and bruises in the shapes of palms as well. But otherwise, there were no bite marks or anything that could risk Del's life. Y/N fought back her tears and turned back to the soldier who was a part of the group that went out. Where did you find her? The lady. The soldier grunted and slid onto their feet. We found her like that. She was hiding in the storage. Those fiends must have been after her. Y/N went back to continuing to check Del for injuries. The blood on her clothes didn't seem to be hers and Wes seemed to be right that she had no serious injuries. She turned back to the soldier, feeling her worries ease just a bit. Thank you. If they hadn't found her friend, anything could have happened to her. Del could have likely been another body out there on those floors. The soldier nodded to her before they trudged off. Wes grabbed some things to get to work cleaning the scratches on Del's arm. She was likely grabbed by a fiend and managed to get away. She'll be fine. Some rest will do her good. Wes reassured the nurse who weaved her hand with Del's. Y/N did her best to believe him, not wanting to think of anything worse. Drake crossed his arms and looked over the new addition to the survivors. He didn't think there would be anyone else alive in the hospital. This place fell almost immediately once the fiend problem got out of hand. He watched as Wes and Y/N took care of the scratches on the woman's arm. Y/N did her best to keep herself calm, but he could tell that it was hard for her to do. She wiped her teary eyes and pulled up a chair to sit down next to her friend. Drake walked over with his gun resting over his shoulder. He approached Wes once the scientist was done working and nodded his head to the side to follow him. Y/N watched them go before turning back to her unconscious friend. The two guys gave the nurse some space and went over to Wes' desk to talk. As Drake leaned against the desk, he glanced over his shoulder at the other survivors who took up refuge near the far corner of the lab. While they weren't huddled together like before, the sergeant couldn't help but keep his eyes on them. Wes seemed to notice where Drake was looking and took a quick glance at them as well. Then they both met the other's eyes, having similar suspicions about the survivors. You feeling better? Drake asked, pushing the thought of the survivors aside to check on the ginger man. Wes nodded and sighed. Yeah, just had a lot to think about and it got my mind going again. The scientist paused. A look of concern but also guilt plastered his face. His expressions were easy to read and only grew as he spoke again, keeping his voice low to a whisper. What if we can't fix this? If the facility can't figure out what went wrong with the drug, then what do we do? That's what got you stressed? The sergeant questioned. He wasn't being judgmental since those questions were on many others' minds. I had a role in making it, Wes exclaimed. I mean, I got hired later in the development stage, but I was still involved. I'm an accomplice to everything that's happening. He was passionate about the tap drug's success and still is. He genuinely believed that it would have been the next greatest innovation for humanity if the drug carried out its success once it reached the public. The more he heard from the broadcasts on the radio before the signals began cutting out and seeing the distrustful looks he was beginning to receive from the survivors, it just caused Wes to fall into an episode and become focused on trying to make things right. He lost an entire night of sleep over it. If we can't fix this, Drake, then we're screwed, Wes muttered, his freckled hands gripping the table as his nerves rose. The sergeant knew the severity of the situation. While he didn't show it as much as his friend was, Drake did feel the same way. But he couldn't allow himself to fall to the pressure. The team needed those their sergeant to rely on. So he placed a reassuring hand on Wes' shoulder, not wanting him to fall into another stress-induced episode again. Satellite is going to fix this. They created the drug. They'll know what went wrong. He then pointed a finger toward their only proof of the drug's success. Y/N. Tomorrow, the pickup is going to come and take her into their custody. Just like the captain said, she'll help them find the reason for all of this. He didn't like her, but he couldn't deny that her case was strange and could be helpful for Satellite. Wes glanced over at Y/N, too. The unfortunate people who became fiends were supposed to be like her. She was an exact match to the test trials that were all successful. What went wrong? What if they can't? The scientist couldn't help his pessimistic thoughts. What if this is something Satellite can't fix? They will. Don't think like that. It's going to be hard to get his friend out of this mindset. If Satellite was the nation's top pharmaceuticals company and had the backing of the government behind them, then Drake believed that they'll find an answer to all of this. They had to. Wes still looked unconvinced but eventually agreed. He had to have some hope. Maybe I'll go with the pickup when they come. Drake went to respond but began feeling eyes on him again. Wes didn't seem to notice, but Drake knew that they were being watched again. Y/N was still hovering over her unconscious friend, so it couldn't be her. As Wes talked, Drake subtly tapped his side to get his attention. He gestured behind him where the survivors were in the corner. Wes instantly knew what he meant and felt uncomfortable, shifting his shoulders a bit. They're looking again. Again? The sergeant questioned. I noticed they've been watching the team, Wes whispered. And they won't talk to me. I try to see if they're all right, but I always get brushed off. I don't think they like us. Drake shook his head in annoyance. We saved their asses. You think they'd be grateful? We wouldn't have to save them if it wasn't for us. Wes sighed. That, too. He couldn't argue with that. Since Y/N didn't seem like she'll be leaving the lab anytime soon with her friend being discovered and all, Drake decided to go check on the other soldiers who went out in that group. Maybe get an idea of how bad it is out there. He gave Wes a reassuring pat on the shoulder before he turned to leave, hoping his friend could cheer up some. Everyone needed to keep a level head. But as he left, he caught one of the survivors eyeing him up and down. It was an older man who had been a recent patient at the hospital right before chaos struck. He was pretty built for his age and gave the sergeant a disapproving glare that Drake couldn't help but return. These people, as long as they didn't bother his fellow soldiers, then the survivors can just keep to themselves for all he cares. Once he was gone, the older man turned to the other survivors and nodded. I thought you were dead. I thought I was too. The two friends embraced each other and sobbed into one another's shoulders. It was a surprise, an unexpected moment for both of the nurses who thought the other was gone. Dell had woken up a few hours after being found by the satellite team. She spent the majority of her time since the rise of the fiends running and hiding without a second of rest. Her life was almost cut short when she was grabbed just before she hid in the storage closet the team had an interest in. But before that, she did find Y/N in the halls. Except she was dead. Dell pulled back from the embrace and immediately looked to where she had seen the bullet wound. It was completely gone, but she remembered it being so fresh and spilling into a pool of blood. How are you? Dell stuttered, still in total shock. Y/N could understand the disbelief of it all. She was still coming to terms with it herself. It's a lot you need to know, but it's all Satellite's fault. She proceeded to tell her friend everything. The tap drug, the bites, the fiends, everything. It all didn't sound real, that it was hard to believe. But taking one good look around would tell you that this is all very, very much real. When Y/N mentioned the pickup and being taken to a satellite facility for her case, Dell instantly became concerned. What are they going to do to you? I don't know. Y/N spoke, still uncertain about this. I've been told that it's to learn why I came out how they wanted. And why so many others didn't. You're going to let them take you? Dell lowered her voice and took a peek at Wes, who was sitting at his table reviewing his notes. I don't. Y/N sighed and let her head fall into her hands. I don't know. Any sensible person would immediately refuse. Why let yourself be taken by such a harmful corporation? Captain Rose hasn't exactly informed her of what the facility was going to do. She was starting to wonder if the facility even told him. He wasn't some scientist like Wes, he was a military captain. Either way, a big part of her wanted to refuse the pickup. What if the actual people behind the drug aren't as regretful as this team appears to be? But then again, she felt small compared to them. She thought of the idea of running, but there was no possible way of getting out of this hospital without the fiends being after her. The world outside must have been a completely different story. You can't let them take you. Dell took Y/N's hand and gave it a comforting squeeze. We don't know their intentions. Especially after this. What am I supposed to do? Y/N lifted her head up and glanced over her shoulder at the door. Drake hasn't come back yet, but she knew he won't leave her alone for too long. Captain Rose assigned the sergeant to protect me. He doesn't like me, but he'll follow me around like a hawk. He's not going to let you just leave, Dell muttered. They were in a tough situation. That was clear. Dell fell silent, but her lips started to quiver. She sniffed back her tears before looking into Y/N's eyes, which were equally as emotional. I'm so glad you're alive. Same with you. Y/N felt like she finally had someone here to connect to, even if it'll only be for a day. I saw Remy. Her friend tried to get out. Y/N felt her heart stop at the mention of the missing nurse. Dell had to take a moment before she could continue. We were together during the chaos. We managed to lock ourselves in a room when we started to hear the shooting and the screaming. The memories of it flashed through her mind. She had never felt so scared in her life. Things started to quiet down. Remy wanted to go find you since you were still out there. I told him not to dash. Y/N quickly took her hands and started to feel her own tears welling up in her eyes. The more she heard, the more she couldn't bear it. He didn't see one of those things behind him, Dell forced out. Y/N can tell what happened next, and she didn't want to believe it. Remy was like a brother to her, the closest she could get to a brother. He always looked out for her and Dell and made their trio complete. Even through the chaos, he still tried to protect them. He didn't deserve to go out the way he did. It's like learning about his death began to put things into perspective for Y/N. The gravity of the situation and how she practically cheated death. Being taken to who knows where so people can do who knows what to her first thing tomorrow. Y/N didn't give herself a chance to come to terms with it all, and now she finally let it out. Her tears came out like waves rushing to shore. She buried herself into Dell's arms as they both cried for the loss of their close friend, someone who was important to them, but also for her fears and uncertainties. Green eyes stared down at the notepad and couldn't help but glance over at the morning nurses. They hugged each other tightly for comfort. Their lives were turned upside down because of the drug. Because of them. Wes looked back down at his notes and turned away. His fingers tapped against the notepad anxiously as the feeling of guilt began to overcome him. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for them. Despite his guilt, he had an urge to make things right. That's all he can do as someone who worked on the drug. He needed to know more about the pickup and what the facility planned to do about Y/N's case. If there's a chance they can counteract the harmful impact of the drug, then he wanted to be a part of it. The scientist got up and began to leave the room. The sobs coming from the two nurses filled his mind and only made him tap harder against his notepad. He proceeded to where the captain is set up. Rose had a radio that was able to contact the facility, so Wes hoped that he can get answers through that. As he approached the waiting area, he could hear the captain speaking to someone. His usual authoritative and strict tone could be noticeable to anyone. But Wes also heard the voice of the person Rose was speaking to. He entered the room and settled his eyes on the back of one of the survivors. The older one, to be specific. It seemed like the two were reminiscing on whatever it was they were talking about. They continued to converse until Rose noticed the scientist. The survivor followed his eye back to Wes, and although the scientist gave a friendly nod to him, he couldn't help but feel the man's cold stare. "Well, I should head back to the others. I don't want to take up your time." The old man spoke and held his hand out to Rose for him to shake. "Was nice meeting you, brother." Rose nodded and accepted the handshake. Wes stood aside as the older man left. He watched him go before turning back to his captain, who gestured for him to start speaking. "Brother?" he asked, referring to the man who just left. "Jonathan there just so happens to be a soldier himself. Well, used to be before he was honorably discharged. We were just sharing experiences," Rose explained. He went over to take a seat in a chair positioned next to the radio that was their only communication to the outside. "You need something, Woodrow?" "Oh, yes." Wes went over and took an opposite seat from his captain. "I just wanted to know more about this pickup. Did they say what time they're coming?" Rose sighed and shook his head. "They weren't specific. I'm assuming any time tomorrow, so I can't leave this radio until they contact back. Right now, I'm having an exit route be established to make getting out of this building swift and easy." Wes forgot about that part. The pickup wasn't just for Y/N, but to also help their team regroup with the rest of Satellite. They'll be bringing the survivors as well to hopefully get them somewhere safe. With this many people, it'll be a task trying to get everyone past the fiends. So they're going to take the nurse to figure out why she hadn't turned? Did they tell you what they planned to do afterward? Wes asked, getting to why he was originally here. That they didn't say either. Rose spoke as he leaned back in his seat. Just that they wanted to investigate her condition. She contracted the same dose as all the others but didn't turn like them. The drug worked for her. Wes leaned forward with his arms resting on his legs. Rose can see his fidgeting fingers and the tap of his foot. He knew the scientist's usual signs and wasn't surprised that all of this was getting to him. If Rose didn't have to be the leader with a plan, he would probably be doing the same thing. Once they contact back, I'll be sure to ask more questions. I want this all to be solved as much as the next person. Then what about the team? Wes asked and moved his hands closer to his lap in hopes to keep them reassignment likely. Our objective now is to just keep the nurse safe. I'll inform everyone once we get our next orders. The captain stated, which was all he could say. Until they can hear back from the facility, there was nothing much else to say. Wes only hoped that they'll get the call soon. Maybe once the pickup arrives, he can join them at the facility. He'll be separated from his team, sure, but his knowledge and involvement with the drug could help with finding a cure. With that, the scientist rose from his seat to leave. He's sure that his captain had other matters to get to. As he began to leave, he heard Rose patting his pants and glanced back to see him searching for something. The older man's expression was one of confusion as he stood up and felt around his pockets and pants. Shit! Rose huffed and started searching around him. I misplaced my keys. Your keys? Wes stopped and glanced around the room as well. Your keys to what? Our truck's in the parking garage, the closet with our weapons in it. Rose spoke in frustration. It wasn't the first time he's misplaced those damn keys, so he knew they'll turn up eventually. This was still inconvenient, however, but Wes seemed more concerned about the missing keys. They couldn't start the trucks without them. I'll keep an eye out and let Drake know. He spoke as he turned to leave and received an appreciative nod in response. As night settled over the hospital, the sound of gunshots outside could be heard. Y/N, in the hospital bed in her room, and nervously stared at the window as the gunshots continued to ring from somewhere outside. They started just a minute ago as Y/N was trying to get some sleep. Dell took the couch in the room and was currently fast asleep unlike her. Drake had come into her room when he heard the shooting, so she assumed that others were hearing it as well. He had his fingers holding the blind open for him to see, but from where they were in the hospital, he couldn't see where the shooting was coming from. But he did catch a glance at the hospital yard below. It was filled with twitching and hobbling fiends who were clawing at the fences like animals, trying to get to the loud noises. Those who weren't attracted by the sound were in the back stumbling around and scratching at their necks. Some would occasionally growl at another, a few shoves here and there, but never an actual fight. Drake scared at the sight, knowing that they'll potentially have to confront this horde once they leave. The shooting. Y/N asked, keeping her voice down so she didn't wake her sleeping friend. Dell needed the rest. Can't see it. Sounded like assault weapons though. The sergeant presumed and stepped away from the window. Suddenly, the sounds of shooting stopped or died down. They both waited a little longer to see if it'll pick back up again, but nothing. Y/N wondered if it was the National Guard. They did put martial law into effect. Whatever it was, it's gone now. Drake deduced and turned to leave the room. Get some rest, zombie girl. You're gonna need it. The nurse rolled her eyes in annoyance and laid back on her bed. She didn't feel tired and stared up at the white paneling on the ceiling. She had her legs propped up and looked past them to see the sergeant grabbing the door handle. Hey, she called before he left. He stopped and glanced back at her. What? Why are you working for Satellite? She sat up and asked, wanting to know the reason since she remembered Wes saying they weren't originally working for the corporation. Me specifically? He had a small smirk and turned to face her, cradling his rifle in his arms. Didn't know you were interested in my life. Don't flatter yourself. She scoffed and crossed her arms. Why choose to work for Satellite? Your whole team. I got selected along with the others. Wes put in a good word for me, he said. They selected the soldiers for the enforcement team. Did they not want just any soldier working close with the project? And before you ask, no. We didn't know about the drug until it was being shipped out. He spoke before she could, sensing that her questions were geared toward the disastrous drug. We only knew of the name. Satellite is very hush about their plans. Even Wes couldn't tell me anything due to his contract. Her distrust of the corporation continuously grew. Were they so secretive that they kept information about the drug even from their own enforcement team? Do you trust them? She asked. Her next question threw him off a bit. If he's working for the corporation, then the answer should be yes. Where are you getting at with T-? Do you? She cut him off, her voice firm in wanting to know this. If there was a chance Satellite's own people didn't trust them, why should she? Drake took a second to answer, his expression going from confident to a slightly solemn one. I have to. Suddenly, the two weren't able to see each other as the room filled with darkness that put a halt to their conversation. Drake furrowed his eyes as he felt around to where the light switch was and flicked it a few times, but it didn't work. The power went out. Y/N could hear him curse a little before he turned on the flashlight connected to his rifle. The flashlight offered some visibility in the room, and she had to cover her eyes when he shined it at her for a second. Drake then turned to head into the equally dark hall while Y/N moved to get to her feet. She felt her way toward the window and pushed past the blinds to see not just the hospital without power, but the surrounding buildings and distant town as well. Status. Drake called to his team, who were all just as confused as him. Hospital went dark. So did the surrounding area. Power grid must have gone out. Damn it. Drake lowered his light, feeling frustrated. He knew there was a chance that the power could go out, but he was hoping for it to last until the pickup arrives. But to their luck, the hospital's backup generators soon kicked in. The halls and the rooms were relight once more, but more dimmer than before. Y/N pulled away from the window once the lights came back on. She felt relieved that they weren't being forced to sit in the dark now. All right, people, came the voice of Rose. Y/N decided to go wake up Dell as she listened to the captain's orders. Let's take this as a sign to not stick around for much longer. The pickup will be here coming daylight, and I want everyone to be prepared to leave once it does. Only carry what we need and leave what we don't. Yes, sir, came a unanimous call among the soldiers. Dell woke up and Y/N filled her in on what was going on. They both shared a nervous look. Okay, ladies. Drake came back into the room. Y/N narrowed her eyes at him while Dell stared at his rifle with unease. I assume you heard the captain. We're going to be leaving soon. He pointed at Del first. You'll be heading off with the other survivors. Our orders were to drop you all off at the nearest safety checkpoint. Wait, what? No. Del protested as she held on to Y/N's arm. I'm going with her. You don't have authorization. The hell I don't. Del stood up in anger. Y/N quickly stood up as well and stood in between her friend and the sergeant. She gave him a stern expression and stood with Del's decision. She's going with me whether you people like it or not. He looked between them and could feel his frustration growing. This wasn't a decision anyone here can make besides the facility. The facility only needs you, not her. They're not going to take extra weight. Then she's not going, Del stated. I'm not letting my best friend go off alone with the crazy people you work for. Having someone standing beside her and someone she can trust was something Y/N didn't know she needed until now. I'm not going unless she goes, Y/N firmly stated, putting her foot down. Drake didn't have the time nor the patience to be going back and forth with these two. With that, he turned to leave the room. You can try, but I won't guarantee anything. Y/N glared into his back, but she felt unease. She didn't want to go to the facility alone. She just got reunited with her friend. Too bad that after today, you won't see this handsome mug anymore, he called back with a smirk. That's fine with me, she groaned. If she can go a day without him, she'll be completely happy. He chuckled at her annoyance and proceeded to take his usual spot outside of the room. His feelings were mutual. The moment the pickup arrives and takes her off his hands was one he couldn't wait for. Then he can go back to actually doing the work he was supposed to do. But as he left the room, a head of ginger hair approached. Wes looked like he was going to explode, his hands gripping his hair tightly as he rushed over to Drake. Dude, I lost it. The sergeant held his hands up to calm him down. Whoa, hold on a sec. What happened? My notes on the samples I took from the fiends. I was updating them when the power went out and now I lost everything. He had been using one of the computers that had records of the supplies infused with the tap drug and using them to compare with the samples he took from fiends they had killed. He made the mistake of keeping those notes on the computer. I can't get those back, Drake, he exclaimed and had to be held by the shoulder to stop his pacing. Drake kept his friend still. He knew how much Wes took keeping track of his notes seriously. Hey, calm down. You can get them back. I won't have the time to get them back. We're going to be leaving soon. Wes had tried to calm down his anxiousness and took a couple of deep breaths. Who knows how long we're going to be on the road for? That was true. Unless their new orders were to head to a facility as well, they could be anywhere. Weren't you planning on leaving with the pickup? Drake asked. Yeah. Wes nodded slowly, but a look of being conflicted crossed his face. But I started to think, I don't want to leave you guys. I could be useful at the facility, but I won't be able to help the team out. In other words, you'll miss us? Even your best bro. The sergeant had a slightly amused tone and bumped his friend's arm, which got him to smile as well. He was still nervous and overwhelmed by everything, but he could count on Drake to cheer him up. Yeah, I'll miss you guys. It was a tough decision to make. Even though Wes is among the newer scientists to the project, he still had knowledge of the drug and experience working with it. So it would make sense to go off with the pickup to help them figure out Y/N's case. But Wes has been working under Captain Rose's authority for the last half of the year, and he has grown used to the team. It's even better that he got to work alongside his best friend. Drake didn't want to see him go either. Out of everyone on the team, Wes is the only member that the sergeant didn't feel the need to be professional with. They could just be friends and not colleagues. Well, it's up to you. He shrugged, knowing that both choices had their drawbacks. Whatever you do, I'll be behind it. Thanks, dude. Wes sighed but appreciated Drake's support for either decision. He still had time before the pickup comes to decide. For now, let's just dash. Drake started but was cut off once. Y/N's door opened. Out came the two nurses. Y/N didn't bother addressing Drake as she walked past him, and Del did the same, giving him a side-eyed glare. Seeing as the woman he had to protect was on the move again, Drake moved off the wall to follow her. "And where are you ladies heading off to?" "The bathroom," Y/N simply stated and glanced back at him. "Unless you want to be a creep and follow us in there. Please. I have more sense than that, zombie girl." He called back, but he didn't proceed to follow them. Instead, he hung back to talk with Wes some more. The two nurses entered the lab room to use the bathroom there. The ones in the halls were likely being held up by the soldiers. The lighting in the lab room was dimmer like the rest of the wing. Dell hugged herself as she peered around the room, which wouldn't have been so uneasy if it were just a regular power outage on normal terms. "I wish we would have got the chance to fill up the backup generators before this. That storm 2 weeks ago made us use half of the gas. How long do you think we have left?" Y/N asked, feeling worried about possibly being in the dark again. Maybe 2 days? The generators usually run for 96 hours. Dell answered as the two began to approach the bathroom door in the lab. They should all be gone before the generators run out. That is to say, if the satellite team follows through with their plans. It wasn't an easy thought that she was now a part of them. Y/N S hand rested on the door handle, but she hadn't moved to open it yet. She looked back to Dell and couldn't help but let her fear show. "Promise me you won't leave." "I won't. I'll sneak aboard if I have to." Her friend looked equally scared but masked it with a small chuckle. Y/N has already lost one close friend, and she couldn't imagine losing the other. But she smiled as well, her voice having some emotion to it. "You better." Her hand turned the handle and pushed open the door to the restroom. But when she looked up, she quickly stopped in her tracks. "Now let's not start crying," and Dell spoke while wiping her eyes, but as she entered as well, she quickly saw why her friend had stopped. Both nurses' eyes fell onto a group of survivors hunched over what looked like bags of equipment. They immediately all looked up when they heard the door open and the nurses' voices. The group leader, the older man named Jonathan, quickly cursed to himself and rushed for the door along with 2 other guys. "God damn it!" Y/N S eyes widened as she went to back out the bathroom along with Dell, but the men hurriedly grabbed their arms to drag them inside. "Wah, what are you?" Dell was cut off by a man covering her mouth with his hand. The same was done to Y/N as she tried to fight them off, but the guy holding her had used an arm to pin her arms to her sides. The supposed leader of this group did a quick look out into the lab to make sure no one had noticed and then shut the door. "Get those nurses tied up. Especially that one." He pointed to Y/N, and she could feel her heart drop to her stomach. What were they doing? A blonde lady had come over with some rope in her hands. The rope didn't look like any normal rope but had a blue and black coloring that was awfully familiar. The 2 men kept Y/N and Dell incapacitated so the woman can tie them together with their hands behind their backs. The rope was tight and scratched into their skin uncomfortably. Once it was done, the 2 nurses were left with their hands tied together and sitting on the floor. "Why are you doing this?" Y/N questioned, her eyes meeting the ones of the leader, who had a serious look. He was standing before them while the rest of his group went back to sorting through the bags while one moved to guard the door. "I'm getting these people out of here." Jonathan had a gravelly voice, one that showed he wasn't one to mess with. "If satellite is the reason why this all started, then I don't trust letting them take us to some supposed safety checkpoint." Dell looked closely at the bags and started to see that same blue and black color scheme on them. She had a hard time seeing in the dim bathroom, but once she saw the familiar logo and font printed on the bags, she gasped. Property of satellite enforcement. The lady from before had pulled out a pistol from the bag. Another had a rifle. "That's their weapons." Dell's voice shook. "Why you stole their weapons?" "Borrowed." Jonathan fished into his pocket and pulled out the keys he had swiped from his earlier encounter with Rose. Y/N couldn't believe what she was seeing. They managed to steal the soldiers' weapons without anyone noticing. "How?" Jonathan pushed the keys back into his pocket and turned to his side just a bit for the pistol in his back pocket to show. "It was simple for me to do. I'm a retired special op. I know how to be quiet and bite my time." "Why are we tied up?" Dell questioned. If you're planning on taking the survivors and running, then take us with you. Oh no, the woman from before piped up and immediately disagreed. The staff here are just as responsible as Satellite. You helped administer those drugs. We didn't know what they were for. Y/N desperately tried to reason. If we knew what Satellite was really doing, then we would have never dash. My son died because of you, the woman yelled, her fist gripping until her knuckles turned white. He was only supposed to be here for a bad asthma attack and took those medications the doctors gave him. He became a monster because of you. Both nurses flinched as they were subjected to the grieving mother's rage. Another survivor had gone to comfort her and pulled the pistol in her hand down that she was gradually lifting up. My grandfather got injured by one of those things. A younger man began to speak. He had a look that only showed the horror he had witnessed. It bit him, and those soldiers didn't waste a second to put a bullet in his head. My mother is probably out there in the halls walking around as one of those things. Another woman spoke as she glared hatefully at the two nurses. She was being treated for her cancer here and the doctors gave her those drugs. All these people and their horrible experiences, either losing someone so close to them and seeing the chaos that Satellite has caused. They only knew this because of Jonathan. He paid attention to the team's conversations and took peeks at Wes' notes whenever the scientist wasn't around. They obviously couldn't trust Satellite. But they for sure couldn't trust any of the staff as well. We're so sorry. Dell's voice was barely a whisper. But we're telling you. We didn't know. What kind of hospital doesn't know the drugs they're giving to their patients? Jonathan grunted. We didn't. Y/N pleaded. I swear to you we didn't know. But the nurses' pleas and desperate attempts at convincing them fell on deaf ears. To Jonathan it was better safe than sorry. He turned his back to them and addressed his group of survivors. Gag them. We're leaving before that pickup comes. The survivors were loyal to him since he had experience being a leader and dealing with military situations. Both the nurses tried to prove their innocence but were ultimately silenced as their mouths were gagged using ripped strips of cloth. Y/N craned her head back to see Dell, who did the same for her. They knew this could only lead to trouble as the survivors' coming actions were still unknown to them. They needed to get free before it was too late. The pickup could be radioing at any moment and I don't have the damn keys. Rose grunted as he sat down to think. We'll find them, sir, a female soldier reassured. If anything, we can break the door to the storage room holding our weapons and use the backup keys in the trucks. I know that, Ching. But it's bothering me that my original keys are missing. He always keeps them on him. Sometimes he misplaces them but never during missions such as this. Chang pursed her lips at this as she thought. It was bothersome for them to be missing something so important. I'll have the team look around before we get the call. I'm sure they'll turn up, sir. The older man appreciated that as he couldn't leave the radio at the moment. The call could be coming at any second. In the meantime, he sighed. Tell Blackwell to make sure the nurse is ready. I want everyone to be ready to leave once we get the call. Yes, sir. Chung nodded, her voice having a monotone pitch to it. Meanwhile, in the lab's bathroom, Y/N and Dell sat at the mercy of the survivors who were currently planning their exit. Jonathan had been a lot of eavesdropping to figure out the route Satellite enforcement had created. It was a straight shot down to the parking garage where the trucks were located that took advantage of the stairwells and elevators. The more they can avoid the main floors where fiends seem to be located, the faster they can get out. How we're going to do this is to keep out most capable people in the front and back. Jonathan instructed as the survivors grappled with his every word. We follow their plan and be as fast as possible. But we need to keep as less attention off of us as possible. How do we do that? With as many survivors as they had with them, it'll be hard to sneak them all past the fiends. Easy. This wing still has power. We can use the fire alarm to attract those things to one side of the wing while we leave out the other. Both Y/N and Dell froze at this. So we're using the soldiers as bait? The blonde woman muttered, having no remorse for those tied with Satellite. It was worth a shot and Jonathan knew that they'll have to be quick. They'll keep most of those things off of us as long as they're making noise. Y/N. S jaw could have dropped if she wasn't gagged right now. It's like he had this all figured out so quickly. This wasn't good. As much as she didn't trust the satellite enforcement, if these survivors go through with their plan, she and Dell were going to get dragged into it. If the fiends get to them, she could lose her last remaining friend. They had to warn the team. The survivors weren't going to take the nurses and just leave them here to die. Y/N. Went to glance back at Dell, but she began to feel her hands struggling in the binds. Dell was trying to be quiet and kept her eyes on the survivors with weapons as she twisted her arms in an uncomfortable way so that they face each other. Y/N. Caught on to what she was doing and carefully scooted herself in a way to hide what Dell was doing. Once everyone is ready, we'll start. Jonathan spoke to the survivors. As soon as you hear the fire alarm, get to the doors. It was a risky plan, but one that the ex-special op felt confident in. It had been almost an hour since Y/N, and Dell left for the bathroom, and Drake was becoming annoyed. Did it really take that long for women to just use the bathroom? He knocked on the doors of a women's restroom in the hall, expecting them to be in there. Zombie girl and other lady. You in there? He didn't receive an answer. Just silence. Did they fall asleep in there? Looking for something? A monotone voice asked. Drake turned to his side to see Chung approaching. She had put her short black hair into a ponytail while her bangs slightly grew over her dark brown eyes. Our little package. Drake groaned and turned to her. She and her friend said they were going to the bathroom, but it's been almost an hour. Let me see. Chung reached for the bathroom doorknob and walked inside. Better her than me, the sergeant thought. It wouldn't be a good look for him to just walk into a women's restroom. After a minute of searching, Chung came back but without the nurses. Not in here. What? Drake looked over her and peered into the restroom before the door closed behind Chung. This was the only restroom in the wing as far as he knew. Where else could they have gone? Did you check the lab? Chung asked with a flat expression. I remember the survivors using a bathroom in there. He hadn't known there was a bathroom in there. Almost immediately he turned on his feet to go head for the lab. The female soldier decided to follow him as she was still on the lookout for the captain's keys. Before they could enter the lab, however, they heard Rose's voice call out to them. Chang, Blackwell, I need to speak with you. He called for them. Drake looked between the door to the lab and his captain. Chung was already making her way over to the waiting area, so the sergeant decided to see what Rose wanted first. It's not like Y/N could have gotten too far. Sir. Both soldiers were addressed as they entered the waiting room. Rose made sure that it was just the two before he went over to his radio. We might have a problem. He reached down to the radio's tuner and turned the dials to the channel the pickup would use to contact them. But as he turned it, the radio only received nothing coming through. Not even the usual static that would show the channel was still up. It was just pure radio silence. Drake narrowed his eyes and walked forward to inspect the radio himself. You tried contacting them? A couple of times already while the channel was still active. I received no responses each time. Rose explained. Then the channel went dead. This left them all with an unknowing feeling. The pickup team could have simply turned the channel off temporarily, but that wouldn't be a smart move, and Rose had to report an emergency. Something happened. I'll go get Wesley, Chung quickly said as she turned to go find the scientist who had some tech knowledge. Drake pulled his hands away from the radio that was just emitting silence from the channel. How could it just be off? If the pickup team doesn't come, what do we do? He asked and looked up to his captain, who had a stern face. From his years serving as a captain, Rose knew to always have a backup plan. Even a backup to his backup plan. If there was ever a chance the pickup doesn't work, then we'll take the nurse to the facility ourselves. The sergeant had to do a double take on what his captain had said. Us? Sir, that facility is too far away. We don't have enough soldiers to cover that distance. I'm aware. But once we get the chance to contact satellite along the way, they can take the nurse off our hands, then we can go from there. Right now, our orders are to keep her safe, but we can't stay in this hospital forever. It's too dense. At some point, they were going to run out of food and power. By then, they'll just be sitting ducks for the fiends to come ravage. It's better to get the nurse somewhere safer if the pickup plan is a no-go. We could be risking more men than we have. Drake wasn't comfortable with the idea of making that travel to the facility themselves. It may be the nearest, but that didn't mean it was close. It was practically halfway across the country from where they were. Sir, you need to really think about this. Then what do you propose we do? The captain crossed his arms and gestured around them. You want to continue sitting on our asses here until we starve ourselves to death? Drake didn't reply and just turned away with his hands on his hips and let out a frustrated exhale. You were all specially selected by the government themselves to serve this team. That means I have faith in each and every one of you. Drake's hazel eyes glanced back toward the silent radio. All that I'm asking from my soldiers is to have some faith in me as well. Rose spoke, his tone full of authority but a hint of care as well. He trusted his team and knew that they were capable of doing this if they had to. He approached Drake and placed a hand on his shoulder to get him to look at him. Drake's expression showed that he was conflicted. If we possibly have a cure on our hands, I want to ensure that the world gets it before it's too late. Why did his captain have to be so good at persuasion? Drake stepped away and rubbed his temple tiredly as he thought over this backup plan. There was a lot at stake here, and they didn't know how the outside world looks by now. Their only form of communication with the outside is through their radios, yet signals have been going down left and right. Drake didn't know what the team could run into out there. All for a single nurse? But if his captain was so sure of himself that they can do it and so sure that Y/N could be a cure to all of this, reluctantly but also considering it as well, Drake agreed. If the pickup doesn't come, they'll do the job themselves. Good man. Rose patted his shoulder with a proud smile. Keep this up and I'll consider giving you a promotion. That is if I live to see it. Drake sighed but was also amused by the idea of it. I'm gonna go find our package. You keep that radio on. Haven't turned it off yet. Rose nodded as Drake turned to leave. The sergeant was still in disbelief about this plan. He didn't want to potentially risk his team for something that could be nothing. But as his eyes traveled around the halls of the wing, it has become evident that they couldn't stay here for much longer. Getting somewhere safer with the nurse is the far better option. Even if it meant stepping foot into a world unknown to them, Drake proceeded to the lab room to continue his search for the nurse. He opened the door and entered the room that was unusually quiet. It was always quiet but lacked the shuffling and taps that Wes usually made. He didn't think too much of it as he started circling the room to find the bathroom Chang had mentioned. He soon spotted the two separate doors in the room and began to approach, but he started to realize something. Where were the survivors? He glanced to where they usually were and saw their makeshift beds but no people in them. His hazel eyes furrowed as he went to knock on the women's bathroom door, but began to hear noises coming from the men's. It sounded like muffled voices. Drake's hand slipped down to his holster with his pistol in it and started approaching the door. He took his hand and pushed it open slowly, waiting to hear any sudden movements. But when the muffled voices suddenly grew louder, he pushed the door open more and landed his eyes on both Wes and Chang. Chang was knocked out on the floor while Wes was tied up with a bag over his head. He heard the door open and pushed himself back against the wall, not knowing that it was Drake. Shit! Drake immediately ran over to help them. He reached Wes first and pulled the bag off his head. The scientist had a shocked expression that turned into relief when he saw Drake's face. He couldn't speak due to the gag in his mouth but motioned for Drake to untie him. Who did this? The sergeant questioned as he pulled the gag out of his mouth and went to untie his hands. Wes shook the cloth away. He had a gash on his head that was steadily bleeding down the side of his face. It was the dash. The bathroom door suddenly opened and Drake's hand went for his gun. Shit, watch out, Wes warned. Drake whipped around with his gun trained on the person, but his arm was quickly pushed up as the gun shot around into the ceiling. It was a survivor who had started wrestling the sergeant for the gun. He pushed Drake against the sink and started throwing his fist toward his head. Drake was able to dodge each one and kicked his knee up to jab the survivor's gut. Once he got an opening, Drake did a maneuver that allowed him to push the survivor back before grabbing him again and pulling the man into a headlock. The survivor choked and tried jabbing his elbow into Drake's stomach, but Wes soon got himself untied thanks to his friend loosening the ropes enough. He slipped his knife out of his pocket and swung it toward the survivor. The man gritted his teeth and braced for the impact, but only felt the blade merely a centimeter from his chest. "The hell you think you're doing?" Drake furiously spoke as he held the man's neck tightly, but enough to keep him breathing. But the survivor refused to say anything. He continued to struggle in the hold despite being outnumbered. "Let me go, you monsters!" Due to the man's struggle, something fell out of his pocket and clanged against the floor. Both Drake and Wes looked down at it and saw a pistol. But not just any pistol. One with the satellite logo printed on its side. The man froze once he saw the stolen weapon too, and this only made Drake wrench his arms to the wall, shoving the man against it. "Where did you get that?" Wes quickly grabbed the pistol, but before the man could talk, a loud noise began to fill the entire wing. Sprinkler came out and started spraying water over them, and soon they could hear their fellow soldiers out in the halls shooting their guns and yelling to fall back. As if to answer Drake's previous question before the secret plan began, the man smirked. "I got it from Jonathan." This chapter is pretty long. Almost had to separate into two grinning face with sweat. Violence warning warning. Y/N. And Del couldn't do anything to stop Jonathan and the survivors from initiating their plan. The nurses were left tied up in the bathroom as if their fates didn't matter. And then they heard the fire alarm and knew it was too late. Both ladies worked to get the ropes off as best as they could. It was hard trying to maneuver their hands around with ropes that were so tight. But after some time, Del was able to loosen her enough to pull her hands out. It hurt, but her wrists felt relief once they were out. Immediately she got to untying Y/N and undoing the gag in her mouth. "We need to go now." Y/N rushed as she pulled her hands free once the ropes were loose enough. "Did they let the fiends in yet?" Del asked, but her question was quickly answered once they heard shooting. Del stumbled back as she looked terrified. She spent the first 2 days running from those things and narrowly losing her life in the process. Y/N had a pit in her stomach as she froze at the chaos that was happening again. But she turned back to her friend and took her hand into hers. "We need to find help." "Who?" As far as Del knew, they got abandoned by the survivors and the satellite soldiers were still untrustworthy. Their options weren't great, but they had a better chance if they got to the latter. Satellite may be bad, but at least they were trying to protect them. "We need to find Drake or the captain, or somebody from their team." "Are you sure?" Y/N S hand squeezed Del's a bit tighter, as if to comfort her own self. "What choice do we have? It may not be the greatest option, but it was the only way they could survive this. Even though Y/N will live, she just couldn't lose Del." Once they were in agreement, they left the bathroom and checked to make sure it was clear before entering the lab. But as they did, out came Wes from the men's bathroom carrying a female soldier on his back, and he looked at the two with wide eyes. Drake came out behind him with an incapacitated man dragging behind him. His hazel eyes landed on Y/N SE/C1s. He was a mix of confusion, disbelief, and anger. "What the hell? Where were you?" When she heard his angry tone, she glared at him. "Tied up in a bathroom, asshole." Wes quickly stepped in before the two can argue again. "We have bigger things to worry about, guys." Drake sked and gripped onto the survivor's shirt tighter and pushed him forward. The man grunted and stumbled on his feet. His hands were tied behind his back with the same rope they used on Wes. "You want to tell me what the hell is going on?" Drake threatened as he pressed his gun into the man's back. "We know," Del spoke up. "The survivors stole your guns and are planning to get to your trucks to escape. They're using the fiends as a distraction." "Rose's keys," Wes muttered as he realized. "Fucking great." Drake knew that there was something off about the survivors, especially that older man, Jonathan. The man yanked on his binds but couldn't break free from the sergeant's vice grip. "None of us trusted you. You all are the reason for those things. Do you want to become one of them?" Drake sneered as he started pushing the man toward the door leading to the halls. The man quickly pushed back as a look of fear crossed his face. Drake took note of this and threw the man to the side. Coward! As Drake pulled his rifle off his back, Wes moved over to the nurses and started handing Chung over to them. Can you carry her? We'll keep you safe. Both, Y/N, and Del moved the soldiers' arms over them to carry her from each side. Chung was slowly gaining consciousness, but the blow to her head made it difficult to stand on her own. What are you going to do? Y/N asked as her anxiousness grew. Drake pulled his pistol out of his holster and tossed it to Wes, who already had the one the man stole. He switched the safety off his rifle and got into position at the door. Find the team, clear out the fiends, then we're getting out of here. The man on the ground struggled to get up with his arms tied behind him. He looked between the small group with wide eyes. What about me? You're just going to leave me here? Figure it out. Drake simply spoke as he nodded for Wes to get ready. The scientist nodded and held both pistols up toward the door. As soon as Drake pulled the door open, 3 fiends nearby noticed them and started bolting toward them. Drake's rifle was loud as he aimed for their heads and shot them all down. As he moved out into the halls, Wes covered his back and killed 2 more fiends who ran toward them. The 2 nurses shared a look and started following them with Chung once they gave the clear. Everything was flipped upside down in a matter of seconds. The fiends were coming from the other side of the wing that was blocked off. Many of the soldiers fell back to from that point while they kept the main doors closed from the fiends on the other side. Rose was among the soldiers keeping the main doors shut, and once he saw the small group emerge from the lab, he quickly laid down covering fire for them with his own rifle. Y/N and Del kept their heads down as they rushed over to where the other soldiers were. Drake and Wes followed behind them and worked to clear out the rest of the fiends in the wing. The last one was shot down and toppled to the floor, but more would come soon. Rose ceased fire and got up to help the nurses with Chung. Come on. Set her down here. They followed and carefully placed Chung down on the floor. The woman grimaced from the pain in her head. Rose glanced back at Drake and Wes, who joined them but kept their eyes peeled for more fiends. Was wondering where you boys were. Getting double-crossed, sir? Wes reluctantly spoke. I can tell. Rose turned back to check on Chung, who had a disoriented look in her eyes. He looked up to Del and Y/N, hoping for their help. Status. Del looked over the woman. She had a gash on her head, similar to Wes but bigger. Y/N held up 5 fingers and snapped her other ones to get Cheng's attention. Can you tell me how many fingers I'm holding up? But Chung couldn't focus or see straight. She gazed between Y/N S fingers and did her best to answer, which wasn't much. She has a concussion. Pretty bad one. Del deducted as she turned to Rose, who was frustrated. How could he let those people manage to get one over him? He should have known to check them as soon as his keys disappeared. Drake stepped up impatiently, knowing that time wasn't on their side right now. Captain, we need to get to the trucks before the survivors do. They have our weapons and likely our ammo too. Do we stick to the escape plan, sir? Another soldier asked. We need to leave the area before more come. That alarm won't shut off. A third piped in. Rose quickly thought to himself before he stood up. He looked between everyone and then laid his eyes on the main doors that were being held closed to prevent any more fiends from barging in. It's their only way out, and he had a solution for it. Does anyone still have a grenade on them? One soldier quickly patted their pants before pulling out a small round grenade from their pocket. Rose took it and approached the doors. On my count, open the doors, but just enough for me to toss this through. Y/N eyes widened as she watched his actions closely. Drake moved to stand in front of her with his rifle trained on the door. Once the captain finished his countdown, the 2 soldiers holding the doors pulled them open just enough, and immediately the hands of fiends shot through to try and grab them. They avoided the hands, and Rose quickly pulled the pin on the grenade and rolled it out between the many legs of the fiends. Because of the arms, they had trouble closing the door, but Drake shot some rounds into them that made the arms either fall out or pull back. Right as the door was finally shut, a loud boom reverberated from the other side. Both Y/N and Del flinched from the loud noise. He was glancing outside to see the pile of dead fiends on the ground from the explosion. All right, everyone arm up. We stick together and get to the trucks. No man gets left behind. He turned to Drake and gestured to the two nurses who were helping Chung up to her feet. Blackwell and Woodrow, you keep those ladies covered. Don't fall back. Yes, sir. Both men spoke. Y/N adjusted Cheng's arm over her shoulder as Del did the same. As they began following the team out into the halls, the female soldier groaned. Don't drop me. We won't. Y/N reassured as the two nurses began helping her walk. As they moved toward the main door and past the room that was reserved for Y/N, Drake's eyes fell on something inside that was being left behind. He quickly debated before running in to grab it and heading back to join up with the team. The scene outside of the door was brutal. Such a small grenade managed to obliterate the group of fiends who were once banging their fists on the door. Y/N had to direct her eyes away after she mistakenly looked at a fiend who was now missing an entire leg with their guts spilling out. The ones who didn't die from the explosion the satellite team quickly took out before proceeding. Somewhere off in the hospital, they could hear gunshots and knew it was the survivors. Rose took the lead as his team followed and covered each side they had. Occasionally a fiend would run out on them but would be quickly taken down with a shot to the head. It was crazy seeing these soldiers kill the fiends with such ease. Rose coordinated them well and knew when to tell them to ease fire, start moving, stop moving, hang back, disperse and regroup. She couldn't keep up with all the orders at all. She had to rely on Drake, who would have to grab her shoulder each time an order came. They began to reach a stairwell and Rose along with two other soldiers went in first to clear it out. Wes came around the three ladies and lowered down to check on Chung. You doing okay, Dan? I would if the guns weren't so loud. She groaned. Just hang in there. Wes reassured, giving her a pat on the shoulder. Stairwell is clear. Let's move out. Rose called and so the team continued. They must have a certain route they're taking that Y/N noticed as well. Rose led the team through specific halls and stuck close to the furthest end of the hospital near where the parking garage should be. As they traveled down another flight of stairs while taking out a few fiends, Y/N could see the parking garage through the windows. They pushed through a set of doors and entered what Y/N and Del knew was the main lobby. They both shuddered when they spotted the bodies that littered the floor. Broken glass toppled over carts, chairs in disarray. Outside through the front entrance was a police car crashed halfway through the revolving doors and the unfortunate driver lay deceased on the hood torn to bits. Update on position. Rose called to a soldier. North lobby, sir. The parking garage should be just ahead. Then let's waste no time. I don't want those idiots touching my trucks. Rose grunted and proceeded forward. Just as they began to move, they heard banging against a set of doors behind them. The doors were already pretty beaten up but gradually began to cave in from the number of fiends trying to get in. It won't be long before that door caves and they're flooded with fiends. Rose estimated how far they were from the garage before he turned to Drake and Wes. You two, take the nurses and Chung to the trucks. We'll hold them off until we can catch up. Wes quickly objected since this went against one of the captain's earlier orders. I thought we weren't supposed to split up, sir? For now we are. We need our trucks, now go. Rose ordered again and went to start getting the rest into position to hold off the oncoming fiends. Drake met Wes' unsure eyes and nodded toward the garage. The captain was right. They needed to get to the trucks before Jonathan and the survivors can make off with them. Y/N looked back just as the door caved in and dozens of fiends came falling out. They tripped over each other as they spotted the soldiers. Rose waited until the perfect moment to order them to fire. The gunfire became muffled once they left the lobby and pushed past the doors leading to the garage. Drake rushed forward to where the trucks were parked and spotted the survivors who were currently entering the first of the two. Get down! Drake called back to the nurses as he held his rifle up and began laying fire. Y/N and Del pulled Chung over to cover. The survivors quickly ducked away behind the trucks but not before Drake managed to hit two. He quickly moved behind a pillar as Wes took cover behind a car. Jonathan sked as he took up cover behind the truck's hood and started shooting back at the two. Y/N and Del kept their heads down as bullets went flying over them. This is crazy. This is crazy. Del repeated to herself, shaking in fear. From all of the noise happening, several nearby fiends rushed toward the survivors. Both Drake and Wes held fire as the fiends tried getting at the survivors who focused their attention on them. Jonathan was the quickest at taking out two, but a different survivor, the blonde woman, was grabbed before she could raise her gun. The fiends growled as they yanked on her arm and sunk their teeth into her neck. She screamed in pain and was dragged to the ground. Jonathan killed off the second last fiend before aiming his gun at the first, shooting it in the head. The fiend fell off the woman and she choked on her own blood. But without any parting words, Jonathan shot her point blank in the head, which took the last three remaining survivors off guard. "Get in the trucks," he grunted and raised his rifle back up toward Wes and Drake. The sergeant looked at the scientist and started silently communicating with him. He made a running gesture and aimed his hand at his head like it was a gun, and Wes soon nodded along and moved back along his cover. Y/N watched what they were doing and didn't have a good feeling about it. Drake reloaded his gun and focused back on the XOP. "You know those trucks don't belong to you. Neither do those weapons. The way the world is becoming, anything is up for grabs." Jonathan sneered, his rifle firing a couple of shots into the pillar Drake hid behind. He waited until the bullets stopped before continuing the distraction. "We're a government-backed corporation. Stealing our property and shooting at us can land you a hefty sentence. Does that even matter anymore?" The older man countered and glanced up to the remaining survivors who piled into the trucks. "Get that thing started." The survivors quickly inserted the keys and went to start the trucks. Y/N S eyes met Drake's as he began to smirk. "Dumbass." The truck began to rev, but after some time, it didn't start up. They tried again, but once more it didn't start. Jonathan took his eyes off Drake for a second as an intense look crossed his face. "What's going on?" "It won't start," the survivor exclaimed. Wes gradually snuck up to Jonathan and had his pistols raised to get his shot ready. He stuck close to the truck to stay out of the survivor's eyesight and got ready to take the shot at the older man. "You have the key," Drake started as he poked his head out to smirk at Jonathan. "But do you have the backup key?" "Motherfew — the older man swore before he realized Drake was looking behind him. He quickly ducked to the side just as Wes bullets hit the space Jonathan was just in. The scientist saw that he was discovered and tried ducking back quickly, but Jonathan lifted his rifle up and fired. Drake's face fell as he saw his friend go down behind the truck, out of his sight. Y/N and Del heard the shooting and looked up to see Drake rush out from his cover. His race was full of rage as he rained bullets all over Jonathan's cover. One of them managed to hit the man in the side before he could duck behind a car. The survivors went to help him but soon saw the rest of the satellite team reaching the garage. Jonathan held his side painfully and pushed to his feet as he held his rifle in one hand and shot back at Drake, who jumped away. All he could focus on was getting to his friend. The rest of the satellite team poured in with Rose leading them. He looked around and saw the nurses with Chung in cover and ordered for them to be protected. He spotted Drake firing after Jonathan, who began to flee, using the vehicles as cover to slip away. Drake would have chased after him and put a couple rounds into his back, but he needed to get to Wes. The three remaining survivors knew when to give up after seeing the XOP just abandon them like that. With them being outnumbered now, they dropped their stolen guns and were ordered to exit the truck. A couple of soldiers helped Y/N and Del carry Chung out of their cover and over to the trucks. Y/N S eyes looked around until she spotted Drake rushing for where Wes had fallen. She quickly asked a soldier to take Cheng's arm for her and ran over to follow Drake. The sergeant reached the back of the truck where Wes had fallen and found the scientist still alive to his relief but clutching his leg that was bleeding. Drake cursed to himself and went to go help him, seeing that he had several bullet wounds spread across the side of his leg. "This hurts like hell, man," Wes seethed through his teeth. "I bet it does." Drake muttered in worry and went to help him up, but moving just an inch of his leg caused Wes to grunt in pain. Fuck. Can somebody help me? Drake called for his team. But instead of a soldier like he was expecting, Y/N appeared and immediately got down to her knees to inspect Wes' leg. She didn't waste a second to help them. This somehow took him by surprise. There's some grazes, she spoke as she carefully examined Wes' leg. But you were hit twice in your thigh. One of the bullets didn't exit. There wasn't much time to do a thorough inspection as they began to hear more fiends coming their way. Get to the trucks. We're leaving. Rose's voice called out. Y/N glanced up to meet Drake's eyes, who was watching her, trying to get an idea of her. But once he heard his captain's order, he gestured to his friend and Y/N helped him get Wes to his feet. The scientist groaned in pain but had to endure it as they all rushed for the trucks. Finally escaping the hospital and seeing the world for what it was now, it didn't relieve anyone's thoughts. The team was able to get to their 2 trucks, which were large and spacious enough to hold them all, including the 3 survivors that they decided not to leave for dead. 2 guys and a lady. All 3 were pretty upset that Jonathan easily abandoned them back at the hospital. After some interrogation, it became clear that the ex-op had been eavesdropping and observing Rose's team to form that whole plan of his. While the captain was impressed that the man managed to pull a slip on him, it also irritated him. As for the 3 remaining survivors, they were not in cuffs and being kept under close watch in the meantime. They would have been left behind, but the decision to keep them was obviously not the sergeant's. Rose wasn't as unforgiving as Drake. When they left, they discovered signs of that shooting they heard before. It completely crossed everyone's minds until Tay found the source of it. It was an actual military truck with a gun on top. The vehicle crashed against the wired fencing surrounding the hospital, and surrounding it were the bodies of both fiends and the soldiers who were overwhelmed. The sight was morbid, to say the least, and felt like a sign of what the team had to come. Seeing this didn't leave a good feeling inside of Y/N. The first road taken was down the mountain toward the local town. It was just as you would expect. Completely in disarray. Vehicles toppled over, small businesses being destroyed by looters, and the occasional corpse on the ground that looked like they should be still, but as the trucks passed, fingers and limbs moved. Y/N and Dell were busy taking care of Wes' leg. The first had given him a rag to bite into, while the latter used what tools she had on hand to pull the bullet out of his leg. Drake stood to the side with his hand clenching the railing as he grimaced each time Dell would have to move the tweezers deeper in order to get a hold of the bullet. Wes groaned loudly into the rag, holding on to Y/N's hand tightly, and was starting to hurt her by how hard he was gripping. She gave him some comforting pats on the shoulder, hoping that it would ease his grip. Almost got it. Dell spoke as she slowly pulled the bullet out. It was a miracle it didn't break into pieces, or this would have been a longer process. The scientist felt weak after the pain subsided, and he breathed deeply against the rag. He loosened his grip on Y/N's hand and fell back against her. He's lost quite a bit of blood, but not enough to be fatal. He'll have to recover for a few days, however. Drake felt worried for his friend. He looked paler than normal, and obviously, his leg wasn't doing any better. Dell did her best to patch up the wounds and bandage him up as best as she could, while Y/N made sure Wes was comfortable and gave him some encouragement. The antibiotics they gathered from the hospital would keep an infection from spreading, but after this, supplies were going to be limited. The sergeant couldn't help but feel frustrated by letting his closest friend get injured under his watch. It felt like his fault, even though they both agreed to enact it at the time. But seeing the 2 nurses helping him, even if they didn't completely trust the team, made Drake feel some relief. After Dell finished treating the wounds, she sighed. Y/N got up from her seat and allowed Wes to lie down. It was the nurse in her trying to make sure he was situated, while Dell leaned back in her seat to catch her breath. A lot had transpired in just 24 hours that finally being able to sit down was needed. Y/N wiped her hands on her tarnished scrubs as she went toward the back to look out the windows. Drake reached down to give a reassuring squeeze on Wes' shoulder, glad to see that he was going to be fine. You'll be all right, bud. Get some rest. Yeah. Wes groaned. Drake's hazel eyes then moved over to Y/N. She was catching a glimpse of the passing town through the back windows. She remembered it being such a quiet and peaceful place. Barely any trouble and everyone knew one another. The shops that passed were all ones she had visited at least once. Even the view of the mountain was a sight she would see during her commutes through the town. Now it just looked anything but quiet and peaceful. The apartment she lived in wasn't too far from here. It wasn't too big or too lavish, but it was still her home. With the way things were going now, it didn't seem like Rose would be willing to make a detour anytime soon. Drake moved to a spot next to her. He leaned his back against the wall and faced toward his team. Everyone was tired and had to recuperate after dealing with so many fiends back at the hospital. People got hurt, but luckily no one died. Or worse, he glanced down at her. The woman he wasn't too fond of, but that didn't stop him from feeling appreciative for helping his friend. "Thanks," he muttered, not expecting to ever thank the nurse for something. She didn't expect it either. Her eyes peeked up at him before she returned to watching the passing town. "It's no problem." The two fell into an awkward silence. They still detested one another. Getting shot by one while the other believes they're a risk doesn't go away so easily. With the original pickup plan obviously failing, it left Y/N questioning what was going to happen now. She was sure that Rose had a different plan in mind. "Where are we going now?" Drake fiddled with his pistol in his hands, reloading it to check how many rounds it had left. "The facility. We're taking you ourselves until further notice." "That's still the plan?" Her tone sounded unsure. She was hoping that there was a way to avoid being taken there with the pickup not coming. "You're still our hope to finding a cure, and Rose seems very determined to make it happen." Drake sighed. Although he agreed to the new plan, he still believed it was more than their team could handle. "And if I still refuse?" she asked. He took his eyes away from his pistol to focus on her. She was still against this. Drake gestured toward the passing town outside, at all the aftermath of the chaos that transpired. "If you were the answer to stopping all of this, would you do it?" That question wasn't one she was waiting for. She fell silent, looking back at the destroyed town before her eyes. "If you could save another person's life by helping make a cure, would you do it?" he asked once more, trying to get her to understand just how important she was to all of this. His captain was willing to go above and beyond to make things right, even if she didn't trust them. "Regardless of how you feel, we need you at that facility. Believe it or not all of Satellite is corrupt." "I beg to differ," she whispered to herself and glared out into the town as they began to leave. The trees of the mountains soon took up her view. "Then don't think about it as doing it for us. Think about doing it for the world. You'll be saving lives." He leaned a bit to reach her height, his tone being stern but also a hint of hope. "Isn't that what a nurse is supposed to do?" She turned her head slightly toward him, narrowing her eyes at his. This was the closest they'd ever been to each other. Felt like a standoff, seeing who was going to back away first. "How can you be so sure that I'm the cure?" she questioned. The drug working for her couldn't mean that she's immune, right? "We're not," Drake answered truthfully. "If anything, you're a bigger risk than I'm comfortable with." Saying that didn't make her feel any more comfortable herself. It's like the pressure she hadn't felt until now was finally setting in. This team was betting a lot on getting her to that facility in hopes that she would be a cure. And if she is, Satellite can reverse the harm they have caused. They can stop any more fiends from spreading, possibly reversing the infection entirely. But if she isn't the cure, Drake can see that it was finally setting in for her. Her eyes fell as she took in his words. She was a success among hundreds of thousands of failures. The drug worked for her when it didn't for others. Her surviving a gunshot to the head was enough proof they all needed. He looked up to her forehead where he had shot her. The scar was entirely gone and replaced by smooth skin. It was as if the bullet never even touched her. Y/N sighed in frustration and soon felt his thumb pressing against her head. Her head was pushed up slightly so she can meet his eyes once more. He looked serious but also something else. "If the captain is sure that you're the answer, then it's my job to keep you safe. His tone was of his own frustration, but he started to understand that this job was equally as important as his sergeant role, if not more. After being so close to each other, the sergeant finally pulled away as she moved his thumb off of her forehead. So don't go getting yourself into trouble. I won't be able to drag your ass out of everything. Then what do you expect me to do? She huffed while glaring at him. She was supposed to let herself get killed and wait to wake up again? He wouldn't be much of a bodyguard then. Drake leaned back as he went to put his pistol back together. He thought about it. If he was her bodyguard, basically then they needed some ground rules. It was still unknown what the team would encounter, both good and bad. No wandering off, no drawing attention to yourself, always stick by me. When I tell you to do something you do it, and ask me before you do anything. Understood. He listed off without missing a beat, speaking to her as if she was another soldier. Y/N stared in disbelief. So I'm basically supposed to be up under you? The entire time? Affirmative. He nodded, giving her a smirk at seeing her reaction to the rules. That is not going to work. She couldn't stand a single second without glaring at this man. What makes him think she'll want to be near him 24/7? It doesn't have to work for you. Just me. The pistol in his hand clicked together and he moved to slide it into his holster. The nurse rolled her eyes and turned back to look out the back windows of the truck. Despite how much she wanted to protest this, there wasn't much she could argue with. Unfortunately. Come on. He moved to nudge her shoulder as his smirk grew into a grin. At least look somewhat happy to being with me. She pushed him away with her shoulder, not enjoying his teasing at all. Asshole. Being called an asshole didn't really bother him much, especially when it came from the nurse. I have a name, you know? And so do I. She shot back, not liking the zombie girl nickname he had given her. Drake chuckled a bit but ultimately didn't say much else. He was finding amusement in their back and forth. Y/N could be so easily angered by him that he couldn't help but tease her a little. The only plus side of being ordered to protect somebody he didn't want to protect, especially someone who could put his entire team at risk. Y/N didn't feel so positive about this arrangement either. Why would Rose put her with someone who literally killed her? She didn't die technically, but the feeling of waking up after feeling like your life was stripped away wasn't a good one. And now he was supposed to do the exact opposite of what he did. The reminders of these things made them both turn away from each other. Drake's smirk fell as he went back to looking over his team while Y/N focused back on the fallen outside world. They hated each other, but were stuck together now. This was going to be a long trip. Stop here, Rose directed as the two trucks began to approach a roadside gas station in the mountains. It didn't look too worse for wear, but the power was out and no cars were sitting in the parking lot. It seemed like a good place to stop and strategize before they moved forward. The two trucks pulled into the gas station, each one parking alongside a fuel pump. Y/N was checking the other sergeant on the team whom she got to know, Dan Chung, when she felt the vehicle stop. She was doing some small cognitive tests on Chung to make sure her concussion didn't affect her brain functions. Fortunately, nothing much was impacted besides her reaction time and focus. Drake noticed the stop as well and placed a hand on his pistol, moving toward the back doors to check things out. Other soldiers followed as well until it was just the nurses with the two injured members remaining. Before he left, Drake glanced back at Y/N, who had turned to look up at him. Stay put. I'll be right back. It's not like I have anywhere to go, she muttered, as she turned back to Chang and finished wrapping her head in bandages. How are you feeling? Like I just got beaten with the butt of a rifle. Chang sighed and leaned back in her seat with her eyes closed. I hope that bastard died. Y/N immediately thought of Jonathan, the ex-special op. At first, it sounded a bit too extreme to wish death on the man, but he did attempt to steal the team's weapons and trucks, and sent fiends on them, and was willing to leave her and Dell for dead. While she didn't wish death on the man per se, she hoped he got the karma he deserved at least. I don't think he would have survived on his own. Not with all those fiends back there. Y/N spoke as she placed the leftover bandages back into a bag designated for medical supplies. Hopefully, those who endangered her team didn't receive the female sergeant's sympathy. Not even the 3 unfortunate souls Rose decided not to abandon. Chung then opened one eye as she glanced over to Wes, who was lying across a few seats like a bed. He had an arm covering his head while the other rested on his chest. His injured leg was all bandaged up and propped up by a couple of bags to keep it suspended. "Hey, Freckles," Chung called, making Y/N look over at him too. He hummed, his tone sounding tired. "How's the leg? You're still able to walk?" Dell, who was sitting in a seat in front of Wes, chimed in. "I wouldn't recommend him getting on his feet for at least a week. Bullet wounds don't heal quickly." Wes disappointedly groaned at this. He knew this as well, but hearing it out loud made it that more apparent. How was he supposed to help his team if he couldn't walk for a week? Chung reached over to pat his shoulder. "Maybe a week out of commission will do the anxious workaholic some good. You'll be fine. Just relax." "But I don't want to," he sadly murmured. Dell raised an eyebrow at him. But just because the scientist was out of duty for now, didn't mean the female sergeant was. She carefully moved out of her seat and went over to the weapon rack to grab her shotgun. "Well, I'm heading out." "What? Why?" Y/N just finished those cognitive tests and saw that Chung clearly needed to heal still. "You should be sitting down as well. I've had worse than this. I can handle it." She spoke in her flat tone, hoisting her shotgun over her shoulder, and proceeding to leave out the same way the others went. Both nurses met each other's confused eyes, but didn't make a move to stop her. Only Wes moved to speak up. "Don't do anything rash, Dan. I should be saying that to you," she called back, hopping down from the truck to go join the rest of the team. Wes could tell both nurses didn't think the decision was wise. They were still new to the team after all. "She's always like that. Don't worry. What part of a severe concussion does that lady not understand?" Dell muttered as she went back to relaxing in her seat. Y/N decided to get up as well. She climbed toward the back of the truck and looked out the open back doors to see a view of the trees alongside the mountain road. The asphalt road was still wet from the rain, as so was the air that carried the scent. In the distance, she could make out the tops of the mountains that poked through the cloudy sky above. It would have been a nice sight to see if things weren't the way they were. "Let's do the radio again. See if the station is back online," she heard Rose order. Y/N did overhear a couple of soldiers mentioning the station the facility used had gone radio silent. They weren't certain why and weren't quick on assuming the bad what-ifs. They just simply hoped to try contacting again and get a response this time. But after seeing that crashed military truck, the nurse didn't have as much hope. As she took a seat on the bumper, she heard footsteps approaching and looked up to see Drake return. He shoved his pistol back into its holster and saw that she wasn't where he told her to be. "Why aren't you in the truck?" "It's stuffy in there," she replied as she traveled her eyes over the mountain view. Technically, she didn't leave the truck. She chose to sit on the bumper. Drake didn't feel like debating it with her and pulled out a map he had recovered from the gas station. The GPS had stopped working once the Wi-Fi went down, so a physical map was the next best thing. Y/N took a couple of peeks at the map as he laid it out next to her and found where they currently were on it. "You familiar with this area?" he asked her as he used a pen from his pocket to mark the map. Sort of." Her tone sounded uncertain as she looked around the map, but also dodgy as well. "She hasn't traveled this way in years." "Sort of as in yes or no?" Drake asked again, catching the way she rolled her eyes before nodding a yes. Neither Drake nor his team were from around these mountains. They all were from different places around the country, which made traversing these roads more difficult for them. He kept his eyes on the map as he marked the road that was taken from the hospital to here. "Do you know of any places where the reception is clear?" "The reception?" she asked before she realized what he meant. It would be hard to catch a signal this far out. "I'm not sure. Unless you want to head for the city dash. The city is a no-go. Too many people, too many fiends." He immediately dismissed that idea. A signal would be easier to catch somewhere with a denser population, but until they knew how serious the fiend threat had gotten, they needed to avoid those places at all cost. Shouldn't the military have it under control though? Y/N asked, even though she had a feeling the answer was no. Maybe. Or maybe they don't. Drake muttered. Either way, we're not risking it. His hazel eyes followed different roads that led out from where they were. Some traveled to denser areas that he wanted to avoid, while others led further into the mountains. The deeper they go, the harder it could be to catch a signal strong enough to contact the facility. Dell had overheard their conversation and was thinking of any good places to go to if they needed to contact the facility this badly. It took her a couple of seconds before an idea came to her. What about the radio station? Both Drake and Y/N looked up at her. Y/N immediately grew a look on her face that wasn't so intrigued by this, while Drake pressed her friend for more. There's a radio station? Where? This was better than what he was thinking. A radio station could help them greatly. It would be somewhere it can catch a signal and have the equipment to do so. It's outside of this small town, Browford. It's actually owned by Dell spoke before she looked up and met Y/N's eyes. The nurse had an uncomfortable look and shook her head for her friend to not say anything. Dell immediately understood and backtracked a bit. This radio enthusiast. He's popular around here. I'm sure he wouldn't mind us using it, Drake said as he found the small town Dell spoke of on the map. Y/N sighed as she turned away, crossing her arms closer to her chest and peering out into the trees. Browford was only 40 miles west of where they were. The quickest road to it cut through a portion of the mountain, but unfortunately, it sat not too far from a much larger and denser town, Grimire. Everything Drake wanted his team to avoid, but this radio station was their best bet. Because with the way things were going with their radio here, they weren't going to pick up anything. The sergeant began gathering up the map to go inform his captain. I'm going to speak with Rose. Don't leave the truck. Before he left, he turned back to Y/N, again, who had a distant look. Especially you. I'm not going anywhere, she muttered. The sergeant looked her up and down a bit before he left. He wondered why she hadn't tried to be smart there, but proceeded to go speak with Rose. But Dell knew why, and she moved closer to her friend with an apologetic look on her face and whispered, I'm sorry. It slipped my mind. It's all right. Y/N whispered back and fell silent after that. Drake approached Rose, who was at the other truck where the main radio was with other soldiers. As they repeatedly tried the station, the silence continued to spill out. What was keeping the station turned off? Rose was beginning to grow frustrated with this. They needed updates, status on the pickup, and even the state of the world way before today. Sir, Drake called. I got somewhere we can head to. Could help us get into contact again. What is it? Rose and the others turned to him. Anything was helpful at this point. Drake proceeded to fill them in on the radio station, where it was and how it can help them. While it was going off of their original track to the facility, it was a necessary detour they could take. The captain didn't take long to agree to this plan. What better place can they go to solve their connection issue? We'll head that way then. Shouldn't be a problem getting in touch with somebody there. Rose then turned to two soldiers who were tasked with getting gas from the pumps. Along with medical supplies and food, gas was looking to be a greater necessity. How are we doing on fuel? Not much, sir. This place is tapped. A soldier responded and lifted up the half-empty canisters. Only managed to get so much. Chang was with them as she glanced around the empty lot. Of course, a roadside gas station deep in the mountains doesn't have much gas. We'll siphon any cars we cross then. Better than nothing. Agreed. Rose nodded. Siphon cars, loot stores. If we're to reach that facility, we're taking anything we can get. Gas, ammo, food, and medicine. Am I understood? Yes, sir. The team spoke. Drastic times will call for drastic measures if it comes down to it. For now, they still had a good supply of ammo and MREs to last them for a couple weeks, but not even those can last forever. They still had a bag of medical supplies from the hospital, and if they're smart with it and don't go around getting themselves injured, then medicine won't be much of a worry. But gas was a different story. The trucks burned through it, and Rose would rather not traverse the rest of the way on foot. Take whatever we can use from that gas station. Only what we need, so we're not hauling extra sure dash. Asterisk. SKSHHHH. Asterisk. Everyone stopped talking as the main radio suddenly cut on. Loud static cut the captain's order off and he focused on it. As the static continued, they began hearing it trying to make a connection to the facility as a quiet voice cut in and out. FA-LTY. GOT. LA. BE. Drake narrowed his eyes and tried to listen for what they were saying, but the loud static and cutting in and out was making it hard to understand. Rose approached the radio and took the connected microphone into his hands. This is Captain Easton Rose calling for updates from the West Grove satellite facility. Can you read me? Over. Even if the facility did respond, it would be hard to understand. Rose hit the back of the radio a few times, which helped a little, but only for a mere second. The message was still indecipherable. Damn it. At least we know the facility is still up. Drake spoke. That means getting to that radio station is a priority now. We should be able to get a clearer message there. Y'all heard the man. Chung called as she gathered a group to go raid the gas station. Rose glared down at the incompetent radio that gave its glitchy message. It continued to try sputtering out whatever the facility was trying to say, but ultimately the static went silent once more as the connection dropped altogether. Once again they were back in the dark. Fucking great. The older man grunted and placed the mic back onto the radio. We'll get there, sir. Drake reassured, also feeling frustrated by the lack of communication. Hopefully it doesn't take longer than I'm comfortable with. Rose sighed and nodded. Just another hurdle to jump over. But unlike the faulty main radio, a smaller one in Drake's pocket began to spur to life and emit a soft and calming melody. He was confused for a second as he reached down to pull the device out and then remembered why he had it in the first place. He excused himself and left to go give the small radio back to someone only the music had an effect on. Slight gore warning. Y/N gazed down at the portable radio in her hands that Drake had given to her. She had completely forgotten about it back at the hospital during the fiends breaking in. They were back on the road as they followed the map toward Browford. The thought of going back to that town didn't make Y/N feel easy. She assumes that the radio station can help the team, but at the same time, she knows going back to that place will be tough on her. At least the radio in her hands helped ease her worry. She and Dell both shared seats next to each other as Y/N rested against Dell's arm as her friend slept. There hasn't been much to do inside of these trucks while the soldiers did all the heavy work. Really, the nurse's only job was to help anyone who got injured, which hasn't happened yet since leaving the hospital. Until now, that is. Aw, hi! Both nurses jumped up as they heard a scream in the distance. Others must have heard it too as the truck gradually came to a stop. Drake, who sat across from Y/N, quickly got up and so did Chung. Wes had been counting the bolts in the ceiling when he sat up as well with wide eyes. The screaming continued until whoever it was became gargled and soon silenced. But also the sound of a car alarm began going off. Drake moved to the back doors of the truck and grabbed onto the handles. Chung, radio the captain for a status. On it. She nodded and went to grab her walkie. Y/N sat up fully as she started to hear scratching against the sides of the truck, and as Drake went to open the doors, the nurse spotted a bloody hand grab onto the door. Wait, no dash. Drake saw the hand almost immediately and pulled the doors back shut as several fists began to pound against the door. Shit dash. Are those fiends? Wes exclaimed as he pulled himself up and he saw the fists slamming into the windows. Drake quickly locked the door and aimed his gun up as a few other soldiers inside the truck did the same. Y/N and Dell immediately helped Wes get behind them all as the bangs filled all sides of the truck. Dell's breathing began to hasten from the intensity of the situation. Do not leave the trucks. I repeat, do not leave the trucks. Rose ordered through Cheng's walkie. Do you know where they're coming from? Cheng asked. It sounds like too many outside. From the trees where those screams came from. Looks like something large crashed recently. Rose spoke, having a better view of the situation in the first truck than the second one did. From the only windows they had, Drake carefully moved closer to the back door and peered out to see the snarling and aggressive fiends who were desperate to get inside. They clawed at the truck's exterior and left bloody scratches against the metal and glass. Drake grimaced at the sight. "I'll figure something out. Just keep those doors shut," Rose ordered, and Cheng's walkie soon cut out. "Don't have to tell me twice," Drake muttered to himself as he watched the doors shake but otherwise didn't budge. The alarm going off on a car outside was loud and could gradually attract more fiends than this. Drake looked around and saw the hatch in the roof and gestured for a soldier to take his spot at the door. "I'm going up. See what we're dealing with." Y/N looked at him as if he was crazy, seeing him move underneath the hatch and reach up to unlock it. Chung seemed to understand what he was doing and went to cover his back. The two climbed up to the roof of the truck, and the snarls and growls only grew louder as the fiends caught sight of them. Chung pointed her gun down at them as Drake looked around for a cause for this. Soon he spotted what Rose had been talking about. On the road where they were stopped were long tire marks that swerved off the road and into the forest to the side. Trees were broken and knocked over while the grass was torn up in clumps. But following the tracks showed the root cause of the problem. A large white bus was flipped onto its side and crashed deeply into the trees. Smoke emitted from the ruined engine which began to fill both sergeants' noses. Next to the truck was an equally totaled car where the alarm was coming from. The passenger side of it was completely shattered and caved in from having been T-boned by the bus. And next to it was possibly the driver. Or what was the driver? The young man was lying lifeless on the ground as three fiends dug and devoured his insides. "Awful way to go," Chung muttered and shook her head. Drake took his eyes away from the crash site and looked down at the fiends that surrounded their trucks. Since the two were out on the roofs, most of the ones that crowded around the first truck began coming over to theirs. "It'll take a while to pick these guys off." He sked and looked up to see two more fiends emerge from the forest, likely due to that car alarm that was blaring through the trees. "We gotta shut that car off." "And how do you propose we do that?" Chung gestured toward all the fiends that had them pinned. "Well, we can't wait for that alarm to die. More are going to come. Then maybe we can clear a path and dash." Chung spoke before she narrowed her eyes down at some of the fiends. Noticing something strange, Drake followed her gaze and looked down at the fiends, who most of them seemed to be wearing familiar garments. Hospital garments. Some had on the robes patients would wear. Others had scrubs similar to the two nurses, while the rest just had normal clothing. Drake looked back up to the bus and started seeing some text along the side that made him start to wonder. "Give me a second." Y/N hated the way the banging filled the space of the truck. She and Dell held each other's hands for comfort. The sounds of snarling, snapping of teeth, and aggressive growling made them both fearful of being trapped in the center of it all. But then Drake poked his head through the hatch and looked around until he met Y/N's eyes. "Zombie girl, I need you up here." "What?" both nurses exclaimed. Even Wes looked confused by this. "Don't worry, it's safe. I need your help identifying something. Now come on." He rushed her as he went back up. Y/N could only stare at the hatch as if it were the ladder to heaven. There was no way she was going up there. Wes could see her reluctance and gave her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "He wouldn't call you if he didn't really need you. He won't let you get hurt." "I severely doubt that," Y/N quickly muttered, but eventually built up some courage to approach the hatch ladder. As she climbed up slowly, she could hear the fiend noises louder than ever and felt her hands start to shake. Her head poked through the hatch and saw both sergeants crouched down as they looked over the situation. She took a deep breath and pulled herself up, moving to crawl on her hands and knees as she saw how many fiends were below surrounding the truck. Drake looked up when she arrived and gestured to the spot next to him. "Over here." The nurse swallowed back the lump in her throat as she crawled over to Drake and tried not to look into any fiend's sickly yellow eyes. "You see that bus over there?" He pointed out, and she followed his hand to the toppled over white bus. "You recognize it by any chance?" Her eyes skimmed over the bus and squinted to get a better look at the text along the side of it. Grimire General Hospital. It's a hospital bus. From Grimire. She looked closer and then down at the fiends who wore hospital garments. On one of the fiends wearing scrubs, she saw a name tag still pinned to the shirt. She noticed some of the fiends in patient robes moved rather roughly than the ones in staff attire. They had harsh limps with some even forced to crawl. The casts on a few of them made it even more evident. Her fear was slowly being replaced by confusion. Why is there a bus from Grimire way out here? Evacuation, probably. Chung chimed in. Grimire is a city, right? It wouldn't be safe there. Y/N. Looked at the road the bus looked to be coming from, which was heading back the way they were coming. If they would have continued, the bus could have reached her hospital. This revelation began to weigh heavy on her heart. These people wanted to seek aid at her hospital. But they didn't make the trip. Explains the clothes. Drake spoke as he still tried to figure out how to get that alarm off. One more fiend had just appeared from the forest and added to the group that was already here. That damn alarm is going to be a problem. We could try shooting it out. Chung stood up and estimated just how far the distance would be. The car is facing enough this way. Get me a rifle with a scope and I can do it. You can't make that shot with the hood blocking the way. He pointed out the severely dented hood that was blocking any clear view of a shot. Drake stood up as well while Y/N stayed where she was seated. He walked to stand next to Chang and began debating a different plan. I can run over and shut it off myself. You and the rest can keep them distracted. That's literally worse than my idea. Chung instantly denied it. Those fiends will be on him in seconds. As the two went over different plans, each one sounding worse than the other, Y/N just so happened to look down and noticed that none of the fiends were really looking at her. Many were trying to reach for the two sergeants instead. She furrowed her eyes and tried waving a hand out to get their attention, but it was like they didn't see her. Guys. Drake and Chung both halted their planning and looked over to the nurse, who carefully stood up and walked to the other side of the truck further from them. None of the fiends followed her. She stomped her foot to create some noise. Only two glanced her way before going back to snarling at Drake and Chung. Even the ones who were on her side focused on trying to break into the truck and not on her. What the dash? Drake began to catch on. He walked closer to Y/N to stand next to her, as some, of course, followed his movements, but as he stepped back, they continued to follow him and not her. Why aren't they trying to lash out at you? Chung questioned. It was like the nurse was invisible. I don't know. Y/N looked down at herself, thinking maybe she just looked rough enough to pass for a fiend, but that wouldn't make sense. What was so different about her that the fiends were paying her no mind? But as she thought, her mind immediately went to her condition. She was the only one here infected with the drug. Drake had caught on to this revelation as well, and a smirk began to grow on his face. The drug. Wait till Wes hears about this. Y/N glared at him, not at all being comforted by this. But as Chang began to think as well, her dark brown eyes fell onto the blaring alarm in the car and hummed at a new plan that may work. This could work. What could work? Y/N nervously asked, not liking where this was going. Rose was still in the first truck and opened the hatch in theirs to get to the roof as well. He had been trying to figure out a plan to get out of this mess as well, and the best he could think of was to gun as many fiends down then hightail it out. But once he got to the roof of his truck and saw just how many were surrounding the one behind him, that wasn't going to be the case. But what he also saw that immediately made him freeze in his tracks was the nurse he was supposed to protect sliding down the front of the second truck and into the crowd of fiends. What are you doing? He yelled, which caught the attention of some of the fiends closest to him. When Y/N reached the fiends, she ducked down into them, completely out of sight. Sir, she's fine, Chung called as she and Drake were watching for where the nurse had gone. What do you mean she's fine? He questioned, clearly enraged at possibly losing their only chance at a cure. Drake held up his hands to try and settle his captain. We had figured out that dash. But Drake was cut short as they all heard a quick gasp and saw, Y/N, stumbling out from the crowd of fiends and out into the open road. Her eyes were wide and she felt herself for any injuries while clutching Drake's pistol he had given her, just in case. Rose watched in shock as she pushed herself to her feet and quickly made her way to the loud car. He expected a majority of the fiends to be trying to tear her to shreds at this point, but none of them even spared her a glance. What the hell? Y/N rushed over to the car, stumbling down the edge of the road and into the forest where the car was. Her heart was beating like crazy as she was going off of pure adrenaline at this point. When she reached the front of the car, she gasped in fright at seeing the corpse of the driver being torn apart by 3 fiends. One of them gazed up at her. Its sickly yellow eyes met hers with pieces of intestine and blood sticking to its face and teeth. Y/N froze up at the sight and backed away slightly as her hands clenched Drake's pistol tighter. The fiend eventually went back to eating and left her alone. She still kept her eyes on it as her shaky hands opened the hood that was already forced up. Drake kept his eyes on her, having to instruct her on what to do from back at the trucks. He cupped his hands around his mouth to call out to her. "Okay, do you see the alarm system?" She could barely hear him over the loud alarm but started darting her eyes around the car's engine. This was entirely out of her field. Eventually, she recognized the alarm battery after using the brief description he had given her prior to her actually doing this crazy job. She quickly turned to him and nodded. "Disconnect the terminals." He called over to her, having to strain his voice in order for her to hear him. "They should be along the sides. Undo them and it should shut right off." "Blackwell, are you fucking serious?" Rose cursed, not trusting whatever plan this was. "It's the only option we have." Drake spoke, never taking his sights off of her. Y/N had to climb onto the car in order to get closer to the box that was apparently the alarm battery. She grimaced at her ears, which were beginning to ring, and looked for the wires he had mentioned, finding several black ones plugged into the side with plus and negative symbols. "Undo the negative terminals. Only the negative ones," he directed. One of the fiends below him tried to grab his shoes, to which he kicked it away. Y/N was beyond confused as she tried to find whatever the terminals were. With the amount of pipes, wiring, and so many other things that made up a car, she was quickly becoming overwhelmed. She turned to Drake and had a helpless look on her face. "I don't know what that is." "What do you mean you don't know what that is?" "I'm not a fucking mechanic, Drake." The sergeant pinched the bridge of his nose and began trying to simplify this for her. "They look like wires. Disconnect only the negative wires." Y/N exhaled a breath and turned back to the alarm battery. She moved closer to get a better look and found the positive and negative signs showing which terminals were which. Drake, Chung, and Rose all watched as she reached in and started working quickly to shut the alarm off. Several more fiends appeared from the forest and walked past Y/N as they soon spotted the commotion near the trucks. The captain knew they had to clear some of these fiends out before any more arrived. He momentarily took his attention off of the nurse to inform his soldiers to prepare their weapons. After an excruciating minute of undoing the negative terminals, Y/N finally undid the last one and the alarm soon shut right off. Hearing the much quieter air fill her ears made her relax a bit as she quickly climbed off of the car. Drake exhaled the breath he had been holding and started giving her a brief applause. "Great job, zombie girl. That's not my name." She huffed but felt good about the acknowledgement, even if it came from him. As more soldiers quickly got onto the roofs and aimed their weapons to pick off enough fiends as they could, she started trudging back up to the road. She looked over at the crash site and noticed something on the ground next to the corpse. In the hand was a leather vest being clutched. It was torn and covered in the deceased man's blood, but she could make out an odd-looking patch of a rabid dog in red. The wording on the patch had been torn apart that it was completely unreadable. The sounds of the soldiers' guns brought her attention back to them and hurried back to rejoin the group. She was never letting anyone talk her into doing something like that ever again. Y/N's heart was still pounding while being in the safety of the truck. But thanks to her getting that alarm off, fiends stopped coming out of the forest, which gave them enough time to pick off the ones surrounding the trucks and quickly get out of that area. That alarm still felt like it was ringing in her head. As Drake entered the truck with the rest of the soldiers after checking the damages left by the fiends, she quickly picked his pistol up by the barrel and held it out for him to take. It felt heavy in her grasp and honestly made her more nervous than she liked. He could tell her reluctance to have such a weapon in her possession, even one as small as a pistol. He took the gun back and she eased up once it was gone. "Don't like guns?" he asked with a light chuckle, making her narrow her eyes at him. "One of these days you're going to have to use one. Isn't that your job?" she questioned back, her voice a little trembly from her adrenaline subsiding. He was her bodyguard after all. "It is. Doesn't mean you're free from not using one," he stated, leaving her to ponder that. She watched him go and moved to pull her legs up into the seat. The day was beginning to come to an end by the time they reached the small town of Browford. The sign upon entering showed a population of only 38,000 residents. The evening sun colored the sky with bright hues of oranges and yellows that made the leaves on the trees with matching colors pop out more. But despite the serenity the sky offered, it only highlighted the aftermath of the town down below. The main street that the trucks rode in on was covered with trash, broken glass from raided small businesses, and the occasional fiend that hobbled the street and sickeningly growled at the passing trucks. While orders to stay on guard were passed through the soldiers, Y/N only gazed at the town longingly and fell quiet as the trucks began to pull over. "We're taking a momentary stop here. I want a team to check out that gun store for anything useful." Rose's voice came over the radio. Just outside of the trucks was Willard's Armory, a gun store that had been one of many places to be broken into and possibly raided when things got bad. But ammo was one of the captain's necessities for the team. If any were left, they were taking it. Y/N had been gazing out the back windows of the truck when Drake approached and opened the doors. He glanced at her for a second before nodding his head to follow. She looked confused but eventually did. She hopped out of the truck and saw other soldiers taking guard to make sure no random fiend came upon them. As she looked around the deserted roads, there were barely any cars around. Tire marks were left behind, so she assumed many of the residents must have tried to get out of town as fast as possible. She just hoped they were able to get somewhere safe. Before she went to follow Drake, she glanced back into the truck to see Dell and Wes, who were still in the middle of the debate they were having about their respective universities. They were arguing about which one was better and why. Her friend was staying back to keep an eye on Wes' leg. Dell gave her a "be safe" before she left and went back to telling the scientist how her university had the better food options. Wes immediately disagreed. Y/N went over to where Drake was and nervously looked at the gun store in front of them. She didn't miss the dead fiend that lay sprawled across the front entrance covered in shattered glass. She grimaced as two soldiers got a hold of its legs to drag it out of the way. "Why am I out here exactly?" she questioned Drake, preferring to stay in the truck. "To help haul anything we find. Hopefully we do find something," Drake said as he took his hazel eyes off the store and turned to her. "Remember our rules? The ones that keep me attached to your hip?" She spoke, her tone full of vexation. He chuckled and moved to hold his rifle over his shoulder while reaching behind his back. "Exactly. Now here." She looked at his hand and saw the knife he pulled out from the holster on his back. It was military issued with a sharp blade and ridges along one side. He planted it in her hands and she looked up at him like he was crazy. "I can tell you don't know how to use a gun. So until then, I'm leaving you with this," he stated and turned to enter the store with the other soldiers, not giving her time to give it back. "But I don't know how to use a knife either," she exclaimed and caught up to him. She stopped in her tracks once she got inside and saw just how disheveled the place was. Drake looked around and motioned for the soldiers to start searching. "It's simpler than a gun. I'm sure your little arms can handle it." She narrowed her eyes and held the knife in a way that wasn't correct. The blade was being held outward instead of down. He sighed and got closer to correct this. "Don't hold it like that. You can't get enough force in that way." She watched carefully as he took her hands and positioned the knife in the way he was explaining. His rough hands were encasing hers as he showed her how to grip the handle. In a way, his fingers almost interlocked with hers. "Got it?" he asked and brought his eyes up to her as she looked at their hands together. She quickly brought her attention back to him and nodded, trying to ignore the feeling of their hands together. "Why yeah, don't get nervous on me now," he teased with his usual smirk and let go of her hand. Those words made her scoff and turn away from him, which earned a chuckle from him. He began leading them deeper into the store and over to the shattered glass counters where the guns once were. Anything that was either on the walls or on display inside the counter was swiped up. The only things left were some knives and small handguns that weren't worth grabbing. "Makes sense to grab the heavier stuff first," Drake muttered as he looked over the empty racks. He moved to the counter and proceeded to hop over to check the other side for anything. There had to be something looters didn't snatch up. Y/N merely just stood near the cash register as she watched the other soldiers in the store go through whatever was left. She has never been inside a gun store before. Apart from all of the damage left from the raiding, she guessed that this store was well kept before everything. "So I assume you grew up in these mountains?" Drake's voice came from underneath the counter. She glanced his way before turning back to read a sale sign that was on the floor. "For most of my life, yeah." Sounds of him rummaging through some shelves came from behind her. There was a shaking of a box before he reached up to place a half-filled box of shotgun ammo next to her. "Where in the mountains exactly?" He continued his questions, trying to strike up some sort of conversation while rummaging through this store. Y/N was a bit hesitant as her silence lasted long enough for him to notice. She looked down at her shoes and rubbed her thumb along the rough material of his knife's handle. "Here actually." She could see the sergeant in her peripheral vision peek his head up from behind the counter. As she leaned back against the counter, he stood up with another box of shotgun ammo in his hands and placed it with the first. "Here in Browford. With my grandparents. They had a house not too far from here." She sighed. Her expression began to show some dejection, as if being back in this town was hard for her. Seeing it all in ruin with only fiends walking the streets, the sergeant could tell that the topic of the town wasn't something she wanted to discuss. He wasn't one to push either. He turned back to searching the counter, focusing on a locked safe tucked underneath the cash register. So he decided to change the topic. "At least the mountains seem quiet. Try growing up in a hot-ass city." Y/N glanced back at him, her mind being taken off of the small town. "Where?" "A city called Albergue. I lived near a beach with my folks. Summer all year round. Perfect for tourists and drunk college kids on spring break with nothing else to do besides party and litter." He spoke as if the fluctuation of people each year looking for a beach vacation wasn't enjoyable growing up. Y/N has heard of the major city but has never been there herself. It was known to be one of those places to go to if you wanted somewhere hot to vacation. But also the fact that Albergue was far from the mountains. Across the country even. "You're a long way from home then." Y/N spoke. "I like to travel." He held his ear close to the safe as he began trying to crack the code on it, turning the dial slowly to hear the clicks. "One of the reasons I joined the military to begin with." She was watching him work on the safe and had a question of her own now. "Are you worried about anyone back home?" But as she asked this, he started to have a similar hesitant look as her now. He shook his head and went back to the safe. "No." His answer was short and he didn't say anything further. Just like him, she didn't choose to push and let the silence between them continue. The nurse sighed and turned back to look at the knife in her hands. It had some scuffs on the blade that showed its worn state and a small dent on the side that she traced her thumb over. The safe Drake was working on had finally cracked open, and she could hear his disappointed grunt once he found barely anything inside besides money. He stood up and went to go gather the shotgun bullet he found and used one of the store's plastic bags to put them all in. But as he did, his eyes fell onto Y/N's back and watched her slowly flip his knife around in her hands. She still had on her F/C scrubs from the hospital and her H/C Hair was beginning to get messy as well. He couldn't help but linger his eyes on her as he walked around the counter and pushed the bag of bullets into her hands, planning to get that down expression off her face. You single? Y/N. S mind was pulled from her thoughts and her eyes widened in unexpected surprise at his question. What? Drake held back his grin and decided to mess with her a little more. I don't see a ring on that finger. You single or not? The sergeant took a couple of steps closer to her and she could see the game he was playing. Her eyes glared into his and she held up her hand to stop him by his chest. You're asking the girl you shot in the head if she's single? It'll be one hell of a story to tell our kids. He flirted, his dark curls falling over his face as he leaned over her. Her wide eyes stared up into his hazel ones that focused on her. He moved his muscular arm onto the counter behind her and her eyes peeked down at it as a flustered look appeared on her face. But as she saw the amused grin he was trying to hold back, Y/N, huffed and moved away from him, hitting his chest with her hand in the process. Don't even. Drake chuckled as she got away from him and saw how annoyed she was. I had you for a second there. I will stab you. She pointed the blade of the knife toward him in warning. With my knife. He smirked and held the bag of shotgun ammo to her. This time he kept his distance. So cold-hearted. She snatched the bag out of his hands and moved past him to go search for ammo herself just to get away from him. Hey! I said no wandering off. He chuckled and turned to follow her. Fuck you, she called back. Violence warning warning. Rose and Chang entered the gun store to see what everyone had come up with. Whatever was worth taking were placed inside of a spare crate which wasn't much. Random boxes of bullets, a couple of knives that can be useful. Some of the soldiers even grabbed a couple of hoodies and vests to wear over their shirts. The fall air was quite chilly. Rose's team was still wearing their representative suits. The older man found it humorous, though, as he shook his head. We're gonna need real clothes. The team looks like we're just coming from a banquet. Chung glanced down at her clothes and agreed, although a dress shirt and slacks were far less heavy than the uniforms they normally wore. Maybe we'll come upon something later, sir. Yeah. Rose turned to look back outside toward the sky. Soon it will be dark and not the time of day he would like to be moving around in. Once we get to that radio station, we'll settle there if it's safe. With the town here, we can stock up on whatever we need before we hit the road again. Sounds like a plan. Chung nodded and went over to one of the racks that had a couple of hats hanging on it. The captain started walking around to check on each soldier looting the stores, see what they've come up upon and overall making sure his people were all right. It has been a long day after all. Rest was definitely needed to keep everyone in top shape. He soon spotted the nurse who was holding the bag of bullets open while Drake tossed in 2 boxes of 9mm ammo he found tucked in a back closet. Rose was still in shock at how Y/N was able to just dive into a crowd of fiends and come out unscathed. He heard the initial findings from his sergeants of how the fiends had no reaction to her, and the rather suicidal plan they came up with on the spot which involved the nurse. While he didn't agree with using her for dangerous stunts like the one she managed to pull, he couldn't help but be impressed by her bravery. Not even he felt like he could have done the same, immune or not. Y/N looked up when he approached and he greeted her with a nod. You doing all right, L/N? Yeah. She spoke, not being used to talking to him. The older man has always been focused on the team and spouting orders everywhere. The next time these idiots try to get you to do another stunt like that again. Rose gestured over toward Chang, who was trying on hats, and Drake, who knew he was being talked about. Tell me first. Civilians shouldn't be getting involved in our work. With all due respect, sir. Drake started and tossed a couple more random bullets into the bag. Everyone should be pulling their weight. Those 3 we took from the hospital are just sitting on their asses not doing anything. And what do you propose we do with them? Rose spoke. We're supposed to keep the civilians safe, not throw them into the fire. Keeping them alive is one of our orders. Drake could care less about anyone else besides his team. That belief only grew stronger after that failed attempt Jonathan had led back at the hospital. Those 3 fools weren't thinking that way after they stole our guns and your keys. If it was me, and I wish it was me, I would have left them back at that hospital. Y/N merely stood between them and moved her eyes back and forth as this was a debate she knew the two didn't mutually agree on. Drake wanted the three people gone, but Rose didn't want to leave them behind despite what they did. In a way, she can agree with both. She wouldn't want to have people around they couldn't trust after stealing their supplies and willingly leaving her and Dell behind for dead. But it also wouldn't be right to just leave them somewhere defenseless. They only followed Jonathan out of fear of what was going on, only for him to just abandon and leave them with the very soldiers they tried to escape from. Drake may not have much trust in those outside of the team, but Rose still kept to his morals and orders of wanting to help everyone. Their act was distasteful but also done out of fear. You can't expect them to like us after what we were involved in. But we're not cruel enough to do the same to them. Rose stated as he crossed his arms and held a stern look. We don't leave people for dead, and that's an order. I'm expecting more from you, Blackwell. The sergeant exhaled a frustrated breath and turned back to continue his search through the closet he was in. Done with this soon-to-be argument between them again. Y/N looked from him and then to Rose. The older man just sighed and shook his head. He didn't want this to be an issue but could understand Drake's distrust toward those people. Still, he didn't feel right just leaving people to be killed by the fiends. If it means anything, she pulled herself into the tense debate. Dell's looking after Wes. I'm helping with this. Those people can help with something. Rose met her eyes and raised a bushy eyebrow. He never expected her to side with anything that came out of Drake's mouth. I mean, if they are going to be around, they can help out. Her voice went a little quieter as she felt awkward interfering in the discussion. The captain let out a long sigh and placed his hands on his hips. It was one thing coming from Drake, who really wanted to throw those three people out on their asses, but it was another coming from the nurse who wasn't Drake. Once we get to the radio station, I'll figure out what they can do. He spoke and looked up to Drake, who still kept his back to them. That all right with you, son? Drake came out of the closet with two holsters he had found and shoved them into the bag while keeping his eyes on Rose's, his expression full of discontent. Yes, sir. Before the captain turned to leave, he looked to Y/N and nodded back toward the sergeant. Keep this one in check for me, will ya? He had a slightly playful tone in his stern voice that Y/N couldn't help but smile a little at. He started to remind her of a father with a son who doesn't listen. Yes, sir. Good girl. The older man chuckled and proceeded to leave them. Drake didn't find any of it amusing. He turned back to the short hall they were in and approached a door toward the back. Y/N followed and noted the many stickers relating to guns and a monster truck calendar that had each day checked off up until a few days ago. He gripped the doorknob and went to push it open, but the door seemed to be blocked by something. He used his shoulder to shove against the door until it opened up enough, but something hard fell in the process. He looked inside and saw that it was the body of some man who was blocking the door. Y/N tried to peek around him, but he told her to stay where she was as he got the door open and grimaced at the sight of the man who was severely beaten and had his neck almost fully chewed off. He took the guy's arm and dragged him away from the door while Y/N entered and looked around. The stench from that guy's body was wafting through the room and she had to cover her nose. God, that's awful. Drake grunted and covered his nose with his sleeve after letting the corpse's arm go. But soon he laid eyes on a duffel bag that sat on a table with several items around it. The guy must have been packing in a hurry. Keep close to me. Drake spoke to Y/N as he walked over to the duffel. Y/N eyed the dead body unsurely and stepped closer to Drake. She saw that this room was like a mini shooting range with a door labeled storage to the side. The targets were still hanging up and had a couple of holes in them each. There was a magnum pistol lying on one of the stalls with its cylinder still open and 3 bullets inside. Ah, now we're talking. Drake spoke, which brought her attention back to him. His hands were in the bag and he pulled up 2 cans of food from inside. One was a can of corn while the other was green beans. She got closer to look inside and there were a couple more other cans as well, including bottles of water. It was a great find, but she looked back at the corpse, wondering if he was packing this in a hurry before he died. First real food we found. I'm starting to get sick of MREs. Drake looked through the bag some more before placing everything back inside, including the items around it, which were just 3 boxes of salted crackers and a small bag of potato chips. It wasn't going to last them forever, but it was a start. But Y/N couldn't help but keep glancing back at the corpse. Something didn't feel right. A fiend got to that man, right? Drake looked over his shoulder at the mutilated man before turning back to zip up the duffel. Unless a bear got in here, then yes. Most likely. She moved to look at the duffel, seeing it had souvenir patches from different places of the world sewed to it. He was lying on the door when we got here. What happened to the Phi Dash? She was cut off when rough footsteps came from behind them. Drake's arm instinctively pulled the nurse behind him while he reached for his rifle on his back, but it was too late. A large fiend that was taller than Drake rushed at him and grabbed him by the shirt. The fiend was strong as it threw Drake down to the floor, which caused his rifle to fall out of his hands. Y/N yelped and fell back against the table as Drake struggled to keep the fiend back, who was now on top of him and aggressively trying to sink its teeth into his neck. Bloody slobber sputtered from its mouth as its sickly yellow eyes glared dangerously into Drake's. "Get off me!" He grunted and held the fiend back by his shoulders. Its hands grabbed his face and he felt its fingers claw his skin. But the fiend, who once was a person, was a large man and heavy too. Its bulky arms fought against his hold while its large stomach jutted out from its dirty shirt. Drake was strong, but this guy was a brute. It grew frustrated as it threw up its fist and punched Drake in the eye. He lost his grip for merely a second but quickly pushed the fiend back before it could tear into him. Tay punch was strong and left him dazed for a second. Soldiers in the main room of the store began to hear the commotion and quickly grabbed their guns once they heard the familiar growling and snarling. Drake clenched his teeth as he reared his leg up and was able to shove the large fiend off of him using all of his strength. It toppled to the side and he took the chance to get up and rush for his gun when the fiend reached out and grabbed onto his ankle, causing Drake to fall back to the ground roughly. It flipped onto its stomach and bared its teeth as it was about to drive them into the sergeant's leg while growling out the words "Marie." Drake saw his life flash before his eyes as his hands gripped the handle of his rifle. Everything felt like it was slow motion as the fiend was close to turning him into one. But then he heard a scream and the sinking of a blade into the fiend's head that made it choke. Its hand loosened and Drake was able to pull his leg away. He breathed heavily and turned onto his back while griping his rifle to see what happened, finding the nurse on the fiend's back with her hands clutching his knife that was driven deep into the fiend's skull, effectively killing it. Y/N was in shock as her eyes darted around the fiend's head. Blood trickled out down its head and its head slowly fell limp. Her hands released the blade and she hurriedly dragged herself off of it and as far away as she could manage. The soldiers rushed into the room and looked around to see the scene before them. The sergeant quickly started checking himself for bites and exhaled in relief when he was fine. But his eye was stinging and so were a couple of scratches on his face and neck from the fiend clawing at him. He pushed himself up and started walking over to Y/N, who was locked onto the fiend in fear of it getting back up despite the knife deep in its skull. She was breathing hard and shaking as what she did hadn't started to process. "Hey, you all right?" He breathlessly asked and held his hand out for her to take. Her wide E/C eyes left the dead fiend and moved toward him, seeing the scratches on him and the skin around his eye starting to turn a deep purple shade. She tried to speak but couldn't. She just killed a fiend. We're alive. Come on. He reached down to take her hand and help her back to her feet. But even he was in disbelief as well. "Gather up what we found and get to the trucks." He ordered the other soldiers and went over to the duffel bag to pull over his shoulder with one hand while his other kept a hold on Y/N. Her eyes fixed on the blade that sat deep in the fiend's head and Drake grabbed onto it and pulled it out. A gory and bloody sound followed that made her stomach turn. "Fat bastard!" The sergeant grunted and kicked the dead fiend in the head before escorting Y/N out of the room. "Damn thing got you good, huh?" Wes chuckled and nudged Drake's shoulder. The sergeant was holding a wet rag against his black eye and had the most grumpy face possible. Fucker came out of nowhere. The two were sitting at the back of the truck together after the team scrounged up what they could from the gun store. Word quickly got around about his and Y/N's encounter with the large fiend. It nearly almost took his life away in a matter of seconds. But it was also a surprise to hear that the nurse was the one able to save Drake's life. With just a knife, she killed the large fiend while it was down before it could sink its teeth into Drake's ankle. While they have lost members during the initial rise, it has been days since any losses occurred. It quickly reminded them all that any day could be their last if they weren't careful enough. Y/N was still in shock of it all. She just killed her first fiend. She's never had to raise a weapon before, not even something like a knife. The nurse sat on the other side of the truck with Dell, who tried to ease her nerves by rubbing her shoulder. Hearing that Y/N had killed a fiend came as a surprise to her friend. She was worried but was glad that she didn't get hurt despite her condition. After leaving the store, returning to these trucks, and letting his mind finally process what happened, Drake was starting to see the infected nurse a little differently. He didn't take her as the type to let someone die. She was a nurse after all. But considering she hated his guts and possibly his entire existence, it wouldn't be too much of a shock if she just didn't do anything and let him get bit. Purposely or not. It would be karma for him shooting her in the head. He shook his head at the thought. His only reason for not liking her is simply because he doesn't trust her and what the drug has done to her. She's infected, but she's not a fiend. Her condition versus the fates of so many others was something his team and maybe Satellite itself didn't understand. She may be safe to be around now, but who's to say she won't be later down the line? Who's to say her success story won't just turn into another failure? The drug has done the exact opposite of what it was made for. Something happened in between finalizing and shipping that made the tap drug become so disastrous as it was right now. Y/N didn't get a dose of the pre-tap drug that worked in the test trials. She got the same dose as the rest of the nation. She may be a success now, but with how unpredictable the drug has been, what if she really isn't? A part of his mind still clung to the belief that she could go full zombie at any moment. She wasn't being kept locked up or separated from the team thanks to Rose. It would be easy for her to grab the nearest person and sink her teeth into them if the drug in her system did decide to make her another mindless and aggressive fiend. It all just came down to him just wanting to protect his team. His military mindset made them his priority above all else. But after today, he was beginning to rethink some things now. Rose was convinced that Y/N was some type of cure, and Drake promised the older man to keep her safe for that reason. Even if he didn't trust her. But she did save his life. Y/N, on the other hand, was trying to understand what got her to grab that knife and kill the large fiend. It all felt like it happened within a second for her. She remembers seeing Drake struggle to fight off the big brute who got the jump on them. Drake may have been a trained soldier and had the muscles to show his strength, but no one could have took on something as tall and bulky as that fiend. Especially when it moved like a rabid animal determined to kill anything that breathed. Fiends had become something that Y/N now feared. Just hearing their harsh growls sent a shiver up her spine. She was lucky that they didn't seem to pay her any mind, which they recently discovered. But that didn't mean others had the same luck as hers. If she can even call being a successful case of a dangerous drug lucky. So what possessed her to grab that knife and sink it into the fiend's head? She didn't know. But after seeing Drake, someone who's strong in combat and takes on fiends as if they were nothing but easy targets, start losing to one. She remembers seeing the look on his face that believed he was going to die in that very moment, and suddenly her anger and resentment toward him washed away for just that moment. That expression reminded her of patients who came to the hospital believing they were going to die due to illness or fatal injuries. Something about those faces reminded her of why she pursued medicine in the first place. She made an oath to help people like Drake in that moment, so she grabbed that knife and stabbed that fiend in the head. Instead of sitting by and letting that fiend bite him, she killed it. And she saved Drake, the same person who shot her in the head. Her eyes glanced over to where he sat with Wes and held a wet rag against his bruised eye. Dell had cleaned up the scratches on his face and neck. In her words, he was lucky the thing didn't rip his skin off. It was going to take some time before she ever considered him as anything more than the guy who shot her. The same can be said for the rest of this team and Satellite Corporation as a whole. But just like Drake, she also started to rethink some things. Drake felt a pair of eyes on him and glanced up with his singular one to meet the nurses. Y/N would have looked away but didn't for some reason. To hate the other was easy. To not trust the other was easier. They simply had to tolerate the other's presence until whatever next comes. Whether it be getting to that facility or if something else arises. But the incident surely did leave them both conflicted. Y/N S feet hit the smooth dark pavement and crunched some leaves underneath her shoes. She took a deep breath and glanced her eyes up to the small building that sat hidden in the trees away from Browford. It was an old-looking structure that had ivy growing alongside the foundation and boxes full of junk and old equipment stacked up along the sides next to the trash. Wires ran from the building and out to a tall metal tower a distance away that held a large antenna that was currently off. The metal was rusted and chipped from years of weathering but still stood tall above the trees. This was the radio station. Y/N sighed as she took in the familiar structure. A small team of soldiers approached the old building with their guns raised and Rose leading them. They got to the front door and he listened for any sounds of movement coming from inside. But nothing was heard. The place looked so old and cluttered that it could possibly be abandoned. He hoped that wasn't the case. If this place was abandoned, the equipment they need could be gone too. Rose grabbed the door handle and turned it to see that it was unlocked. He looked back to his team behind him who were ready to head inside upon his order. Every building could hold a fiend waiting to surprise them. We get in. Make sure this place is clear, then get that radio working. He kept his voice low as he said this. The soldiers who were with him nodded. This station was their only bet. The two nurses watched them from the trucks where they sat on the bumper. Y/N S eyes rested on the front entrance with a knowing look. The captain went to pull the door open but found that it was stuck. It creaked and kicked up some dust as it did but didn't open no matter how many times Rose pulled. Y/N did find the scene amusing and leaned closer to Dell to whisper to her. The front door is jammed. They have to go around back. You're going to tell them that? Dell asked as she smiled. Y/N shook her head and went back to watching. For those who weren't familiar of the station, getting inside would take a miracle. It did make her feel better seeing the building still had its known issues. Still, being back here, especially under these circumstances, it weighed heavy on the nurse's heart. It was bittersweet being back. So instead of letting the team figure out on their own, she decided to help the team get inside. Besides, there was something she needed to find anyway. Drake watched as she left the trucks and went over to Rose and the others who were trying to find another way inside. The male sergeant was helping Chung guard the vehicles, but he left her to go see what the nurse was up to now. You got to go around back. The front door is jammed. Y/N spoke as she approached the captain. Rose raised a bushy eyebrow and turned to her. And how do you know this? She crossed her arms and looked away. I just do. Drake watched her closely as he arrived at her side while Rose took her word for it and directed the team to head for the back. Following an overgrown brick path that led around the building revealed that the back of the building was more messier than the front. The boxes full of junk and old equipment grew more as it looked like a hoarded mess. An old red leather couch that was torn and soaked with rainwater was propped up against the building next to other broken furniture like small tables and chairs. A raccoon was nibbling on a pizza crust from a trash can when it hissed at the group and ran off into the forest. Y/N watched the raccoon go as Rose climbed up some concrete steps to the back door. He checked the knob and saw that it was locked this time. But Y/N went over to a pot with a dead plant and felt around the hard dirt until she found a small silver key. The key was immediately noticed by the group. She climbed up the steps without missing a beat and inserted the key into the lock. Both Rose and Drake started to question the nurse's connection to this place. I'm starting to get a sense that you've been here before. Rose spoke as he moved to the side so she could unlock the door. Am I correct? I have. She muttered and unlocked the door, hearing the familiar loud creak it made as it slowly swung open. Let's just get inside, so you can do what you need to do. There was something she wasn't telling them. Something that was bothering her. It reflected off her face and Drake could read it like an open book. Rose watched the door open and looked inside to see the dark hall that led deeper into the station. He didn't want to push the nurse for an answer, at least not now. Contacting the facility was his top priority right now. So he thanked her for the help and escorted his team inside to find the control room. Y/N held the key close to her and watched the soldiers enter the station. Her thumb traced the ridges in the key as she turned away to look out into the hoarded backyard. Everything had long since been ruined by the weather and animals. It made the building look more like a junkyard than a radio station. It's not what Drake had in mind for coming up here, but the state of the place didn't matter as long as the equipment still worked. He reached for his rifle that was on his back and flicked the safety off. He walked up the stairs and glanced inside the building that was pretty dark, so he turned the flashlight strapped to his rifle on as well. "You coming?" he asked her, waiting for her response. If she knows about this place, then she can be of help inside. "Yeah." She pulled her eyes away from the yard and looked conflicted as she glanced inside the station. But as she shifted her gaze, she caught sight of something in the yard. Drake watched as she turned back and followed her gaze once more to an old vintage-looking pickup truck that was lifted with a car jack. It was a maroon color with white trimming that was covered in dirt and various scratches and dents. One of the side mirrors were close to falling off, while the front left wheel was currently removed and placed on the ground next to it. Y/N instantly went from looking conflicted to surprised as she saw the truck. They can't be. Who Drake couldn't finish as she rushed inside the station. He quickly followed after her as she became almost frantic. Each room she passed, she looked inside and kept going until they eventually made it to the front of the building where Rose and his team were aiming their guns at something. Or someone. "I'm going to ask you nicely to put that gun down now," Rose ordered someone, trying to alleviate the standoff they were in. "You don't tell someone what to do in their own house, do you?" An old snarky tone spoke. When Y/N heard that voice, her eyes widened and she rushed forward. She escaped Drake's attempt at stopping her from getting in the middle of a standoff. The nurse pushed past the soldiers and got into the middle of them as her eyes met old ones covered in sunglasses. The unexpected man was skinny but had the attire of an old hippie. His long graying beard fell down his chest, matched his messy long hair that needed to be brushed. But his size and age didn't stop him from holding a double-barreled shotgun at the soldiers who broke into his station. But once he saw her, his whole demeanor changed. Y/N. He steadily lowered his gun as he took her appearance in. Y/N sniffed back her growing tears as she ran into the older man's arms and hugged him tightly. "Rockman, how did you?" The older man, known as Rockman, spoke in disbelief as he hugged her back and lowered his shotgun. Once the gun was down, Rose nodded to his men to lower theirs. There was no need to have them raised now, especially since Y/N seems to know this man. But it still begs the question of Y/N's connection to this place. "Glad to see there won't be any trouble, I see?" Rose examined the hippie man. He didn't look all that tough. "Not before I ask what you people are doing here?" Rockman questioned as he held Y/N close and kept a careful eye on the soldiers like a protective grandpa. He was thrilled to see her alive and well, but the rest of these people looked like the men in black coming to shut him up once and for all. He saw those trucks rolling in and noted the suits they all wore. Rose lifted his hands to reassure the old hippie. "We're a part of satellite enforcement and just here looking for some help. We're not planning to start trouble with you. That's what they all say. I bet you're here for the secrets I have on the government, aren't ya?" Y/N shook her head at the cookie old man. "No, they're not here to shut you up." Drake lowered his own rifle as he watched the nurse reunite with this strange old guy whom she apparently knew. He went to step forward to join the rest of the small team when he heard a footstep behind him and then the barrel of a gun press against the back of his head. Rockman looked up and caught sight of this. He quickly interjected, "Damn it! Lower the gun, boy!" Y/N turned to Drake and saw the shotgun aimed at him. It was the same as the one Rockman had. Her eyes widened. "Kelly, don't! Kelly! Drake held his hands up as if he was surrendering, but then quickly grabbed the barrel and shoved it upward. The man behind him didn't move as he glared at the sergeant, but didn't make an attempt to shoot him upon the hippie's call. This Kelly person had some resemblance to Rockman. They both had light skin and long hair, except this guy was much younger with long shaggy black hair. They both had brown eyes and tattoos along their arms. But instead of this guy dressing like a hippie, he looked like he was just coming from a rock show. Kelly's eyes moved from Drake's and over to Y/N. He looked her up and down in surprise, but soon relieved as well. He listened to the old hippie and pulled the gun back, but not without keeping his eyes on the new people. Y/N exhaled a breath she was holding in. The last thing she needed were these two giving the satellite enforcement a reason to fight them. Once everything was calm, she walked over, past Drake, and into the arms of Kelly, who waited for her. He smiled and embraced her with one arm, which left Drake watching the two with narrowed eyes. "Didn't think you were ever going to come back," Kelly lowered down to whisper into her ear. Despite being glad to see him, Y/N leaned away. "Me neither." The radio station was deemed clear after some further inspecting of the area. The building was rugged both inside and out, but didn't have any sign of being touched by fiends or anything really. According to the nurse and the two occupants, the place has always looked like this. "This beauty is my pride and joy. My bread of butter, if you will." Rockman chuckled as he stood outside with Rose and gestured all around the junky yard. It didn't take him much to be friendly with the captain. Y/N sat on the concrete porch in front of the station and smiled as she listened. "I helped build this place with my buddy ever since it was just a small shack. Then we started doing radio together and giving these mountain folk something to listen to other than each other." Rockman spoke proudly of his time being a radio host alongside his friend. But the topic of the co-host was a pretty sensitive one. Especially for Y/N. Rose listened along as he looked out to the tower off in the distance that was connected to the station by wires. "If you don't mind me asking, where is your buddy? It's just you and your boy here." "Yep, just me and my grandson. We came here to clean up the junkyard in the back when things went crazy fast. Those junkies don't come up here though. Not enough meat to gnaw on." Rockman spoke, referring to the fiends. It was pretty quiet up here away from the town, which didn't grab the fiends' attention who were in town. Only the occasional fiend stumbles by every couple of hours or so. As for the topic of his buddy, Rockman sighed and glanced at Y/N, who looked down. "But old Oscar, he passed away about 4 years ago. That old heart of his finally got to him." "I'm sorry to hear that." Rose offered his condolences. He also glanced at Y/N, seeing her hands gripping the porch. Rockman shook his head and kept his voice down as he spoke to Rose. "Oscar was her grandfather. I try not to talk about him too much around her." The captain's earlier questions were finally answered. But the answer wasn't a good one, unfortunately. He nodded along and took note of this. Y/N still had the key in her hands and didn't once let it go. She took a deep breath and held back her tears, not wanting to show her grief around others. It was a touchy topic for Rockman as well, so he proceeded to change the topic back to why these satellite people were here in the first place. "So what's this about using my equipment?" The nurse decided to leave them to it and stood to her feet. There was still something she needed to find. She wiped a tear from her eye and went to head inside, her eyes landing on Drake, who had been leaning against the front door and listening to the two older men talk. When she began to leave, he of course followed. They still had their rules after all. She was quiet as they walked back around the building. The cold autumn air pushed the leaves on the ground and made the wooden shutters on the windows shake on the building. They went inside through the back door again and Y/N started walking down a different hall. Drake followed and observed the different framed pictures on the walls. Some were old news clippings from decades ago. Others were letters written by who he guessed were fans of the radio show. But as they got to the end of the hall and Y/N went inside a large room which was the control room, Drake's eyes landed on a framed photo of two older men and two kids on a fishing trip. One of the old guys was obviously a younger Rockman with a shorter beard, and standing next to him was his co-host, Oscar. Y/N grandfather. He can see how they were related. Oscar had graying, H/C hair and E/C eyes that his granddaughter inherited. His hand was resting on a little girl's shoulder who Drake knew was the nurse as a child. She held onto a fishing to that was too big for her to carry and looked shy taking the picture. But she still held a bubbly smile on her face as any kid would. But next to her and standing in front of Rockman was a boy. He held a large bass in his hands with a devious grin on his face that made him look like a troublemaker. Drake's thoughts went to that tattooed guy from earlier. "Looking for something?" came Kelly's voice from inside the room. The sergeant took his eyes off the photo and went inside. The room was where the show took place. A large table was positioned in the center with 2 microphones and record players set up near 2 chairs. Machines with dials and shelves full of old records littered the room and made it seem cramped. But Y/N easily moved around it all and went over to a cabinet in the back. As for Kelly, he was sitting against the table and shifted his gaze over to Drake once he entered. Y/N didn't pay them any mind as she searched the cabinet, pushing away old papers and books but coming up with nothing. She turned her head back to Kelly. "Did you guys move Grandpa's box? You mean that old red one filled with fish tackle?" He nodded toward a desk that was in a cleared-off portion of the room. "We moved it over there." She went over to the desk and pulled a drawer open, finding the box she was looking for inside. "So, I don't get to see you in months, but now you're running around with satellite guys who carry rifles?" Kelly questioned as he eyed the armed man. Drake eyed him as well before he went to look around the cluttered room. "We're satellite enforcement on a job. She's vital to what we're doing." "And that is?" the man asked, turning to the nurse for answers. "It's a long story," she quickly said, pulling the box out and seeing that it was locked. She didn't want to talk about her case. "And I was busy working, Kelly. You know that. Too busy to at least give me a call?" he stated, sounding bothered. "Pops and I heard what happened at the hospitals and we thought you were dead. Now you're showing up with the men in black here? You had us worried." Drake narrowed his eyes and glanced down at his suited attire. It made sense to be called that. "Well, I'm here, aren't I?" Y/N turned to him, clearly not wanting to argue about this as she could see it turning into one. "I'm alive. You and Rockman are alive. That's all that matters. Didn't seem like it mattered to you months ago." Kelly grunted as he got up to leave, shoving a chair out of his way and storming out of the room. Y/N glared as he went and turned back to the red box in frustration. Her hands fumbled with the lock on it, but without a key, she wasn't getting in. Drake sked at the tense air that now filled the room. There was obviously some conflict between her and that tattooed guy. They didn't look related nor look like they would be in the same circle. He approached the nurse and looked at the locked box in her hands that she was trying to get into. "Who's he?" Y/N was silent for a few seconds as she glared at the box. "My ex." "Him?" he chuckled as he asked, finding it hard to believe she would date some rugged dude like Kelly. "I expected some rich CEO or surgeon, not some punk rock delinquent." She rolled her eyes and didn't want to think about Kelly. "We grew up together. Just drop it." He shook his head in amusement and pulled his pistol out from his belt. She watched him reach for the box as the barrel of the pistol aimed for the lock. Y/N got the idea of what he was doing. She stepped back and covered her ears. The loud shot rung out as the bullet shot the lock off. Once the box was finally open, she focused on it and opened the lid. Right in the center underneath the fishing tackle, wire, and some random coins was a pendant. The string was broken, but the pendant itself was a small bronze compass with roses circling around it. Y/N pulled it out and held the pendant in her hands. It was like she was holding the most expensive thing in the world. Drake observed it as well. It was small and had a few chips that showed its age, but that didn't seem to matter to her. "Found what you were looking for?" She nodded and exhaled a slow breath, tracing the rose engravings with her thumb. "It was my grandmother's." His eyes moved up to hers as she stared longingly at the small pendant. Again there was that lost and distant look she's had since the topic of the radio station was brought up. Even if she didn't try to show it, there was a lot of pain in her eyes that he could see. He was good at reading people and her mood was more apparent than before. Browford, the radio station, her late grandfather, it was all fitting together for Drake. He sighed and placed his pistol back into his belt, his amusement being replaced by sympathy. Turn around. I'll put it on for you. You'll what? She questioned and looked up at him. I'll put it on for you. He repeated but knew why she was perplexed by this. When does he ever offer to do something for her? Y/N watched him carefully before handing him the pendant and turning around. Since when were you nice? He chuckled and moved the pendant over her head and started tying the broken strings together. You and I both know I'm not nice. She felt his hands slightly touching her neck as he fixed the string. She was skeptical though, expecting him to say or do something that was sure to make her annoyed. Doesn't mean I like seeing a pretty woman upset. He finished and tied a tight knot to ensure the string didn't break again. I hope this makes you feel better. She froze at those words and glanced back to see he wasn't smirking or showing any teasing to what he said. His eyes were focused on the string and sort of distracted as well. Drake let the pendant rest around her neck and stepped back to get a better look at it laying against her chest as she slowly turned to face him. It wasn't a super expensive looking pendant, but she made it look nice. It suits you. He spoke, for once sounding genuine. Y/N muttered and looked down at the small pendant. It's like she couldn't look him in his hazel eyes suddenly. Thank you. Drake nodded and found himself staring at the pendant longer than he expected to. Hearing her thank him for something, it felt off in a way. He realized he was staring again and turned his body away to put his attention on something else that wasn't her. You're welcome. The door to the room opened and in came Rose and Rockman along with Chung helping Wes inside. Once the scientists caught sight of all the old radio equipment and records that dated from decades ago, he lit up in excitement. No way. You a fan of this stuff, kid? Rockman chuckled and went over to where he usually sits and flicked a switch to turn the equipment on. My dad had a bunch of old tech like this. I guess you can say he was a collector. Wes grinned and turned to see a very old ham radio on a shelf with stacks of papers on top of it. His green eyes went wide. Is that a Megasonic S108 radio? Yeah, but it's broken, Rockman stated as he prepared the equipment. They only made like 10 of those. They're worth a fortune, Wes exclaimed and urged Chung to help him over to inspect it. Rockman stopped as the word fortune filled his mind. Y/N couldn't help but lightly chuckle at this, and Drake took a peek at her. Things were starting to get off track thanks to Wes' technological fascination, so he gestured back to the radio. Never mind him. You're sure you can pick up our facilities channel? I swear on my grandpappy's grave. My antenna can pick up on Antarctica if I wanted it to. Rose met Y/N's eyes and she shook her head no. He ignored the bold claim and focused on the numbers in the dial, turning until it reached the specific channel. As Rockman flipped through, the static from other channels was clear. Even the ones from local news stations had no broadcast but still loud static. But once it reached satellite's channel, it went completely dead. Ha! Rockman smacked the top of his equipment, thinking it was just another bug. It's been like that for us. Rose sighed. Ever since a few days ago, they've been radio silent. The facility wouldn't just cut themselves off from communication. Have you considered a worse possibility? The old hippie said and tried tuning in closer to the channel. The worst possibility was that the facility was gone, which means other facilities could be gone or in the process of too. Could mean the fiend threat was worse than they all expected. I'm trying not to consider that until I know for sure. Well, maybe a Rockman was cut off when suddenly loud static appeared like before. Just like the first time with the team's own radio, the channel was filled with static and a broken message that was barely audible. They all listened closely as the radio tried to present the message as best as it could. FA-GO ING LES NDS. Can't get any closer than this, pal. Rockman shrugged, unable to get a better message than this. Chances are if we can't hear them, they can't hear us. Which makes getting there that much more dire. The captain grunted. Looks like he'll be considering that worst possibility sooner. Getting to the radio station seemed to prove futile. Not even the equipment here could get a good connection to the facility. But the station itself was pretty safe despite how it looked. With it being tucked within the forest near the town, not many fiends knew to come this way. It allowed the team time off of the roads but also time for the captain to rethink his plans in case the facility has gone down. Still, he had hope. Once Rockman was convinced that they weren't the men in black, and with Y/N's word that the team wouldn't cause trouble, he agreed to let them stay. In exchange, he wanted help with reinforcing the chained fences that surrounded the property and one of their rifles as well because it looked cool. It was quite a strange sight seeing a hippie with a rifle. Y/N and Dell were upstairs in one of the spare storage rooms pushing boxes aside to make space for a queen-size mattress. Dell tried to catch her breath as she shoved a box into a corner and decided to peek inside to find nothing but random junk. Cookbooks, old wires for something, even some old action figure that was missing both its legs. I don't want to be rude but... She started and held up the broken toy for Y/N to see. I think that old guy is a hoarder. Y/N lightly chuckled and set a smaller box down to the side. Both my grandpa and him were hoarders. At least they managed to keep it out of their houses. Dell tossed the broken toy away and went to go look inside another box. Honestly, I thought my aunt had it beat. The sudden scream made Y/N jump in fright as she snapped to Dell. What happened? She went over and looked inside the box to see rather scandalous magazines. Oh, that's Rockman's. Y/N muttered, cringing at the sight of the magazines. You found his stash. Dell's mind was filled with horrors and she quickly moved away from the box and the area it was in. Let's find another room to sleep in. I heard screaming. Came the voice of Kelly who appeared in the doorway and looked at the two nurses. Y/N immediately lost her amusement at Dell's discovery and went back to putting boxes aside. We're fine. Her friend, on the other hand, didn't ignore Kelly for a single second, taking in his figure and the way he leaned against the door frame with a cigarette in his mouth. Why yeah, we're fine. I just she fumbled over her words. Found my pop's porno stash. I heard. He looked past her to the open box and seemed uncomfortable himself with it. Ignoring it, he then put his sights on his childhood friend and ex-girlfriend. Y/N, can I talk to you? About, she flatly said, placing a box down and turning to him with crossed arms. Kelly looked from her to Dell, who was still starstruck with a small blush on her cheeks. She caught on that he wanted to speak with her friend in private and quickly excused herself. I'll just, go find Wes. He stepped to the side so she could leave. Y/N watched her go as Dell mouthed, that's your ex, to her once his back was turned. Y/N begrudgingly nodded. Once Dell was gone, an awkward silence fell over the two. Y/N kept her gaze on the floor while Kelly tried to think of what to say first. They haven't seen or talked to each other in months. She's kept in touch with Rockman every few weeks or so before the fiends, but she never made any attempt to catch up with her old friend. Before he could get a word out, she wanted to state something first. If whatever you want to say is going to cause an argument, I don't want to hear it. I missed you. He simply spoke, catching her off guard with that. She looked at him but didn't trust those words. Kelly I thought you were dead. They said the hospitals fell first. The last I heard from you was about your new assistant job. 7 months ago, he exclaimed. She pursed her lips and turned away from him. Many thoughts built in her mind that she bit her tongue before she could say any of it out loud. I don't hear from my girlfriend I'm not your girlfriend. She cut him off, already over having this conversation with him. Fine, my friend. He frustratedly corrected himself. I don't hear from my friend in several months and am led to believe that she's dead. And I'm not. She interjected. What's your problem? Did you even think about me and Pops before you decided to start distancing yourself? He moved further into the room and closer to her, his boots hitting the wooden floor roughly. Y/N held her ground against him and crossed her arms. Her heart started pounding in her chest from anger at basically being called careless by him. I wasn't distancing myself. I have a life, you know? A life that doesn't involve us? Kelly moved so that he was even closer to her now, placing his hands on the boxes she was standing next to and trapping her where she stood. Me, Pops, Oscar Dash. Her hands pushed against his chest once he said her grandfather's name. Do not bring him into this. He's the reason and you know it. Kelly lowered his tone and watched him closely. The nurse was close to tears and still fought to keep her grief in. She was being cornered by someone she thought she could trust. Kelly lowered down until he was eye-leveled with her. Exes or not, there was no denying that he still cared about her and she still cared about him despite what they went through in the past. I miss him too, but I miss you more. I don't want to have to grieve you again. The tension was harsh and filled with many issues that needed to be addressed between them. Y/N thought about what he said and does regret her lack of efforts in keeping in contact with Rockman and Kelly. She did consider them her family even if she and Kelly didn't have such a great history together. But she wasn't ready to talk about her late grandfather and how his death had affected her. She especially didn't want to talk about him with someone like Kelly. The caring tone he used now was the same tone he had after she broke up with him. Out in the halls, Drake was climbing up the stairs as he looked for the nurse to resume his guarding duties. He only briefly stepped away to help the captain and Chung organize scavenging trips to the town they needed to take. The trucks were a little under half a gas tank left. As for food, Rockman pointed out a market in town that could prove useful. The only problem was the fiends. They agreed that in the morning, they'll head into town to get what they need. Drake even proposed bringing the infected nurse along to help. If she can slip past the fiends without being noticed, then that unlikely skill can prove useful. But as he got closer to the room, he began to hear her and Kelly's voices from inside. He furrowed his eyes and peeked inside, seeing Kelly leaning over, Y/N. She was looking down at their feet before moving her teary gaze up into his eyes. They were close together, closer than exes should be. I don't want to talk about him, she whispered, a small tear trailing down her cheek. Kelly moved his finger to wipe her tear away. I'm sorry for making you and Rockman worry. It was a genuine apology, one that she wasn't ready to say. Rockman was like a second grandfather to her while Kelly... He sighed and pulled her into an embrace, resting her head against his chest while his arms wrapped around her waist. Y/N didn't return the embrace, but she did close her eyes and felt comforted in her grief. Even though it had been 4 years since Oscar passed, his death still felt fresh in her heart. It may have been just a simple embrace between old friends, one comforting another. But Drake narrowed his eyes at how Kelly held the nurse rather intimately. One arm held her by the waist while the other rubbed slow circles into her back that were slowly traveling down her body. The way Kelly looked down at her and didn't let her go while she was in such a vulnerable state made Drake feel off. The nurse was too caught up in her mind and taking deep breaths to settle her emotions that it didn't occur to her that Kelly's hand was already hovering over her bottom. Drake may not like the nurse, but he's seen creeps like this before. Even dealt with them himself. His hand reached up and knocked on the door, interrupting the two. He noticed Kelly immediately pull his hand away and look over his shoulder. The rocker scowled when he saw Drake, who stared back with a distrustful look. Y/N sighed and moved out of Kelly's arms as she wiped her eyes. She looked up to see Drake with a stern look and exhaled a breath to compose herself. What? We were going over plans, so I need to discuss them with you. The sergeant spoke, keeping his tone sounding military-like as he kept his sights on Kelly. She went to nod, but her old friend had a different reaction to this. And why do you need her? She's a nurse, not a soldier. Drake looked from him to her and saw Y/N shake her head. She doesn't want Kelly or Rockman to know. Not like Drake wanted to tell him anyway. That's classified. Kelly sked and turned to Y/N, wanting an answer from her then. Is there something I need to know? I can't say. Y/N started trying to come up with an excuse. If he and Rockman were to learn of her case, she couldn't imagine their worry, especially after how much she made them worry before. But I'm helping them. Their mission is important enough that they need my help. And that is. Kelly pushed, his tone becoming more forceful. Almost controlling in a way. You keeping secrets again? It's not a secret. I'm fine. Y/N. Huffed and crossed her arms. Like he said, it's classified. Don't worry. But Kelly shook his head disapprovingly and turned to leave. Clearly not in a good mood about this. First the distancing and now the secrets. Unbelievable. Y/N. Felt the need to explain herself but saw Drake motion for her not to say anything. She reluctantly kept quiet as her ex began to leave and shoved his shoulder against the sergeant's on his way out. Drake kept his eyes on him until he couldn't see him anymore. Something wasn't right about Kelly. The nurse let out a breath of frustration and turned away from the door, kicking an empty camera box that was in her path. It's not like she was forced to not to tell Kelly and Rockman about her case. How could she? She can't just walk up to them and say, I was bitten by an infected old lady and now I carry the infection as well, but I'm still alive and being taken to a facility so that a cure can be made. After what the fiends have turned out to be, it almost seemed impossible. She didn't want to scare Kelly and Rockman or get them involved in this in any way. They were the last remains of a family and the only people who truly knew her and her grandfather. She couldn't lose them. When it came to Kelly, however, her feelings were a bit different with him. What an ass. Drake grunted and entered the room after he was sure Kelly was gone. Y/N. Rolled her eyes and went back to the box she was moving. Says you. Why did I have to come with you guys? Y/N. Questioned as she gazed up at the old market sign. Welshurst Market. Chung stood beside her and loaded up her shotgun. Well, the fiends don't seem to find you tasty enough. That can be useful for us. The nurse figured that was the case. All Drake told her was that they needed her to come with them. He seemed a bit distracted when she tried to ask why. So now they were here the next day. At the town's only market that Y/N. S shopped at with her grandparents growing up. Instead of its usual crowd of customers looking to buy groceries to feed their families, it was now possibly a death trap for anyone looking for any sort of food to live. Any fiend could be waiting inside for their own meal to walk through those doors. Y/N. Shook those thoughts away. She had enough on her mind already. She turned to Chang and looked at the bandage around her head. It was slowly getting looser as the days went by. How's your head doing? Chang looked up and placed a hand against her temple. Oh, I'm fine. As long as I take it slow, I should have no problems. You should be resting, not on your feet. Y/N stated. Concussions weren't something to take seriously. Yeah, it's been a couple of days since the hospital, but concussions take weeks, even months to heal. Letting myself rest could mean someone getting killed or worse. Chung disagreed. I have a team to look after. With the way the world is now, I can't rest. There was no convincing this sergeant to take a break. Even if she had a concussion, that could get worse if something bad happened. Y/N wasn't sure how soldiers dealt with injuries while on duty, but Chung won't be able to help for long if she obtains more damage to her brain. Y/N went to be more firmer with the stubborn soldier, but Drake soon came over after he was busy checking out the place with the 3 other soldiers who came along. Place looks quiet, but still be cautious, he stated, glancing between both ladies. The market looks torn apart from all the raiding, which means we could have some guests waiting inside. Not for long, Chung confidently said, resting her shotgun over her shoulder. The sight of the gun made Y/N think of the noise it could draw. That car alarm back on the road was a big example. Drake seemed to be thinking this too, as his rifle and pistol were both strapped to his body. Only his knife was held in his hands. Put that away. We're not using guns. What? The female sergeant deadpanned. This town is too quiet for us to be trigger happy, and we need to conserve ammo. Use your knife. The disappointment in Cheng's eyes was clear, but she couldn't argue with that statement. It was a shame though, she loved her shotgun. Y/N watched her go to put her weapon away as Drake turned his attention to her. As for you, remember our rules. You're going to keep bringing those up, are you? The nurse sighed. until they're etched into your indestructible brain," he teased, glancing over his shoulder at the market's entrance. She glared at him but didn't say anything snarky back. Would only amp him further. "We get in and only grab what we need. Anything that's perishable isn't worth grabbing. Could be spoiled enough anyway," he instructed. "The power grid did go out a couple of days ago. The food here that wasn't preserved could be spoiled or in the process of spoiling." The thought of so much food going bad was awful. It only reminded Y/N that resources were going to be tight. With that, the two entered the market along with Chung and the 3 other soldiers. Despite guns being put aside, they still carried them just in case. Y/N was left with no weapon, which made sense. She didn't need one. But it started to feel awkward being the only one empty-handed. The team of 6 split off into 2. Chung went off with 2 soldiers to one part of the store while Y/N and Drake left off with another. She followed behind them as they did a once-over of each aisle and kept quiet to not disturb anything. There was only one fiend they had found. It staggered down a snack aisle, groaning to itself before Drake came up from behind and pulled it into a headlock. He quickly drove his knife into its brain and killed it before it could make any noise. The dead fiend was dropped to the ground and Y/N grimaced at the sight of it. There was a stranded handbasket in the middle of the aisle that Drake picked up and handed to her. "Here. Only perishable stuff. I heard you the first time." She grumbled and took the handbasket from him. The other soldier went to stand on watch while Y/N got to work searching for food. It seemed like they weren't the first to think to grab the good stuff. Most of the market was picked through as the aisles holding cans and other non-perishable foods were almost empty. Y/N did grab a candy bar that was still fresh and snacked on it as she grabbed whatever cans she could find. Drake trailed behind her and kept his knife and his senses ready for any other surprise fiends. But as he walked behind her, his mind went back to what he stumbled upon yesterday. She and Kelly. She says he's an ex, but that embrace they shared said something different. Drake wasn't too fond of Kelly trying to get a feel of her while she was down. It rubbed him the wrong way. Normally he wouldn't care to know about someone else's business, especially hers. But something was pushing him to want to know. "Question," he started, keeping his voice down. "What?" She glanced over her shoulder at him as she dropped the last can of beans into the basket. "Punk rock. What is he to you?" The sergeant went straight to the point. The question threw her off guard. "What? That's none of your business. If he poses trouble for you, then it is my business," Drake stated, crossing his arms as he kept his eyes on hers. Y/N went to deny this but remembered that he was supposed to protect her. That's what Rose assigned him to do. She huffed and turned away to continue searching. "Kelly isn't trouble. He's not going to hurt me." There was some hesitance in her voice that Drake picked up on. He kept some distance between them as he followed her. "Why did you 2 break up then? He seems like a dick to me." "And you're one to talk," she grunted. "I don't want to talk about Kelly. It's not your business. If I'm to keep you safe, I need to know the people you're associated with. That's what bodyguards do." "I thought you were a sergeant." She rolled her eyes and went to reach for a can of pineapples that was on a top shelf. The shelf was rather high, even for an average-height person. She tried to grab it herself but felt a muscular chest press up against her back. She stiffened up as she saw his arm reach up to grab the can with ease and turned her head to see him watching her closely with narrowed eyes. Her heart started to quicken and she quickly moved herself to the side. He pulled the can of pineapples down and placed them into her basket, all the while keeping his sights trained on her. "I'm a sergeant who was unlucky enough to be put with you. The least you can do is let me do my job." Y/N kept quiet as she stared him down as well with similar narrowed eyes. It's been a priority of hers to not let him boss her around even if he was assigned to protect her. Even if the feeling of his chest left her a bit distracted. "He's just my ex. That's it," she stated and quickly turned herself away to avoid her eyes falling on his body. "Don't seem like it." Drake spoke and went back to trailing behind her. The two soon entered a cereal aisle and had to step around a bunch of boxes that were ripped open and spilled out. It's because we grew up together. He was my friend. She sighed and kicked a box of cereal that was in her path. It sounded like even calling the rocker her friend was distasteful. Drake watched the box she had kicked slide across the floor, spilling flaky cereal as it went. When I ended things, it wasn't the best. But he and Rockman are still my family. The closest I have to one anyway. Her voice trailed off as she went silent. Her hands gripped the handles of the basket and she tried not to think too much about it. The sergeant didn't push her any more for answers, seeing how her demeanor quickly faltered. She wasn't telling him everything, but he got the sense that she and Kelly had something deeper past than just a relationship if she considered him family. Still didn't ease his mind about the ex. Maybe it was because he's supposed to protect her that he felt this invested? After what the survivors pulled back at the hospital, he wasn't too trusting of new people after all. But remembering how Kelly held her and her letting him made Drake feel something else. Y/N pushed her thoughts away from her personal life in favor of focusing on the task at hand. Finding food. Not much of the cereal aisle was picked apart. She guessed people didn't want to haul around sugary breakfast foods. But a box labeled Charm O's with a colorful cartoony leprechaun on it was tossed into her basket. She looked up to see Drake with another box in his hands that he opened and started pouring the contents into his mouth. Since when does someone as buff as him eat junk food? She thought to herself. He felt her eyes on him and looked down at her with his mouth full. He held the box out for her, offering the nurse some. She shook her head, but he tapped the box against her chest, the cereal shaking inside. Y/N looked from him to the box questioningly, but she eventually reached inside to take some cereal into her hands. Once she had her share, he smirked with his mouth full and walked ahead of her as he went to snack on more. The nurse looked down at the cereal in her hands. Small colorful marshmallows mixed with O-shaped cereal. Here he was being nice to her again, and she couldn't understand why. Before he used to look at her as if she was just another mindless fiend. Now it's like that look seemed to disappear and reflected off his actions. Their dislike for one another wasn't any better, but at least she didn't have to feel like he was waiting on her to snap at any moment. Sometimes she felt like she was waiting on it as well. She lifted her hand and poured the cereal into her mouth, her feet quickly moving to catch up to him. Back at the station, Rose was outside reading over their map that was spread out across the hood of a truck. While his team was recuperating at the station, it was best to have a plan for when they did leave. After getting nowhere with the radio station here, the captain began to think of backup plans. Some for if the facility is a no-go, and others for more worst-case scenarios. As he went over the map, he glanced back to two of the three survivors who stood near the fence that they had been put to work on. The two guys have shared their distaste for his team, but whether or not Rose had their favor was none of his concern. He wasn't here to make friends, he had a job to do. Get Y/N to that facility and help any civilians they can. The woman who was among the three survivors was starting to come around, however. She was around middle-aged and kept to herself mostly. Rose has seen the two nurses try and talk with her before, hoping to be cordial with the lady after everything that's happened. But she always just nodded her head and kept quiet. He believes her name is Vivian. Because she didn't talk much, he wasn't sure. She was a rather plump woman with curly blonde hair and pale skin. Despite her quiet nature, she did offer to help with the smaller task, like helping Rockman and the others clear out the hoarded station to make some room, and even insisting on helping cook. If only the two male survivors were as willing as her. They were both stubborn young men whom Rose had to directly order just to get them to help with the fences. They always sneered and gave dirty looks to Rose's team, even the two nurses as well who didn't do anything. Guilty by association, Rose assumed. But nevertheless, he went back to reading over the map and plotting out several routes as a part of his planning. The two young men at the fence talked quietly amongst themselves, but also to someone else. The mysterious figure disappeared into the trees as the two young men watched them go before turning to walk off. The group of 6 placed their 4 baskets filled with as much as they can find in the ransacked market. Most of the items were canned goods and whatever dry foods were left after the raiding. Everything else in the market was already spoiled, melting, and rotting from the fridges having no power. Chung looked among the baskets and bent down to inspect each one. It wasn't much considering how many people they had to feed, but it was something. Could be worse. This should hold us off for another week or two. At this rate, we're going to be eating crumbs off the ground. One soldier sighed. They were down to their last box of MREs. With as many people in their group now, it was going to be hard to ration for everyone. Between the 14 soldiers, the 2 nurses including the 3 survivors, and Kelly and Rockman at the station, food wasn't going to be easy. Y/N looked around the market in disappointment and the amount of food that has gone bad. If only the power stayed on just a bit longer. As long as we divide it all up and not be greedy, we should be fine. Chung spoke and got to her feet. Between the 21 of us dash. Chung was cut off as they all began hearing something in the distance. Several loud and rumbling engines drove through the streets of the town. It was only when the sounds grew closer did they sounded like motorcycles. Immediately Drake and the rest of the soldiers forgot their no-guns rule and grabbed their weapons. Y/N nervously stood back as Drake and Chung approached the market entrance and hid along the sides. She and the other 3 soldiers moved to hide in the aisles. Y/N peeked out from where she hid and saw the blurs of 4 bikes drive past the market. The engines were so loud that she could feel the vibrations on the ground. But even as they drove past, they seemed to circle back once they spotted the truck parked outside. Drake and Chung kept their eyes on the bikers as they circled back and observed the truck. They couldn't hear what they were saying over the engines, but Drake watched as one of them pointed at the truck and then turned their sights onto the market. This isn't good, he thought to himself as he glanced back at where the others were hiding. He met Cheng's eyes and she motioned for them to stay quiet. See what these guys will do first. But after a brief talk among the bikers, they all turned in the direction they had come in and looked to be amused. They hollered obscene words over their engines and quickly rode off together deeper into town. 2 of them even pulled out pistols to shoot into the air as if they were purposely trying to be loud. Drake made sure that they were truly gone before moving to poke his head out, seeing that the bikers were gone. Y/N watched him make sure the coast was clear, but he saw something in the direction the bikers came in and hurriedly rushed back inside. Shit! Chung saw it too and they both hid out of sight. Their guns clutched close to their bodies and made no attempt to create noise. The nurse wondered what they saw, but her question was quickly answered. About a dozen fiends came rushing past the market in the direction of the bikers. They snarled and violently moved as they followed the noise of the engines, tripping over each other's feet and shoving one another in an attempt to be the first to catch the bikers. Y/N kept quiet until it was deemed safe enough to leave her hiding spot. What were the bikers doing driving through the town like that? The trucks the soldiers used were much quieter than those motorcycles. Whoever those rowdy men were, they needed to head back to the station. The bikers could have potentially riled up every fiend hidden in the small town that it wasn't safe to be out there. Grab the baskets and let's go, Chung ordered. Time to head back earlier than expected. After getting back to the station and showing the captain everything they've obtained, he was relieved they even came back with anything at all. Drake and Chung went to talk to Rose about the motorcycle encounter while Y/N headed inside the station. She entered through the back door and her eyes made contact with the doormat that was old but still held in lettering. Be groovy or leave, man. It was cheesy but one that made a small smile appear on her face. Maybe if she forgot about the world and everything that was happening, she could go back to when she was a kid entering through this door and seeing this mat. Just for a second. Y/N? Is that you? Came the voice of Dell coming from the kitchen. Why ya? I'm back. She called back and moved off the mat toward the kitchen. Walking inside, she immediately met Wes Green Eyes, who was munching on a bag of chips from the market they scavenged. Hey, how's the leg? She asked as she looked at the bag and then at him. It's still sore, but I think I can walk. He grinned and pushed himself up to try standing on his leg. The grimace on his face spoke otherwise. Dell was looking through the baskets at the food that was gathered and putting them away since she had nothing else to do. Did everything go well in town? Y/N moved to lean against the counter. We didn't get attacked for starters. The market barely had anything to grab that wasn't already rotting. Del sighed and took out a can of peaches. Makes sense. Any place with food is where I would have gone to first. That's actually not a good idea. Wes spoke as he eased back down to his chair and munched on the potato chips. With the way the drug spreads, going anywhere that's crowded is the first way to die. Then how are we supposed to find food? Or help for that matter? Del questioned as she and Y/N listened. Easy. You do what the team is doing right now. He shrugged as he proceeded to explain. We waited until after the initial chaos ended to leave the hospital. If we would have left sooner than that, chances are we would be one of those fiends hobbling around the streets. Y/N thought back to the initial chaos he was referring to. The period of days when people would suddenly lose consciousness and wake up as ravenous monsters. She couldn't imagine traveling through crowds of people trying to get to safety while fiends popped up left and right to sink their teeth into flesh. Granted, she had the fortune of not being able to experience that chaos thanks to a certain someone. We haven't heard from the government or any military since then. I'm not so sure if they're even around anymore. Wes muttered. The last they heard from any officials was that they were going under martial law, meaning the military took up control as they saw fit to deal with the fiend crisis. The scientist wasn't the only one starting to doubt the military's success with that. Del began to have some more questions about the whole drug, particularly about why the government was backing such a thing. You mentioned the government being a part of this, right? Wes nodded. TAP was introduced to them 1/3 of the way into its development. The whole project was ambitious enough to grab the government's attention. From what I know, it was only supposed to be for improving human physiology. Then the government wanted it for soldiers. Y/N spoke, hugging her arms around herself. Wes didn't think she would know that. He doesn't remember telling her. She saw his perplexed look and looked away. Drake told me. Well, you're correct. He sighed. The thought of indestructible humans seemed like something the government wanted to take advantage of. We could have been the first country with soldiers who couldn't die. What the fuck? Del whispered. Would they have forced the drug on the soldiers the same way they did for the entire country? What was with the whole secrecy thing then? Whose idea was that? Del questioned some more. This was something Y/N wanted to know too. Dosing everyone without their consent was an evil of its own. The government's. Wes could confidently say that. The drug was originally supposed to be manufactured out like any other drug. Advertisements, press conferences, and bottles of it would go on shelves and such. But when the government came in, they completely took over and rewrote the whole plan. I didn't get hired until afterward, but I read everything I had access to in the records. Both nurses glanced at each other with similar looks. It sounded like this was more of the government's fault than satellites. Del groaned as she turned to put the canned goods away. Typical evil government doing. Y/N agreed and looked down at her hands. It started to seem like this was a sign that humans couldn't force their own evolution. You can't force someone to be more durable, long-living, and resistant without having consequences. It wasn't natural and not how the world works. She may be a success, but that doesn't mean the TAP drug was worth all of this harm. You're sure the facility will find a cure? She turned to Wes and kept her voice down, making sure neither Rockman nor Kelly were around. That I'm the cure? Wes could hear it in her voice that this was something she needed to know. He could understand her anxiousness and the thought of the same people who made the drug using her to make a cure for it. At first, she outright refused. But the more she learned and saw of the world, the possibility of it only getting worse from here, it made her start to reconsider. She could be the only answer to this, the only chance at the world returning to normal. To be placed in such a position scared her. Wes may have been the most enthusiastic member here when it came to the drug's success in her. But after leaving that hospital, he was beginning to reconsider as well. He had to be honest with her. She deserved that at least. I'm not sure. You could be, but there's a chance that you aren't. Y/N fell silent, and so did Del. Her friend stopped what she was doing to look at the two. Creating a cure means reversing a virus or disease's effects, which isn't easy. If it was, things like cancer or even the flu wouldn't be around. The scientist explained, his voice low. But TAP was meant to improve us and fight off those ailments. It's supposed to be one with our immune systems as if we were born with it. Introducing a cure could be like trying to get sick with TAP. You can't. Curing something that could be incurable, this didn't ease the nurse's thoughts. It only sounded like there was no point in trying to fix things. Wes leaned back in his seat and glowered at the bag of chips in his hands. You're our only chance at finding a cure. It's worth so much to at least try. And if it doesn't work? She asked one last time. That was a question Wes didn't have an answer to. He remained silent. If it doesn't work, it means the fiends have won. The world was only going to get worse from here and force those who weren't infected to adapt to it. They can kiss their lives before the fiends goodbye if a cure isn't attainable. Dell placed a comforting hand on Y/N's shoulder. The weight of the world was on her back and Dell couldn't imagine being the one to bear it all. Y/N took a deep breath, letting the air fill her lungs and slowly exhaled. If she was meant to be a fiend, she would have turned by now. But she's still alive and that in itself meant something. Maybe this conversation was what she needed to hear. Not Rose's determined statements of her being the cure. Not even Drake telling her that she's the only one able to be a cure. She needed Wes to tell her that she was just a possibility. There's a 50-50 chance that her case can save the world or that it can't. Either way, it was the type of honesty she needed to hear. That if this whole mission and the lengths the soldiers were going to take to get her to that facility were all for nothing, at least she'd know beforehand. I'll do it, Y/N muttered, taking both Dell and Wes off guard. What? You sure? Dell asked, feeling concerned. Wes wanted to know too. He expected her to outright refuse like before. But Y/N nodded, in a way feeling better about agreeing to this. She wasn't an answer, she was just a possibility. That alone took so much pressure off of her shoulders. She was still angry at Satellite and would always put the blame on the corporation for even creating such a drug in the first place. But she could see that this small team was working to make things right. The easier option was to just give up as the world came to an end. If they were determined to find a cure and she was the possibility they needed, then why not? It's like you said, it's worth it to try. She spoke. Wes didn't know how to respond, but he eventually smiled. Y/N. Maybe the most generous person he's ever met. Y/N sat on a couch with a soldier and carefully wrapped some cloth around their bleeding hand. The smell of beans cooked with vegetables and rice filled the radio station and was a welcomed scent by its occupants. After so long of not having a proper meal, the stew made by the quiet woman named Vivian using what was gathered at the market was not wasted in the slightest. Soldiers who were on guard duty were busy on watch while the ones who weren't were gathered in the main room to eat their share of the meal. Along with Y/N and Dell, Rockman who was the most eager to eat, Vivian who was the cook, and the two other male survivors who stood more off to the side, away from the group. Y/N learned their names were Mac and Luke. Mac was the older of the two, probably nearing his 30s, and was quite burly, while Luke was closer to her age and skinnier as well. She had recognized him as the young man who lost his grandfather during the initial rise at the hospital. It made it hard for her and Dell to be around him, or any of the three survivors for that matter. Mac and Luke were always giving them distasteful looks, likely still putting blame on them for being accomplices. Vivian was coming around, but her quiet nature was hard to get past. They weren't sure if she shared the same opinions of the nurses or not. The only people not present were the soldiers who were on guard duty, of course, but also Wes who wanted to get some rest in and said he'll eat later. So Dell put a bowl aside for him. Chung was on watch as well, while the captain only wanted to finish his food before heading right back out. So he didn't stick around for too long. Y/N had already finished her bowl and held back from getting a second, so she focused her time on helping a soldier who cut their hand pretty bad working on the fence. They were out of bandages, so she had to use what was available. A ratty old shirt. Might I say, woman? Rockman spoke and tapped his spoon against his bowl as he looked over to Vivian with a grin. I ain't never had a bowl of beans quite like this. Truly phenomenal. The quiet woman gave him a small smile for his appreciation. Y/N took her eyes away from the patient to look at the two. I'm surprised you aren't the main chef of this merry little band. They could use a fine woman such as yourself to fill up their war-torn bellies. The old man continued his praises, but Y/N could tell that they were more than simple praises. Geez, Rockman. Drake had chosen to stand rather than sit with the group and was positioned at a window to keep eyes on the yard. But even that obviously flirtatious comment from Rockman made the sergeant glance over with a questioning look. The lady on the receiving end of the praises looked like she didn't know how to take them. She awkwardly held her spoon in her bowl and kept her eyes down, not liking this much attention on her. Thank you. Any time, sweetheart. The hippie spoke. He was old enough to be the woman's father. Y/N cleared her throat to get his attention after seeing how uncomfortable Vivian was. She knew how much of a flirt he could be. The old man turned his attention toward her, clearly not picking up on his own behavior. Do you have any stories you can tell us? The nurse asked as a way to keep him busy. Maybe the one about the Sasquatch? Sasquatch? One of the soldiers questioned in confusion. Ah, that old tale? Rockman chuckled. I told you that story since you and Kelly were in diapers. Y/N heard Drake hold back a snicker behind her but ignored him. She finished wrapping the soldier's hand and then gestured to the people gathered around. These people haven't heard it. Her shoulder nudged against Dell's, who had a mouthful of beans in her mouth. Right? Dell quickly swallowed, understanding Y/N S plan, and nodded her head. Yeah. I haven't heard this story before. Welp. Rockman pushed himself up on the old couch to get ready to tell the totally true and completely accurate tale of his Sasquatch encounter that he hasn't changed the story several times with each retelling. You youngins better get comfortable because this one's a doozy. With his attention off of Vivian, the woman sighed in relief and gave Y/N an appreciative smile. The nurse smiled back in understanding. The rest of the night went on with Rockman telling his tale of the Sasquatch he encountered while on a camping trip in the mountains during the 80s. A group of young hippie boys roasting hot dogs and playing guitar singing Kumbaya around a fire when one of them saw a tall furry man through the trees who wanted their shrooms. Rockman tried to play it off as some scary tale, but the way he exaggerated certain parts and even described the Sasquatch in a way that sounded like a moose gathered a couple of amused chuckles from the group. The last time Y/N heard the story, he was on a date with his at the time fling when the Sasquatch interrupted them to steal beers from their truck. But in the middle of the story, both nurses began to feel tired after a long day. It took quite some effort to get that room they were planning to sleep in clear enough. They were even able to uncover a futon that was hidden underneath piles of books. They both shared a similar sleepy look in agreement. While Rockman was at the part of him beating the Sasquatch with a large stick, both ladies proceeded to slip out while he and the soldiers were distracted. Drake noticed them go but didn't feel the need to hover over Y/N right now. His eyes stayed on her back, however, right until she left the room. Honestly, that old guy sounds like he's off his rockers. Dell yawned as the two walked down a hall. Is he actually telling the truth? I'm not sure if he ever told that story truthfully. Y/N shrugged. It's different each time. As they walked toward the staircase at the end of the hall, Y/N noticed a light emitting from the studio room down another hall. It bounced against the wall and illuminated that framed photo of the fishing trip so long ago. Her eyes lingered for a few seconds before she decided to go check the room and told Dell that she'd meet her in their shared room in a second. Y/N S footsteps were quiet mostly thanks to her sleepiness. She kept her eyes down from looking into any of the photos on the wall, especially once she reached the very end with that fishing trip photo directly ahead of her. She wanted to just turn into the room but couldn't help sparing just the slightest glance. Even just seeing his face in the old photo, the proud smile he held, it was one she missed so much. A smile that she wished she could see now. A feeling of guilt filled her heart, followed by regret. In her head, her grandfather wouldn't be smiling at her now. She tore her eyes away from the photo and walked into the studio room. There were a couple of candles lit up on the large table to provide some light while the smell of cigarette smoke filled the air. In Rockman's chair sat Kelly, smoking a cigarette to himself while a CD of some band's music played on an old radio. The only thing that can actually play music without any Wi-Fi or power. He hadn't noticed her yet, and she wanted to keep it that way. After their fight yesterday, she didn't even want to talk to him. But before she turned to leave, her eyes noticed something draped over the back of his chair. It looked like a leather jacket but had a large patch on it that looked strange. From what she could see, it was black and white with something red on it. Kind of looked like a dog. She quietly approached him and placed her fingers on the patch. There was some wording that was covered by his hair, and once she moved it and read the text, her heart dropped. The Red Dog's MC. Kelly started to get the feeling that someone was behind him, so he turned in his chair and met her disbelieved eyes. Her hand grabbed the jacket and pulled it out from under him. "Where did you get this? Where did you come from?" He questioned her back and resumed smoking his cigarette. The nurse scoffed as she moved to stand in his sight line with the leather jacket in hand. "Why do you have this jacket? Do you even know who these people are? A motorcycle gang. So what?" His passing tone irritated her. It was like he didn't care what having this jacket meant. "So what? Those men are the worst people to ever set foot on these mountains, and you just so happen to have their jacket," she stated. The Red Dogs were a biker gang that mainly operated out of Grimire, the nearest city to Browford. How people would describe them was nothing short of criminals. Y/N has heard time and time again how the Red Dogs would cause havoc wherever their members went. Trashing bars, harassing people, destroying the property of those who pissed them off. Y/N wouldn't be surprised if they even killed someone before. But fortunately, they always kept their business in Grimire. Rarely, if ever, did they travel to any smaller towns like Browford. But rarely doesn't mean never. Kelly didn't take her concern into consideration as he relaxed in the chair and puffed out smoke through his lips. "I'm not a member, if that's what you're asking." "Then why do you have their jacket?" Y/N questioned sternly. "If he wasn't a member, why have their branded attire?" "Because I got it in good with their leader. Met him and his boys at a bar in Grimire, and they seemed all right to me." Y/N fought the urge not to reprimand him for that alone. Kelly dash. "And he offered me a job." He cut her off. "Paid me good money to work on their bikes for them. So while you were off playing doctor at that fancy university, I was actually supporting my family." "By getting it in good with a criminal?" she stated, which made him groan tiredly. She knows he wasn't the type to have just one stable job. He was a hustler at heart, either getting paid to do shows with his band, hopping in on money schemes that almost were never legal, or spending irregular shifts at mechanic shops since he was handy with vehicles. But for him to stoop so low to associate with terrible people like the Red Dogs? Her ex wasn't going to sit here while she lectured him about his history with the biker gang. Kelly shoved the butt of his cigarette into an ashtray and got to his feet. "None of this is any of your business, so drop it." "Oh, so you can question me about my business with the soldiers, but I can't question you about yours with those criminals?" she exclaimed. Kelly angrily pointed his finger in the direction of the main room where the team was. "Those people are criminals. Aren't they the ones who started this mess? At least they're trying to fix their mistakes. Could you say the same for the Red Dogs? All the shit they do." Her voice heightened as she became equally angry. "So you're calling me a criminal, huh? I'm just as bad as them. I just don't want you getting yourself into any more trouble than you already do, Kelly. It's the end of the world. Who cares?" "I care," she snapped and quickly bit her tongue from him, getting her to this state. She shook her head and turned away from him. "You fucking idiot." Kelly exhaled a frustrated breath and turned away from her as well. He didn't need to hear another one of her famous lectures as if he were just some child. He took his jacket out of her hands and went to march out of the room. "Sure, because abandoning us after Oscar died and choosing the city over us is your way of saying you care." Y/N felt her hands shake in anger as that blow struck her heart entirely. He knew where to hit her, and he took that chance. Her eyes glared so intensely into his back, not wanting him to have the last word. At least I wasn't the one who cheated. Did you care so much about me then? That made Kelly stop at the door. His grip on his jacket tightened until he turned around to face her with a clenched jaw. She held his intense eyes with her own. This wasn't the first heated argument they got into, but it wouldn't be the last. Don't try to say I never cared when you were the one who broke us first. Their relationship hadn't been the most smooth-sailing one for many years. They were always on and off again, separating and then getting back together when it was convenient. She blindly followed and idolized him ever since they were kids, just for him to be both her first love and first heartbreak. Their relationship ran deeper than being a couple. She considered him family after all, since her grandfather and his were like brothers. But after that fateful summer break when she walked in on him and some girl after his friends tried to stop her, it made her realize that he wasn't the one. He was never the one. But she couldn't help the memories of how he used to be, the sweet kid she once grew up with, their innocent friendship that slowly delved into a crush. A part of her sometimes hoped that the boy she fell in love with would return to her. But he never did. She's kept Kelly at arm's length since then. He didn't say anything, just glared his eyes into hers as he still saw her as his. She was always in the palm of his hands, and his feelings for her never changed. He knows he hurt her, but convinced himself that it wasn't as bad as her practically abandoning them after Oscar died. Kelly sked as he proceeded to leave the room, but not without muttering something that she picked up. Don't be mad at me that I needed someone to fuck while you were gone. He slammed the door as he left, and those words knocked the wind out of her lungs. She felt her eyes sting, her throat dry up, her hands itching to grab something hard and hit him with it. She'd never heard him say something so hurtful before. Her anger and pain wanted to make him feel the torment that he's caused her ever since that day. Back in the main room, Drake had zoned out from Rockman's story as the talkative old kook was rambling about a whole different story now. Something about seeing a chupacabra this time. But he heard angry stomps toward the hall and looked over to see Kelly storming off outside through the back door. Drake narrowed his eyes, wondering what his problem was. After some time, however, the nurse emerged from the hall with her head down and fist balled up. They were shaking more than he'd ever seen before. He immediately knew something was wrong. She reached a trembling hand up to wipe her eyes and had to get away from here. From this station, from the memories, from Kelly most of all. Drake took a couple of steps toward her as she stormed off outside as well. The old back door swung open in her path, and he could see her rushing off toward the forest and pushing past a part of the fence that wasn't reinforced yet. Something definitely was wrong. Shit! Drake cursed as he quickly went after her. Crash. Smash. Bang. Drake leaned against a tree as he watched the raging nurse take an old baseball bat to a bunch of trashed glass objects and things that were easily breakable. He didn't interfere as she took her anger out on the trash like no tomorrow. Where did she find the bat? He didn't know. 1 second Drake was following her into the forest, calling her name, but she wouldn't stop. The next she picked up the bat from somewhere once they reached what he assumes is a dumping site and started wailing on whatever was in sight. That was mainly the reason why he chose to just let her release whatever pent-up aggression she had first before approaching her. He didn't want to be next. Y/N. Swung the old bat into an already broken vase that was now even more broken. She grunted loudly as she used the butt of it to ram into the vase's edges before dropping the bat on the ground with heavy breaths. Her body crouched down to the ground and buried her head in her knees. She couldn't believe Kelly. She couldn't believe that he was her first love. She couldn't believe that he would say such a thing about cheating on her. Did he ever care for her? Did he ever love her the way she used to love him? Y/N. S tears had already since dried in amidst her rage. But yet, she could feel them start to return. It wasn't just Kelly she was angry at, but also herself. Drake took her momentary break from destroying everything in sight to approach her. He stepped around shards of glass and parts of a TV. It was actually quite impressive how much damage the nurse did. Quite the swing you got there. Had me a little frightened, he says as he studies her body language. Y/N. Didn't respond, of course, as her mind was in other places. Once her breath was stable enough, She moved to sit fully on the ground and crossed her legs together. A defeated look was plastered on her face. This had to be about Kelly. The way the rocker stormed off before she did indicated some dispute between them. Just like at the market, he needed to know if Kelly was going to be a problem as a part of his bodyguard duties. Even if she said her ex wasn't, Drake knew he was just from her display of anger alone. He found a spot that was clear enough and took his own seat in front of her. Y/N watched him sit on the ground with her before she let her eyes fall. All right, what did he do? He sighed, going straight to the point. Y/N S mind went off of her ex and straight to him. She didn't feel like questioning the sergeant on why he was there or why he cared enough to ask. She has already argued enough with Kelly. What didn't he do? She muttered. You want me to punch him? Drake suggested. Wouldn't be the first man he's punched for making a woman upset. He didn't like Kelly anyway, so he was gonna punch him eventually regardless. But that seemed to bring a small smile to her face. It was brief, but he saw it. She shook her head at the suggestion, even though she would love to see Kelly get his due justice. Y/N took in a deep breath and buried her head into her hands. Coming back to this station hasn't gone well for her yet. All the regrets and memories she had and was able to put aside had all resurfaced once she set foot back into Browford. The town surely wasn't letting her live her guilt and grief down, and she couldn't keep it in any longer. Not even Dell knows the full story. Y/N was too afraid to tell her best friend everything without facing the music herself. But the only person here right now was Drake, the asshole who was ordered to protect her. Yet he was still here, willing to hear her out. Y/N sighed as her fingers fumbled with a dead leaf. Do you ever wish you could just go back in time? Change what you did in the past? Drake let her words sink in before he found a way to respond. Sometimes. Like what? She asked, not really expecting him to answer. She just needed someone to talk to. The sergeant fell silent as he looked away from her. There were many things he wished to change in his past, but one event in particular that he wasn't comfortable enough to say. His silence didn't surprise her. She was expecting it after all. I wish I could just... When my grandpa died, it broke me. Her heart grew heavy again and she wished it wouldn't. But even the mere thought of her grandfather just turned up so many negative emotions in her. Drake chose to remain silent and let her speak. This was clearly something she needed to get out. He was all I had. Both of my parents were gone. My mom died in labor and my dad drank himself to death after. All I ever knew was Grandpa. Her voice was small and shaky, but she did her best to keep her emotions in. The heavy weight she kept on her shoulders was slowly tipping off. He raised me and taught me so many things. Even when my grandma passed, he stayed strong just for me. A tear trailed down her face as the emotions she held back soon rushed forward. She was so grateful for her grandfather and everything he had done her for. He lost both his son and his wife, but that didn't stop him from helping her be the woman she is today, which only made her heart hurt worse. Then I just fucking abandoned him. She whimpered as her sobs soon filled her throat. It was tough to watch the nurse who he saw as a bother suddenly look so small and helpless. He wouldn't wish this type of grief even on his worst enemy. But she abandoned her grandfather? How can you abandon someone if you love them this much? What did you do? He carefully asked, seeing the guilt clear in her face. Y/N wiped her tears and hesitated to speak. But if she was being this vulnerable in front of someone she hates, she started, taking a deep breath so that her voice was clearer. Grandpa always had this vision in mind. He wanted the radio station to stay in our families. His and Rockman's. A will, Drake thought to himself. All my life he taught me how to use the radios. He showed me how they worked, what to do when they didn't work, how to broadcast, how to have a radio persona when on air. They were special moments to me. She sighed, her fingers twirling the ends of the leaf in between her fingers. But I always wanted to be a nurse. I didn't want to do radio. The sergeant had a sense of where this was leading to. Her grandfather taught her everything about the station and wanted to keep it in the family. But she had different wants for her future. We almost never argued, but when we did, it was always about that. He wanted me to take over for him after he retired like Kelly was to do with Rockman. But I didn't want that. She glanced back over her shoulder in the direction of the station, seeing the tips of the radio tower poking through the treetops. As much as I love the station, it's not where I was supposed to be. She remembers the day that finally put a strain on her relationship with her grandfather. The day she revealed to him that she was accepted into a top medical school in the city. The open letter was in her hand, her excitement was huge, and she wanted her grandfather to be the first to know. But he didn't share her excitement. He never even smiled. He was disappointed. Her excitement turned to anger, words were thrown between them, some that she regrets saying now. That very memory was forever burned into her mind and was the moment she packed her things and left in a fury. She remembers looking back to see her grandfather's expression full of hurt. He lost his son, his wife, and in that moment he lost his granddaughter. Her feet kept going toward Kelly's car. Her arms tossed her things into his back seat, and her eyes watched her home disappear in the distance. They barely talked since that fight. Both were too stubborn to admit their faults. But maybe if she would have put her shame aside and reached out to him, he would have told her about his failing heart. Maybe if she hadn't run away into Kelly's manipulative arms, her grandfather would have told her that he only had so much time left to live. Maybe if she hadn't chosen her wants over his, she would have had the chance to say goodbye. Instead, she got to learn about his passing over the phone in the middle of her class. He was all she had, and she abandoned him. Drake listened to every word she spoke, every sob and choke she held back. There was a massive blame that she placed on herself and has carried for many years. Having a fallout being the last thing you've done with a loved one before they died and not getting to reconnect or settle things before it was too late. Not even getting to say that final goodbye. Hearing her story made him think of his own. While not identical but similar, he didn't get that chance to say goodbye either. As Y/N sobbed into her hands and mentally beat herself up over this, she felt a hand move to rest on her shoulder. Soon the hand turned into arms that encased her and pulled her into a comforting hold. She felt herself get pulled into a muscular chest and held with so much care that it made her tears dwindle. Her arms moved to hold onto Drake tightly, almost as if letting him go would put her back in that dark void she'd kept herself in. Drake's hand rubbed her back instinctively. He hasn't held someone like this in years. The last person was the one he couldn't say goodbye to. You didn't abandon him. He spoke, his voice low and filling her ear. I did. Y/N sobbed, burying her head against his shoulder as her tears soaked his shirt. You knew what you wanted and went for it. You said so yourself. The radio station isn't where you're supposed to be. The nurse fell silent as she clung to his words. There was still doubt and regret in her, but she listened. Your relationship with your grandfather was strong. Not that many people can say the same. He muttered, his eyes staring off into the blades of grass beneath them. Something as trivial as the station wouldn't take his love for you away. I'm sure if you two had more time, things would have been different. She sniffed back her tears and rested her head against his chest. She and her grandfather did have a strong bond. They were the only relatives they had left. She saw his ups and downs and he saw hers. A bond like theirs wouldn't have broken so easily. But her mind can't help but think that she's disappointing him even now. While she loved being a nurse and getting the chance to help people, she couldn't fully enjoy it thanks to her lingering guilt. On the worst of days, she'll think that her grandfather deserved a better granddaughter than her. But he loved her and sacrificed so much for her. That hurt look that'll forever be burned into her brain was maybe the moment he realized he pushed her too far. Seeing his only grandchild walk out the doors thanks to his wants must have affected him too. Maybe he experienced the same guilt and grief that she was experiencing now before he died. Y/N took in a shaky breath and started to feel that weight on her shoulder grow just a little lighter. It was still there, but easier to hold. Silence filled the air between them as they each held the other in their arms. Y/N found herself feeling more at ease being held in such a way. His arms felt like shields that kept her self-loathing and guilt away. It almost made her completely forget that Drake was the same man whom she detested. It was strange, being comforted by the same person who shot you. Her eyes moved on their own as she gazed up at his face, seeing that he himself was lost in his own thoughts while holding her close to him. His long dark curly hair fell freely around his face and flowed softly in the wind. His jaw would clench and then relax every so often as a reaction to what he must have been thinking. Even his hazel eyes stared into the grass below but held something that she had a hard time deciphering what. But as she leaned closer to him and let herself get lost in her gaze, she felt something different in her chest. Something she hasn't felt since Kelly. Her heart skipping a beat. A long exhale left Drake's nostrils as he finally pulled himself out of his thoughts. Maybe he should follow her lead and vent his frustrations to someone he wouldn't expect to be venting to. But unlike her, he wasn't ready to. His eyes fell as he looked down at her, soon meeting her E/C. Eyes that gazed up into him deeply. This took him off guard. That look was enough to make him flustered. You okay now? He quickly straightened his voice. Hearing him speak made Y/N snap back to reality. She realized what she was doing and the way that her heart was beating, which made being this close in his arms start to feel more awkward than it should. Her body pulled away from his, the warmth between them soon being filled by the cool autumn air. She sat back on the ground, leaving only a couple inches of space between them. I'm cool now. Her eyes were still puffy and red, her hands still shaky, but she felt relief. Finally able to voice her thoughts after so many years of suppressing them. Seeing that she was more composed now, Drake nodded and moved to get to his feet, still feeling her warmth on his chest. We should head back then, he spoke, his eyes avoiding hers suddenly. We shouldn't be out here when it's dark. Y/N sighed and looked around the forest, which was now darker than earlier. The night sky above showed stars that weren't hidden by light pollution, and the cold chill of the air made her shudder a bit. She was still in her scrubs after all that was beyond saving at this point. She hoped there were some spare clothes she could find in the station. She moved herself to her feet as well and also seemed to be avoiding Drake's eyes. Yeah, let's head back. The sergeant nodded and took the lead back to the station. He kept his eyes focused on the forest in case anything jumped out, but deep down he knew that they were fine. A fiend would have been showed itself. But one thing was for sure. After today, the two's feelings for each other became even more complicated than before. Ever since their rather vulnerable time spent together, the two have been a bit more quiet around each other. While it felt good to get her thoughts and feelings off of her chest for once, she did it with Drake of all people. Once she was able to calm down and get her thoughts straight, she began to realize that he now knew of her weaker side, where all her insecurities derive from, and that she isn't the cool-headed nurse she pretends to be. Not even Dell knows this much about her grandfather. It felt like a mistake venting to Drake, knowing how much he likes to get under her skin. But he hasn't spoken a word about their moment together. It's been 3 days and Drake has mostly kept silent about it. While he was still on his usual antics of annoying her and being annoyed by her if she did something that went against his rules, he hasn't even brought attention to everything that she's told him. In a way, she felt relieved by this. Telling someone you hate the very thing that could break you didn't sound like the best idea on paper. At least the sergeant had the decency to not use her problems against her. Unlike a certain someone, she sat on the back steps of the station and stared down at the pistol in her hands that felt heavy. The voices of Drake and Chang were up ahead as they discussed the next area of town they'll be going to scavenge. Some houses in the neighborhoods. The captain thinks that looting the houses could prove useful as well for things like clothes, tools, and maybe even some blankets since it was getting colder. At the mention of finding clothes, Y/N began looking forward to it. She and Dell needed the change. Their scrubs have long since worn out their use. Her friend sat beside her and was writing out a list of things Y/N could find for them. Clothes, a hairbrush, and some pillows as well. Oh! She perked up, remembering another important item. If you find any shampoo, grab that too. It would be nice to wash our hair. Y/N sighed and smiled at the simple luxury they took for granted. It would be better if there was a spa complete with everything a girl could wish for. Dell held out her arms to exaggerate this. No fiends, no satellite. Just the two of us relaxing like queens. Eating fruit and drinking champagne. Music playing in the background. Both nurses chuckled together at their mutual wants that seemed exaggerated. Dell went back to her list and wrote down the shampoo she mentioned earlier. If we ever do find a spa, remember our plans. Of course. Y/N nodded. It was something to look forward to. Can I join? The nurses both jumped in surprise at the voice behind them and turned to see it was Wes, who didn't mean to startle them. He quickly apologized. Wait, you want to go to a spa? Dell asked. He felt a little embarrassed chiming in since he didn't look like the type to even set foot in one. Well, yeah. My mom and sisters used to go all the time and I got dragged along in the process. I sort of miss it. Coming from a family of majority women, the scientist has spent a lot of time doing activities his mom and sisters enjoyed growing up. Being an only son didn't make him an exception. Y/N and Dell both glanced at each other and grinned. Out of everyone on the satellite team, Wes was the closest to them. Sure, maybe you can try getting the others to go too. Y/N joked. Wes scoffed at the idea but found the thought amusing. I don't think the others will. They're military after all. You think the two sergeants will? Dell whispered with a gossiping tone as the three looked over at Drake and Chung, who were busy discussing plans. Wes squinted his green eyes as he tried visualizing his best friend and the female sergeant at a spa. He just couldn't. I think they would prefer being covered in dirt, honestly. More than they already are. Dell snickered, which made Wes laugh as well. Y/N, however, only smiled and averted her eyes away from Drake. She looked down at the pistol in her hands and noted the satellite logo engraved on the side. It was his pistol he had given her. Without explanation, he just handed it to her and said it was hers. She didn't know the first thing about handling a gun. She couldn't help her eyes lingering on the weapon and thinking of him. Remembering the way he held her and comforted her. Made her feel safe and not chastise her about her guilt like Kelly. His muscles and... Hey, Y/N? Dell spoke while tapping her shoulder. Y/N. Quickly looked up and realized that she was a little distracted. You okay there? Dell asked, having noticed her friend go silent and stare down at the gun in her lap. The pistol did worry her since neither of them ever set foot near a gun. Y/N. Nodded and tried pushing her unexpected thoughts on the sergeant away. How could she think of him like that? Yeah, I'm fine. Just, a little nervous. This would be her second time going scavenging with the team. It made sense to bring the person who's invulnerable to fiends with them. Her mind tried to push this as the reason for her nervousness. The team will keep you safe. Don't worry, Wes reassured. Drake may be a bit much at times, but he's serious about his job. Don't have to tell me twice. Y/N muttered. Wes gave her a pat on the shoulder and turned to head back inside the station. His legs still gave him trouble, but he was getting better at walking again. Since he was gone, Dell finished the list of things to find and folded it in half. She handed it to Y/N, who took it and slipped it into her pocket. As the two got up, Dell remembered something else that was important. Her smile fell as she leaned in close and kept her voice down. There was another thing. Just keep this between us. Yeah. Y/N nodded but wondered what this was about. Dell looked around and took Y/N's hand to lead her away from the steps and any prying ears. They went over a washer and drying that has seen better days as a good spot to talk without anyone hearing. Her friend seemed a little nervous herself that it made Y/N listen closely. So I've been trying to get to know Vivian. That lady? Dell started. Vivian was one of the 3 survivors they had, and the only one willing to help out. I just feel like she needs a friend here. She's always so quiet, I sometimes wonder if she feels alone. Y/N did think the same too. She wanted to have a friendly relationship with Vivian considering she was another woman here. Unlike Mac and Luke, the other 2 survivors, the nurse felt a sense that Vivian wasn't as resentful of them. She wouldn't be offering to cook and help around the station if she did hold such feelings. I managed to get her to talk yesterday. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Del said. When I mentioned that you guys are going scavenging today, she asked me for something. What is it? Y/N asked, but she could tell it made Del question things herself. Her friend looked around before moving to whisper into her ear. She wanted a baby blanket. Y/N S eyes widened and she looked to Del. But even Del shrugged. Why not just a regular blanket? Why one made for a baby? A baby blanket? She isn't. Is she? Her heart beat faster as her mind went to that possibility. I don't know. I asked, but she didn't say. Or maybe she didn't want to say. Del muttered, crossing her arms close to her chest. Maybe it's a different reason, and not the one we're thinking of. Why else would she want a baby blanket? Y/N didn't know what to think besides the very clear one. Del could be right that Vivian wanted the blanket for a different reason. The woman hasn't said anything regarding it. But if anything involved a baby, it was something the group needed to be aware of. Just keep it to yourself, okay? Del asked, not wanting to ruin their chances of getting closer to Vivian. We won't know unless she tells us. I don't want to pressure her. They were nurses after all. Confidentiality was a part of their job. Considering how quiet and off to the side Vivian was, she didn't like having attention drawn to her. Even though it made Y/N, she agreed to not say anything until they knew for sure. Okay, but if she is expecting, we have to tell the captain. Del sighed and nodded. The world wasn't the same after all. Something as innocent as a baby could risk everyone's lives. Y/N had soon heard her name being called as it was time for them to head out. She had the list ready and Drake's pistol tucked into the holster he had also given her. And also the thought of a baby in her mind. The two nurses hugged, with one telling the other to be safe while also sharing a knowing look. Maybe they were jumping to conclusions due to the way the world is now. Even something that could be considered a normal human right wasn't as normal anymore. As she went to catch up with the scavenging team, Drake glanced her way and saw his pistol on her hip. It wasn't much use to him anymore considering he had a rifle and a knife to kill fiends with. Why not give the pistol to someone who could use it? At least that's the reason he came up with. You ready, zombie girl? He spoke once she joined the group. Y/N narrowed her eyes at him, and the way his little nickname had become his default way of addressing her. She hated that name. Ready, asshole. You really need to come up with something worse than that. He chuckled as he began leading the way to the truck with her following. Okay, how about Sergeant Asshole? She flatly said, making him chuckle more. Adding my rank in, nice? He said in amusement, knowing that it would only make her more annoyed. Y/N rolled her eyes and knew that if she said more, he'd only make a joke out of it. He doesn't take her seriously anyway. But as they walked to the truck, she began to notice him suddenly going quiet as a serious look crossed his face. He grabbed her arm and moved her to the other side of him, which was a bit unexpected. She glanced up at him as they were passing the front of the station and saw that he was watching the porch. And when she followed his eyes, she immediately knew why. She glared and averted her eyes away when she saw Kelly smoking on the front porch. Ever since their heated argument, she doesn't even want to be near him, nevertheless looks at him. Drake heard her walk faster toward the truck with her fist balling, which caused Kelly to finally notice them. He first kept his eyes on Y/N S back with an expressionless gaze as he watched her open the truck door and climb inside. Her anger didn't faze him, nor does her silent and distant treatment toward him. It wasn't anything new he'd experienced with her. But then he turned his attention to Drake, who decided to approach him for once. Kelly stayed cool and collected while the sergeant gave him a serious look. Stay away from her, was all Drake said with his authoritative tone. All right, buddy? I'm not your buddy. Kelly tapped the ashes off his cigarette and ignored Drake to continue watching the truck. Y/N was in. And I'm not someone for you to upset. Remember that. Drake moved to block his view. He did take this bodyguard role seriously after all. Kelly sked and tossed his cigarette to the ground below and crushed it with his boot. He took a challenging step closer to the sergeant, showing that he wasn't intimidated by him. How about you stay out of our relationship? It doesn't concern you. It does when douchebags like you exist. Drake grunted, suddenly feeling a sort of protectiveness toward the nurse outside of being her guard. Seeing her upset the way she was, it didn't sit right with him. He pushed a finger into Kelly's chest and held his glare with his own. If you ever make her cry like that again, I won't hold back like I am now. With that, Drake pulled his finger away and finally left Y/N SX alone. He could feel Kelly's eyes piercing into the back of his head. The hateful tension between them only grows more. While his relationship and feelings toward Y/N weren't any better, she was still a woman he had to protect. Just like he told her a couple of days ago, he doesn't like seeing a pretty woman upset. This fence looking nicky. Rockman excitedly looked around at the work on the fence done by his recent occupants. While there was still a good portion left to reinforce, it was pretty durable enough to withstand some force. And at least a lot of the hoarded items that were collected in both the station and the backyard were being used for something. Rose nodded along at the work done by his soldiers. He was glad that the favor for Rockman letting them stay was being repaid. This also gave a good excuse to keep his soldiers busy while he plotted out their next course of action. The captain glanced down at the old hippie and the rifle that was hanging off of his back. He wondered if that was a favor he shouldn't have agreed to. Are you sure you know how to use that? Rockman hit his wrinkly fists against the fence to see how sturdy it was, not really bothering to look at Rose. How hard could it be? Just point and shoot. I've used pistols before. Assault weapons are much different than handguns, I'm afraid, Rose said as he narrowed his eyes. Looking around, this wouldn't be a good place for gun practice. The town was only a mile down and these mountains carry echoes. Even if it was a good place, they still needed to conserve ammo. Don't worry, I got it, Rockman exclaimed, not as seriously as Rose was. Now back to this fence. You think it's tall enough? The captain sighed but didn't fret too much. He'll just have to keep another close eye on someone here. It's as tall as any man. Fiend as well. But could it withstand a battering ram? Or a truck? That's the important question. The surrounding forest is too dense for most vehicles. You don't have to worry about dash. Rose spoke as he noticed two individuals approaching. Them. Mac and Luke. The two survivors who have been a thorn in Rose's ass lately. Mac, as always, hobbled behind Luke like an ogre following his master, while Luke took the lead. Instead of his useful scowl he wore whenever in Rose's seeing distance, the young man looked rather smug. Rose, sir? Are you busy? He asked once he and Mac reached the captain. Not at the moment. Rose glanced between the two before settling his eyes on Luke since he was always the talker. Is there a problem, gentlemen? The young man shook his head, his smirk widening. No problem at all. Me and Mac just wanted to come over and thank you for all that you've done for us. Thank me? Rose thought as he had to process those words. Weren't these two just sending him death glares and cursing his name just yesterday? Despite how odd this was, Rose crossed his arms and didn't question it. I can't say that I'm not a bit perplexed by this, but I appreciate the thanks. Well, if it wasn't for you, we all would have died in that hospital. And you didn't kick us to the road after the stunt with Jonathan. Apologies for that as well. Luke spoke, his tone neither genuine nor fake. Rather somewhere in the middle. Rose couldn't waver. He watched the two carefully but didn't let it show. You were just afraid and had reasons not to trust us. Can't imagine anybody else wouldn't do the same. Luke chuckled at this, finding how forgiving Rose was to be amusing. Mac on the other hand stayed as silent as a bat. Rockman was still occupied with the fence, not caring about the conversation, uttering critiques on how well built the fence actually was. But as he looked, he noticed something strange poking out from underneath one of the boards. He squinted his eyes and leaned down to get a closer look. We won't take up too much of your time considering you're a busy man. Luke patted the captain's shoulder in a buddy type of way and began to leave with Mac trailing behind. But just know that I am a man who believes in karma. And for all that you've done, sir. Rose followed them with his eyes, seeing them head back to the station. Well, I believe that the universe will bring you and your team what you all deserve in no time. Luke smirked before finally leaving. I'm sure it will, Rose uttered to himself. That whole interaction was rather strange. It left an unknowing feeling within the captain. One that he feels he should pay attention to. Huh? What's this doing here? The old hippie hummed. Rose turned his attention back to him and saw that he had something in his hands. Is there an issue? Well, a couple after I've looked closer at this fence work. He pointed out but then unraveled a dirty red bandana in his hands. Not too sure about this. The bandana was a normal one to say the least. Nothing too special or intricate about it besides how dirty it was. A dark substance was soaked into the cloth that left traces on Rockman's fingers. Rose got closer to take a look and could smell a stench of gasoline on it. Guess it must have gotten mixed up in the fence, Rose deduced. The bandana could have been among the many pieces of trash in the hoarding. This oil seems fresh though. The old hippie smeared the dark substance between his fingers and sniffed it as well. The bandana was drenched in it. Must belong to your grandson then. I've seen him working at the truck out back. Rose shrugged. The bandana didn't seem too out of place. That explanation made sense enough for Rockman to toss the dirty red bandana away. Kelly did spend a lot of time with his truck since the whole fiend situation. Although he's never seen his grandson wear any red bandanas. Back in the town, the newly formed scavenging team had just gone through several houses on a block with not too much success. It's clear that many of the residents fled when they could and took most of their belongings as well, which mostly included a lot of food and tons of clothes. Nevertheless, Y/N was able to scrounge up some clothes to change into. She was in a bedroom pulling up her new jeans that were a size bigger than her. Luckily, the person who occupied this room had belts. She looped the belt around her waist and glanced up at the standing mirror that showed her reflection. She looked a mess. Her H/C hair needed good maintenance work after so long of not washing. She had smudges of dirt on her face and arms and faint dark circles from the lack of sleep she'd been getting. It felt so groomy not being able to bathe. A luxury that the world must have taken for granted until now. If only the bathrooms in any of these houses or the station worked. How she would love some running hot water by now. Now she really hoped to find a spa just like she and Dell talked about. Her hands adjusted her bra underneath her new white tank top and grabbed the F/C zip-up hoodie she found tucked away in the back of a closet. It had the logo of some random university on it, but it'll do for the cold weather. The nurse gathered up her things and pushed the clothes she snagged for Dell into a cheap backpack, as well as a half-full shampoo bottle she remembered to find. She wasn't sure how they were going to use it without water though. In a small trash can in the bedroom, she tossed her old scrubs into. They've kept her going for as long as they could. As she left the room, she heard talking coming from a different bedroom. She walked over and peeked inside to see two of the male soldiers on the scavenging team conversing with one another. They both had on some newer clothes the team had found in the houses. In a way, they looked less suspicious wearing civilian clothes instead of dress shirts and slacks. Starting to think this town is soon to be a no-go. One sighed and kicked the bag of items he carried. There's barely any food. Barely any ammo. Barely anything. We should cut our losses soon and get back to the road. With barely any gas? Y/N heard Drake's voice and peeked further into the room, seeing him hunched over a bed shirtless while cutting the neck part of a dark gray turtleneck with his knife. He managed to find some brown construction pants that looked old already, and hanging on his chest was a dog tag that Y/N had never seen before. Now seeing him shirtless, he also had some tattoos she'd never seen before. Most of them were small and on his upper arms and chest, but a larger one on his back caught her attention. It was a full moon with a hand holding it from the bottom. We still have to make that trip, remember? He said, slicing off the neck part of his shirt and slipping his knife back into his holster. We'll likely have a couple more miles until we're running on fumes. Time to start siphoning every car we come across then, the other male soldier groaned. As Drake went to slip the shirt on, he noticed Y/N in the doorway. Her eyes were on him. He smirked and flexed his bare chest for her. Like what you see, ma'am. Y/N quickly averted her gaze after realizing she was staring. She glared at a wall instead and shook her head. No, I just got here. MHM. He hummed, not believing her. But since it was chilly, he pulled the shirt on. His blunt cuts around the collar of the long-sleeved shirt were noticeable when worn. His old clothes were tossed onto the twin bed in the room, not bothering to keep them anyway. We'll need to head back soon. This time of year, it's only going to get darker much earlier. The sergeant spoke and slipped his rifle back over his back. We'll do another trip come morning, but focus on getting gas. That's our priority. Got it. Understood. The two soldiers agreed and grabbed their things. Y/N nodded as well, knowing she'd be dragged along for that trip as well. Because wherever Drake goes, she has to follow as well. If she could roll her eyes at the thought, she would. As she began to move, her eyes found something resting against a computer desk in this room. While the two soldiers zipped up their bags and made sure they had everything, Drake quickly checked the ammo he had on him before they got back outside. It was a decent amount left but would go quickly if he had to use it. It was smarter to go at it with his knife for now. He settled his rifle back and grabbed his knife as he noticed the nurse walking over to the computer desk. There was a blue blanket covered in yellow stars tossed over the desk chair. She felt it with her fingers and determined that it was soft enough. Without another word, she began folding it up. The cold getting to you? She heard Drake say. It's not for me. It's for Y/N. Herself before she revealed the secret. Dell. She wanted a blanket. The sergeant caught her sudden pause and looked at her closely. Your friend wanted a blanket? Y/N shrugged. Who wouldn't want a blanket? It's getting cold. The station doesn't have heat other than the fireplace. He guessed that made sense. He still didn't understand the hesitation though. No and oh. All four in the room jumped when a round of bullets went off somewhere outside. Y/N immediately ducked down as Drake and the two soldiers grabbed their weapons. Check it out. Now. Gore warning warning. The scream alerted the four into action. As they hurried out of the room, Y/N pushed herself up from the floor to follow, remembering that she needed to stay close to Drake. They headed into the living where the front door was kept open that another soldier was supposed to guard. But that poor soldier was currently on the ground with a fiend on top of them as it tore away their throat. It would have been easy to take the one fiend out, but several more began approaching the door, attracted to the sounds of the gunfire. Shit! Drake's breath hitched as he grabbed Y/N's arm and pulled her down with him behind a couch. The other two soldiers rushed to hide in the kitchen. One after another, fiends pushed through the door with three stopping to dig into the soldier's corpse. They rushed in like animals, breathing haggard, blood on their chewed-away lips, and skin that was sunken from a dramatic loss of weight. Drake covered Y/N's mouth to keep her breathing quiet while his other hand gripped his knife. He'll make noise if he goes for his rifle. Two of the fiends trudged further into the house and snapped their necks around for any more people like the dead soldier. Get more, one of them uttered. Its voice is dry and barely a whisper. Ta-ap, the other hissed. By how many he could hear, Drake counted 5, which was a problem. Y/N, on the other hand, was listening closer to their voices. How could fiends talk in the state they were in? But one said tap specifically. Drake had to figure out a way out of this. They were down a man and Chung was nowhere to be found. The way leading to the trucks was blocked and any more gunfire could draw more of the junkies. Damn it! He cursed to himself. If only there was a way to... He turned his eyes over to Y/N, who looked fearful. She sat completely still next to him and he could feel her shaking underneath his hand. But out of everyone, she's the only infected. He took his hand off of her mouth and pulled her closer to whisper his plan. Take the pistol, go to the backyard, and fire as many rounds as you can. What? She whispered back. He wanted her to draw their attention. It'll give the rest of us time to get out, he explained. Just get the junkies to the back, then meet us at the front. They're not going to hurt you. This is the second time you're making me do this, she exclaimed. She didn't sign up to be bait. I'm making use of your infection. Now go. He rushed her with frustration in his voice. He didn't waste a second to pull the pistol from her belt, shove it into her hands, and then push her up to her feet. She gasped when her eyes made contact with the fiends and fumbled with the pistol in her hands. The two fiends snapped their gazes to her and growled at her presence. They began trudging toward her but soon realized that she was infected as well. One snarled as the other grunted, and they both turned away to continue their search. She felt her heart drop to her stomach when she looked into their sickly yellow eyes. Get to the backyard. Shoot the gun. That's all she had to do, but it made her want to curl up in a corner somewhere. As she stepped around Drake to begin his crazy plan, she felt his hand pat her on the back of her leg. Don't die. Her head whipped around to glare at him as he held back his snicker. He constantly reminds her of why she hates him. She moved out from the couch and kept her eyes on the two fiends who entered the hall she had to go through. The other three were still at the front entrance tearing away at the unfortunate soldier. Seeing how those things pulled apart the soldier's innards and shoved the flesh into their mouths, the blood pouring down their sunken mouths and chipped teeth, the way their limbs cracked and twitched in an erratic manner, it made her want to hurl all over again. She swallowed back her bile and gripped the pistol closer. The two soldiers hiding in the kitchen saw her carefully enter the hall with the fiends and disappear from sight. They wondered if this was another one of Drake's plans. Being so close to fiends almost made her completely petrified. She stepped behind them and could smell the stench of blood and filth all over them. One poked its head into a room while the other dragged its broken nails along the wall. Y/N covered her nose to prevent her from breathing in their stench and worked to get past them. She sidestepped her way in between them and did her next not to make physical contact. But the fiend who looked into the room pulled back and bumped its back into hers. She yelped and jumped away, backing into the wall opposite. The fiend growled at her gasp and turned around to face her. Its yellow eyes pierced into hers as it stepped closer. Y/N S hand gripped her mouth as the fiend got so close she could feel its hot breath on her neck and hear the crack of its bones. It sniffed her, taking long and deep inhales that sent shivers up her spine. But just like before, it lowly hissed and backed off from her. Thanks to her condition, she was just another fiend to them. The other fiend was watching them before it turned to trudge into a bathroom, muttering tap as it went. For once, she actually couldn't wait to get back to the station. Drake waited for the gunshots to go off. Hopefully, she could grab the attention of the three feasting ones as well. With them piled up at the door like that, it'll be hard to sneak up on them otherwise. But suddenly, he heard tapping on a window ahead of him. He darted his hazel eyes toward it and was shocked to see Chung on the other side. Her hand was gripping her left cheek, which was bleeding a lot. The blood spilled between her fingers. She pointed at the three fiends at the door and he nodded. He was going to regret this later, having lost one of their own on his watch. Chung held up her knife and made a stabbing motion, but Drake quickly gestured, no. It was too risky. Her quick plan was halted, however, as three gunshots came from the backyard, loud and echoing through the house. The female sergeant jumped at the sound, but Drake stayed still as he heard the fiends at the door lurch up at the noise. Two continued their feast while the other rushed to its feet, tripping in the process, and then rushing off to get to the noise. The fiends in the halls also snapped toward the distraction and darted for the noise as well. It wasn't all of them, but the odds were better. 2 against 4 now that Chung was here. So he and the soldiers quickly made as quiet work as they could with the fiends. Using their knives instead of guns to kill them, Chung caught up to them and sighed at the sight of the fallen soldier. Those things tore him up completely from the neck to the stomach. God! It all happened before any of them could stop it. There was nothing else they could do for their teammate. Get to the truck, Drake ordered with a low voice as he got down to his knee next to the soldier. He took out his knife and settled it over the forehead. Make sure Y/N is present. Chang grimaced and turned away so she didn't have to see him make sure the soldier didn't get up again. Where is this H-? My. Nice truck you got here. Drake's knife had plunged into the soldier's head when he heard the unfamiliar voice. He looked up to see a man. A rough-looking one at that. He was tall, skinny with hairy brown arms, and the wildest facial hair known to man. His leather jacket was the first noticeable attire on his body. It had spikes on the shoulders, patches along the front, and was dirty from years of wear. But most of all, he was a stranger. Someone Drake couldn't trust. He pulled his knife out of the soldier's head and stood up to his feet while eyeing the man sternly. My name's Rak Dog. He introduced himself in a snarky tone. Was just passing by when I saw that truck of yours. It's pretty big, ain't it? Their truck was parked along the front lawn and reinforced to the brim. It was military after all. It interested the man. In times like these, anyone would kill for such a truck. Am I right? Rak Dog chuckled as if it was a friendly joke. But that satellite logo. What about it? Drake took a step to be in front of Chang, giving her cover to pull her pistol out if need be. Oh, nothing much. The man shook his head but took a long and hard look at the satellite logo plastered on the truck. But I've heard quite a lot about you guys. A hell of a lot. The sergeant narrowed his eyes, which made the man hold up his hands in surrender. Don't worry. All good things. All good things. There was nothing about this guy that was trustworthy. He was dressed like a biker but didn't have a motorcycle in sight. With how loud they are, the team would have heard one coming. Drake remembered the bikers back at the market. Was this guy a part of them? I think it's best you head your own way, and we'll head ours. The sergeant spoke, suspicion clear in his voice. And where are you people heading, if I may ask? Rak Dog questioned with a grin. It's a not-so-nice one. Chang stepped out from behind Drake and kept a hand settled on the pistol in her belt. That's none of your business. Now go. Rak Dog chuckled. He was getting the hints they were giving. Who was he to piss for people off when it was just him here? But then, Y/N appeared from the side of the house, finally reaching the front like Drake had told her to. But she quickly stopped when she saw the biker and he saw her. Make that 5 people then. Well, hello there, pretty little thing. The man slurred out, looking her up and down, which made her take a step back. You with these clowns or you lost? Y/N glared and went to hurl an insult when she heard Drake snap his finger and gestured for her to get behind him. Don't talk to her, he warned the man as the nurse quickly moved to join their group. I didn't realize she had an owner. The man laughed. It was tempting for Chang not to shoot him right now. That's unfortunate. I've been looking for a little rabbit to bite. Who was this guy? Y/N moved completely behind Drake and Chang just to stay out of that man's sight. But when her sight caught hold of the leather jacket he wore, her face slowly began to drop. Well, I guess I should leave you people to it. I have my own business to get to and I'm sure you do as well. Rak Dog finally said as he turned to head off into an alley. Drake didn't take his eyes off of him for a second. Chang leaned her head closer to Drake and kept her voice low. Make sure we aren't followed. We don't know who he is or if there are others. Way ahead of you, Drake muttered back. It was nice meeting you folks. The biker called and turned to face them once more just before he could disappear around a corner. I hope we'll get to see each other again. His chuckles as he said those words and disappeared from sight made Y/N unnerved. No good came from those words. But his jacket. It surely wasn't any normal leather jacket, and she saw the familiar patch on his back right as he turned around. It was the same as Kelly's. He's a red dog. Nothing good can come from a red dog. The encounter has been on Y/N's mind ever since they left the town. As a precaution, the team drove around and avoided the station for almost an hour just to be sure they weren't being followed. From what Drake and Chang have heard of the Red Dogs, they couldn't afford that kind of trouble reaching the station. Y/N was glad to see that the station was untouched when they got back. She helped bring the items they had gathered inside the station while Drake and Chang went off to find Rose to inform him of losing a member. She wasn't close with the soldier who got killed by the fiends but could tell that it had some sort of impact on Drake. He collected the dog tag of the soldier and seemed frustrated the whole ride back. She can't imagine having to tell their captain the unfortunate news being a simple task. After she helped bring the scavenging team's findings inside, she headed upstairs with the blanket and the things she gathered for Dell with her. But as she took the first step on the stairs, a bathroom door next to her opened and someone mistakenly ran into her. Y/N caught herself before she could fall and looked up to meet the blue eyes of Vivian. "Oh, I'm so sorry." The older woman quickly apologized and helped Y/N stable herself. "It's no worries." Y/N reassured. They must not have seen each other in that moment. Remembering the blanket in her arm, the nurse held it out for Vivian to take. "Dell mentioned that you wanted a blanket. I found this one. I hope it helps." Vivian looked surprised but immediately straightened her face to hide it. She gave a small smile and took the blanket graciously. "Thank you. You didn't have to. It wasn't a problem really." Y/N shrugged and tried to avoid looking at the woman's belly. She couldn't accurately judge due to Vivian's body type and didn't want to come off as rude by asking her, "Was there anything else you needed? I think we'll be going out again in a few days." "No, I'm fine. This is more than enough right now." Vivian spoke, her voice a little quieter than before. Y/N wanted to just ask her, but her training as a nurse made it clear to not put pressure on patients unless absolutely dire. She wasn't a midwife but had seen a few pregnant patients before everything went crazy. She decided to leave it alone for now and give Vivian some space. It was clear the older woman was nervous around others. "You have a good night then. If you need any clothes, there's some in the buckets in the living room." Y/N said as she turned to head up the stairs. "Thanks." Vivian nodded and held the blanket close to her chest. But after a few seconds, she quickly called out for the nurse. "Wait." Y/N stopped and looked over her shoulder at the woman. "Yes. Vivian couldn't hold eye contact, but she was trying to gain the confidence to speak. "Would it be any trouble if I stayed with you and the other nurse tonight? To stay in the room she and Dell claimed?" It wasn't a big room. The old queen mattress they were sharing took up a good chunk of the floor. "You want to sleep in our room?" Y/N asked, seeing how the question made Vivian rethink hers. "It's fine if you don't want to dash," she quickly backtracked. "No, it's fine. Really. Me and Dell wouldn't mind." Y/N reassured her once more. "I'll show you." Now thinking about it, it did make sense. Everywhere else in the station was mostly soldiers and rockmen. It's why she and Dell made themselves a space of their own to sleep in. There was a futon in the room that they could fix up for Vivian. Y/N led the woman up the stairs and to where she and Dell's room was. She noticed that Vivian was a rather slow walker and placed her hand on her belly a few times, so the nurse tried not to walk too fast. "Did you know Mac and Luke by any chance?" Y/N asked in an attempt to strike up a conversation. She still wanted to be friendly with Vivian. "Not before the hospital." Vivian sighed. "I was there for a checkup. My brother-in-law took me. I'm sorry about him." "What do you mean?" Y/N was confused. "Her brother-in-law?" Vivian looked uncomfortable and gave the nurse an apologetic look. "Jonathan. I didn't know he was going to do all of that." Y/N's eyes widened at the name. Her brother-in-law was the guy who tried to get them all killed back at the hospital. The same Jonathan who had her and Dell tied up and left for dead? The nurse stopped in her tracks. "He's your brother-in-law?" Vivian hesitantly nodded. It wasn't something she wanted to say to the people he had threatened. "I promise I didn't support his actions. I told him that his plan was dangerous, but he was determined to get us out. Those people who died. The other survivors got killed following Jonathan's plan, whether it was by a fiend or one of the soldiers." Y/N still wondered if those people would have still been alive if they just trusted the team and not him. But they left Jonathan behind. He ran off before Drake could grab him. With how many fiends filled the hospital, there's no chance that man could have made it. The team barely made it out themselves. understand leaving him was for the best. Considering what he did. Vivian sighed, her blue eyes falling to her stomach. He wasn't always a good man. I just wished that dash. She quickly caught herself again before she could finish. I just wish that things would have been different. Y/N could see her hesitation. There was something she wasn't trying to say. If it had something to do with Jonathan or a pregnancy like she and Del think, Y/N needed to know. They arrived at the room and she showed Vivian inside. It wasn't much, but it was a place away from the soldiers and the rest of the station. You can sleep here. It's not that comfortable, but it's better than the floor. Y/N motioned for the futon with 2 bags on top that she moved. Oh, it's fine. Thank you. Vivian took a seat on it, not really minding the futon. It was better than sleeping on the couch in the living room. Now that they were alone here in the privacy of this room, Y/N hoped that it could encourage the woman to open up. Look, me and Del have been wondering if there was anything you would like to tell us? Vivian muttered and looked to the floor nervously. We'll keep it between us girls if that's all right. You don't have to hide anything. We're just trying to help. The nurse made sure to keep her voice as calm as possible, a trait she has thanks to her career. I don't want to be burdened. Vivian tried to reason. A small hint of fear was in her tone. Y/N wondered why she would even think of being a burden. Unless, don't say that. I promise you that whatever is wrong, the team will help. That's Rose's whole mindset. Y/N joked a little, hoping it would make her more relaxed. Vivian took some time to think. The longer she did, the more she looked uncertain. Her hands held the blanket closer and rested it against her belly. Whatever was keeping her from speaking must have been serious. Maybe more than what Y/N was thinking. It's not easy, Vivian whispered. Especially with everything that's happening. The fiends happen so fast. Y/N stayed silent and moved to take a seat on the mattress. She was going to offer an ear for Vivian to speak into. It was supposed to be just me and my husband in our old cabin together. Vivian smiled bittersweetly as a tear came to her eye. I miss him every day. But I'm glad he won't have to see what the world became of. That was something Y/N found herself agreeing with. She missed her grandfather so much, but she wouldn't want him to deal with the present world. Vivian took in a deep breath to collect herself. She hasn't had the chance to really speak to anyone. Not even before the hospital. Not even to Jonathan. With the way the world was going and the harm that could happen at any second, it only made her feel as if her situation was more at risk. She couldn't hide it forever. Without Jonathan to take care of her, what else did she have? I've done things that I regret. If I could take them back, I would. Her voice became shaky and her eyes never left her stomach. I just don't know what to do. How can I bring a baby into this world? A baby? Y/N felt her heart stop. It's like she knew the answer but still had hope that it was something else. Looks like she and Del were right, unfortunately. Instead of letting her shock appear, Y/N held it back and tried to stay composed for Vivian, who was obviously stressed. How far along are you? The older woman wiped a tear away and tried to think. 7 or 8 months. I'm not sure anymore. Holding back her shock became harder now. She wouldn't have guessed that the woman was that far in. Vivian hid it so well using the sweater she wore. Y/N had to keep herself from gasping, but she wasn't able to completely back her expression. Vivian looked away, feeling such shame from keeping something so important a secret. I'm sorry. I just didn't want to be a burden. You wouldn't have been. We could have helped you prepare. Y/N could have looked out for more than just a blanket while scavenging. Bottles, diapers, anything. I know. But that sergeant was so quick to get rid of us if the captain hadn't stepped in. I was scared to say anything. It was no surprise who she was talking about. Drake. He didn't trust the survivors and still doesn't. Vivian didn't know what he would have done if a pregnant woman came to light. Y/N sighed and moved to sit next to her. No one here is heartless enough to leave you behind. Not even someone like Drake. Maybe. Vivian's thumbs trailed over the fabric of the blanket, thinking of the child growing inside of her. A child that will never get to experience a world before the fiends, or even have the chance to meet their father. The thoughts of it only grew heavier and heavier as the days passed and nothing changed. Y/N couldn't imagine being in her shoes. It was only going to get harder from here, but fortunately for Vivian, she was in a group that cared. Rose would never make an order to get rid of her due to her pregnancy, and the two nurses would never allow that to happen. She hated that Vivian was too scared to tell them, but now that she did, they can help prepare. Thank you for telling me. You don't have to worry now. Y/N gave the woman's hand a gentle squeeze. Me and Dell will be there with you when the time comes. That's our jobs. Vivian's hand squeezed hers back and she gave Y/N a thankful smile. Bless you. You girls are wonderful. Maybe this is what Vivian needed in order to open up to them. Y/N will have to make Rose aware of this, which will lead to the rest of the team knowing as well. It may be scary at first, but keeping a pregnancy hidden was next to impossible. You can't hide a baby once it's here. At least they'll still have time to find everything they need and plan accordingly before the baby comes. The door to the room opened and in came Dell munching on a granola bar. There you are. Dinner's almost dash. Dell stopped when she saw Vivian, who looked nervous, and turned to Y/N for help. Hey, Y/N started and gave Dell a knowing look that her friend immediately caught. You might want to sit down for this. These next 2 chapters got pretty long. Had to separate them. Enjoy. Dinner wasn't as great as last time. The impending food situation was becoming clearer than before. Vivian and Dell weren't able to make too big of a meal with what they had. It was primarily rice with the last of the canned beans. Trying to spread that amongst the people was rather hard. While neither had much to begin with, Y/N and Dell both gave a portion of their shares to Vivian. At first, the pregnant woman refused, but the nurses were insistent. They haven't told anyone yet about Vivian's pregnancy, but it was agreed that Y/N will inform Rose. She was just waiting for the right time to. After Drake told him about the loss of their teammate and the encounter with the Red Dog, Rose has been quite occupied. Y/N wondered if Kelly knew the individual. Her ex is or was associated with them despite not being a member. But did she really want to talk to him again? After their last argument? We should be moving on soon anyway. Y/N looked over from where she was seated on a couch and listened in on the discussion between Rose and his 2 sergeants. The captain had the map pinned to the wall and traced his finger over a road heading west. If we can scrounge up enough gas on the road, we'll be able to make it to this military base. That is if it's still occupied, of course. That's going off track from our original route. Chung spoke. A couple of miles off. It is. Rose sighed and crossed his arms. But at the rate we're going, we'll need to make stops. For gas and food. I would rather do that somewhere more secure. A military base will have everything they'll need and more, and luckily for them, there was one further into the mountains. But it was a risky move. Drake outright didn't like the plan, no matter how good it sounded. We haven't heard from the military or police in weeks. Probably for a month at this point. For all we know, they could be dead, sir. Not doubting that idea. The older man shook his head. He knew this plan was a hit or miss. But unless we could find somewhere better, we're going to be traveling the rest of the way on foot. With as many people here, that's not plausible. Then let's leave the survivors here. Drake proposed. We aren't taking the old man and his grandson. Let's just leave those not essential to the mission here. That way we can only focus on us. Y/N narrowed her eyes at this. While she didn't think about Rockman and Kelly joining the group once they left, she hasn't thought about leaving them behind either. But to leave Vivian and the other 2 here with them? None of them would know how to help a pregnant woman, and Y/N has already promised that she and Dell will help her. As much as I agree with that, Chung rested against the wall and showed the reason why that idea was bad. It is an idea doomed to fail. We just leave these people behind with nothing to defend themselves? We aren't exactly in the position to spare another gun. We shouldn't be sparring anything to people not on our team. The male sergeant argued. The first was Dell, then the 3 survivors, now Rockman and Kelly. That was 6 individuals who weren't essential to the mission. 6 extra mouths to feed and 6 people they'll have to worry about out on the road. Chung didn't deny that resources were slim, but what Drake was proposing would slim those people's chances more. So we just leave them all here? With only the old guy to defend them? I wouldn't put my life in the hands of a retired hippie with a rifle, you know? We built those walls. No fiend or person has come up here besides us. I say they'll be fine. Drake was firm on where he stood with this. If they weren't essential to the mission, they shouldn't tag along. Especially not those 3 survivors who turned on them before. Who's to say they won't do it again? Rose knew they both had a point. Either they take the others with them and risk their resources and load, or leave the others here and let them fend for themselves. This is why he wanted this talk about their next move. That base can settle both our problems. If the military is still there, we can stock up on what we need and leave the others to their care. But that is if the base is still operational. Drake turned away and could feel this was another 50-50 situation. There's no right answer for you, is there? Rose looked away from the map. There isn't, son. We'll discuss this more tomorrow. You both get some rest. Yes, sir. Chung yawned and turned to leave. She was too tired to be discussing this anyway. The talk about what to do with the non-essential people was left there for now. But will have to be resolved soon. They've already spent enough days at the station that could have been spent on the road. The captain already knew Drake's stance on this, as he didn't already trust the idea of taking the survivors with them in the first place after what they did. But this was a discussion to continue in the morning. They were all exhausted right now. Y/N watched Rose pat Drake on the shoulder before he left, heading to the radio room to try contacting the satellite facility again. Drake cursed under his breath and started walking her way. His mood wasn't the brightest after the debate on what to do with the survivors again. Y/N moved her eyes to the floor but felt some anger toward him. Why are you so quick to leave the others behind? I thought it was rude to eavesdrop, he said instead of answering, and took a seat on the couch next to her. When he kicked his legs up on the old coffee table, Y/N used hers to push them off disapprovingly. Half the people you're talking about leaving are those I care about. Drake chuckled at this. The half included her best friend, the old hippie she wasn't related to, and her ex of all people. That last one made a tinge of something spark in his chest from her implying that Kelly was someone she cared about. It's interesting that punk rock is included in that roster. You know what I mean, she huffed. If they were to take Rockman with them, he wouldn't just abandon his grandson. I'm not leaving Dell and Rockman. They're just as important to me as this entire mission. You're the focus here and who the team should be worried about. Not them, Drake stated. You and the facility are our only chances at a cure. That can't happen if we're being slowed down. So you're fine with dropping anyone who isn't useful to you? Y/N stated as her tone raised a little. What if it was your family? Drake was starting to become annoyed with her. It's not my family. And if it was? She pushed again. Stop. You'll just leave them behind dash. My family's gone. He snapped in an attempt to shut her up but realized he had said too much. Y/N drew back as she watched him carefully. He drew back as well. We're not talking about this. If we leave them behind, then that's it. The tension between them was heavy. Both pushed each other once more until one of them snapped. And Y/N was close to being next. How could he just say that? How could he be so quick to drop those who need their help? Even the only people in this world she had left. You know, you're such a dash. She stopped when her eyes noticed someone walk past the front windows and could see it was Kelly. She stared at the window before giving Drake an angered glare and got up. The sergeant groaned as he watched her storm away from him. Where are you going now? Away from you, asshole. There goes that name again. Drake watched her go but didn't bother to follow her again even though he was supposed to. He'd sked to himself and kicked his feet back on the coffee table. What's the point of going back and forth with her again? This decision wasn't easy for anyone. Not even him. If those people were his family, of course, he wouldn't just leave them behind. But his family would. They already did. Y/N left out the station through the back door, as always, and started making her way around to the front. She already had the questions she was going to throw at her ex about the red dog they met in town. But chances are that this could go south like last time. She was ready to hold her ground this time if she had to. It wouldn't be the first time. The trace of cigarette smoke filled her nose the closer she got to the front where Kelly was. In the corner of her eye, though, she saw something pass by, so quickly that she wasn't able to see it fully. Whatever it was gone now. She passed it off as a raccoon and continued her walk. She rounded the porch and found her ex sitting on the stairs with a cigarette in his mouth and a butterfly knife in his hands that he flipped between his fingers. He didn't notice her approaching until she stood in front of him, and he lifted his eyes up to meet hers. As a part of holding her ground against him, she kept her arms crossed over her chest and made sure her body language said, "Don't push it." "What?" he lowly spoke. He wasn't too thrilled about how they left off either. "I want to ask you dash." "No." He cut her off before she could finish. Y/N S brows furrowed and looked taken aback. "I didn't even finish. And I don't care to hear it. You avoid me for the last couple of days, but now you need me." His tone was full of frustration toward her. She knew this was going to happen and prepared for it. "You were being a jerk, Kelly. I'm not here to argue with you again." The man didn't believe it and got up from his seat. Her eyes followed him as he walked past her and tossed his cigarette on the ground to stomp it out. "While we were out, me and the team ran into one of those bikers. Drake said his name was Rack Dog. You know him?" She got straight to the point. If anyone was familiar with the reckless biker gang, it would be her ex. He listened to the name and had to fight the urge not to roll his eyes. "Rack Dog? You ran into him? Do you know him?" She asked again and took a step closer to Kelly. "I know him." "So what?" He wouldn't say they were buddies, but they weren't strangers either. He took an interest in the trucks and was really shifty about it. Not to mention how creepy he was. Y/N still remembered the name that man used for her. Rabbit. Felt purposefully demeaning. From what Kelly knew of Rack, he was always the creepy type toward women. Hell, all of them were. It's why he never brought up his work with the biker gang or dared to even bring Y/N around them. He knew how she would be treated. But the fact she met the creepiest one out of them all. Kelly turned to her and looked her over with his eyes. "He didn't touch you?" "No." She pulled her jacket closer over herself from seeing the way her ex looked her over. This irritated Kelly deep down. "Then you're not going back into town if there's a chance you'll run into them again." "Not going back into town?" His tone made it sound like it was an order. Something that she had to follow. "Says who?" "Says me. You're staying here." Kelly's words were firm but possessive as well. She wasn't going into town if there were red dogs running around, and that's final. But really, Y/N knew this was him being controlling again. He may only be saying this for her safety, but deeper down that wasn't the case. "That's not your call. The team keeps me safe when we're out there. They're not going to keep you safe against an entire gang. That I know. They kept me safe for this long, and they'll continue to do so." She in a way felt defensive over the satellite team. But the man scoffed and paced away from her. His doubts were severe. "So you're willing to put your life in the hands of people you don't know? Like that asshole who's supposed to watch over you?" Was he really questioning her? "You think you can do better? Give me a gun and I will shoot the first person to lay their hands on you. You know that," Kelly argued, neither of them noticing two figures hiding behind the parked trucks. "Sure, because I can trust the same man who cheated on me." "You're so full of yourself, Kelly." Y/N argued back. She didn't want this to turn into another argument, but it was leading to that. Bringing up his past faults again. Kelly turned to face her with a furious glare. "When are you going to let that go? That was years ago. I'll let it go the moment you admit your wrongs, which you seem incapable of doing." The two figures got closer. "Do you actually think that I don't care about you?" "You clearly don't." You never did. Are you serious? One kept their eyes on Y/N. The other focused on Kelly. Her ex got closer to her and took her hand into his that she snatched away. Y/N. You're everything to me. Don't you ever say that I don't care about you when I care about you more than I care about myself. She pulled herself away from him. Those words meant nothing. If they did, they wouldn't be separated like they are now. He wouldn't have cheated on her or used her insecurities against her. I did what I did and I regret it. Is that what you want to hear from me? You want me to beg for you? Get on my knees for you. He did as he said and got down onto his knees. A wild look of desperation in his eyes. She was still his in his mind and that never changed. No matter how much she pushed him away. Y/N could feel her emotions rising inside of her. The man in front of her still didn't understand her pain. He was her first love yet tarnished all trust that very day she caught him. He wasn't the same man she once loved and she tried not to let his pleas reel her in again like they always had. Kelly, get up. She muttered, having to keep her voice from shaking. I love you. Y/N. I always did. He finally said it yet it didn't sound genuine. It's not like how he used to say it. But when she didn't say it back or even spared him a glance, Kelly's desperation to get her back into his hands started to turn into more frustration, more anger. What was keeping her from him? Or who? Couldn't be. It's him, is it? He questioned her. Him? Y/N. Didn't know what he was on about, but immediately the sergeant came to mind. There was a feeling in her chest that she pushed away at the thought of Drake. What? No dash. He's who you want? He continued as he got back to his feet. Of course, it would be the sergeant. Kelly's only ever seen her close to him. Kelly, stop. Y/N raised her voice at hearing the assumptions he had. You're going to choose him over me? His voice started to rise as he became furious. He should have known the bodyguard wasn't just a bodyguard. Kelly, Y/N turned to face her ex but froze when she saw someone rush up behind him. Kelly! Someone ushered up behind Y/N, too. Before Kelly could stop them, the butt of a gun was bashed against his head before he was tackled to the ground. Y/N yelped when a pair of arms grabbed her from behind and wrapped tightly around her throat. She felt the person begin to drag her away toward the trucks and she did her best to fight against them. Her nails clawed at their leather sleeves and kicked at their large legs. Get off! What are you doing? She heard Kelly yell and looked over to see a man in a leather biker jacket keeping him held down to the ground with a gun to his head. Her eyes widened but soon felt the cold steel of a pistol barrel press up against her chin. You try anything and I'll shoot your pretty little brains out, came the gruff voice of her capture. You want to wake them up, Trip? Another man from the trees approached. It wasn't just him but several more. They all were well armed with various guns and started taking up positions around the front of the station. Y/N counted 9, maybe 10. She couldn't tell as the man named Trip tightened his grip on her. But where were the soldiers who were supposed to be on watch? Yeah, let's wake these bastards up. Trip snickered and held his pistol in the air. Papa said these guys will be worth the money. Drake had been in the living room by himself since his not-too-pleasant debate with the nurse. A moment to himself to really think maybe something he needed. Her words repeated in his head that he wished would stop. But it's like those words were trying to confront him on their own. What if it was your family? What if it was your family? What if it was your family? Shut up. He lowly grunted to himself. His family was gone. They left him. It shouldn't matter anymore. I didn't say anything. Drake quickly turned his head at the voice and met the green eyes of Wes, who looked a little startled. You alright, dude? I'm fine. He wasn't, but he was a sergeant. He had to play the part. You sure? Wes came around the couch and carefully plopped down on it, making sure that it didn't aggravate his leg. You haven't really got any rest since we days. Drake looked down at his best friend's leg and was glad to see it was getting better. If Jonathan wasn't dead already, Drake still had a bullet waiting for him if they ever crossed paths again. How's the leg? he asked, changing the topic over to the scientist. Wes placed a hand over where the main wound was. While he was able to walk, if he moved too much it brought some pain. Maybe if we still had some painkillers, I'd be perfectly fine. If we had much of anything. Drake sighed. Running out of gas, ammo, food. We'll be fine, Wes reassured. It was a big world after all. You and the scouting team have brought back enough already. That's better than nothing. And soon it might be nothing the longer we stay in this town. But the old Rose is too worried about helping people. Drake grumbled. Wes knew what he was referring to. The original plan hasn't really fallen through exactly. Right now, he would have been with the pickup traveling to the facility with Y/N in tow. The survivors would have gone to a safe zone and the rest of the team would be off on their next orders. Nothing about the original plan has come to fruition. Not since the facility's communications went offline. Wes can admit that the captain was only trying to help everyone as much as he could. Being involved in such a disaster left the man in guilt as it did for Wes. But they had Y/N who could be the answer. Or not. It gave Rose a reason to keep going however, and that was enough for Wes. The captain is doing his best with what we're facing. We did help hurt a lot of people. The scientist sighed. We didn't know that damn drug was going fuck up. Drake tried to cut in but Wes shook his head. It doesn't matter if they knew or not. Whether we did or not doesn't change the fact that we still helped push Tap out. Rose knows that, so he's trying to save as many as he can. Wes turned to face his best friend and grimaced a little from his leg. He needed to get Drake to understand where the captain was coming, or else this debating and arguing between the two was going to continue. They couldn't afford animosity right now. You need to give him a break, man. These people need us. Look where helping those survivors got us. Drake pointed toward the back where he knew those guys were resting. Some asshole special op decides that we're dangerous and sends a whole ambush of fiends on us. You can't let what one person did speak for the rest. Wes agreed that it was a mistake to let their guards down around Jonathan, but Jonathan was one person who conned scared people into joining him. If we turned away everyone we came across, we would have never found Y/N. Drake knew where he was going with this and scoffed in response. And, if I'm being honest, I think she's a good influence on you. What? Drake paused for a second. The nurse? The infected stubborn woman? The same woman who refers to him as an asshole instead of his own name? Now you're fucking with me, Wes. Drake chuckled in immense disbelief. I'm being completely serious, the scientist exclaimed. You've been more, honestly don't know how to say it, but you've just been more attentive to her lately. You aren't as much of an ass as you were before. Maybe getting shot in the leg made his best friend slightly delirious? But Drake feels he hasn't changed at all. All I'm saying is, we shouldn't just disregard everyone, or we wouldn't have Y/N, who's our best chance at fixing things. Wes returned back to his original point. If Satellite doesn't fuck that up too. Drake grunted and looked away. He was starting to see Wes' point, but he was too stubborn to admit it. You trusted them before. Wes spoke as he watched his friend carefully. But instead of replying, the sergeant didn't. His thoughts returned to the nurse's earlier words once more and the memories that followed them. What if it was your family? His trust in Satellite is why he didn't have a family to worry about anymore. Not after what he did. I trusted them when I shouldn't have. His stern tone began to drop and replaced by a more distant and quiet one. Wes placed a comforting hand on Drake's shoulder. You did what you thought was right. That's all anyone could do anymore. He trusted someone and it cost his family leaving him. It caused the last moments of someone so important to him to be all for nothing in the end. He hasn't been so trusting of others since then. While he was right not to allow his team's guard down around every person they meet, it could lead to them missing out on someone so important. Like Y/N. He didn't trust her at first. For all he knew, she was just a fiend waiting to pop. But he can admit that he has lowered his guard down around her lately. From when she saved his ass back at the gun store, to getting a glimpse into her personal problems, and then finding her breaking down in the forest. He has been less of a jerk to her lately. more than he wanted to admit. Where is she, anyway? Wes looked around for the nurse, wondering why she wasn't glued to his hip right now as his rules suggested. We kind of got into it again. Drake turned to see the really look in Wes' eyes. Wes shook his head, tiredly leaned back against the couch. Dude, you suck with women. Asterisk. Bang 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 asterisk. Both men jumped up at the sounds of gunshots outside. Wes moved his leg too fast and winced at the sore pain that followed. Drake got up and moved to the front windows in a hurry, just as Rose came rushing in with Rockman not too far behind. What was that? Shit! Drake cursed and rushed over to a table to retrieve his rifle. Wes pushed himself up to his feet and trudged over to the window. What's going on? He was immediately answered as he looked outside to see a man in a biker out holding Y/N at gunpoint while another had tackled Kelly to the ground and held the barrel of a shotgun to his head. Who are they? Wes questioned as he turned to Drake. Those fucking Red Dog guys. They got Y/N and Kelly. Drake spoke, loading up his gun and rushing to get out there. Rockman was taken aback by this. Immediate concern washed over his face. Those bikers had his family. Why you gotta help them? Those people are trouble. Rose nodded and began giving orders to his soldiers. Wes, take Rockman's rifle and get to the roof. You're giving us cover. The rest of you take up positions outside. Drake and Chung, you're both with me. Meanwhile, outside of the station, Y/N had flinched at the sounds of the gunshots that were so close to her. Tripp had returned the barrel to the underside of her chin, and it felt hot from the previous bullets. Her breathing started to quicken as memories of getting shot before returned to her. She didn't want to experience that again. The hell are you guys doing? Kelly yelled and looked over his shoulder at Y/N, being held hostage. Let her go. Kelly man, if you want this to go smoothly, I suggest you shut up, Tripp called with a snicker. Besides, we're not planning to hurt anyone. Yet, whatever Papa wants, Papa gets. All of the Red Dogs present laughed along at this. So that's what this is? You're robbing this place, Kelly exclaimed in disbelief. Aren't you forgetting that I built your fucking bikes? This is how you do me. The biker holding him down shoved Kelly's face to the dirt with the barrel of his shotgun. We're not here for this shithole. We want the people inside of it. Haven't you heard, kid? It was all over the radios. Tripp snickered. These satellite folks, they're wanted fugitives. Y/N, S eyes widened. Fugitives? What was he talking about? It's a lot of money on their heads. We already nabbed a couple of them. We're just here to grab the rest. Tripp pushed his gun further into Y/N S chin, making the poor woman whimper at the threat of it. Maybe I'll take this one back with us too. We could use a couple more extra hands back at base. The front door handle had something heavy banged against it which broke the lock on it and allowed it to open for the first time in decades. To Y/N S relief, out came the captain followed by his two sergeants. Chung held her favored shotgun close and eyed each biker that she could see, counting them all and noting their positions. Rose carried his own rifle and stepped forward into the open to prepare for this confrontation. He needed to buy time for the rest of his soldiers to get into position. But Drake, Y/N S eyes met his, and she's never seen him look so pissed off in her life. He was glaring daggers into the biker holding her hostage, and his fingers twitched around the trigger of his gun. She couldn't take her eyes off of him even if she wanted to, and silently pleaded for him to help her. He faintly nodded his head to her, telling her that she was going to be okay. Just because a bullet couldn't kill her, that didn't mean she wouldn't experience the harsh feeling of death. You satellite buddy? Tripp called out to the captain, who kept a calm expression on his face. Rose stood confidently and kept his sights on Tripp, who seemed to be the man in charge of these men. Who's asking? The government. Tripp snickered. They're offering a hefty sum of money for you people. Looks like you fucked up big time. The government wants us? Rose thought to himself. Why would the government want to arrest them? For the tap drug? If so, the government was just as involved in it as Satellite was. And how much is the government offering exactly? Sounds kind of funny to me, Rose questioned. From the corners of Drake's and Cheng's eyes, they could see their fellow soldiers sneaking into bushes and taking cover behind large piles of trash. Wes was up on the second floor and aiming his sights at the guy holding Y/N. He didn't like Rose being so far in the open, but he had faith that his captain knew what he was doing. Is she okay? Dell whispered to him as she held Vivian's hands for comfort. Rockman was worriedly pacing back and forth behind them. She's fine. Kelly too. The captain has this handle. He reassured them. Is Luke and Mac up here yet? Dell looked around behind her but didn't see the two guys. No. I don't know where they are. Back on the ground, and to the question of how much the government was giving for the arrest of satellite personnel, Tripp grinned widely. It's not too much really. Just a measly little $1,000 per person. Nothing too grand. The bikers all laughed once more. While for one person $1,000 wasn't too much, but for several, that $1,000 could turn into $10,000. Or $20,000. Satellite was a large corporation after all. This whole ordeal came as a surprise to Rose and the rest of his team. But right now they had to deal with these bikers. Answers can come later. If it's satellite personnel you want, then let those two go. Rose spoke. They have nothing to do with us. Oh, we know Kelly there isn't with you. He's been out little mechanic after all. Tripp sneered, his voice full of mischievous. But we don't know this girl. Y/N. Flinched as the gun was moved to her temple. The steel pressed against her skin and it made her skin crawl. Drake had to keep himself from raising his rifle then and there. You say she ain't satellite? The biker asked with a sinister smirk on his face. I'm saying she's innocent. Let her go, Rose ordered, becoming more firm in his words. Tripp didn't like that, however. He didn't appreciate getting told what to do. Not by his bounty. The pistol cocked and Y/N. Felt herself tensing up as tears pricked her eyes. And what if I don't? If she's not satellite, then why should I let her live? The biker wasn't merciful. None of them were. Drake could see this. No matter how much Rose talked, the bikers weren't going to let her go unharmed. If only there was a clear shot to Tripp, he could buy time for her to run put the way. But she was practically forced into a human shield. There was no hitting Tripp without hitting Y/N. Kelly struggled on the ground against the red dog holding him. The biker snickered at his attempts but didn't notice a soldier in hiding nearby training their gun on his head. Drake knew she wouldn't like it, but there was no way around it. Go ahead then. Y/N. Snapped her eyes toward the sergeant who stepped forward. He wasn't saying, shoot her. Drake plainly stated, his hazel eyes focused on Tripp's brown ones. Now it was the biker's turn to be perplexed by this. And what's this about? I thought you satellite kooks were supposed to help people? Drake shook his head. Rose eyed him like he had gone mad but started to realize what he was trying to do. So he stayed silent. She's not essential to what we're trying to do. So shoot her. Doesn't make a difference to us. Drake shrugged. Are you fucking serious? Kelly yelled. Don't tell them that. Help her. Y/N. Shakily breathed deeply as her panic was close to rising. But as she looked into Drake's eyes, there was a hint of understanding behind the cold expression he put on. He knows. He wouldn't be doing this if there was another way. She exhaled slowly and faintly nodded. To touch death's door again. Maybe it was something she'd have to get used to. You people are crazy. Tripped sked but a sadistic smile grew on his face. I like it. Y/N. Let go of her grip on his arm and reared her elbow up high enough as fast as she could. I hope you like this fucker. She threw her elbow back into his gut and caused the man to heave and double down in pain. That was the soldier's cue to get ready. Drake grabbed Rose as they both ran for cover. Fucking bitch! Tripp shouted and aimed his gun at her head. And just like before, everything went black the second the shot was fired. Violence warning and small gore warning. She hit the ground. The bullet went through one end of her head and out the other. To the bikers, that was it. To the satellite team, they knew better. But to Kelly, both Drake and Rose took cover soon after the shootout began. With Y/N out of the fight, they didn't have to worry about her getting barraged with bullets. So while she was lifeless on the ground, bleeding from her head, Drake took shots at Trip and nailed a few into his leg. The man yelled in pain and dragged himself back. He sought cover behind the trucks and fired shots back. The man keeping Kelly down was shot off of him by the soldier in the bushes. He pushed the body off of him and wanted to make a run for Y/N, but Chung appeared and held him back. "Get down! Now!" He was going to fight her off, but the bullets whizzing by them forced him to take cover with the female sergeant. But he couldn't take his eyes off of Y/N. Not even for a second. Wes from the second floor took shots where he could. His elevated position took some of the bikers off guard, and he was able to get 2 of them out of the fight. He didn't like the idea of letting Y/N get shot. Bullets flew over her body that appeared to be lifeless to those who didn't know. But gradually her wound stopped bleeding. That was a sign that she wasn't dead. Wes sighed in relief at this. "God damn it. I thought you said this place was covered, Trip." A biker yelled to the injured man. "This wasn't how the plan was supposed to go." "I did. You idiots were supposed to be on watch," Trip yelled back. No amount of arguing could change the outcome of the fight. They had taken out the 4 soldiers who were on watch and just needed to grab the rest. But they didn't account for these guys to use military tactics against them. Once one biker was down, Rose ordered to move up. Another is shot down, they move up further. That didn't mean the satellite team was experiencing their own losses. One of them got shot in the chest while another received a bullet to the head. That was 2 of theirs down. Drake grunted in frustration but kept his position where he was and provided those who moved up cover. He needed to get to Y/N. She was still out there after all. "Chang!" He turned to the woman and nodded in the nurse's direction. She nodded back and followed him out there while keeping him covered with her shotgun. They both kept their heads down as they rushed out toward Y/N. Drake got down to his knee quickly to scoop her body up into his arms while Chung was fast to put down another biker who tried to catch them off guard. Drake looked into Y/N's lifeless eyes. Her limbs fell limp around him as the sides of her head were bloody from where the bullet entered and exited. He knew she wasn't dead. She couldn't be. But this sight still made him feel a certain way. It wasn't a good feeling. The sergeant held her close to him as he and Chung made their way back to the station. Now they just had to deal with the rest of the Red Dogs. Rose was taking cover behind a stack of wood and gestured for his people to move up once more. They had the upper hand in the fight and he wanted to keep it that way. This power balance, however, caused the remaining Red Dogs to know when their time was up. Out of the 10 that were present, only 5 were left, including Trip. The biker sked to himself and ordered a retreat. They had 4 of the satellite members already. That was $4,000. They can come back for the rest later. "Keep on them. Don't let them get away," Rose commanded as some of his soldiers went after the bikers. Rose got up himself and marched over to where he last saw Trip. His rifle was raised as he rounded the truck, but a quick blast into his arm sent him knocked back. He felt an intense sting but ignored it and quickly grabbed Trip's arms and sent a flying fist into the back of the biker's elbow. A satisfying crack filled the air. The biker screamed in pain. As Rose incapacitated the Red Dog, Drake breathed heavily as he lowered his gun and put his sights back down on the nurse. He leaned her against the porch and watched as her head dropped as drops of blood fell onto her jacket. "She all right?" Chung asked and looked at the nurse carefully. They weren't there to see her come back to life before. They weren't sure what to expect. "It's just like Wes said." "She's fine," Drake muttered but was stopped as a fist came barely into his face. "You fucker!" Kelly yelled in rage and tackled Drake to the ground. Furious tears filled his eyes as he attacked Drake for letting Y/N, encouraging it even. "I'm gonna kill you." He gripped the collar of Drake's shirt and sent another punch toward him that the sergeant blocked with his arm. "Get the fuck off me." Chung came to her teammate's aid and wrenched her arms around Kelly's neck and yanked him back. He fought back against her, but she tightened her grip as she held him in a sleeper hold. "Calm down. Calm down," she spoke as Kelly struggled to breathe. He pounded his fist against her arms but began to feel lightheaded as his face went pale from lack of oxygen. "That's it," Chung whispered and lowered Kelly to the ground once he was unconscious. She got him off of Drake, who was developing a bruise on his cheek and the cut in his lip starting to bleed. Drake groaned at the soreness he felt on his face. He had to give it to Kelly. He knew how to punch. But that didn't matter. He steadily got back to his feet and looked down at the unconscious man before settling his eyes back onto Y/N. She wasn't breathing, nor was her heart beating when he moved to feel her pulse. It was starting to worry him. "Let me go," an aggravated voice yelled. Both Chung and Drake looked over to see Rose dragging the red dog over to them. The captain kept the biker's arms held behind him and forced him to walk with his injured leg. "Just wait till my boys come back. You dickheads don't know what you're dealing with," Tripp threatened, an insane look in his eyes. "If they're anything like what we've just seen, I think we'll be fine." Rose lowly spoke and hit the biker's head to make him stop talking. He dragged him over to where his sergeants were and looked down at Y/N. It was risky letting her get shot to keep her out of the fight. Far worse could have happened if she got caught in the shootout. "How is she? What's her status?" "Her head stopped bleeding, but she's not breathing," Drake muttered as he carefully lifted her head up to look into her eyes. Her E/C color was faded a little, and it was like staring into a corpse. She felt colder and a little stiff. No sign of life returning back to her yet. Drake was starting to become concerned, his heart beginning to hurt in his chest. Why wasn't she coming back? "Get her and the boy inside. Make sure Wesley sees her," Rose ordered, also feeling slight anxiety from the nurse still appearing dead. Drake nodded and lowered his fingers over her eyes to close them. He gently scooped her back up into her arms while Chung tossed Kelly over her shoulders. An hour had passed since the shootout. The remaining soldiers returned with no luck of capturing any more bikers. From what they said, the Red Dogs had a van that they used to get away. Inside were the 4 soldiers who were on watch duty before, tied up and gagged. Whether they were alive or not was the question, but it filled the captain with fury. As for Y/N, she was taken inside the station and rested on top of the tables inside the radio room. Blankets and a pillow were placed underneath her to make her more comfortable. Drake stood off to the side and he watched Rockman caress the nurse's face. He was in shock, disbelief, and grief as anyone would be. Dell knew of her condition and was reassured by Wed that Y/N was fine. But she couldn't be in the same room as her presumably dead best friend. She went somewhere else to let her tears out. "My poor girl," Rockman whimpered, feeling how cold Y/N's skin had become. She was paler than normal and lay motionless on the table. Kelly was in the room as well, but he couldn't look at her. He just couldn't. Wes tried to tell them of her condition, but the hippie wouldn't listen. Too far into his grief to provide an ear. He already lost Oscar, he feels as if he lost her too. The air was tense throughout the station. The uncertainty of whether or not Y/N will come back was growing ever more. The longer she stayed lifeless, the more doubts grew. The door to the room opened as Rose and Wes entered inside. He took a deep breath as he went over to the woman to inspect her. But Rockman had other plans. He grabbed a heavy book that was nearby and whipped around to swing it at Wes. He yelped and ducked out of the way before the book could hit him and had to dodge some more as the old man wanted to beat him with it. Wait. What are you - Wes exclaimed. "How could you let her get killed? She's just a girl," Rockman yelled, seeing red from his grief. "She's not dead. I promise." Wes tried to explain but had to duck again to avoid the book. "You let her get shot. She was innocent, you bastards." Drake went to intervene, but Rose got there first. He moved to stand in front of Wes and calmly raised his hands up. "I know you're upset, but you have to least - I let you people into my home for bringing her back. And this is how you repay me." Rockman didn't give them the chance to speak. For all he knew, someone who was like a granddaughter to him was dead. How could you just stand there and allow that to happen? What did she ever do to you? Then he turned his rage over toward Drake, the one who encouraged it. "And you told them to do it. Where's your humanity? Listen, I get what you're feeling. Rose spoke up. But you don't understand the situation. What is there to understand? The old hippie snapped at him. She's dead. Wes shook his head but stayed hidden behind Rose for cover. He didn't want to be hit with a book. She's not. We're telling the truth. She's infected but is a special case. The captain stated, holding a sense of calmness to his voice. This has happened before and she came back. We just have to wait. What do you mean she came back? A low voice spoke. Everyone besides Rockman looked over at Kelly, who kept his head down to hide his tears. But he had moved somewhat closer to his ex but was still unable to look at her. Wes looked between the two unaware men and Drake. How would they react to the sergeant shooting her dead before? Before the fiends, she got bit by a patient. Wes started as he proceeded to explain everything he could. From the moment she got a bit to the moment they found her in the halls alive. But just to keep his best friend safe from looking like a murderer, he kept out the part of him shooting her. Instead, he replaced it with her getting killed by a fiend. As expected, the story was unbelievable. It sounded ludicrous even. Kelly was close to letting his anger out from believing that Wes was just making stories up to cover their actions toward her death. Rockman was on the verge of telling the team to get off of his property and leave them for good. Rose and Wes were getting nowhere trying to make the two men understand. A banging on the walls caught everyone's attention, and soon two soldiers rushed toward the room to alert the captain. Sir, we have a group of fiends outside. They must have heard the shooting earlier. The captain cursed to himself. Now wasn't the time for this. Woodrow, Blackwell, keep these people safe. The two nodded as the captain left to go deal with the fiend threat. First those bikers, now this? Wes went to go inspect Y/N. Once more Kelly was quick to stop him. Don't touch her. I understand you're mad, but I have to check her. The scientist tried to reason. A quick click made him look down to see Kelly gripping his butterfly knife in his hand. His fists were trembling from his emotions as he glared at Wes with a dangerous look in his eyes. Wes quickly held up his hands in surrender and stepped back. Drake, on the other hand, approached. Put that away. You want to try that again, fucker? Kelly sneered as he turned his attention to the sergeant. Rockman didn't want any more violence to occur, especially involving his grandson. Kelly, put the knife away. But his grandson didn't listen and stepped up to Drake, who had a careful hand on his own knife in his pocket. What's stopping me from killing you? After what you did? Kelly seethed through his teeth. These people let his girl die. There was nothing that could justify that. You say you're soldiers, but you're all nothing but fucking cowards. Actual soldiers would have saved her. Drake stayed silent as he glared into Kelly's eyes. They've done all the explaining they can, and to be frank, he didn't feel the need to try to justify letting her get shot anymore. All that he wanted was for Y/N to wake up or show some sign of life. Because the more she lay there, the more he started to regret it. He couldn't hide it on his face, and Kelly read it clearly. He sked and pushed the sergeant away before he stormed out of the room, disregarding the captain's orders to stay there. Rockman called, but his grandson was already gone. Damn it! The old hippie felt helpless in this situation. He sighed heavily and turned back to focus his attention on the poor woman. I can't believe this. Wes made sure that Kelly was fully gone before he glanced over to Drake, who was watching the door too. He nodded, letting him know he had his back. The scientist gathered himself together before he carefully approached Rockman. He knew he and his grandson were just grieving and still processing everything. Their anger was completely justified. But Wes still had to check on the nurse. Out of anyone here, he understood Tap the most. He moved up next to the old man but gave him some space. His green eyes glanced down to Y/N, who was appearing more like a corpse by the second. She was completely stiff and cold to the touch. This worried him greatly. I'll be gentle. I promise. He whispered to the old man, who had to fight back his growing tears. Rockman didn't have the energy to fight anymore. He just wanted to be next to her while he still could. Do what you have to. Finally receiving permission, Wes gave him a thankful smile and turned to face Y/N. Drake kept watch over them but would peek over his shoulder at the woman every so often. And each time he did, it hurt just a little more. Wes moved toward her head where the fatal blow was. The first odd sign was her lack of bleeding. The wound was still bloody but not oozing out blood like it should be right now. The bullet's entry was small near her right ear while the exit was larger above her left temple. It wasn't a pretty sight. It'll take long for this to heal. But then Wes began to hear a rather grotesque sound coming from the exit wound. He looked closely and noticed that it was moving. Rockman looked up when he started hearing the sounds too, like something pushing its way through the flesh. Soon, several tiny metal pieces fell from the wound and clanked onto the wooden table. Wes looked surprised and looked closely at the fragments. They were from the bullet. Her body pushed them out. She was alive. A relieved smile filled his face. Distant sounds of arguing. A slam of a door. Tears are being shed. The world felt cold. A piercing sting filled the mind as it tried to grasp for what was there. Air surrounded the body, creating a weightless feeling that could be experienced by a dying soul. But as fast as those feelings came, they left as well. Soon warmth touched her skin. Her body felt heavier, and her chest slowly rose as air filled her vacant lungs. Her eyes lifted open slightly and a similar pair looked down into hers. A wrinkled hand caressed her cheek in a way she hadn't felt in years. A sense of familial love wafted off of the individual. Y/N. Chest kept rising as she looked up into his eyes. The eyes of her grandfather. Suddenly, it was like the wind forced itself into her lungs and made her take a long, deep breath. Y/N. S body shot up with a rugged gasp. Her eyes felt sensitive to the light in the room that she flinched away from. Immediately a pair of hands found her and pulled herself into their chest. She coughed up the old blood in her as her mind and body were getting used to being alive again. Holy shit dash. The person holding her held her tighter and refused to let go. She weakly lifted her to rest against their arm and looked around the room for her grandfather. But he wasn't there. The person pulled back to look over her face, and she was able to recognize Kelly after a few seconds of trying to remember who he was. You're alive. You're actually alive. He shakily spoke, in complete and utter disbelief. She felt warmer than before. Her eyes were open and she looked around. She was alive. Kelly. She nurse muttered, her voice dry and ragged. I'm here, baby. I'm here. He nodded and pressed his head against hers, careful not to disturb her bandages. News of her waking up soon spread across the station. She had been out for 3 entire days with barely any sign of getting better until now. The air has been immensely tense during those 3 days. After the Red Dog attack and the fiends making their way up to the station, it was clear that this place wasn't safe anymore. They may have defended themselves the first time, but another attack will surely devastate them. But Y/N. Waking up brought the first good news in days. Y/N. Held a rag to her bleeding nose as she sat still during West's checkup. She flinched at the flashlight he put in her eyes to check her pupils. They were unnaturally dilated, but other than that and the pain in her brain, she was fine. You had us worried there. He spoke, keeping his voice down to not trouble her sensitivity. For a second, it wasn't looking good. How long was I out? She asked, her voice still raspy. 3 days. He sighed. 3 days of pure uncertainty. TAP needed the time to heal you up, I assume. It was able to put you in a lifeless state without jeopardizing your health. How could it shut down every vital organ and system? Unless it was using the energy from them toward your healing. The scientist began to ramble again, becoming engrossed with the workings of the drug in her. Y/N had to snap her fingers to get his attention back. Wes, you're going off track again. He snapped out of it and gave her an apologetic smile. Oh, sorry. You're okay, right? Y/N could see just how stressed he really was. His movements were rapid as his mind jumped from one thing to another, just like back at the hospital. Wes, I'm fine. She reassured but grimaced when another shot of pain hit her brain. More drops of blood fell from her nose that she quickly caught with the rag in her hands. Well, sort of fine. Your brain is still recovering. You should get some rest before we leave. He patted her shoulder gently, but she looked confused. Before they leave. The door to the radio room opened and in came Dell and Rockman, who heard that she was awake. Dell raced into her arms and hugged her tightly, which gave Y/N some whiplash. God, don't ever do that again. You hear me? I won't. The nurse dizzily said, but extended an arm to pull Rockman into an embrace, who chuckled in relief and hugged her close. He didn't want to believe the team's words, but she actually came back. Y/N leaned against the old hippie as he helped her walk out of the room. Wes kept a close eye on her and her recovery. Her brain was the primary injury she had. As it recovered, so did her senses and motor skills. As they walked, they made their way to the living room where Rose and the sergeants were standing around a map. The captain noticed them first and grinned at the sight of her. He couldn't hold back his chuckles as he turned to them and gave her an approving pat on the arm. Hell of a thing you pulled, kid. But let's not do it again unless we have to. I'm not looking forward to repeating this again. She groaned, which earned a hefty chuckle from the captain. You sure you should be standing? Chung asked as she leaned against the wall holding the map. No offense, but you still look like a corpse. Y/N deadpanned at her. Ya think? Her eyes still had dark circles and she was just a little paler than normal. She could do with some rest though. Waking up from certain death felt worse than the first time. Maybe because the side of her head just had a large hole in it. At the mention of her not supposed to be standing, she felt a pair of arms loop under her legs and back and lift her up off her feet. She gasped at the sudden movement and turned to meet those hazel eyes that focused on hers. He hasn't said anything since she arrived. Drake pulled his eyes away from hers and carried her over to the couch. The way he moved and held her was like a porcelain doll at risk of shattering. As if any abrupt move from him could hurt her. It was the gentlest she'd ever seen him be. The sergeant sat her on the couch so that she didn't have to walk herself. Her hands were on his shoulders as he did so, and a few seconds of physical touch between them occurred before they eventually separated. She pulled her hands away and he did the same. Only the fading feeling of each other remained. A deeper part of their minds didn't want to separate just yet. Now that she's awake, we can proceed with the plan. Rose spoke and turned back to the map. He pointed to a specific area on the map that was circled in marker. We make the trip to Baxbury. Just a few miles from that military base, but not too far off our route to the facility. We'll be able to scavenge that town for what we need. And if the base is a no-go, we won't risk our route. Chung added, liking this plan better than the others they came up with. There's just one more thing, sir. Yes, Sergeant. Rose turned to her and motioned for her to continue. We'll be leaving the soldiers those bikers took. She bluntly stated, pointing out the elephant in the room. And if those dickheads are so obsessed with the bounty the government apparently put on us, there's a chance we'll be followed. I'm aware. Rose grunted. The topic of them now being wanted fugitives perplexed the whole team. That changes a lot for them. If the government is after all satellite personnel, any facilities were likely affected. Could be why we lost contact. Wes didn't feel too sure about all of this. The government making them fugitives sounded like a huge cover-up. They were just as responsible for the fiends as satellite. But it was also a sign that the government was still running. That could include the military as well. Either way, none of it was good for the team if they were now wanted criminals. We'll have to move carefully from now on. Rose spoke as he turned to address his team. Right now, our focus is Baxbury. We get there, ditch the trucks, and go from there. Rockman decided to chime in on this because the idea of ditching such reinforced vehicles sounded crazy. You sure that's a good idea? I would rather be in one of those trucks than some flimsy sedan. Chung shook her head. It was better to ditch the trucks. You kidding? Those trucks just scream satellite. Our logo is painted across the sides like a huge banner. And if that military base is still occupied, I don't want those guys knowing who we are from the jump. Rose grumbled. While the trucks were valuable, they were going to bring more harm than good to their mission. Y/N listened to the discussion closely and leaned back against the couch. Her nose had stopped bleeding, which was good, but she still had the headaches. They were out of aspirin, unfortunately. Slowly, she peeked over her shoulder to find Drake still standing rather close next to her. He hasn't moved since setting her down here or uttered a word. He kept his eyes on the discussion but had a distant look in his eyes, like he wasn't fully paying attention to what was being said. She went to lift a hand up to get his attention but started to hear ushered footsteps approaching her. She turned around to see it was Kelly, who entered the room through the front door and didn't stop on his way toward her. His eyes never left hers for a second. The look on his face held a load of concern she'd never seen before, but also something else that unnerved her. "What are you doing out here?" he questioned, wanting to know why she was here and not in the radio room getting rest. He turned to everyone else with a frustrated tone. "Why is she out?" "She's fine, boy. It's what the ginger said." Rockman approached, but Kelly didn't like it. "Since when do you listen to what these people say?" Drake went to step in, but Y/N got to her feet and held up a hand for him not to. "Kelly, I'm fine. I went through this before. That's supposed to make me okay with it?" he questioned. She shouldn't be getting shot regardless. Not once, not twice, never. He reached over her to jab his fist up into the sergeant's chest, still pissed off with him. This asshole didn't even try to stop it. Drake was getting fed up with Kelly and took a step forward to confront him. "Touch me again and I'll dash. Would you both stop?" Y/N raised her voice and kept them separated with their hands, one on each of their chests. "What happened. I'm alive, so just drop it." Being in between these two was like being in the danger zone. She didn't care about the hatred the two men had for each other, but the least they could do was not fight while her brain was still recovering. While Drake hadn't done anything yet, she could tell he was on the verge of it. His fists were balled and stood like a bull ready to charge. He wasn't opposed to starting a fistfight. It didn't help that Kelly was provoking him. His protectiveness over her after she practically died was understandable, but there was no need for unnecessary violence when no one had to be enemies here. "There are bigger problems right now than me, so let it go," she told them both with a stern tone and grimaced a little from the ache in her head. From the other side of the room, Rose nodded in approval. Barely on her feet yet lecturing those two. She was doing his job for him. Y/N tiredly sighed and turned to Kelly, who was still glaring at the sergeant. But she took his hand to grab his attention. "I'm okay. I'm not gone. Okay?" He looked down at her as his jaw clenched. He was still filled with many emotions. Disbelief, anger, grief. But she was still here. She was still with him. Still his. Drake watched as Kelly let out a long exhale and took Y/N by the waist before pulling her into an embrace. A rather intimate one. He saw the way her ex placed his hands on her sides and rested his head against her shoulder. Y/N didn't pull away, but she didn't hold him the same way he was holding her. Her hand patted his chest while the other rested against his arm. And all Drake could do was watch. Something in his chest made him want to pull them apart, but the thought of them once being a couple kept him from doing so. His eyes dropped away from them as he stepped back and tried not to seem so irritated by this. Rockman was glad to see his grandson finally settling down and gave him a pat on the back. Now that that was settled, they can get back to planning. There was another reason the plan had changed to Baxbury. One that made Rockman the reason for even going there. "Now, let me show you where that bunker is." The old hippie grinned. The bunker. A place where Y/N and Kelly had spent a few summers with their grandfathers as kids. Other than the radio station, fishing, and whatever hobbies two old men could have, they also had a doomsday bunker, which was more like a reinforced basement of a house they owned. But inside was a stock of food and hunting equipment they collected over the years. While Rockman did keep the existence of this bunker to himself and would have after the fiasco that was the attack, Rose was able to explain everything centering Y/N to him and their plans to get her to a satellite facility to make a cure. It's why she was with them and not because they ran across her at the hospital. Gradually Rockman began to have hope that she was going to wake up, but his skepticism was still there. The decision to reveal the bunker's location was all up to her. If she hadn't woken up, the satellite team would be out the door. "Why didn't you tell us, sweetie?" the old hippie asked, sitting with her in the radio room for a chance to talk. Y/N looked away, feeling like a child who just got caught. "I didn't want you and Kelly to get involved. You haven't really seen what's out there. Y/N, you can't go through this alone. You're a part of some huge government conspiracy now. And you know how I feel about governments," he exclaimed. She could see the look in his eyes when bringing up conspiracies. "They're not to be trusted," she sighed. "Exactly. But how could I tell you? I'm infected like the fiends and can't die. It's not exactly something you tell your family." And now Rockman and Kelly will be traveling with them and getting involved with the team. A part of her was happy to not leave them, but a different part knew the dangers that could come. Whether it be red dogs, fiends, the government even. Y/N, you scared us. I still feel as if I should be grieving you. Rockman's tone was a bit shaky. Seeing her like that, a lifeless corpse, it was something he never wanted to see again. Getting told that you were still alive just felt like a slap in the face. You weren't breathing, you weren't warm, you dash. The old man had to take a breath, feeling himself getting worked up. Y/N reached out to comfortingly rubbed his arm, feeling guilty for causing him such a scare. It was like, he muttered, a saddened expression planting on his face. It was like seeing Oscar in that hospital bed. And I couldn't do anything about it. Felt like a knife was struck into her heart. She tried not to imagine her grandfather in his final moment, when she wasn't there to say goodbye. Rockman was there when she wasn't. He experienced the loss of his lifelong best friend firsthand. And she made him experience losing her. "I'm sorry," Y/N whimpered. Scaring him wasn't her intentions at all. She just wanted to keep the last bit of family she had safe. Rockman swallowed back the growing lump in his throat and pulled her into a tight hug. One that she accepted instantly. She was still here. Rockman didn't fail his best friend by losing her. That's all that matters now. You're alive. That's all I care about. He reassured her, rubbing circles into her back as she held back her tears. Kelly entered the room carrying his and his grandfather's bags on his back. The first sight he saw was the two holding each other. Y/N looked past Rockman to Kelly and the two shared eye contact. He did seem for her not telling them about her condition, but it didn't match up to the excessive worry over her. Rockman patted her arm and gave her a smile that she returned. "There's one good thing about this. It's not every day you can say your granddaughter survived a bullet to the brains." Y/N softly chuckled and wiped a small tear from her eye. But hearing him refer to her as his granddaughter comforted her. They had that type of familial relationship after all. "No, you can't." "Yeah, well, it's not gonna happen again." Kelly grunted and placed the two bags on a table. It was a stark contrast between how Rockman and Kelly took things. She should have expected this. "We all set, boy?" The old hippie turned to him as Y/N got up from the table she was sitting on. "The sooner we can leave, the better." Y/N began looking around the radio room one last time before the team departed. It wasn't safe here anymore, and she knew that. It still hurts to leave this place behind. Somewhere she held so many memories. "I thought you would be more upset about going," Kelly stated to his grandfather. "Especially with those people." "Well, those people did save the station from your biker friends." Rockman's tone was stern. It made the nurse glance over to them. "If it wasn't for that captain of theirs, who knows what would have happened? I thought I made it clear that I didn't want you associating with that lot in the first place. And how else were we supposed to make money? This station wasn't bringing in revenue like it used to." Kelly huffed, frustrated that his employment with the Red Dogs was being brought up. "You think I wanted Tripp to get his hands on her? I think you should have found better employers. Not the type to hurt people." He sounded like he was giving Kelly a lecture. One that has happened way more than it should. Despite the Red Dogs only attacking the station to get their greedy hands on the satellite team, Kelly was still associated with them, and his grandfather didn't like that one bit. To associate with people who so ruthlessly shoot a woman with zero empathy, Rockman couldn't just ignore it. Y/N felt the same way. The Red Dogs were a horrible group. No matter how much they paid Kelly to be their mechanic, it wasn't worth being close to those men. Kelly sked and grabbed his bag, slinging it over his shoulders. I did what I had to provide for us. He gestured between the three of them. Him, Rockman, and Y/N. You weren't bringing in money. She was off fucking around at some university. I had to keep us going, and if that wasn't to your liking, then too fucking bad. With that, Kelly pushed past his grandfather and stomped off to leave the room. Where are you going now, boy? Rockman groaned. To my truck. Kelly seethed and soon left, not wanting to be lectured for something he had no other choice but to do. That didn't mean he didn't want to make Tripp suffer for hurting his Y/N. The nurse watched him go and didn't bother stopping him. It would only turn his anger onto her, and she didn't want to deal with that. She approached the exhausted Rockman and gave him a reassuring smile. You know how he is. Makes me wonder where he got it from. Rockman sighed and took his bag into his hands. You ready to go? Y/N nodded and followed the old man out of the room, making sure to take one last view of the place. It was strange. Before she didn't want to come back, now she didn't want to leave. As they entered the hall, Rockman went over to the picture of them all together during a fishing trip on the wall. When times were much better, he took the picture off the wall and handed it to her. Here, you keep this. Y/N looked down at the picture, the one she often had a hard time viewing. She took it into her hands as her eyes found her grandfather's smile. You don't want it? Nah. I spent enough time with that old geezer to have him burned into my memory. He joked, which made her lightly smile. Besides, you got your grandmother's pendant. You need something of him as well. Her hand moved to her chest to feel the strings of the pendant she wore. Her grandfather didn't have anything similar, but this picture would make up for that. Rockman smiled as he watched her turn the frame around and open it to free the photo of its casing. She handled it with care as she slipped the picture out and held it in her hands. Seeing his face when she woke up, she hasn't told anyone about it yet, but it felt like he was watching over her, expecting her to do great things, and being proud of her no matter what. This photo will always stay with her. She wasn't going to ever lose it. The team finished packing up and began boarding the two military trucks while Kelly and Rockman hopped into their own. Y/N and Dell helped Vivian climb inside and minded her belly greatly, while Drake walked over to Rose, who was busy trying the radio again one last time. The loud static shriveled through the speakers. No connection to the facility or any satellite stations whatsoever. The captain shook his head in disappointment. So we're gunning for the bunker next. Drake spoke and stood beside Rose to look at the radio. And not our people those bikers took? As much as I want to get them back, we're backed against a wall. Rose lowly spoke. Losing those 4 soldiers ate at his mind. That gunfight took up our ammo supply and we're down 7 soldiers since coming here. Another confrontation with those men could be wound us greatly. So we're just leaving them? I don't know how to feel about that, sir. The sergeant spoke in frustration. To just let those soldiers go felt wrong. Rose didn't know how to feel either. But what he did feel was anger. Anger at those money-hungry Red Dogs and the government who turned on them to save their own asses. It was a blindside he wasn't prepared for, and it cost him 6 of his people. At least they managed to take one of those bikers hostage. After the fight, Rose noticed Mac and Luke were also MIA. It's like once those bikers ran, so did the 2 men. Rose had a feeling those 2 were connected somehow. The radio was shut off after no success, and Rose stored it away in the truck with a shove. Despite his anger, he had a newfound sense of determination. What I know now is that we won't let this happen again, he sharply said. I didn't sign on for this position to fail. I didn't sign on for the world to end. Drake grunted. That makes 2 of us. Rose closed the back doors of the truck and turned to look around at the group. The people whose lives he was in charge of protecting. A struggling sound caught the 2's attention as they looked over to see Chang dragging out their new hostage who fought against her tight grip. The red dog was severely beaten with a broken arm and a gunshot wound to the leg. But despite this, the biker had a fiery attitude. "Get your hands off me, you bitch!" Trip cursed as he tried to shove himself away from her grip. Chung rolled her eyes and let him go. "Fine." The biker fumbled to the ground and landed on his broken arm, which made him seethed in pain. Y/N heard it just as she went to climb into the truck after Dell. She looked over to see the man who shot her on the ground with his hands tied behind his back. He was absolutely injured. She didn't feel the least bit sorry for him. "You people are going to get it," Tripp exclaimed, reeling at the pain in his arm and leg. "Papa will make sure of it." "And who is this Papa character?" Rose crouched down to get closer to the biker. His knuckles were slightly bruised from his previous wailing into the man. "Care to tell us?" "Fuck you," Tripp sputtered. Chung proceeded to kick him to his side for his disrespect. "Watch who you're talking to." Tripp hunched over from the kick as he spat blood away from his beaten face. These soldiers could beat him senselessly for all he cares, but his loyalty to the Red Dogs never wavered. Seeing the biker so worn down though made Drake feel satisfied. He may or may not have contributed to the interrogation that was done over the last days since the attack. He didn't mind getting physical to make this man talk. But Tripp was a stubborn bastard. He only told them what they already knew and nothing more. "You know?" Rose grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and pulled him up so the two could meet eyes. "I've been in more battles than you can imagine. I've dealt with people far worse than you and your papa. I may be nice now, but I know how to break a man inch by inch." Tripp tried to shake his iron grip away and glared into his eyes. "That's supposed to scare me? You'll see what I mean." Rose let his collar go and the man dropped back to the ground. The captain turned to his sergeants to give orders, ready to get back onto the road again. "Make sure he's tied up, secured, and receives no aid from the nurses. Bastards like him don't deserve our help." "Wasn't planning on it," came a new voice. Drake turned to see that Y/N had come over and kept her eyes on the biker beneath them. He couldn't help his eyes going to the bandages on her head, the slight bruising surrounding the wounds. He didn't know why seeing her like this got to him, but it did. Tripp managed to get to his feet and heard the new voice joining them. He was expecting another soldier, but when he looked up past his bloody eyes, he felt his heart stop. Chung smirked and moved to stand next to Y/N. "Oh, didn't expect to see her still standing, did ya?" But it couldn't be. Tripp's eyes widened as he took in the woman. The woman he knows he shot. The one that was dead. How? Y/N glared down at him and didn't say anything, just letting her presence alone do the talking. "How are you not dead?" Tripp yelled. For once his guard was completely down. "I shot you." And so did he. The nurse nodded toward Drake, who turned away with a shake of his head. "I'm not going anywhere. I'd be careful with shooting her again." Chung spoke as she grabbed the biker's arm and pulled him to his feet. "We don't know her condition fully, but consider her a fiend. We can have her turn you at any second." Cheng's attempts at scaring him seemed to work as he stared in shock at Y/N. She's infected? Come on." The female sergeant shoved him forward to make him walk, leaving him to come up with his own answers. Being compared to fiend wasn't as amusing as Chung thought. At least it scared the man. They needed to go now. The sooner they hit the road, the better. Drake turned to Y/N and was going to place a hand on her shoulder but held back. "Get to the truck. We're heading out." She looked up at him and tried to search his face. He hasn't been much of himself since the attack. He hasn't called her a zombie girl in the last few days either. She moved to follow him to the trucks but couldn't help but question his off behavior. "You okay?" "I'm fine," he answered shortly. That couldn't have been the case considering everything that happened. "You sure? You just seem dash." Her words trailed as he faced her and looked down at her with a hard look. She stopped walking. Different. This would have been a perfect moment to tease her, annoy her even. But he only looked at her before looking away again. "I'm focused on the team right now. We can't afford to get distracted right now. Right?" She looked away as well. That made sense, but a moment of silence fell between them, neither knowing how to approach the other. Neither knew why they even felt the need to approach the other. She felt a gentle hand touch her bandages and looked up to see Drake had stepped closer and carefully inspected her bandages. Her wounds were still freshly healed, and he knew that. His thumb caressed over where her bullet wound would be, and as he did so, her eyes soon became locked onto his. Her expression softened, and she could feel her heart in her chest begin to beat faster. It was him who realized just how close they became, and that soft look she was giving him whether she knew or not. It was the same as the one back in the forest. The same look that threw him off guard in a not bad way. "I won't let that happen again," he muttered, his voice low as his hand soon lowered to her chin. "Understood." She slowly nodded and took a quick step back after coming back to her senses. "Why ya? Won't happen again. Never let her get shot again," or whatever this small moment was. Neither knew. He pulled his distracted eyes off of her and motioned toward the truck. She followed and climbed on, keeping her head low to hide the faint blush on her face. Slight gore warning warning. Back on the road again. Dell murmured and laid against Y/N's shoulder, who did the same with her. They both sat inside the truck together while the rest of the team was siphoning gas from stranded cars. Vivian sat across from them and watched the red and orange leaves on the trees flow in the wind. "How big is that bunker exactly?" Dell asked to fill the silence inside the truck. "Not too big. I say it's the size of a small house." Y/N tried to remember. It's been years since she stepped foot there. But Grandpa and Rockman stored supplies there years ago. They were doomsday prepping for a few years. Thank goodness for Grandpa's. Dell sighed and moved so that she could see Vivian. "How have you been holding up, Viv?" The older lady smiled softly and shrugged her shoulders. Her hands were tracing around her belly to help soothe some tension she had. "As best as I can with everything that's happened." She was trying to keep calm and not let the group's problems affect her pregnancy. Y/N hoped the stress from the shootout and her temporary death didn't the baby. "Do you need anything from us?" "No, I'm fine. I just want to stay off my feet." Vivian stopped as her eyes widened due to a surprise feeling in her belly. Both nurses jumped up when they saw Vivian's reaction, but the older woman chuckled and motioned for them to settle down. "It's just a kick, not labor." Visible relief washed them. Dell almost felt her heart jump out of her chest. "Oh, thank God." Vivian's hand moved her sweater up to reveal her stomach. She felt around for the baby's kicks and smiled once she saw the little movement. "You ladies want to feel? They're still kicking." Dell perked up and nodded while Y/N simply watched. Her friend was always excited about babies. Even back at the hospital when the world was normal, Dell was always quick to offer her help to new mothers and midwives. As Dell giggled from feeling the baby's movement, Y/N thought that the moment was a rather precious one in such a while. "Do you know the gender yet?" "No. I wanted it to be a surprise." Vivian spoke. "I haven't thought of names either. It might sound cheesy, but I want the name to come to me the moment I get to meet them. As long as their middle name gets to be Delilah." Dell smirked, making the other two women laugh. Vivian covered her belly with her sweater as she and Dell fell into a conversation about motherhood. Y/N mostly listened and sometimes added in some input, but throughout the conversation, she began to notice Dell look a bit down. Her friend mostly kept a normal and smiled, but Y/N could see that it was more of a bittersweet look. Wes appeared at the door and peeked inside at the three. "Hey, sorry to barge in, but Y/N, the captain needs you for a moment." "What's wrong?" Y/N asked as she got up and excused herself. "Nothing too bad. Just Rose's stitches broke." Wes escorted her to where the captain was after she quickly grabbed a small health pack. He leaning against a small car with his hand clutched over his bleeding arm and held an annoyed look. Good thing she grabbed the health pack. She approached the captain and began to inspect his arm carefully. "You really need to stop moving this arm. It won't heal." "That's not something I can do, unfortunately." He held his arm out for her to work on easier. She pushed his sleeve up and got started. "How's the gas looking, Woodrow?" Rose asked Wes, grimacing at the disinfectant alcohol making contact with his wound. "Not too bad. We actually might have enough to make the trip to Baxbury." Wes spoke, feeling a bit hopeful about the gas situation. Rockman said there should be a couple of truck stops along this road. "We can try those places too. Then that leaves us with figuring out food." Rose looked around the highway they were on. Miles and miles of stranded cars going out from the nearby cities and towns which left the roads heading in mostly clear. The surrounding areas were nothing but forests and lakes. "We'll have to start considering hunting if we want to feed these people." Rose spoke and glanced down at Y/N, who burned the end of a suture needle with a lighter. "You grew up in these mountains. Know how to hunt in them." "I'm a fisher, not a hunter," Y/N muttered as she put the lighter away and focused on stitching his wound back up. "Works for me." Rose grunted and gripped his hand on the car's mirror from the slight pain. Y/N mended the wound back together and applied cleaner bandages around his arm, making sure they were firm enough to not break again. "Sir," a soldier called to Rose as they ran over. He nodded for them to speak. Y/N gathered the small supplies she had used and placed them back inside the health pack. She saw how rushed the soldier was and felt worried. "We managed to pick up a signal from the radio. It's broken, but it's something." Rose immediately got to his feet and pushed his sleeve back down to head over to where the radio was. Y/N went to follow and looked down when her own handheld radio attached to her hip began to crackle a little. Over at the first truck in their line was the main radio the team used. Rockman had been fumbling with it and going over the dials to try cracking the signal and actually managed to break through the static. "Is it still going?" Rose questioned, his eyes focused on the device. The old hippie shrugged as he waited for the message to return. "I think so. It's cutting in and out, back and forth. It's all over the place." Y/N moved to stand next to Rockman and watch the radio as well once the message came back. "Faculty. RID. All. Sarait. Per. Geo. And. LES. NDS." It was more than they had before but still unintelligible. The message was the same as the last, meaning it was pre-recorded. Not actual contact. But then. "Hello? Heldash." A woman's voice spoke. Someone was actually making contact. Rose quickly went to answer. Drake and Chung along with two other soldiers were carrying their jugs of gas when they heard the radio. They immediately placed them down and came over. Rose picked up the connected mic and held the button to speak. "Yes, we hear you. This is Captain Easton Rose of Satellite Enforcement. Can you hear me? Wark, damn it. Hello? Hello?" Must be her end of the call. Rockman spoke as he looked over the dials to make sure they weren't put out of place. "You're fucking kidding me." Rose grunted and tried it again. First actual contact they get in so long and yet they can't fully communicate. It sounded like the woman on the other line was desperately trying to get her end to work. In the background were tapping sounds as her hectic breathing could be heard. Y/N started to think she might be in trouble. It seemed like the woman gave up as she smacked her hands against a table in frustration. "If Eris, don't dash." The signal cut out. No static. No noise. It was just pure nothing once more. Even the radio on Y/N's hip stopped crackling. Rockman tried fixing it, but it was no use. Nothing else came from it. That's all she'll say. It wasn't enough. But she was warning us. Rose deduced. To cut off before she could say what the warning was about. Fiends? The facility? Government interference? Drake handed his jugs of gas to Chang and she went with the other soldiers to go fill up the tanks. "If that woman was warning us, then maybe we should reconsider the facility, sir. That was their station, right? It's the only one we've been trying and that we're in range of. We don't know exactly what the warning is about, however." Rose grunted and turned to pace away with his hands on his hips. With every step they took forward, the world shoved them 100 steps back. Y/N could understand the amount of vexation the captain must be under. First their wanted status, then their fallen soldiers, and now a warning from the very facility they were supposed to go to? Was anything going to go right for them? She turned and watched the old hippie turn the dials to other stations to try catching any broadcasts or other people out there trying to make contact. You can get that signal working, right? Shouldn't be trouble. These military radios are surprisingly easy to work. Rockman spoke. But if not, then the issue is on the other end. Nothing much I can do there. Drake glanced around the highway as he listened. It was beginning to come to a point where they'll have to change plans. That warning could mean anything. Keep trying any station. We need to know what's going on around us. Lucky for you, radios are my specialty. Y/N. Smiled at his words and moved to leave him to it. She was going to head back to the truck where Dell and Vivian were, but Drake gave her a tap on the shoulder and motioned for her to follow. She wondered what for but followed anyway. The two walked past the trucks and over to where a pileup of cars was. Looks like the people trying to leave were in a massive rush. Many of the cars were damaged and turned. I have new ground rules for you moving forward, considering recent events. He spoke and went up to one of the pileup cars to open its back door. What happened to the old ones? She moved to lean against the same car and saw him pull out his knife. She jumped in fright when she heard a growl coming from inside the car, and he reached in quickly to drag out a fiend who happened to be inside. He threw the fiend to the ground and got on top of it before it could grab him. The first being, these things. He shoved his knife into the fiend's skull, killing it. If it comes down to it, we're going to use your condition more. So you can't be scared of them anymore. She narrowed her eyes at him. I'm not scared dash. Grah. The fiend groaned, which made her step back quickly. Drake twisted the knife, which finally put an end to the fiend. You're the only one here who can actually get past these guys. You have zero reason to fear them. You try seeing them the way I do. She huffed. They used to be people. I could have very well ended up like them. Yet you're not. Drake got to his feet and looked inside the back seat to see an open suitcase. Second ground rule. You're gonna have to start taking initiative. She looked at him strangely. Initiative for what? For getting out of predicaments and learning how to defend yourself. Or else you're going to get shot again. She knew where this was going. Her arms crossed over her chest and she listened to what he had to say. Inside the suitcase he was rummaging through, he found a small lockbox tucked underneath some pajamas. He pulled it out and used his knife to wedge in between. That attack shows that I won't always be around to save your ass unless we go the death route. You need to toughen up for me. It wasn't the fiends she had to worry about, but other people. Another situation like the attack could arise that prevents him from keeping her safe. With the loss of members as well, it wasn't just her who'd need to toughen up. You're saying that like I'm weak. Y/N. Muttered and looked away from him, although she was starting to see his point. I'm saying it like it is. You are. He positioned the lockbox against the door, then jabbed his knee at his knife to break it open. The lock broke off and a steel object came tumbling out of it. He can at least be nicer about it, she thought to herself and looked to see what fell. I gave you my gun, which you're going to have to start using. He picked up the steel object, which turned out to be a switchblade. But not as much as this. It was long with a white ivory handle, and when Drake flicked it open, a skinny but sharp blade flew out and glinted in the autumn sun. He held it out for her to take. She looked at it unsurely and carefully took it. It wasn't bulking like his knife but longer. Could slice through something cleanly without worry of getting stuck. But the idea of shooting and stabbing didn't sound like her. It made her feel slightly queasy. This is supposed to be your job. She whispered and carefully pushed the blade back into its handle. I am doing my job. He looked through the rest of the suitcase before closing the car door. I'm turning a zombie girl into a reliable soldier. He stepped around her and expected her to follow so they could search the rest of the cars. But Y/N looked up at him when he said his nickname for her that he hadn't said in days. He sounded less stern, like a sergeant, and had a hint of his teasing attitude in there. She should be rolling her eyes calling him an asshole in return, but she didn't. They approached a pickup truck that was halfway over the lane blocker, and stuck underneath tires was a fiend who began snarling at the sergeant. He thought this would be good practice for her and nodded for her to take care of it. Use your knife. You did it before. That was to save you. She groaned and slowly approached the fiend while drawing her switchblade. The fiend didn't bother to look at her and instead tried reaching out for Drake. He watched as she got to her knees and positioned the knife over the fiend's head. It whipped around to glare at her, which made her yelp and jump back. Her knife clattered to the ground. The sergeant sighed and went to help her. What am I supposed to do with you? Shut up. She glared and picked the knife back up. Maybe if the fiend didn't look like a monster, this would be less scary for her. Drake stepped onto the fiend's arm and tried to grab him to keep it held down. He lowered down and took her hands into his, guiding them back over the fiend's head. He could feel how much she was shaking, but it lessened the more he helped her. Y/N closed her eyes and grimaced as she moved the blade down and felt it pierced the fiend's head. It snarled and tried biting at Drake, but he gave her some force to push the blade further in. A chill ran up her spine, hearing the crack of its skull and feeling it stop moving. This will take some getting used to. She wasn't looking forward to it. Drake's hands didn't leave hers for a moment longer. Not even after the fiend was already dead and the seconds went by. Y/N almost didn't want his hands to leave either. I'm sorry, he muttered. She looked up to see him staring down at their hands with that distance expression he had before. For what? He sighed and finally released his hands before getting to his feet and turning away. For shooting you. Photo by Patrick Fisher on Unsplash. Violence warning warning. Y/N couldn't believe it. She still couldn't. He actually apologized. Drake couldn't believe himself either. He used to be so set on his justifications for shooting her. 1. She was bit. 2. She could turn into a fiend. 3. He didn't know she would survive the drug. Maybe he was right, but after having gotten to know her more these last trying weeks and seeing the effects TAP has on her, he wasn't sure how to feel. But sorry was one of them. They may not be on the best of terms, but they weren't on the worst of them either. After gathering what they could from the highway, which was mostly gas from the stranded cars, the team continued their travels. Drake had joined up in the leading truck with Rose inside to watch over their angry hostage. Chung sat near the doors and watched the trees pass by through the back windows, but glanced over when Trip grunted at her. I bet you think you're so tough, lady. He'd sked. Liked the sight of her was wrong. What a waste. I don't think I'm tough. I am. Chung waved him off. Try saying that around my guys. It'll get you nowhere. Trip snickered but earned a slap to the head from Drake. Shut up. We didn't say you can talk. The biker's jaw clenched as he glared up at Drake. I don't take orders from you, punk. My gang will find you, and when they do, oh, you're all going to regret this. The satellite team was nothing but price tags for him. 1,000 each for every one of them. Trip wasn't scared, nor was he worried. He was confident that the Red Dogs would catch up to them and make these people wish they weren't born. Rose was listening in from the front of the truck as he smoked his cigarette. Trip's confidence hadn't gone unnoticed. It's funny that the restrained dickhead has a lot to say. Drake spoke. He glanced over at Rose, wondering why Trip was even still alive. I don't why we don't just kill him. What's the point of dragging him with us? Information. Rose tapped his cigarette, letting the ashes fall to the ground. I want to know about these Red Dogs and our backhanded government before I decide what to do with him. I ain't telling you shit. Trip chuckled with the bruises and cuts still littering his face. No matter how much you beat the snot out of me. Drake was growing frustrated at this guy and reached down to grip his arm tightly. Then how about I get my nurse friend in here to take a chunk out of you? Maybe a fiend will talk. At the mention of Y/N, Trip's eyes widened. Keep her away from me. Why? You scared of her? Drake pushed, seeing how uncomfortable the biker was. Chung smirked at the sight of the cocky Red Dog being so fearful of a simple nurse. He couldn't have expected her to survive such a blow to the head. Rose sighed and gestured for Drake to lay off Trip for now. Stand down for now. We'll get this guy talking soon enough. Yeah, and if he doesn't... Drake pulled out his knife and held it subtly to Trip's throat, making the biker tense up. I'll make sure a fiend doesn't go hungry. You wouldn't. Trip seethed, feeling the ridged blade touch his skin. Drake pushed the blade in more, enough to slightly cut his skin. Try me, sir. The soldier driving the truck called to Rose. There's something up ahead. Rose blew out his cigarette smoke and turned to look out the front windshield. What is it? Up ahead on the road was a recently crashed car. Smoke still emanated from the engine and the lights were on. Next to it was a dead person on the ground and two fiends who feasted on the corpse. The trucks began to slow before reaching the site. It was just two fiends that they could easily avoid. Trip glanced past them and saw the crashed car with the dead driver. He smirked. Chung happened to see that smirk. Go around it, Rose ordered. No point in stopping for two fiends. Kelly and Rockman were in his jeep at the back of the group. The old hippie was fast asleep in the passengers while Kelly was starting to wonder why they had stopped. He leaned out his window to see past the two hulking trucks and saw the smoke up ahead. Just as he started to question it, the butt of a gun struck his head. Upon Rose's order, the soldier began to drive again and carefully move around the crash. The two fiends looked up and started to growl. One stands to its feet to try rushing the large truck. Rose shook his head and took his eyes off the fiend for just a second. A gunshot soon followed. The fiend dropped to the ground and soon a second shot followed that killed the other fiend. The truck immediately halted. What? Drake questioned and looked around for where the shot came from. But several people began emerging out of the surrounding trees and aiming their guns up at their group. Drake immediately grabbed Rose and the soldier to pull them down. Get down! Dozens of guns began firing into the trucks from all directions. The bullets clashed against the metal loudly, leaving the exterior of the trucks full of holes. In the second truck, Y/N, Dell and Vivian were held down by Wes and the other soldiers. Some of the bullets even managed to break through. What's happening? Dell screamed over the gunfire as Y/N S arms gripped her already wounded head. After a moment, the shooting stopped and was followed by the sounds of men and motorcycles that approached the trucks. The motorcycles were loud and heavy, circling the trucks like predators while the men on foot ran up to the trucks and banged their weapons against the exteriors, taunting the people inside. Y/N S mind immediately thought of Rockman and Kelly. They wouldn't be as protected in their jeep. In the first truck, Trip began to laugh as he heard his people. His previous fear turned into amusement. Oh, I told you. You guys are fucked. It's a damn ambush. Rose cursed as he lifted his head to see the many bikers outside. It was way more than they could handle. Come outside, satellite. One biker yelled. He had a familiar voice to one Drake's heard before. Drake looked up through the windshield and spotted the tall and skinny red dog who hopped off his bike and carried a crowbar in his hands. He smirked as he approached the truck and recognized Drake inside but not Rose. Papa wants to talk. Rack Dog. Drake put the name to face. He was that guy they came across in town. Another gunshot followed from the second truck and the soldier driving the first looked through the mirrors to see several bikers storming inside the second truck and dragging out its occupants. Sir, they got the others. What? Rose looked through the mirrors too, seeing his people being pulled out and dragged into the open. One of the bikers gripped Y/N and Dell's hair tightly as they too tried to fight against him. Y/N kicked at his legs while Dell screamed but both were overpowered quickly and shoved to the ground. Y/N glared up at the man but froze when the barrel of a shotgun was directed at her face. The same for Dell as well. One by one, the bikers dragged them out. They held a scared Vivian at gunpoint as another held a knife to Wes' throat. They pulled out the rest of the soldiers and dragged those they believed were satellite into a group while those who weren't got put with Y/N and Dell. Vivian was shaking in fear as she was told to crouch down next to Y/N, her hands holding onto her pregnant belly desperately. Hey, Y/N whispered to her, trying to get the woman to look at her. You're okay. We're okay. I'm scared. Vivian whimpered. You jackasses. Kelly's voice yelled, making Y/N quickly glance his way. Rockman was being brought over to their group and grimaced at the bleeding cut in his head. Kelly, on the other hand, was shoved against a truck and kept away from them. "We're not with Satellite. Let us go." He seethed, seeing the way the very gang he worked for treated his grandfather and ex. "You're guilty by association," the biker chuckled. "But Papa still has use for you and the old man." Rack walked around the first truck containing the two sergeants and captain. He dragged his crowbar along the metal and laid his eyes on the back doors once he reached them. "You people coming out? I have no problem with taking drastic measures now." Just like they did with the second truck, a biker came over and aimed his rifle at the locks. He shot into it several times before it broke and the doors fell open. But they were immediately met with both Drake and Chung aiming their own weapons at them. Rack smirked and looked past them to see a beat-up Trip tied up inside. "Damn. You look like shit, brother." "You think? Get me out of here," Trip yelled. "Can do." Rack then turned to both Drake and Chung. Both aim their guns but are not able to shoot. They were outnumbered by a lot and the majority of their people were already captured. "Put the guns down. We just want to talk." Rack calmly spoke with an air of arrogance. Drake's jaw clenched. He felt Rose place a hand on his shoulder as his captain peered down at the biker. "Fine." Y/N felt her heart drop as she watched the remainder of their team get forced out of the truck. Drake and Chung had their weapons taken and were pulled over to the rest of the rounded-up soldiers along with the driver. As they passed, both Y/N and Drake's eyes met. Rose, on the other hand, stepped out on his own and held an intense glare at Rack, who led him out to the center. "I assume you're the captain of this merry bunch, correct?" Rack chuckled and held his crowbar close to his person. "Affirmative. I assume you're not this Papa fellow." Rose lowly spoke. The biker snickered and shook his head. "No, I'm not. I go by Rack Dog. I'm what you would call Papa's second in command." He turned to gesture out to the rest of the bikers. More than a dozen of them. Rose counted them up and came to around 30 or so. "I introduce to you the Red Dogs. Finest gang of bastards these mountains ever seen." Each biker chanted in pride, shoving their fists and weapons into the air as they howled like actual dogs. Rack chuckled as he waved his arm out to settle them down. Rose took the chance to glance toward his people. All assumed Satellite members were placed in one group while those who weren't were placed in another. The bikers must not have believed Wes was Satellite as the scientist was pushed into a crouched position next to Dell. "You may already know why we're doing this." Rack spoke as he faced the captain. "A while ago, the government announced how wanted Satellite people were. A $1,000 each for every member brought to them. Isn't that crazy?" "It is." Rose grunted. "And hey, they've been true to their word. We managed to bag some of you and brought them to a government-safe zone down in Grimire. It was the easiest money we ever made." Rack chuckled. "So why not snag the rest of you? Once this whole apocalypse is over, me and my gang will be plenty rich. But that is if this doesn't blow over. We quite like this new world." Several of the Red Dogs laughed at that. No rules, no laws, no limits. Just how they liked it. If they were a problem before the world went to shit, they were going to be a force to reckon with now. So be a pal and make this easy for everyone. The government wants you alive, but they didn't say unharmed. Rack grinned. Rose was backed into a corner. He didn't doubt that these men would use force if they had to. Any attempts at resisting could lead to someone getting killed or worse. Seeing that he had the captain at a standstill, Rack smirked and gestured for his people to put him with the others. "Get these folks tied up. Easy money, fellas." Y/N couldn't believe what was happening. She watched as Rose was forced to give in and taken over to where the rest of the Satellite members were. It didn't seem real for the team to be backed down like this. The shotgun that was being held to her moved as the guy holding it called over to Rack. "What about the rest of them? We took these folks too." Rack grinned at the sight of the soldiers before turning toward the stragglers. "We're only taking Kelly and his pops. You can shoot the rest." Y/N froze. Dell and Wes tensed up and Vivian began to shed some tears. Drake quickly tried to get up, but two bikers shoved him back down. The woman he was supposed to protect and his best friend were over there. Y/N, "We'll survive, but Wes, get off of me." He yelled before he was kicked to the ground and a rifle shoved to his neck. "What are you doing?" Rose shouted at Rack, who had no remorse for the people he didn't need. The captain couldn't stand it. "They're innocent. Let them go." "Why? They'll just die out here." Rack shrugged like it was nothing. "We don't want to carry the extra baggage either." Trip had come over after getting his bindings taken off, and he furiously glared at Y/N, who was trying to comfort a crying Vivian. "Not her. She is one of those things, but different." All eyes went toward the nurse, who felt each one pierce into her. Looks of confusion followed. She didn't look like a fiend. The second in command of the gang narrowed his eyes at Trip, who looked like he had lost his marbles. "What do you mean she's one of them? The junkies? I shot her. I swear I did," Trip exclaimed. "I shot her right in the head, and yet she's still alive. Check her bandages, I swear." Rack raised an eyebrow before he looked over at the woman, who was starting to become alarmed. He motioned for her to be brought over. Y/N. S arms were grabbed roughly, and she tried to fight back, but the man pulling her was strong. Dell watched in fear as they took her best friend. "Nice to see you again, darling." Rack smirked, remembering her from their encounter in town. "Fuck you," the nurse cursed. He grabbed her shoulder to keep her steadying before moving his hands over her bandages. He pulled them off her head and saw the 2 scars on both her temple and ear from where the bullet went in and out. "It's like she healed." Trip spoke in shock. Maybe he was going crazy. "I'm telling you the truth, man. She's different." Y/N took in a deep breath to calm how shaky she was and kept her glare focused on Rack. Just from that alone told him that Trip may not be lying. He looked past her toward the captain for an explanation. Rose didn't want to reveal her condition, but if he didn't, it could lead to them finding out for themselves. She infected but immune. The virus keeps her from dying. Because of it, we believe she could be a cure. Immune? That word spread across the gang. How could someone be immune to both the virus and a bullet? Rack questioned this too as he looked at the rest of the stragglers. "And them?" Rose sked. "The boy is a scientist. He knows more about this virus than any of us. An immune person and a scientist? This was just getting better. Take these with the others. The government could give us a bonus for them." The guy holding Y/N yanked her back as another pulled West to his feet to drag them over to the satellite members. Y/N S heart began to race as she looked at who was left. Dell and Vivian. "Let those 2 ladies go." Rose did his best to reason. "You're taking us to a safe zone, anyway. There's no need for this." "Are they immune like her?" Rack questioned and pulled out a pistol from his pocket. Y/N watched in horror as he trudged over to Dell and aimed the gun right into her head. "No! No!" She screamed and tried to fight off the biker holding her. "Dell!" Her friend began to tear up as she felt the barrel of the pistol press against her head. Vivian began to cry more at the sight and clenched her belly tighter. "Don't do this!" Rose yelled. Drake wanted to so desperately kill these people and for the first time, felt completely helpless to stop it. But Rack didn't care. None of these men cared. All they saw was money. If what Trip said was true, she'll just get back up. Bang! The shot fired. Silence filled the air, and Y/N dropped to her knees. Dell's head jerked forward before her body clattered to the floor. The bullet struck her cleanly between her eyes. The life from Dell's eyes faded in that moment as her face hit the ground facing Y/N, who couldn't hold back her anguish. "Dell!" A lasting tear had trickled from her best friend's eyes, but no movement came from her. She was gone. Rack then turned to Vivian, who could only watch in horror at the sight of the dead nurse. She was next. Rose tried to stop it and was able to shove away the men holding him back. But one hit him in the gut with the butt of their rifle hard. He choked back a breath and was forced to the ground. Rack positioned the gun over Vivian's head as she began pleading with him. Tears streaming down her face, a fearful expression on her face. His finger tightened around the trigger. "She's pregnant." His finger stopped. Rack looked over his shoulder to see Y/N, desperately trying to stop him. "She's pregnant. Please." This was news to everyone, even the satellite team. Rack narrowed his eyes and reached down to pull Vivian's sweater up, revealing her pregnant belly. A wave of groans traveled through the men as a look of disappointment filled Rack's face. That must be where they drew their murderous line. But it didn't make Vivian special. She just got lucky. Rack pulled his gun away and gestured for Vivian to be taken with them. The men weren't gentle with her as they roughly grabbed her by the arms and led her over to the rest. But Del, Y/N, sobbed as all she could focus on was her friend being taken so soon and unexpectedly. Y/N was pulled to her feet as she was taken away with the rest. Her heart was crushed. Wes couldn't help his own angered tears and couldn't bear to look at the woman he had become good friends with. She didn't deserve this fate. Bag 'em up, boys. Papa's waiting. Rack called out to his men. The cruel, heartless red dogs. Author's note. Cries. That's not all though, lol. Just wanted to say that we are growing close to the end, which is kind of early for me. We still have a good portion of the story to get through though. The way I planned this book out was meant to be a single standing story, but with the way it's going, I will have to do a second installment. Which I'm excited for since I already have ideas for plot, and Y/N, and Drake's relationship. I was also wondering if anyone would be interested in a Q&A chapter at the end. I hadn't planned on making one for this book, but if you'd like, let me know. Otherwise, thank you for reading so far, and I hope the Dell lovers aren't mad at me loudly crying face. Asterisk whispers asterisk. Also, if you would like to join the Discord, link is in my bio. Love. Y/N harshly sobbed into Vivian's shoulder. She hasn't stopped since. Everyone who was being taken had their hands tied behind their backs and forced into the 2 satellite trucks for transport. Y/N, Vivian, Kelly, and Rockman were in one along with 3 other soldiers, while Drake, Chang, Rose, Wes, and the rest were in the other. Vivian sadly leaned her head against Y/N as a few of her own tears slipped. I'm so sorry, honey. Rockman wanted to comfort her but couldn't with his hands tied, so he resorted to holding his against hers. He understood the grief of losing a best friend, but not in such a horrible way. Y/N sniffed her tears. First, she lost Remy during the initial rise, someone who was like a brother to her. But her mind believed that Dell would always be with her. Maybe through some sheer amount of luck, they both could survive this and see the day that the world returned to normal. But that was all ripped from her in such a short notice. Now she was still alive, forced to stay alive while another person she was close to is gone. Hearing her cry only made Kelly angrier. His foot was tapping against the ground as his eyes moved over to the 2 bikers at the front. One was driving while another sat in the passengers with a gun. Outside the truck, the muffled sounds of motorcycles followed after the trucks. They were loud and obnoxious. Some gunshots followed as the bikers would gun down any fiend they passed for the hell of it. Hey, pregnant lady! The biker riding passenger called with an annoyed look. Can you get that bitch to shut up? Kelly immediately shot up in his seat. Watch your fucking mouth. I'll watch it when she quits her crying. He huffed. People die. Get over it. Y/N sniffed back her tears and sharply glared at the cruel man. Did he not have any humanity left in him? Did any of these men? He snickered at her glare, so full of hatred. He obviously didn't take her seriously. In the other truck, many thoughts were running through Drake's mind. The main one at the center of them all were the Red Dogs. Did these bikers even know that the government also caused the outbreak of fiends? Would they even care? These men are so hellbent on the promise of money that they would commit monstrous acts like what they did to Dell. Someone who wasn't involved with Satellite but caught up with them anyway. And it led to her life being taken. His fists tightened around his binds. He may not have been the closest to Dell, but she didn't deserve to die like that. We're getting out of this, Rose quietly said, so the 2 bikers at the front of the truck didn't hear. These bastards won't get away with this. They took our guns. Chung whispered, her voice full of frustration. How are we supposed to do anything without them? I'll think of something. Rose grunted. He had to. These people depended on him. But with everything that had happened, his mind was stumped. What was the government planning to do with them exactly? Arrest them? Keep them silent so the truth doesn't get out? Were they even aware that people are dying just to claim a measly $1,000? The whole situation left a horrible taste in Rose's mouth. And now another innocent person died under his watch. It felt like the list had been growing the day the fiends appeared. Drake glanced beside him to Wes, who had been silent. He could tell Dell's death hit him hard. The scientist was quietly grieving as every now and then a tear would escape his eye. It felt like he had lost a friend, as Dell was someone he felt like he could have grown close to. He couldn't imagine the pain Y/N must be under. God damn it. The biker driving their truck grumbled. The one in the passenger seat looked up and out into the distance. Drake watched them but couldn't see what they were seeing. The truck began to slow to a stop and two bikers on the motorcycles rode up to the driver window. Why are we stopping? It's the herd. We gotta go around. The driver gestured toward the distance. Further up the main road leading to Grimire was a large herd of fiends. They were far enough to where they couldn't hear the vehicles, but getting any closer could change that. Both Drake and Rose glanced at each other. A herd? Other roads are too far or too blocked up. A biker called over his loud engine. Well, what you want to do, cause we obviously can't go straight to the safe zone. Another bike joined the two at the front of the line. It stopped just in front of the truck and the rider took off his helmet. Rack Dog scanned his eyes over the sight in the distance. That herd will be a problem for those on bikes. He turned and gestured for the driver to turn around. Back to base. We'll get this way cleared out tomorrow. The driver groaned and nodded. He got the truck moving again, but this time he was turning around. Drake and Rose understood this as extra time for them to get away. That herd may have unknowingly saved them from arrest. Before Rack slipped his helmet back on, he pulled out a walkie-talkie and clicked a button on it. We're heading to base. Meet us there. I'll explain later. The unexpected detour led them to ride in a different direction. Away from the city and around the outskirts to avoid the herd back the way they came. It wasn't the only herd, but multiple near different parts of the city. Some large, some small. Some straggling around while others kept to groups. It wasn't like the small towns further up the mountain. Grimire was teeming with them. How the government could extract a safe zone in the middle of it all was beyond understanding, but they did. The vehicles pulled into a forested suburban area. Tall manor-like homes towered over the streets and were pretty stretched out from one another. Many of the homes had architecture that resembled the Victorian and Gothic styles. Traveling further into the suburbs, the vehicles approached a tall iron gate where the openings between the bars were boarded up with wood planks and boards. Each one has logos of a sawmill painted into them. The driver honked the horn a few times in a specific pattern and soon the gates began to open up. They creaked loudly and allowed the trucks and motorcycles to head on in. This was it. The Red Dog's base. The two satellite trucks stopped just in front of a trashed Victorian manor after traveling over a long driveway. Those on bikes sped off to a different part of the property. Y/N had stopped crying, having shed all of her tears, but she still felt miserable. When the doors to the trucks opened, she and the others looked over to see two bikers pointing their guns at them and motioning for them to step out. Come on, get off your asses. Kelly was the first to get up, cursing as he did so. Then Rockman followed, making sure Y/N and Vivian stayed close. Y/N stepped out of the truck and did her best to help Vivian, who whispered a quick thanks. The nurse then turned to see the other truck being unloaded like theirs. Chang gave dirty looks to any biker she saw while Rose kept his head up and observed where they were. Wes mostly kept his head hung low as his ginger hair hid his face, and Drake was the last of those she knew to come out. He looked around everyone before stopping his sights once they reached Y/N. She looked unharmed and so did he, but he could tell she had been crying. Her eyes were still red and puffy, a grieving expression clear on her face. Rack made orders for their hostages to be taken inside and locked up. Until they can clear that herd blocking the main roads to Grimire, they'll have to wait to earn their money. More sounds of bikes began to approach and fly in through the main gates that began to shut. 4 bikes rode up the driveway and came to a stop just before the trucks. At the front of them all was the large rider of an equally large and decked-out red motorcycle. The dirty paint still found a way to shine in the evening light in a way the other bikes didn't. And stepping off of it was the man himself. He was tall with a large body and gut that shook with each step he took. His tan skin was littered with tattoos and body hair so thick it covered his ink. Once he pulled off his flaming helmet, a long dark curly beard out that was riddled with gray hair, and the colors matched his messy locks that fell down his back. The man grinned as he looked around and took in the sight of the trucks and the people with their wrists tied. This was Papa Dog, the leader of the Red Dogs. Well, would you look at this? He chuckled with a raspy and deep voice. He walked over to the trucks with bullet holes in it. His brown eyes wandered over the satellite logos painted across the sides. He pointed a finger at the damage and looked at Rack. What happened here? I wanted to scare them. Rack smirked. He looked around at their captured's troubled faces, especially the nurse in grieving. I think I did just that. Papa shook his head and walked over to his second in command. He looked around at the group, taking in each of their faces. Rose did the same with him. So this was the man he'd heard so much about. I apologize for my friend's roughness. This new world has been exciting, hasn't it? Papa spoke as he looked around before settling his sights on Rose. He could tell who the captain was by the wave of command that came off of him. This your party? Rose gritted his teeth and didn't respond, but the silence was an answer in itself. Yeah, you are. Due to the herd on the road, I can't turn you people in yet. I'm not someone who likes to wait. Papa spoke as he began pacing around the captured. His eyes took in each and every one. You people have nothing to be afraid of as long as you cooperate. I'm not as bad as I seem. The bikers present snickered. Drake exhaled deeply as he kept his eyes on both Papa and Y/N. But as the leader got near the nurse, he looked down at her strangely while she glared up at him with nothing but pure hatred. Her reddened eyes made it look like she could snap at any moment. What's this one's problem? Killed her friend, I guess. Rack spoke as if shooting an innocent was a common thing to happen. Y/N wanted to snap. She wanted to shout at these men and berate them for who they were. But before a single word could squeeze through her lips, Kelly moved to stand in front of her and block the leader's view of her. Papa chuckled as he turned his focus to him. Ah, Kelly, I thought you were dead up there. I could use you around here. Are you fucking serious? Kelly gestured to his tied-up hands behind his back. I built your fucking bikes. Why am I, my ex, and my grandfather tied up? Papa looked past him to Rockman first. The old man only shook his head, disappointed with his grandson's affiliation. So this is Pops? Kelly spoke a lot about you. Mostly good things. I bet he has. Rockman grumbled. And your ex? Papa lifted his hand to move Kelly to the side, who watched him closely. He looked down at the nurse, who took a step back. She was brave to give him those harsh looks. He'll give her that. He snickered as he looked her up and down. I'm not gonna say everything Kelly told us about you. Mostly good things. He repeated those words again, but this time with a rather crude inflection. The men around began to knowingly chuckle as Y/N. S eyes widened, and she turned to Kelly in disbelief. He avoided her eyes. How about this? Since I'm in such a good mood from the money I'm going to make. Papa started and placed a hand on Kelly's shoulder. I won't throw you and these two in with the rest. That is if you put those mechanical skills to use for me. I got big plans, kid. You want me to help you after what these fuckers did to my family? Kelly cursed. Papa wasn't fazed, nor was he sorry. Or I could put you three down now. I'm not a bed and breakfast kid. Y/N. S heart dropped and Rockman moved her behind him. As much as Kelly wanted to punch the leader before him, he knew Papa was always true to his word. So he kept his mouth shut and reluctantly nodded. Papa grinned. The leader then glanced over to Vivian, who was an odd one out. The woman stayed close to Y/N and feared the bikers around them. Rack came over and noticed where Papa was looking. That one is pregnant. Forgot to tell you that. And why is she here? Papa turned to him. He didn't want to spare his resources to some pregnant woman. She with satellite? Not that I know of. I'm just not above shooting a pregnant woman, man. Rack sighed. We'll just group her with satellite. Let the government deal with her. You've gone soft, brother. Papa spoke and turned away to start heading for the manor. Untie Kelly and his folks, but take the rest of them to the back. His gang immediately got to work. A biker took Vivian over to the satellite team while 3 took care of Kelly, Rockman, and Y/N, Espines. Drake didn't want to leave the nurse around these guys and kept his eyes on her even as he was forced to walk. He looked around and noticed that the front gate hadn't fully closed. Like it was jammed in some way. A plan started to form in his head, and he only hoped that she understood as he nodded for the gate. She followed where he was looking and saw the gate. It was open just enough for her to squeeze through. Did he want her to run? Drake nodded again before he and the rest were taken inside. He seriously hoped she understood. Her heart beat faster in her chest as she felt a biker slice a knife through her binds. What plans was that fat bastard talking about? Kelly questioned the biker who undid his binds and moved to undo Rockman's. None of your business, that's what. Just focus on dash. HHH. They all turned to see the biker who untied Y/N. Had stumbled back while gripping his bleeding nose from what woman's headbutt. The woman pushed past him and began bolting for the gate as soon as she was free. Papa and Rack both stopped at the commotion. Both Kelly and Rockman gasped at what she was doing. Y/N. Fucking bitch. The biker cursed and started chasing after her along with another. Y/N. Rapidly breathed as she ran as fast as she could for the gate. It was the fastest she's ever run in her life. She could hear her name being called and the 2 bikers began gaining up on her. Soon she reached the gate and quickly pushed herself through the gap before grabbing the bars and shutting the gate fully. The bikers yelled as they were forced to stop. She was out, but everyone else was still inside. Angry growls came from behind her, and she noticed a group of fiends rush toward the gate after being attracted to the loud bikes from earlier. Their growls were loud and so was her scream of fright. Papa listened to her scream and the raging growls of fiends that followed. Their fists began banging against the covered gate and he couldn't help but laugh. What a sight that was! Ran right to those junkies' bellies. The bikers all laughed, believing that the fiends got to her. Rack shook his head and turned back to head into the manor. He didn't believe she was immune anyway. Kelly was close to running after her but Rockman grabbed his arm to stop him. He kept his voice down and muttered him. You remember what Rose said? Why the hell would she do that? Kelly was shocked. He could keep her safe as long as she stayed close to him. Why would she run? Rockman didn't know either and he feared for her safety. But he tried to have hope that Rose was right about her condition. Come on! The 2 bikers came back and pushed them toward the manor. She's dead. The fiends pounded against the gate hungrily and raveningly. Their growls were haggard and their nails clawed at the wood boards. Behind them stood the nurse who could only watch them. Exhausted, grieving, and broken. She didn't know what to do. Wait! She ran out the gate. Right into those fiends, man. The biker who witnessed the nurse's apparent final moments spoke to another who was inside at the time. Her stunt seemed suicidal. Perhaps stupid even from their perspective. Guess she didn't want to tango with the dogs. One joked as they both laughed. Nearby, Drake was listening as he and everyone else were being held inside of some greenhouse that was attached to the manor. He kept his ear on the door while Rose took several notes of the greenhouse. It would have been stupid to hold prisoners inside of a room made of glass. The bikers must known this as they covered the walls in those same wooden planks as the gates and added barbed wire for good measure. Rose carefully gripped one of the boards with his bonded hands and tried pulling it off, but they were reinforced tight. He exhaled a breath and glanced over to his other soldiers who did the same as him. Any luck? It's the same over here. They bolted the boards to the structure. Chung kicked one of the boards in frustration. They weren't coming off, which meant they weren't getting out. The room was cold due to no insulation and nothing around that was tall enough to climb to the ceiling. Drake continued to listen to the bikers' conversation until he was sure they were done talking about how idiot the nurse was. But to Drake, she had just pulled the smartest move yet. He walked over to his captain and kept his voice down. She got out. I know that. Rose spoke, not knowing what Drake actually meant. She was untied after all. No. She got out the gate. Drake said, which caught his and the others' attention. She's outside the gate? Wes exclaimed before Drake shushed him. Wes was still shocked. Why would she go out there? Is she by herself? The sergeant placed a hand on his shoulder and nodded but motioned to keep his voice down. I told her to run and she did. If she actually listened to me, then we may just be able to get out of here. He knew that the nurse wouldn't abandon them. Drake had faith she wouldn't. As for how she was supposed to save them, he didn't know for sure. The first step was getting her away from the Red Dogs and they'll go from there. But it was even better that they believed she was dead. They won't see her coming. Ag! A groan caught their attention. Near the back of the room was Vivian, who sat in an old rickety chair and had a grimace on her face. Her hands clenched her stomach. Rose almost forgot. The news of her pregnancy was so sudden during such a drastic moment that it hasn't been set for most. The captain went over to her and crouched down in front of her. Are you all right, miss? Is there anything we can do? I am fine. The older woman sighed as the second of pain seemed to subside. Just a small ache is all. Chung came over and took her jacket off to wrap around the pregnant woman. It was freezing in this room, but the female sergeant could do without it. Why didn't you tell us you were pregnant? I wanted to, Vivian sadly spoke. But with everything that was happening, I didn't want to be an added problem. Y/N was supposed to tell you, but the ambush at the station, Y/N getting shot, being forced onto the road, then getting ambushed again, and the loss of people. There was never a right time to tell them. Back to back has been nothing but trouble for them. The nurse probably waited until everything was calm to tell him. Rose sighed and gave Vivian a reassuring look. Just hang in there. We'll be out soon enough. The woman nodded and tried to relax herself. The stress from everything hasn't been doing her and the baby any good. She took deep breaths, but it was hard to do. Don't do this, little one. Not now. Rose got up and went back to Drake. They needed leverage here, and Y/N was all they had. She better think of something. Outside of the property, two fiends trudged along the large fencing. Their grunts reverberated through the air as the faint words of tap came from them. They heard the snap of a twig and looked over to see a foot being pulled up into a tree. But they smelt another fiend and turned away. Y/N inhaled a breath as she was able to get up into a tree tall enough to look over the fences. Being on her feet so much since getting away, she hasn't had a chance to stop and catch her breath. At this height, she was able to see the property. The manor sat in the very center with 2 stories and a large garage in the back where the bikers kept their motorcycles. Several down there clanked bottles of beer together, probably celebrating the recent captures. Grah! Y/N looked down to see a fiend looking up at her. A quiet gasp escaped her as she backed farther into the tree, but remembered that these guys didn't bother her. Gee, go away. The fiend only watched her for a few seconds before walking off on a broken leg, grunting as it went. There were a lot of fiends in the area. Y/N has probably moved past a handful of them alone. The 2 fiends near the fences growled once they heard the laughter of the bikers just beyond. These guys were rather loud, but the fence kept them protected. Y/N looked around as she tried to think. How was she supposed to get everyone out when she could barely take care of herself? Why couldn't you give me more to work with? She whispered to herself. Did Drake expect her to know what to do as soon as she got away? Y/N was about to climb back down when she heard one of the fiends beating their fists against a part of the wall. The board it was banging on shook from their force and looked like it was coming loose. Y/N kept her eyes on it and carefully climbed down from the tree. The fiend was attracted by the voices of the men on the other side. It clawed its fingers against the board, cutting into the wood and leaving marks of blood behind. Y/N cringed at the sight as she got closer and felt her heart beating in her chest. It's just a fiend. It's just a fiend. Her mind constantly repeated. It's just a fiend that was capable of beating her to a pulp and ripping her guts out of her body if it even assumed she wasn't infected. You need to toughen up for me. Drake's words filled her mind, but she didn't feel tough. She felt like a weak nurse who still needed a bodyguard, who couldn't save her friend or prevent herself from getting shot, whose only real benefit to the team was her immunity and resistance. She wasn't a fighter, she didn't know how to shoot, or the first thing to survive. She wasn't tough. Drake should have been the one out here saving everyone, not her. The fiend grunted as it turned its head toward her once it heard her approaching. She looked at it in fear as a tear built up in her eye. The fiend fully faced her, its yellow eyes glowering down at her shaky E/C ones. She wasn't tough, but that didn't mean she couldn't try to be. "You hungry?" she whispered to the fiend, who only watched her mindlessly. The nurse sucked in a breath and pushed past the fiend toward the board. Its eyes followed her and how she reached up to the edge of the loose board and used all her strength to pull it. The board creaked and cracked against her efforts before it completely broke from the fence, providing a nice opening for the fiend to slip into. Y/N threw the board to the side and noticed how the fiend immediately snapped back to the sounds of the bikers on the other side. It growled and rushed toward the opening, its twisted arms reaching in and forcing its body through the opening with no care of receiving cuts from the steel bars and barbed wire. This seemed to have attracted two other fiends nearby. They watched as the first managed to get through and they quickly followed after. The nurse stood back and waited for them all to get through, but climbing in herself and minding the barbed wire. The three fiends darted around until they found the source of the noise and began rushing over to the handful of bikers who shared beers. Their loud growls and snarls caught the men's attention, who quickly became alarmed and rushed for their guns. "How did they get in?" "Don't worry about that. Just get the guns." Y/N heard the first shot, which made her flinch and rush through the gate. A spike from the barbed wire cut into her arm and she grimaced at the stinging pain. Once she was through, she quickly hid behind a tree and watched as the bikers tried to deal with those fiends. Just past them was a greenhouse that was boarded up on all sides. She held her bleeding arm but focused on the glass structure. Inside, everyone heard the commotion happening outside. Chung ran up to the wall and tried to peek past the boards, but the windows were too dirty to see through. The growls of fiends caught their attention and Drake listened carefully to them. He hoped that was the nurse's doing. The three fiends were taken out quickly and left the bikers confused. "How did these bastards get in?" one questioned as he kicked the corpse. "Check the fences. They probably broke a board with all their fucking banging." They all began heading over to the fences, leaving where they were clear enough for Y/N to slip past. She kept her eyes on them and hid behind some bushes before quickly running over to the greenhouse. Her group had to be inside. With the way it looked so reinforced in comparison to the rest of the manor, it had to be a prison. When she got around and saw that she could try climbing up the side using the wooden trellises, she heard voices approaching from behind and looked around to spot an open window. To avoid being caught, she hurried inside and climbed through, narrowly avoiding three bikers who walked by. The kitchen was dark and vacant. Only a single candle on a counter gave some light. Y/N crouched down and wanted to wait for the bikers to leave, but another set of footsteps caught her ear. Someone was coming. The nurse hid behind the kitchen island and heard the person enter a room and toss a bag onto the counter. She listened closely as they moved over to the fridge, which forced Y/N to crawl around the island to avoid them. The person opened the fridge that was off but inside was more food than Y/N had seen in days. Cans of good, dried-out meat, dozens of water bottles shoved into drawers, and of course alcohol as well. Y/N stayed hidden as she peeked out and watched the person grab as much food as they could and shove it into a duffel bag. Taking a closer look, they didn't look like a red dog off of the fact that they were a girl. She had to be no more than 18. The girl had deep tan skin and was skinny with some muscle. Her curly hair was blonde with dark roots, and she was entirely focused on what she was doing that she wasn't aware of being watched. Was the girl stealing the food? Y/N jumped when she heard someone coming from her direction, and her arm accidentally bumped against the island. The girl quickly stopped. "Shit!" Y/N stayed quiet and crawled her way around just as the girl got up and checked where the nurse was. Y/N once again narrowly avoided getting caught as she got to the other side of the island. The girl didn't have time to question it and rushed to close the fridge and hide the bag. But doing so, she ran right to where Y/N was, and both jumped at the sight of each other. One was hiding while the other held a bag of stolen food. "Chi!" a man's voice called. The girl looked up. She dropped the bag into Y/N's lap as the nurse covered her mouth. "Yes, Trip?" the girl asked, playing the situation off. Trip entered the room with a bandaged-up face. He groaned and went over to the fridge to grab a beer. "Shouldn't you be in your room? It's getting late." "Since when did I have a bedtime?" "Since Papa gave you one." The girl rolled her eyes and glanced down at the woman at her feet. Y/N looked up at her and shook her head to not give her up. It's not like the girl wanted to. She has stolen food. "You look like shit," she said and turned her attention back on Trip. "Those soldiers beat you that bad? If it was up to me, I would throw those guys out there with the fiends." "Fuck the money." The biker grunted and took a swig of his beer. The girl clicked her tongue. "Don't let Papa hear that. You know how he is." "Yeah, well." Trip glanced at her, letting his eyes fall to her chest. "I have other things to look forward to." The girl narrowed her eyes. This wasn't the first time this guy looked at her lustfully. He took another swig of his beer and went to approach her. Her eyes glanced down to the bag and the woman before she pulled out a pocket knife and held it up to the man's chest. He stopped and looked down at the blade. "And don't think I won't tell Papa about the way you look at me," the girl threatened. The man gritted his teeth and huffed from the rejection. He grabbed his beer and stormed off in the other direction. The girl waited until he was gone before looking back down at Y/N, who held the bag of food in her lap. She tensed up as the knife was then pulled onto her. "Get up," the girl ordered. The girl, whom Trip called Chi, took Y/N to a bathroom and locked the door behind them. The knife was kept pointed at her that Y/N would glance toward it every few seconds. Who exactly was this girl? The Red Dogs were a gang of men. What was she doing here? Chi listened to the door for a moment to make sure no one was coming. Once it sounded clear, she turned back to Y/N and tossed the duffel bag full of food onto the floor. "Who are you?" The nurse could ask the same, but Chi wasn't being threatened with a knife. "I'm with the people those men took." "Your satellite?" The girl looked her up and down. "You don't look like it." "I'm not. It's complicated." Y/N decided not to reveal her condition for now. At least not until she knew this girl wouldn't be an issue. "You're a red dog?" Chi rolled her eyes as if the assumption was a joke. "I'm not with those drunks. Those are my dad's people." Y/N's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't have heard that right. "He thinks kidnapping satellite people is gonna get him rich. It's stupid." She grunted and lowered the knife to sit on the sink, but she kept her guard up. She didn't know who this nurse was. "And you? Why are you with Satellite if you're not a member?" "I'm surprised the gang didn't already kill you. They only kept me because of Kelly," which was half the truth. Even if this girl claimed not to be a red dog, her father was still the leader. "But they killed my friend. You're all nothing but murderers." The knife in Chi's hand flashed out, pointing to the nurse in warning. "Don't group me in with them. Again, they're my father's men." "Then why are you here if you aren't associated?" the nurse questioned in frustration. "Because I had to. When those junkies hit, I had to fall back to my dad to stay alive. While my sister and mom got to one of those safe zones. I'm leaving to join them," Chi explained, the bag full of food. Now it was starting to make sense. When safe zones were mentioned, Y/N thought of the one Rack spoke of. The one in Grimire? Further. Baxbury. Chi moved to fold her legs and flipped the knife between her fingers. "They set one up because of the military base nearby. My sister and mom are there. That's where we're heading. But we didn't know about the safe zone. If they were both heading in the same direction and both shared a dislike toward the bikers. We can work together." Chi raised an eyebrow at the proposition. She was planning to go about this alone. Especially not with people who are wanted fugitives by the government. It was just as bad as staying with Papa. I'm not looking to help you. Please. We can watch each other's backs. The soldiers know how to handle fiends. Y/N tried to reason. She needed to get the group away from here. I just need help to free my people before your Papa turns them in. I can't let them get arrested. What's in it for me? She crossed her arms. Why should she stick her neck out like this? What the nurse was asking her meant going against her father, who would surely be pissed. There wasn't much Y/N could think of. Her group barely had food, the trucks and guns were taken, and they were at their wits' end. But then she remembered. I know of a place in Baxbury stocked to the brim with supplies. It's why we're going. This piqued the girl's interest. If you help me get my people out, you can have access to it. The two watched each other carefully. They had no reason to trust the other, not even to have some sort of discussion. Chi hopped off the sink and stalked up toward Y/N, with her knife raised. The nurse backed up slightly but tried to remain composed. She needed her help. The knife pressed lightly against her chest but was threatening to go further. The girl held a stern look that was undoubtedly more intimidating than Papa himself. How do I know you're not lying? Someone so desperate could say anything to gain someone's trust. Chi's been stabbed in the back before. She's had people who only wanted to use her before throwing her to the side. Even her own father treats her like a commodity when he needs her, then throws her away like nothing. Why would she let that happen again with some strange woman she doesn't know? Stab me. Y/N whispered. Her heart starting to beat, but she knew she'd survive it. She needed help. There was no way she could do this alone. Stab me if you don't believe me. Chi narrowed her eyes and the knife moved closer. Y/N could feel the sharpness of it through her shirt. The girl wasn't aware of her condition, and Y/N could use that to her advantage. She braced herself for a potential stabbing since Chi did come from such a cruel man as Papa. She may not like him, but what if she was just as bad? Rack had no issue shooting Del. Chi could have no issue stabbing a woman she doesn't know. But that wasn't the case. Chi lifted the knife away, but she still kept her suspicions up. I want half of everything. Deal. Y/N immediately agreed. Chi sighed and slipped the knife back into her pocket. Siding with fugitives. She really was at the bottom of the barrel. But anything was better than Papa. So what's your plan? Do you even have one? Y/N relaxed herself and moved to sit on the toilet. I'm sort of winging it. Where are they being kept? The greenhouse. The guys locked it tight to use it as a prison. Your group is likely being held there. Chi went back to the sink to lean against it. If they were to break the group free and somehow escape from dozens of rowdy bikers, they needed a plan. It won't be easy getting them out. That's for sure. What about our guns? We can get those back and shoot our way out. You're going up against almost 30 men. You people will be dead before ever touching the front lawn. But having guns was better than none at all. Chi knew where they were being kept along with the rest of the bikers' weapons. The guns are one thing, the bikers are another. We'll need something else. Y/N agreed. Her group was already down many people thanks to the Red Dogs. Fighting back directly would be a death wish. But maybe, she thought back to the fiends and how many there were in the area. Grimire wasn't too far and was crawling with them. With how loud the motorcycles were, many had been drawn to the manor already. She managed to slip 3 inside as a distraction. What if she could get more? The realization came to her in an instant. She had a plan. After a while, Y/N slipped back out of the kitchen window she had come from, but now carrying the bag of food with her. She checked to make sure the coast was clear before hopping out and heading for the greenhouse. Her hands gripped the trellises running up the exterior of the greenhouse and used them to climb to the roof. Following Chi's directions, she located a panel on the glass roof that should get her inside. Drake had remained at the door to listen out for any more bikers when he heard the footsteps above and looked up to see a blurry shadow through the glass. He wasn't the only one to notice. Rose and the others did as well. A center glass panel was then lifted up carefully and slid to the side. Soon the nurse's head poked through and she met the shocked eyes of the team. What the? Y/N? Chung jumped up. Drake immediately left the door and felt a feeling of relief come over him. He was actually glad to see her face. Y/N couldn't deny that out of all the people, she was the most happy to see Drake's. There wasn't a way for Y/N to get down without becoming trapped like them. She needed to stay out here for the plan to work. Are you guys all right? No one was hurt. At least not yet. Rose stepped forward and looked up towards her, wondering how she even made it this far. We're fine for now. But are you? She nodded and put the duffel bag beside her. I wasn't sure what to do, but I have a plan now. Papa's daughter is helping us. Papa's what? Drake cut in. How could the leader have a child? A daughter no less. Who would even have kids with that guy? I made a deal with her to get you guys out. She's going to get your guns. Y/N spoke. The plan may sound crazy to them, but it was the only thing she could think of that might work. How do you know for sure she won't rat you out? Rose questioned, not liking that this apparent girl was the daughter of Papa. Y/N looked at the duffel bag of food and slid it closer for the rest to see. She stole their food. She's leaving for Baxbury to find her mother and sister and told me to hide somewhere safe. I wouldn't have the food if she didn't trust me. Maybe Rose was wrong then. Either way, he wasn't in the position to propose a better plan. He had to trust this one. So you hide the food. She gets our guns. Then what? Drake spoke up. That's the hard part. Y/N nervously said. It was the highest part of the plan. The most riskiest part. One that she wasn't looking forward to doing. We overrun this place with fiends. Everyone stopped to process what she said. Overrun the manor. With fiends? Yup. We're dead. Chung muttered as Vivian looked at her in worry. You guys can't take on the bikers on your own. I'll get the attention of the herd. Bring them here, and we all slip out while the bikers are distracted. She explained, not realizing just how suicidal the plan sounded. Wes couldn't even think such a plan was possible of surviving. We're not immune like you. Y/N. What if we get caught in the chaos? She thought of that already. Or she did. She has that part figured out. Just trust me on this. Trust is hard to come by. The captain sighed. This was a dangerous plan that all relied on the daughter of the gang's leader. But if Y/N was so sure of it, what do you need us to do? Drake glanced toward Rose, seeing the man giving in to the crazy plan. The sergeant didn't like putting his life into the hands of a stranger, so this girl better come through for them. Just sit tight. Chi will be by to drop your weapons off. Y/N explained and got ready to leave again. If everything went right, she'd be reuniting with them. I'll be back as soon as I can. Y/N. Just as she went to put the panel back into place, she looked back down at Drake, who called out for her. Be safe. He spoke, a faint hint of something in his tone. Care. Her expression softened a little and she nodded. She could only wish the same for them all. You too. They shared a glance one last time before the nurse placed the panel back into its spot. If all goes right, the group will be free. If all goes right, the two will be back together. As she left to begin her side of the plan, needing to find Rockman and Kelly first to inform them of what was to happen, Rose turned to focus on his team. They'll need to be prepared for this. If what Y/N says is what will happen, then the bikers won't be their only problem. Alright, you all heard the nurse. I want everyone ready and nothing less. The moment we hear those fiends and that door opens is the moment we fight for our lives. Understood. All soldiers present agreed. The plan was dangerous and there's a chance lives could be lost, but they weren't trained in high combat situations for nothing. They were soldiers. They still had a job to complete. Rose was proud of how far his team has gotten. Unfortunate sacrifices were made, loss after loss dwindling them down, but nothing has diminished their will to fight. It's an honor to be their captain. But just as anything could happen to his people, the same can be said for him. He turned to Drake. His sergeant had his sights lingering on the panel above before he looked down in frustration. Drake felt useless in here. He felt useless when Y/N got shot and useless when these bikers ambushed them and killed Dell. It was the same feeling he felt just a few years ago. Useless. That he couldn't save her. He felt a hand rest on his shoulder and turned to see his captain, who had a serious look. Rose nodded to a corner away from the others. They needed to talk. "Sir," Drake muttered to keep his voice down once they reached the corner. "I wanted to have this talk before I never get the chance to." Rose spoke, seeing the people he's in charge of protecting, whose lives were his responsibility. "We may not agree on most things, but if anything were to happen to me, I'm entrusting the team to you." Drake stiffened up. His brows furrowed at what his captain was saying. "You're what dash? We both want this team to succeed. If not to find a cure, then to at least keep the other alive for as long as possible. We're not just a team anymore, but a family. I'm appointing you as the next captain if anything results in my death." "Understood." "Why me?" Drake never expected his captain to even consider thinking about his death. Rose held a confidence that no one in the team could touch. Not even the sergeant himself. "Because you're the best soldier I have." Rose spoke, his tone less strict and more appreciative, caring even. If Drake was anything to him, he was like a son to Rose. A son who made Rose want to rip his hair out, but a son no less. Drake felt the pressure of this responsibility already, even though it hasn't happened. He'll make sure it won't ever happen. But if it did, Rose watched proudly as Drake nodded. He could tell the sergeant's reluctance, but Drake was never one to back down. "Yes, sir." "Good." Rose patted his shoulder. "Now to get these people out of here." On the other side of the room, Vivian kept her hands firmly on her stomach. She wasn't looking forward to this plan. She just wanted to be rid of this place and somewhere safer with her baby. Because that first strike of pain wasn't just a single occurrence, but the beginning of more. She did her best to stay quiet for now and winced at another sting of pain in her body. This couldn't be happening. At least not now. She's never been pregnant before, but she began to have the feeling that something wasn't right. The pain didn't feel normal. Her body didn't feel normal. The pain wasn't like what she read about. It was different. Something wasn't right. "So then I told that man to fuck off. If he wanted my stash so bad, he can go fuck himself." Papa and his men laughed together. Chi had walked in on her father and the gang sharing their usual stories together over dinner. They hadn't noticed yet, not like they would. She can stand in front of Papa and he wouldn't even see her. She walked across the main lounge that was in a disarray. The plan was to get the guns and bring them to the prisoners. The bag of food Chi had given the nurse wasn't just getting her to hide the food, but as a test. It wouldn't be hard for Y/N to abandon the plan and make off with the food on her own. It also wouldn't be hard for Chi to expose the plan to her father if Y/N couldn't be trusted. She can just say the nurse stole the food. As long as Y/N holds up her end of the deal, Chi will hold up hers. No need for betrayal. "Aye, Papa. You heard from the other kid yet?" A biker called to his leader. "Who?" Papa asked with a mouthful of cooked deer meat. Chi stopped just before a door to listen. "You know, Harlow, that girl," the biker asked. "We ain't hear from her or her mother since this whole thing started." "Ah, those two wanted to be out there. I ain't worried about them," Papa said with zero concern or remorse for his other daughter and ex-wife. They wanted to leave, they weren't his concern anymore. All the more reason Chi was planning to go herself. She didn't even want to be here in the first place. She entered into a hall and almost ran into someone. Looking up, her eyes met Kelly, who wasn't in the best of moods. "When was he ever?" "I'm surprised you're even here. I thought you were dead." Chi sked and stepped aside from him. "That's what your father said." He grunted and turned to head into the room. He had to discuss a situation involving the motorcycles with the leader. But Chi quickly grabbed his arm to keep him from going inside. "I talked to your ex." Kelly's demeanor instantly changed. He focused back on the girl who knew that would keep his attention. "What? Where is she?" "She's alive. We made a deal together." She kept her voice down and motioned for him to do the same. We have a plan to get everyone out. I need you for it. Tell me where she is. He lowly spoke, knowing that she was the type to make impossible deals with people. She ignored him, however. Their relationship wasn't her problem. She's outside gathering our fiend friends. When shit goes down, you need to have those satellite trucks ready. The hell are you even talking about? He questioned. What did she mean Y/N? Was gathering fiends? Have the trucks ready. We're leaving tonight. Was all she said, not having any time to fully explain. Just what she needed him to do. Kelly watched her hurry off deeper into the manor. He called out for her to explain, but she was already gone. They were getting everyone out and his ex was somehow involved. Y/N hid behind a bush and watched from a distance as multiple bikers stood around Rockman while he tried to talk mechanics with them. They were planning to strip the trucks for parts. The two large satellite vehicles were parked next to a garage with the wheels already taken off. This worried Y/N, since the trucks were important to the plan. They'll need something to escape in and protect them from the fiends. Several of the bikers became frustrated due to how complex the vehicles were. They weren't like anything a citizen could obtain. The parts, engine, controls, even the wheels themselves were all military grade. Way more advanced than what they've seen. Stripping the trucks was proving to be hard. Most of the bikers began to leave due to this. Probably to go chug more beers, which was more interesting to them than this. Rockman looked relieved that they were leaving, but one stayed behind to examine the trucks further. Rockman sighed and walked over to one of the wheels propped up on a table. He wished the Red Dogs could have been avoided altogether. Nothing good has come since the attack on the station. Not to mention how worried he was for Y/N. He wanted to go out there and find her, but the fiends nearby would tear him to shreds. But maybe he didn't have to look. A quick thud hit something as the biker who stayed behind grunted and toppled to the ground. Rockman quickly turned around and was shocked at the sight of the biker unconscious on the ground while Y/N stood over him with a monkey wrench in her hands. She was shaking from actually knocking someone out, but she quickly dropped the wrench and ran to the old hippie's arms. Are you okay? They didn't hurt you. I should be asking you that. He happily embraced her despite his surprise. Where did she even come from? What happened? Where were you? It's a lot to explain, but we have to be quick. She proceeded to explain the whole plan to him and why she ran out to begin with. As expected, he was against it at first. It wasn't necessarily the herd that scared him, and more so that she was risking herself to bring the herd. She had to explain to him that fiends believed she was one of them due to her infection, which only made getting the others out of there that much more risky. Rockman was speechless, especially as she explained his and Kelly's parts of the plan. They needed to have the trucks ready to go if they were going to make it out. He looked at the wheelless vehicles. I wish you would have told me this before they made me take the wheels off. Can you have them back on in time? She asked, or else the plan was doomed. Yeah, luckily the wheels are the easiest parts of these things. Me and Kelly will have them back in. He nodded with his hands on his hips. To say he was nervous was an understatement. You be careful doing this. I don't care how protected you are against those things. I can't watch you get hurt again. I won't. I promise. She reassured both him and herself. Tell Kelly everything when he gets back. I'll see you soon. Rockman sighed and gave her a small kiss on the cheek before patting her shoulder. Oscar would yell at me for letting you do this. She couldn't help her small smile and turned to hurry off with the bag of food in hand while Rockman took care of the biker she knocked out. When it comes to how exactly she was to attract this herd, she wasn't sure. After hiding the food bag somewhere they could find after all of this, Y/N focused her attention on the fiends outside of the manor. The neighborhood was beginning to be crawling with the ones that poured in from the city. They were on lawns, in the streets, inside of homes. Who would have thought this once beautiful suburb would become infested like this? Okay, she whispered and went to stand in the middle of the street. She stretched her arms out and clapped her hands to be as loud as possible. Hey, everyone! A good number of fiends turned their attention to her, some even beginning to rush over to her. She tensed up and took quick steps back before the fiends stopped as they realized she was already infected. Groans escaped their chapped lips before they turned away, completely uninterested. Of course that wouldn't work. They wouldn't follow someone unless they were potential food. She needed something else. Y/N looked around for anything that could help her. Maybe something with noise? To get all these guys to the manor required something loud. Really loud. And her eyes settled on just the thing. She looked around before quickly running over to a pickup truck that was parked in a driveway. She climbed up its side and tried to open the door, but it was locked. The keys weren't inside either, and trying to search for them would take more time than she could afford. Time to go a different route. A fiend snapped its neck toward the sound of glass breaking and watched as the nurse used a large rock to break the driver's side window and reach in to unlock the door. But what she didn't expect was for the alarm to go off so quickly. The alarm was loud, filling the entire street with its sound. Many fiends, if not all of them, were immediately drawn to the noise. Y/N quickly got in before they could surround her and closed the door. She yelped as the fiends began to bang their fists against the pickup. The vehicle shook and only made Y/N's fear worse. Luckily though, they weren't after her, and more so believing that someone else was inside the truck to cause the noise. She took a deep breath to settle her and reached down underneath the steering wheel to find the wires she was looking for. One of the upsides to having dated Kelly. He taught her how to hot wire. Back in the manor inside of the greenhouse, everyone was on edge waiting for the plan to begin. It has been almost 2 hours since they last spoke with Y/N, and Drake has already heard that some of the Red Dogs sent a group out to go divert the herd from the highways. It was only a matter of time before their leader came rounding the team up like a bunch of cattle being taken to slaughter. The panel above opened up and a large duffel bag came falling through. Everyone darted their eyes toward the bag that hit a table roughly before toppling to the ground. And out spilled weapons. A lot of them. The hell? Rose muttered as he approached the bag. Drake came closer as well before looking up and seeing a rope with knots being thrown down. A girl appeared, one they weren't familiar with. She climbed down and planted her feet next to the bag of guns. Drake studied her closely. She didn't look like she belonged to Papa Dog. She took a moment to catch her breath from hauling the amount of weapons she managed to steal. She grabbed the ones belonging to Satellite and some extras just to weaken the gang a little. It was difficult getting the bag here without being detected. She looked back up at all the prisoners before reaching down to take a pistol for herself. I suggest you all suit up now. Any minute now we have to be ready. I see that you're this daughter our nurse spoke of. Rose spoke as he watched her carefully and picked the bag of guns up. He placed it on the table and immediately the soldiers began taking what they could. She stepped back and took in each one. Most of them looked like soldiers beside Vivian in the back. I am. So think twice before doing anything to me. I brought you these guns. Drake said as he retrieved his rifle, knife, as well as a pistol, and switchblade he gave to Y/N. Not much you can do anyway standing in a room with us. Chang searched the bag for her shotgun and pulled it out almost instantly. Oh, I missed you, baby. Rose shook his head at her before focusing back on the girl. Drake was right. This Chi girl didn't look like a threat when next to all of them. As long as she was helping, he wouldn't have to see her as such. So what's the next step? We wait for fiends to tear this place down, then shoot our way out. Yeah. Chi simply stated. There really wasn't much else to it. Both Rose and Drake thought that was unexpected. That was actually the plan? That lady attracts the fiends here. Get them past the gates. Then we let my father and his men deal with them while we slip out the back. Chi explained in more detail. It involved a lot of running and gunning but was their best bet of getting out. Kelly and his grandpa will have the trucks waiting for us in the garages. That is if any of you doesn't fuck this up. Drake glared at her. How old was this girl to be knowing this much? She looked straight out of high school. You don't have to worry about us. We have been through situations like this before. Rose spoke and took his own rifle back. Just stick close to us and don't fall behind. Understood. God, you're so military. Chi rolled her eyes at how stern and authoritative he was as she walked away. If there was one thing she didn't like, it was authority. Both Rose and Drake shared a look. They weren't expecting the girl, Y/N, spoke of to be some rebellious teen. As everyone armored up while a soldier took watch at the doors, Chung walked over to Vivian to check up on the woman. Out of everyone here, the older woman was the least likely to keep up. "You gonna be all right, miss? Once we get out there, we can't stop." Vivian nodded as she did her best to hide the occasional pain she experienced. Even though she wasn't someone who liked guns, seeing the soldiers rearmed did relieve her. "I'll be fine. I won't slow you down." "Good. Just stick close to me and I'll dash. Asterisk. Crash asterisk." Everyone jumped when they heard a loud collision outside the manor. The building shook with it, which indicated something rammed into the manor. The collision was followed by a loud car alarm and the yells of the bikers who immediately ran to deal with it. Chi approached the door and heard the car alarm that shrieked through the air. Many bikers were yelling to get the alarm put out. Evening one mentioned that a pickup broke the gate open. She then smirked once she began hearing the shooting. "It's time to go." Violence warning warning. Y/N leaped from the speeding truck and tumbled to the ground with her arms and legs tucked close. She wasn't sure what jumping from a vehicle with its gas pedal pushed to the floor using a brick would be like. But God, did it hurt. The pickup truck rammed through the gate with such force that the impact was loud. It did what she hoped would happen: break the entire gate open. However, the truck didn't stop. Kept going. Y/N pushed her aching limbs up with her skin covered in scratches and gashes that she grimaced from. The wounds began to gradually heal as the fiends who chased the truck from the suburbs to here began rushing past the manor's first line of defense. A loud crash came from the manor. Then the sounds of bikers who heard the alarm and collision. And then the shooting. Many of the bikers rushed outside to see what struck them and saw the many fiends who charged in. Growls and snarls mixed in with the loud alarm, followed by the shooting to take out as many as possible. Rack appeared on a second-story balcony and looked out at the sudden chaos. His brothers were trying to hold back the fiends as much as they could. A biker had to reload his rifle, which a fiend took advantage of and pounced on him. He screamed as he fell and was quickly silenced once the fiends sunk their teeth into his jugular and tore it out. "Shit!" Rack cursed and rushed back inside to prepare everyone for this sudden fight. But not before he caught a glimpse of someone slipping past the gates. He stopped and looked closer, noting a familiar woman who he thought was dead. Back in the greenhouse, everyone made sure their weapons had full ammo. Rose was busy giving orders to everyone on formations and what to do following the route she had in mind. A certain drive was shared across each other as the stakes were high. But the goal right now was plain and simple: get to the trucks. Chi was at the door with the key to unlock it that she swiped off the biker who had it. The door unlocked and Drake moved her aside to take over. He held it closed and waited for Rose's word. "On my count," the captain spoke. The fiends broke into the manor. 3. They're in the halls. 2. Two bikers were running from a group of fiends who snarled and lashed out after them. 1. As the two bikers ran, the door to the greenhouse swung open and 4 of the soldiers rushed out and aimed their guns up. They focused on the fiends, but the bikers were just collateral. Shooting erupted as the soldiers gunned down the fiends and the 2 bikers. The bullets were precise and struck them all in the heads. The heads jolted back from the force as their bodies collapsed to the ground. Rose didn't waste time once they were down. He stepped out and took the lead of the group while Chi directed him on where to go. "Let's go, people. Move." Y/N separated herself from the main crowd of fiends and ran as fast as she could to find her group. Anxiety and adrenaline fueled her body that when a group of bikers rushed out from a side door and spotted her, she quickly ducked behind a tree to avoid getting shot. "Get her. Don't let her get away." The growls of fiends filled her ears and she saw a couple rushing for the men. They were forced to deal with them first, but one caught her trying to slip past them again. "Hey!" He shot his gun at her and watched her collapse to the ground in an instant. A bullet had struck her shoulder and her blood seeped into her clothes. From his perspective, she was dead. In actuality, Y/N was holding back her anguished scream and pretended to be dead. Tears pricked her eyes as she waited for the men to go away but whimpered when her body began forcing the broken bullet out of her shoulder. It felt like her muscles and flesh were constricting and pulling as pieces of the bullet fell out one by one. The wound soon stopped bleeding as well, but that didn't mean the pain subsided. The bikers took care of the fiends and raced off to go help the others. Wal took the chance to push herself back to her feet and get back to helping her own. The battery of the pickup truck began to die, and so did the dwindling alarm. However, fiends still came pouring in at the sounds of chaos that erupted. The bikers were defending the manor at all costs, sealing all doors, pushing furniture up against windows, anything to keep the junkies out. But the person who was the most enraged by this situation was none other than the leader himself. Papa kicked a couch over in frustration and went over to a boarded-up window to peek through the cracks. Fiends, and a lot of them, filled the yard. They must have been from the city, left behind by the herds that passed through. You can say this was an entire herd in itself. Who did this? His voice bellowed out and turned to his men for answer. But the bikers didn't know. They didn't. Anything could break through the gates. We don't know. Someone rammed that damn truck and broke down the front gates. One of you idiots better find me. Papa seethed, but was cut off by Rack Dog, who entered the room and shut the door behind him. He was breathing heavily and with some fiend blood on him from his recent kills. God damn it, it's bad out there. Did you find out anything? I want an answer right now. The leader pushed. To be one-upped by someone was the only thing that ever pissed him off as much as he was right now. It was that girl, the one who ran out the gate, Rack exclaimed, feeling stupid for underestimating her. I saw her slip in past the fiends. Those junkies weren't even chasing her. Kelly's ex. He remembered that furious glare she had, the look of absolute loathing she possessed toward him and his men. He found it amusing at first, but now it left an awful taste in her mouth. Find her, Kelly and his old man, while you're at it. I want those fuckers dead. The rest of you get off your asses and deal with the junkies now. Upon his orders, many bikers raced to the back for their motorcycles, running across the lawn and entering the garages while shooting down fiends who got too close. They quickly jumped onto their bikes and the engine erupted into loud rumble. Smoke flew from the tailpipes and the bikers raced out to begin what they were good at, diverting the crowds. But none of them even cared to think about the two satellite trucks or the fact that the wheels were back on. Kelly and Rockman hid inside one of the trucks as they watched the bikers ride off on the motorcycles. Come on, people, Rockman muttered as he kept a lookout for the group. Fiends were filling up the manor by the second. They needed to go now before it got too bad. Kelly, on the other hand, wasn't too concerned about everyone besides one. He kept his eyes peeled for Y/N and Y/N only. If she was to get here before the group, then they were leaving, with or without satellite. Half of the Red Dog's number were out on their bikes attempting to draw attention away from the manor, while the other half stayed inside to defend it. Drake kept an eye on the back of the team and shot down two fiends who tried to reach for him. He bashed the butt of his gun against a third, then smashed his boot into its head once it was down. He hated fighting in tight halls like these with doors that could be hiding anything. As he ran to catch up with the group, Chi kept her eyes peeled while giving the captain directions on where to go. Going through corridors, avoiding rooms that were sure to have activity in them. But as they reached a larger hall, Rose saw a group of bikers before Chi did. He quickly grabbed her, ducked behind a wall, and shouted for the others to get back. Hey, the prisoners got out. What the fuck? It wasn't long for a shootout to occur. Chang and the rest of the soldiers ducked behind walls and doors for cover as the bikers did the same. Wes kept Vivian back to keep her covered as Drake moved to join him. We don't have time for this. The sergeant grunted and poked out from the wall to fire some shots. Vivian was covering her head with one arm while the other was protectively around her belly. She was shaking and the stress from everything wasn't helping her baby. Wes saw that she was too scared to even open her eyes, and he gave her a reassuring squeeze on the shoulder. Hey, it's all right. Everything is going to be okay. I can't do this. I can't. She whimpered through her tears. She wasn't a soldier like them. nor has she ever been in the middle of a shootout before the world ended. Drake pulled back and looked toward a panicking Vivian. Pull yourself together. We'll be at the trucks soon enough. There's so many fiends. The woman didn't hear him. How could she when she felt like she and her baby's lives were in danger? Wes looked at her in worry. He didn't know much about pregnancy, but the amount of stress she was under couldn't be good. He turned to Chi, who was being guarded by Rose across the hall. The girl was looking toward a tall set of doors down the hall, which was their way out. Hey, girl, he called out to her. She turned to him with a raised eyebrow at being called girl. How much further do we have left? The manor was big, and trying to get through it all was difficult with the fiends and bikers to worry about. Not far. Just gotta get past them. She nodded to the bikers who at their group. The trained soldiers stayed undercover and only shot back once it was safe to do so. 2 of the bikers were hit, 1 was shot in the arm but not dead. These guys may have got the upper hand the first time, but they didn't spend years under grueling training like the soldiers did. It helped to know that they were close. But Drake still needed to find Y/N. The group couldn't leave without her. Wes turned back to Vivian and froze at the sight of her staring wide-eyed at the floor beneath that was wet. Wes followed her eyes and almost choked on his breath. Wet. Water. Her water broke. Drake heard his friends gasp and the groans of pain from the older woman. As soon as he turned back to them, he saw the water on the floor and Vivian clenching her stomach tightly. Her screams of pain caught the attention of Rose and the others. The time they had left only got shorter. The shootout stopped momentarily and became a standoff. Opportunists against fugitives. Rose needed to do something and something quick. He kept his eyes on Vivian, who was being comforted by Wes and covered by Drake. Satellite, came a loud and angry voice that echoed through the hall. Chi tensed up while Rose peeked out to see Papa now joining the fight. He took cover behind a wall and held his heavy rifle close. I should have known you would try to play me like a fool. But none of you are going anywhere. Not until I get my money. You can forget about the damn money. What good is it when the world is gone? Rose called back, not understanding how someone could be so money hungry. I'm doing the world a favor by handing you bastards over to the government. Papa seethed. The world is gone because of you. Is that what the government told you? They failed to mention their involvement in all of this. Words couldn't dissuade the leader. The man knew that he wasn't a hero, nor did he care about whose fault it was. All he saw was one thing. I don't give a damn if it was the president's fault. I want my money. The fierceness in his tone, the absolute madness that he had. She gritted her teeth and quickly got to her feet. Rose tried to stop her, but she shook his hand away and marched out into the open. The bikers all faltered when they saw her, rushing out from the prisoners unexpectedly. Papa narrowed his eyes at his daughter, who put on a panicked expression and stopped just several feet away from them. Papa, the hell are you doing? He lowly spoke, a deadly tone. Chi's breathing was erratic as she glanced over her shoulder at the satellite team. Her hand rested against her back pocket as she went back to face her father. They planned this. All of it. They threatened to kill me if I didn't help them. Drake's eyes widened. Was she seriously lying to them? Did they? Papa gritted through his teeth. He wasn't so trusting at first. That girl who ran out the gate. She cornered me and forced a gun to my head. She's the reason the fiends got in. She's the reason those people got their guns back. Papa, you have to believe me. She exclaimed like a scared child. She was shaking with wide-open eyes. A complete switch of her personality before. That little shit. Chang cursed as the team all listened to her just lie. The leader, despite her being his daughter, wasn't so convinced. She was the problem child after all. She's caused trouble for him many times in the past. But it wasn't until Rakdog spoke up, finding her claims to be true due to his spotting of the nurse at the gates. That woman was at the gates when the fiends got in. She had to be the one to crash that truck. Drake perked up when Y/N was mentioned. That crash was her doing? Papa grunted and nodded for someone to retrieve Chi. He was pissed, but now wasn't the time for discipline. I'll deal with you later. A biker got out with his gun raised toward the group and quickly grabbed Chi's arm. But the girl had other plans. She swung her fist, punched the man in the face, and slipped a small round object toward the group in the middle of her stunt. She kicked the guy away and began bolting back to the satellite team before her father caught on. Rose watched in confusion before he saw the object by Papa's feet. A grenade. Get down! The girl screamed and ducked behind a wall next to Chung. Papa and his men all looked down when they heard the click. Boom! Drake quickly grabbed both Vivian and Wes to hold them down. Rose covered his head and everyone else braced the impact of the grenade. Smoke and drywall filled the area where the gang stood. As it cleared, many of them were on the ground who either got hit by the shrapnel and lived or died from the impact. Among those was Papa, whose entire side got hit with the grenade. Yet he was still alive and groaned in pain from his injuries. The door at the other end of the hall that was previously shut got forced open by the grenade, and several fiends were on the other side who snapped their necks toward everyone. Everyone, let's go! Rose called and urged his team to run. Drake and Wes slipped Vivian's arms over their shoulders to help her. Chung gave Chi a glare and grabbed her to run. The girl took one last look at her father and his men and didn't dare look back again. The team rushed out the back doors, which took them to a final corridor outside. Rose looked around for this garage the girl had mentioned, and she quickly moved forward and pointed off to a building across the yard. That way. Trucks are in there. He nodded and began leading the team over to them. The threat of the bikers was no more, as now it was just the fiends to worry about. Drake made Chi take his spot of holding up a crying Vivian and pulled out his rifle to assist in keeping any fiends as far back as possible. The fiends were everywhere, in the manor out on the yard, even some clawing the outside of the fences and steadily pulling the boards down. All the shooting, yelling, and chaos drove many here, an overwhelming amount. The closer they got to the garage with no sign of Y/N, the more desperate Drake was becoming. He took out fiend after fiend, darting his eyes around the yard for any sign of her, but even a trace of her was anywhere. Where the hell was she? They reached the garages and Rose had Wes and Chi carry Vivian in first while the rest held the fiends off. Guns erupted, which only drew more toward them but kept them at bay. Rockman and Kelly quickly opened the back doors. The old hippie's eyes widened when he saw Vivian in pain from labor, while Kelly looked around the group for his ex. But she wasn't with them. Y/N. Where is she? He yelled at the soldiers who rushed in. 2 soldiers quickly ran to get behind the wheels of the 2 trucks. The team backed away as Rose grabbed onto the garage doors and began manually pushing them closed. The fiends ran into the door and banged their fists against them, but one managed to get in before Rose could shut the door. Drake caught this and whipped his gun up to shoot, but quickly stopped when the fiend, or rather the woman, held her hands up. Don't shoot. It felt like her heart stopped beating and dropped to the lowest part of her stomach. Her eyes trained on the gun instantly and could see the muscles in his hand flexing to pull the trigger. Drake breathed heavily as his hazel eyes stared into hers. 1 second she was standing, could feel the air enter and exit her lungs, her heart beating in her chest, and her brain telling her to turn around and run. Y/N. Focused on the barrel of the rifle that gradually lowered. A familiar spot in the center of her head, felt the impact of the bullet when none was fired. She collapsed to the ground once the bullet entered her head. Blood splattered out from the wound and soon trickled down her face when her head rolled to the side. Drake dropped his rifle to his side and rushed over to take her hand and pull her with him. She remained stuck in a moment of shock. She died. You're alive. He exhaled his relief, which snapped her out of her shock. She looked up at Drake as her heart beat rapidly. For a moment she thought that he would Y/N. Kelly ran over and took her into his arms. She looked disoriented, the back of her shoulder covered in blood. It was like she's been through hell and back. Kelly took her from Drake and over to the trucks to help her inside. Come on, we're leaving. But she looked back at Drake over her shoulder, and it was the same look of fear she had so long ago. When she stared down the barrel of his gun the first time. He unknowingly did it again,